Having mastered the three-color hockey and the mythical Zoan fruit of the Erlang god form, I. Once upon a time, when appearing on the Isle of Ghosts, they surprisingly contended for a position with one of Kaido's subordinates, a member of the Four Emperors. In the midst of battle, disregarding Kaido's dignity, he inflicted severe injuries upon his subordinates. However, Kaido not only refrained from blaming me, but even proclaimed before everyone that I possessed the qualities of the Pirate King. Merely because I am the son most esteemed by Kaido, aside from the great Oden. At this moment on Onigashima, a gathering of officials assembled under Kaido's command. They all sensed that a significant event was imminent today. I believed it was time to declare war on other emperors, but to my astonishment, the next moment revealed Kaido, adorned in the guise of a blue dragon, before their very eyes. However, Kaido offered no elaborate explanations or lengthy introductions. Instead, he immediately delved into the essence of the matter, introducing an individual Yang, the son of the old master. If one were to utter a phrase, it would be that Quinn and the others maintained an expression of serene composure. However, as Kaido pronounced my identity, a wave of astonishment and intrigue swept through the crowd. Countless scornful gazes fixated upon me, yet throughout this tumultuous scrutiny, my demeanor remained unwavering and poised. Mr. Kaido's son, is he not the younger brother of Yamato? Jack and Quinn exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both astonishment and relief. As one of the three calamities of the Beast's pirates, Kaido's most trusted confidant, they are well aware of the relationship between Yamato and Kaido. Given that the elder has been rendered ineffective, it is quite reasonable to cultivate a younger counterpart, especially considering that Kaido is now over 50 years of age. Whether it be the name of the Four Emperors or the Beast Pirates, both require a prince to inherit their legacy. Is it truly as simple as that? Unlike Queen, who gazes deeply, I remain seated atop Kaido's head. He cannot believe that Kaido, who has always revered the might of the strong, would orchestrate such a grand display merely to announce my identity to the Beast Pirates. Without a doubt. The words that followed from Kaido not only astonished him, but also stirred a seismic wave within the vast Beast Pirates crew. There is one more matter. From this day forth, I have resolved to establish a new position. Above the Great Board. For the true combatants. The numbered. The givers. The hilarious. And the awaiters. Establishing new positions, whether it be the Three Disasters or the Flying Six, initially elicited little astonishment. As the core of the Beast Pirates, they were somewhat aware of their captain's peculiar fondness for renaming positions. The Four Emperors, indeed, possess their peculiar eccentricities. For instance, the neighbor with the white beard harbors a particular fondness for his son. Meanwhile, the neighbor with the red hair is exceedingly concerned with appearances. However, when the prominent figures realized that this position indeed surpassed all others, they could no longer remain seated. Mr. Kaido, what about us? Who will assume the role of the true ruler of the beasts? Aside from the steadfast Juke, even Quinn and Jack among the calamities could not restrain themselves from stepping forward to voice their thoughts. The position of true monarch holds authority exceeding that of a governor within the Beast's Pirates, encompassing the power to appoint or dismiss individuals in various esteemed roles, including the prominent members of the crew. Kaido articulated each word with deliberate precision. As for the position of true monarch, it is naturally designated for Yang Jian. At this juncture, Kaido's gaze fell directly upon the three prominent members of the crew, with even his most trusted lieutenant, the fervent Shen, not being an exception. You are our king, and should you choose to establish the position of true monarch within the Beast's Pirates, we shall undoubtedly comply. However, for such a pivotal role, we find it difficult to conceive of anyone, aside from you, Mr. Kaido, who could possibly fulfill this responsibility. In the face of Kaido's increasingly frigid demeanor, both the cunning and ruthless Quinn and the obstinate and irascible Jack felt a chill creep over them. Yet, despite this, none of them exhibited any intention of retreat. Even the formidable six flying beasts were no exception. Do not be deceived by their apparent subservience to Kaido in his presence. Their allegiance lies solely with the strongest creature in this realm. In these vast seas, only the beast Kaido commands the respect of the most renowned figures. Those who engage in combat, the identifiers, the givers, the jesters, and the anticipators will willingly submit to him. It is not just I, a newcomer, who perceives this. Even Yamato recognizes that their deference is merely a courtesy afforded to Kaido. However, once the matter of conflicting interests arises, who is the daughter of Yamato? This unruly band of pirates remains indifferent. And you, Quinn, upon hearing Jack's words, Kaido did not erupt in fury. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the silent and unresponsive land. I am Mr. Kaido's subordinate. Chopper pondered for a moment. Then met Kaido's gaze. He follows Kaido, firmly believing that he is the one who can become Joy Boy, just like Kaido. Aside from Mr. Kaido, none of us believe anyone else can assume the role of the true monarch. Yamato cannot. Neither can Yang Jian. At this moment, Fukuzufu and others chimed in with enthusiasm. In this instant, the usually discordant bigwigs of the Flying Six remarkably found common ground. After all, this is a long-standing tradition of the Beast Pirates. Revering the strong as the esteemed. The powerful ascend, while the weak descend. Kaido stands as one of the four emperors, the mightiest creature in existence. Thus, the Beast Pirates submit with unwavering loyalty. Tradition may pass from father to son. Yet, I beg your pardon. Pirates do not adhere to such doctrines. And the Beast Pirates certainly do not embrace this notion. Ha ha ha. Youngster, are you not coveting the 100 Beasts pirate crew of mine? Now, the opportunity is presented to you. Whether you can seize it or not is no concern of mine. Just as a few misguided individuals believed that the strongest creature in the realm was about to unleash its wrath, and had even prepared themselves to face its fury. Kaido, however, wore a sinister smile as he gazed up at me. In the face of Kaido's mockery, I rose with an expression of indifference, then took measured steps into the void ahead. Amidst the doubts of the pirate crowd, under the chilling gaze of my own radiance, I departed from Kaido's dragon head, my feet, astonishingly, treading upon the air as if it were solid ground. At this moment, he resembles one who strides toward the majestic throne of the celestial pathway. I hold a distaste for questioning, and even more so, I refuse to entertain doubts. Until he stood at a height surpassing even Kaido, I merely lowered my head slightly. My gaze, sharper than a blade, pierced deeply into the eyes of each individual present. Yet, I grant you an opportunity for doubt, but only today. Allow me to lie upon the ground, regardless of who it may be this true ruler shall belong to him. Observing the pirates below, their initial skepticism transformed into a cold, bloodthirsty excitement. However, within me, the waters remain undisturbed as ever. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. To this, he was entirely unsurprised. After all, the Beast's pirates belong to Kaido. However, after today, the Beast's pirates shall also be his. My Beast's pirates. Mr. Kaido. Zhongjin strikes. Although the numbered ones are eager to take action, they still direct their gaze towards Kaido, who has been watching from the sidelines. What he utters is the very essence of my own words? Kaido broke into a broad smile. The anticipation in his dragon-like eyes intensified. His pride blossomed even more vividly. Yet, his demeanor caused a sudden jolt in the heart of the onlooker. In Mr. Kaido's eyes, is this man already regarded as the designated true ruler? A flicker of deep contemplation passed through his fiery gaze. Within the Beast's pirates, no one understands Kaido better than he does. The ability to evoke such an expression from the world's strongest beings cannot merely be attributed to familial affection. Regardless of how fierce thoughts may linger, as soon as Kaido's words echoed, numerous pirates, who had already been eager for a fight, could no longer suppress their bloodlust and impulsiveness. Thousands of pirates, one after another, eagerly rolled up their sleeves, their faces alight with fervor, as if they were not confronting Kaido, the governor's sole son, but rather a formidable adversary. As a multitude of pirates unsheathed their weapons, some Zoan-type devil fruit users even transformed directly. I felt my eyes widen slightly, and a cold, measured voice pierced the air. The atmosphere of Onigashima seemed to stiffen as if time itself had come to a halt, an indescribable pressure enveloping the surroundings. It was akin to a giant wielding a colossal hammer, bearing down upon us. The solid, weighty ground could no longer withstand the onslaught, shattering into astonishing fissures. Terrifying bolts of pitch-black lightning surged forth, mingling with an overwhelming sense of dread that swept through the area. In the next moment, accompanied by a succession of deep, mournful cries and anguished groans, thousands of pirates fell like harvested wheat, collapsing in vast swaths upon the ground. Members of the Beast Pirates. Even the apprentice crew members. Even the smallest underlings. Cast upon the vast seas. In the grand paradise. They are formidable warriors of the ocean. And when placed at the Navy headquarters, they rank among officers below the rank of admiral. Not to mention, those gathered on the island of the damned are, without exception, the elite of the beast pirates. Yet, astonishingly, this formidable assembly of pirates has succumbed to my mere gaze and a single cold command, resulting in the downfall of thousands. Among the remaining 6,000 pirates, over 3,000, though still standing, bore ashen faces and swayed precariously, appearing gravely ill. Not only were they incapable of engaging in battle, but their combat prowess also wavered. Additionally, more than 2,000 others exhibited labored breathing and slight convulsions, embodying the demeanor of one facing an imminent threat. Only a little over 1,000 individuals can genuinely maintain their composure and combat capabilities, remaining entirely unaffected. The number for E is even less, not exceeding 300. Meanwhile, as these conscious pirates gazed upon me, who stood upon the precipice of the void, the skepticism in their eyes cold, bloodthirsty, and disdainful began to ebb away like the receding tide. Such an aura of grandeur. Even if one inherits the qualities of the esteemed Kaido, such a claim seems rather exaggerated. The ability to manipulate matter, the advanced conqueror's haki, the three calamities, and the flying six all gaze upon the fallen pirate with narrowed eyes, their pupils constricted in disbelief. Evidently, my audacity has taken even those at the pinnacle of the beast hierarchy by surprise. In this moment, they, like everyone else, gaze upon me with eyes that reflect a profound transformation in their perception of me, an astonishing 180-degree shift. The color of sovereignty. They have seen it many times. The so-called qualifications of a king are as numerous in the New World as fish crossing a river. Not to mention, Kaido's other daughter possesses such qualities. However, with my formidable spirit, gazing across the new territories, one can discern but a scant few individuals who possess such prowess. Among them, one stands out prominently, the illustrious Qinglong Kai, who has taken residence atop the formidable horn of the Han Ghost Island. Opportunities are bestowed solely upon the strong, they shall never be granted to the worthless. My gaze is fixed upon the formidable figure of the great pirate, who commands a grand banner and holds the esteemed position of a six-star captain. The implication is unmistakable. Among the myriad of pirates, only the three disasters and the flying six catch his discerning eye. The rest, even in a genuine confrontation, are unworthy of his attention. My words remain valid. As I spoke, I gestured towards my own back. Little rascal, whom do you look down upon? Do not presume that being the foolish son of Mr. Kaido grants you the privilege of arrogance here. This mere display of dominance, who do you think it intimidates? A scathing and unrelenting mockery emanated from among the genuine members of the group. In the next instant, numerous members of the True Strike voluntarily stepped aside, clearing a path. Then, a remarkably tall young woman emerged from the passage created by the True Strike members. She possessed a pair of striking dual-colored horns atop her head and sported a cascade of thick, sky-blue hair intertwined with delicate strands of pink, flowing elegantly down her back. Lo and behold, it is Run T, one of the illustrious Six Flyers. What are you waiting for? I smiled indifferently, thinking that standing so high would spare me from trouble. Observe how the young girl intends to bring you down, dreaming of perching atop both myself and Peggy. A chill swept over Ruidi's countenance as she spoke, her forehead having already hardened into a dark hue due to the application of armed color. Simultaneously, one could witness her feet forcefully striking the ground, which appeared as though it had been struck by dozens of tons of weight. As it sank downwards, it also fractured into a web-like pattern. With a swift motion, she was propelled upward like a cannonball, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Those who witnessed this scene could scarcely grasp the moment as their vision blurred. When clarity returned, they beheld Run, enveloped in a visible wave of energy, soaring into the heavens, before descending with a forceful impact upon my forehead. Get down, Run commanded, her eyes glinting with a chilling light, as our foreheads met in an intimate collision. A flash of black light illuminated the scene. As the two heads collided, a shockwave infused with the power of Haki surged forth, instantly expanding and creating tumultuous waves in the sky. Just as many believed that the two individuals in the sky were about to engage in a fierce confrontation, a distinct and audible crack of breaking bones unexpectedly resonated through the air. With a sudden burst, a blood arrow erupted from the heavens, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. In the wake of a scream filled with astonishment and terror, the rising figure plummeted to the ground at a speed several times greater than its ascent. Boom! Before me lay a massive crater, forcefully created by Run. Aside from Kaido, who wore a mocking expression, even the three calamities displayed signs of astonishment. Sister, it truly struck. Peggy one of the Flying Six, was the first to react. With a fierce glare directed at me, who remained unmoved in the sky, he then dashed towards the gaping pit left by Run's descent. Your head. As Peggy Wan traversed through the haze, upon discerning the repose of the wolf fox lying in the deep pit, her countenance unexpectedly shifted dramatically. The formidable leader of the beast clan, Run, renowned for his prowess in headbutting, now appeared in a woeful state, bloodied and battered. In fact, from the fissured skin and the damaged forehead, he could faintly discern the subtle cracks forming on the skull of his sister Bao. It shattered. Peggy Wan was momentarily stunned, but soon erupted in furious wrath. How dare you harm my sister? With a sudden eruption of hysterical screams, the air around Peggy vibrated, swiftly radiating outward like ripples on the surface of water. In the next moment, Peggy Wan, with her flowing purple hair and draped in a white cloak, transformed into a colossal creature resembling a spiked-back dinosaur. Peggy Fong. Do not venture into the abyss. Originally dazed and disoriented, Run was jolted awake by the furious roar echoing in his ears, promptly turning to Peggy with a fierce admonition. Before she could finish her words, as my right hand was halfway reaching out to Peggy Wan, I had vanished into thin air, standing proudly in the void. Almost simultaneously, I flashed before Peggy Wan. With my knees slightly bent, I was poised to leap into action. However, Peggy Wan could only perceive a fleeting blur before his eyes. Though he was acutely aware of the overwhelming presence of color, his body failed to respond, leaving him helplessly watching as my hand reached toward him, consuming his entire field of vision. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of lightning. A massive black bolt coiled around my right hand, before ominously creeping up towards Peggy Wan's head. In an instant, an overwhelming force, akin to a tremendous tidal wave, engulfed him entirely. With a burst of crimson blossoms illuminating the air, Jack and his companions gazed in astonishment as the formidable thorn dragon seemed to collapse to the ground, akin to a serpent stripped of its bones, rendered utterly feeble. Lying limp beside Run, possessing the name of the Flying Six-Clawed True Strike, an ancient thorn dragon ability user, with but a single blow, was grievously wounded to the point of losing consciousness. As Rue observed this scene, her gaze momentarily lost in a daze, she hesitantly reached out with a trembling hand to touch the unconscious Pei Jivan, whose eyes had rolled back in his head. It seemed that despite witnessing the event with her own eyes, she could hardly fathom that her brother, who was not significantly inferior in strength to herself, had been gravely injured by a single blow. Hello. Brother Quinn. Jack beside him stared wide-eyed, fixating intently on the unconscious Peggy Wan. You have not misread this. Nor are you experiencing any illusions. That fellow is a creature akin to Mr. Kaido. At this moment, Quinn's eyes were wide open, nearly popping out of their sockets, and his jaw was almost crashing to the ground. The color of dominance. Entwined. Unbeknownst to Wen. The embrace has long been relinquished. A pair of composed, calm eyes gaze intently ahead at me. Only such an unparalleled majesty, reserved for the supreme ruler, can deliver a single strike that shatters the ancient power wielder, Peggy Fong, into oblivion, each word resonating with gravity. At this moment, his voice was imbued with an unprecedented gravity. The supreme color of dominanza had certainly encountered it before, exemplified by Kaido, whom he had witnessed unleash such power on more than one occasion. Yet, that is the four emperors, dominating the new world. For 2 decades, they have reigned supreme. But now, this formidable power is being wielded by someone as young as I. He is undoubtedly astounded. In the midst of the onlooking calamities, as the pirates were momentarily stunned into silence, I remained oblivious to the shifting gazes of those around me. With a dismissive tone, he uttered a low command, then withdrew his hand that had been suspended in midair. How dare you treat Page Wan in such a manner? Even if you are the foolish son of Mr. Kaido, this young lady shall not let you escape unscathed. My indifferent voice ignited Rue's fury completely. I could see her eyes ablaze with anger, gritting her teeth while glaring at me. Meanwhile, akin to the fallen and unresponsive Peggy Wan, amidst a frenzy of rage and chilling roars, she swiftly transformed into a colossal, pale green behemoth, an enormous-headed dragon. You shall perish. As she morphed into the formidable dragon beast, she soared from the abyss like a cannonball, her hands striking with lightning speed to seize my shoulders. Armed with her devastating head, she channeled her haki, solidifying her cranium with an indomitable force. The violent aura surged through the air, stirring a tempest of energy. In an instant, she unleashed the full might of her neck, her head carrying a terrifying power surpassing that of the most formidable artillery, crashing down upon me with overwhelming force, mere inches away. Gazing upon the imposing figure of Run, my demeanor remains as tranquil as a deep well. It is not until the thunderous impact of his head butt strikes my forehead that a flicker of emotion briefly crosses his face. Blackness. As the shockwaves surged forth, the 100-meter surface resembled a lifted quilt. A colossal impact resonated, instantaneously shaking the entirety of Ghost Island. Let every individual present on the island of demons hear with utmost clarity. Yet, the numerous beast pirates who have witnessed the formidable might of the ominous ruin display expressions of deep gloom, revealing not a trace of joy. Especially the amicable relationship with the enigmatic Black Maria, whose visage is now veiled in shadows. At this moment, she exhaled a fragrant breath. Amidst the swirling smoke, she gazed into the eyes of the two at the heart of the battlefield, a look of astonishment manifesting upon her visage. The other combatants, numbered as they were, exchanged glances. Yet ultimately, silence enveloped them all. It was as if they were all rendered speechless by the scene before them. My head relentlessly struck against the surface, my eyes wide with fury. My body trembled slightly, as the metallic scent of fresh crimson trickled down my forehead and slowly slid along my neck. At that moment, the hand that had once gripped my shoulder began to loosen its hold. How could anyone possess a head harder than mine? Amidst the horror, disbelief mingled with the furious roar that erupted from my lips. After the recent blow, her head was once again fractured. Before me, I remained motionless, enduring her full-force assault of relentless strikes. Yet, the furious youth before her not only emerged unscathed, but his body did not even waver. Instead, it was she who was left bloodied and battered. His physique surpassed even that of Mr. Kaido. A fierce breath escaped him. Upon uttering these words, the entire audience was left in astonishment. Whether it be the three calamities or the genuine struggle, even the self-inflicted wounds that leave one battered and bruised, in this moment, one cannot help but cast their gaze upon the battlefield, filled with astonishment and disbelief. After all, in the realm of the Great Waterway, regarding the thickness of armor, Kaido undoubtedly ranks as the second in the world. Gazing into the New World, it is only the neighboring entity, Blmoen, that can surpass their governor of beasts in the realm of layering. With discerning insight, upon hearing Chi's words, I could not help but slightly tilt my head in admiration for this formidable aid of the strongest being in the realm. The indestructible nature is indeed one of the extraordinary powers bestowed by his fruit. Except for Kaido, the only one who can discern the rigidity of his body is currently Yamato. That is implausible. Cease your nonsensical chatter. Although Mr. Kaido may be perceived as a fool, how could he possibly be outmatched in physical strength by someone so diminutive? As soon as my words fell, Runty let out a furious roar. Though she was battered and bloodied, she steadfastly refused to acknowledge that I could surpass Kaido, even in terms of mere defensive prowess. I find no necessity to make a weakling, particularly one who has been vanquished, comprehend my intentions. I merely cast a fleeting glance, yet he has steadfastly avoided meeting my gaze from the very beginning. The Flying Six are indeed the elite among formidable contenders, yet they pale in comparison to the three calamities, and are even further surpassed by the blazing might of the Flame Calamity. Those beneath the rank of Imperial Vice are hardly worthy of a second glance from him. Yurun was filled with furious indignation upon hearing this. Just as she, in a moment of fervor, was poised to recklessly engage in a fierce confrontation with me, a resounding laugh, brimming with pride, triumph, and a sense of satisfaction, echoed like thunder across the skies of the Isle of Demons. Indeed, my physique pales in comparison to that of my son. Such a body, more resilient than even the hardest sea stone, is something I have only witnessed in the neighboring old woman. While I was single-handedly confronting the upper echelons of the beast pirates, I remained entrenched at the formidable horn of Onigashima. Suddenly, Kaido, who was merely spectating, spoke up. How is this possible? If the response elicited more skepticism, then Kaido's calm admission in front of the crowd brought an unprecedented upheaval within the beast's pirates. Kings are inherently proud, particularly those who are the mightiest among all beings. Yet, who would dare to challenge the four emperors single-handedly, especially a creature of such caliber as the Marine Headquarters? Such an entity would never publicly concede inferiority to others. Mr. Kaido, your jest is far from amusing. Once Quinn emerged from his astonishment, a forced smile immediately spread across his face. How could there possibly exist anyone stronger than Sir Kaido? The drought-stricken Jack exclaimed in disbelief. Do not be misled by his earlier opposition to my appointment as the sovereign of beasts. His doubts were merely directed at my capabilities, not at Kaido. When it comes to loyalty, none within the beast pirates can rival his steadfastness, especially that of the formidable Jack the Drought. After all, he is someone who, at a mere command from Kaido, dares to approach even the warships commanded by the Marine Admiral, generals, and their staff. Why would it be impossible? Kaido gazes down from his lofty perch at the multitude of pirates on Onigashima. My son, you possess the potential of the Pirate King. There is nothing beyond your capabilities. As these words were spoken, a sudden fog descended like a cataclysmic tempest, engulfing the entire Isle of Spirits. In my heart, I firmly believe that Kaido is indeed the true lord of this era. Iboi's instinctive urge to dissent arises, yet as the words of opposition linger on the tip of his tongue, vivid images of the recent events flood his mind. The Supreme Conqueror's haki, the very essence that only a true king possesses, intertwines with the overwhelming presence of Kaido. The formidable armor surpasses that of Kaido, compounded by my own shocking youth. All of these factors conspire to stifle the words of dissent that threaten to escape his lips. Where indeed did Mr. Kaido procure such a monstrous creature? Queen's gaze was fixed intently upon the ebony-haired youth, who stood proudly at the heart of the battlefield, having inexplicably transformed into the center of the beast pirates. Suddenly, thoughts began to stir within him.
The offspring of such a breed, he too desires to possess. It is impossible, utterly impossible. The only one capable of becoming the Pirate King within the Grand Line is none other than Mr. Kaido. I, Jack, shall be the first to object to anyone else. The Calamity Jack suddenly erupted with vehement dissent. With both hands, he seized two glimmering Shodel blades. I can accept you as the true ruler of the beasts. However, I shall never accept your claim to the title of Pirate King. Only Mr. Kaido possesses such qualifications. As he spoke, the Calamity Jack, brandishing his Shodel blades, charged fiercely towards Yang Jian. He intended to demonstrate to all the pirates on Onigashima that the only one worthy of the title of Pirate King is Kaido of the Beasts. Jack, step aside. This is a battle for a lady. Do not interfere. As Jack prepared to intervene, Runny fought against the dizziness and pain clouding her mind, forcing herself to rise and attempt to halt him. Although she did not covet the prominent position of the Calamities as fiercely as Fozu, she was not willing to concede to him either. If it were Ash, she might have complied. Yet, facing the weakest of the Calamities, the Calamity Jack, she showed him no deference. This is no concern of yours. Now you may retreat. If Jack could be dissuaded by Runny's words, then he would truly be unworthy of the devil fruit he had consumed. At this moment, bloodied and in disarray, Runty had already been deemed an obstacle by him. You. Upon hearing this, Runty's fury ignited. Just as she was about to confront the Calamity Jack with her own wrath, a thunderous roar erupted behind her. What? Runny's expression shifted dramatically as she turned her head. Before her lay a pair of eyes shimmering with dazzling lightning, akin to serpents weaving through the heavens, coiling around Yang Jian's fingers. Thunder in the palm. Just as she turned back, Yang Jian's right hand struck out with immense force. Boom! 5 colossal, majestic bolts of radiant lightning, imbued with divine might, surged forth like 5 spears wielded by the hand of the thunder god, plunging into her back. With a resounding crash, the 5 bolts of lightning enveloped Runty, causing her body to tremble and convulse, gradually merging into a singular pillar of lightning soaring towards the heavens. Under the gaze of those filled with astonishment, reverence, trepidation, and fervent acknowledgement, that colossal pillar of thunder forcefully tore through the thick cloud cover that cloaked Onigashima. As the long-awaited sunlight poured down once again, Runty, now bathed in its glow, had not only reverted from her monstrous form back to her human state, but also crashed to the ground, charred yet tender, alongside Peggy Wan, both incapacitated. Commanding lightning. Could he be a user of the thunder fruit? Perhaps not. Mr. Kaido has an affinity for Zoan types, and he had gone to great lengths for a mythical Zoan fruit. Given Mr. Kaido's nature, he should not have allowed Yang Jian to consume a Logia-type devil fruit. As Yang Jian suddenly wielded the power of thunder, effortlessly defeating Runty, the surrounding pirates could not help but engage in fervent discussions. Next, With a mere flick of his hand, he vanquished yet another member of the Flying Six. His gaze then leapt over the assembled members of the True Strike, landing squarely on the Calamity, particularly the Drought Calamity, Jack, who was approaching him. How infuriating! Does he truly disregard us of the True Strike? To focus solely on the Calamities is to show an utter lack of respect. Fuzz Fuo muttered in displeasure. He had long felt resentful towards the Calamities for monopolizing the spotlight, especially Jack, who, in his eyes, was merely chosen by Kaido. He believed that had he been as fortunate as Jack, he too could occupy such a prominent position. Yet, despite his inner turmoil and dissatisfaction, as his gaze swept over Run T and the siblings, Pejuan, taking in their pitiful state, a profound sense of trepidation swiftly clouded Fuzz Fuo's eyes. Having witnessed Yang Jian's overwhelming display of strength in dispatching two members of the Flying Six, who were his equals, he could not shake off the apprehension he felt towards this newly arrived Prince of the Beasts. Chapter 6. Jack, do you think I'm someone insignificant? This thunder and lightning is formidable. Yang Jian's gaze fixated on the unconscious Run T as the moisture from her body was swiftly extracted. Quinn observed Run T, now a mere skeleton of her former self, and felt a shiver run down his spine. As a Zoan-type ancient species with the ability of the bulging head dragon, Run T was inherently robust, possessing an extraordinary vitality. Yet this formidable warrior, having endured merely a single strike, was not only charred black, but had also lost a significant portion of her bodily moisture. Had it been anyone else, they would have already succumbed to death on the spot. It was precisely the strength and vitality of her ancient Zoan form that preserved Run Ti's life. At that moment, the troublesome individual was no longer present. Jack cast a glance at Run T and the Peggy siblings, issuing a cold command. Get someone to carry these two away. They are not foes for individuals of your caliber to confront. With that, he dismissed any further regard for Run T and her brother. Lord Jack, do exercise caution. Our Beast Prince is no ordinary adversary. At that instant, a subordinate of Jack, named Jean Lamy, could not restrain herself from offering a warning. She had not even realized that her address for Yang Jian had subtly transformed. The title of Beast Prince already encompassed everything. Moreover, the unruly pirates surrounding them exhibited no resistance to Jean Lamy's reference to Yang Jian. Clearly, after effortlessly defeating two of the Flying Six, Yang Jian, though not firmly seated upon the true monarch's throne, was regarded as the Beast Prince. There was even a tacit understanding that beneath the grand signboard, none were worthy to enter the fray. Only the three calamities could affect the true monarch's status. Caution for me? Jean Lamy, do you think I am someone trivial? I am Drought Jack. At Jean Lamy's words, a fierce expression emerged beneath Jack's mask. Rather than deterring him, her warning only served to further solidify his resolve. With a thunderous crash, the ground suddenly collapsed. As if ravaged by drought, it instantaneously lost all moisture, transforming into lifeless, parched fissures. A terrifying wave of dust, akin to a sandstorm, surged forth in relentless succession. The battlefield, stretching over 1,000 meters, was engulfed in a cloud of dust in an instant. For a moment, the surrounding pirates of the Beast Pirates could only rely on their observation haki to perceive their surroundings. Moo! The culprit behind this chaos was merely Drought Jack, transformed into a colossal, ferocious mammoth who casually stomped his foot upon the ground. Jean, what is your perspective? Jack won't meet the same fate as Run T, will he? After all, Mr. Kaido's son possesses an unsettling strength. Outside the battlefield, Quinn squinted his eyes, fixating on the area obscured by sand and gravel, his tone laced with uncertainty. Do not underestimate Jack, as if he were on the same level as the Flying Six. He is the grand signboard personally chosen by Mr. Kaido. Those who take him lightly, even a Marine Admiral, would face consequences. Jin's gaze seemed capable of penetrating the haze ahead, directly observing the battlefield where Yang Jian and Jack were situated. Indeed, upon hearing this, Quinn felt a slight worry diminish within him. In the smoke-filled area, while the two prominent figures placed great expectations on Jack's prowess against the drought, Jack, transformed into a mammoth, charged forward with the ferocity of a heavy-duty truck, barreling directly towards Yang Jian. I shall see. From where you derive your qualifications as the Pirate King. Gazing down at the boy before him, who barely reached his own shins, a flash of ferocity flickered in Jack's eyes. Without a hint of concern for the relationship between the youth and Kaido, he brandished his enormous, ivory tusks, enveloped in the aura of armament, and thrust forward with a violent intent, as if aiming to disembowel Yang Jian. You are not the only one dissatisfied. In truth, I have long harbored grievances regarding my father's assessment of me. The qualifications of a pirate king? To measure me against Joel D. Roger is an elevation for him, yet a derision for me. In the face of the colossal beast looming nearby, Yang Jian displayed no semblance of fear. Rather, when Jack mentioned the qualifications of the Pirate King, a trace of dissatisfaction surfaced deep within his eyes. Arrogant. This young whippersnapper dares to speak ill of Mr. Kaido. Upon hearing this, Jack's fierce visage was ablaze with rage. Remember this, Jack. I have no interest in becoming anyone, be it Joy Boy or the Pirate King. To compare oneself to the predecessors is a disgrace to the present. Yang Jian exhaled a breath of discontent. Subsequently, he lifted his right foot and stomped fiercely onto the ground. A terrifying force akin to a volcanic eruption surged into the earth. The massive Onigashima trembled in response. As a chilling and tumultuous aura erupted from within Yang Jian, the surrounding smoke was instantaneously swept away. Do not perceive me through your narrow lens. As the onlookers, including Jean and Quinn, regained clarity of the two figures, Yang Jian's form suddenly expanded at a terrifying rate. Initially, he stood at less than half the height of Jack's transformed legs. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had surpassed the 10-meter mark, towering over the mammoth Jack. Furthermore, even after reaching this height, his growth showed no signs of abating. In the mere moment that Jack swung his tusks in fury, Yang Jian had morphed into a figure as imposing as a mountain, towering so high that he rivaled Kaido in his dragon form, which extended over 200 meters. Bang! In the face of the transformed Yang Jian, the once massive mammoth appeared no larger than a child's toy. The sharp, icy tusk struck against Yang Jian's foot, producing a few sparks, yet they could not advance a fraction further. How is this possible? Such a size. Are you truly human? What kind of devil fruit have you consumed? Jack exerted himself to raise the elephant's head to its utmost height, just managing to gaze upon Yang Jian from head to toe. Chapter 7. The Human Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Erlang Shen form so high. Astoundingly high. Gazing up at the colossal figure towering above, with its feet firmly planted on the ground, both the Great Board and the Flying Six were overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. This feeling was all too familiar to them. Each time they witnessed Kaido transform into his azure dragon form, exhaling clouds and mist, they were inevitably engulfed by this sensation. Mythical Zoan. Just as the atmosphere grew eerily silent, Jean suddenly exclaimed, Mythical Zoan? He still retained his human form. How could this be a Mythical Zoan? Stunned, Quinn sat down in disbelief, staring at Jean. He had encountered Mythical Zoan users before, yet he had only seen such a massive figure in Kaido. Others, like the immortal bird Marco, Yamato, and even the legendary Sengoku, who had captured countless notorious pirates, transformed into forms far smaller than Yang Jian's. It cannot be mistaken. The aura and size are traits exclusive to the Mythical Zoan users. However, the type of Mythical Zoan he has consumed is quite extraordinary, undoubtedly on par with Mr. Kaido's fish fruit, belonging to the highest echelon of Mythical Zoan abilities, Jean asserted confidently. The overwhelming pressure that accompanies such a transformation, unique to Mythical Zoan users, is unmistakable. Mythical Zoan, besides Mr. Kaido, how could there be such a gigantic Mythical Zoan in these seas? Jack craned his neck, emitting a roar of disbelief. What kind of devil fruit have you consumed? Overwhelmed by a tumultuous surge of emotions, he could not help but shout once more at the towering giant before him. In response to Jack's inquiry, Yang Jian, whose stature rivaled that of the Azure Dragon, allowed his gaze to slightly descend. His indifferent, disdainful look, which regarded the Great Board as mere fodder, bore an immense oppressive weight that fell upon the drought-stricken Jack. The human fruit, Mythical Zoan, Erlang Shen form. Though it was merely a low murmur, the words emanating from Yang Jian, now transformed into Erlang Shen, produced a thunderous resonance that echoed across Onigashima. Each utterance now seemed imbued with tremendous power. Just a single phrase. A tempest swept through, parting the dense clouds that loomed in the sky. The human fruit, Mythical Zoan, Erlang Shen form. Jack's expression shifted dramatically. As a prominent figure within the beast pirates and an animal-type devil fruit user, he understood all too well. The human fruit may seem insignificant, yet once it pertains to Mythical Zoan, no human fruit is trivial. The aura of a top-tier sovereign, a supreme Mythical Zoan fruit. No wonder Mr. Kaido appointed him to the position of true monarch within the beast pirates. Quinn felt an intense dryness in his throat. In the Grand Line, size does not always equate to strength. Yet with Kaido's precedent, he felt that Yang Jian indeed embodied this correlation. Jack, retreat. Suddenly, Jack the Drought bellowed at Yang Jian. No, is it merely a matter of size? I have slain giants before. With a defiant tilt of his neck, he showed no sign of retreat. Faced with the towering figure of Yang Jian, he transformed into his ancient beast human form. As the radiant energy surged around him, his trunk and tusks hardened, and his hands became lethal blades. Without allowing Jack to mount any attack, Yang Jian, in his transformed state, opened his palm and descended upon him with overwhelming force. The air before him was instantaneously compressed, and the surrounding atmosphere ignited with a fiery hue. Jack roared, recklessly charging towards Yang Jian's heel. Yet the colossal hand had already descended. The onlookers were momentarily blinded, and when their vision cleared, they discovered that the once dominant Jack was being effortlessly held in Yang Jian's palm, akin to a mere toy elephant. Get off me! Jack struggled with all his might. But his fate mirrored that of Sun Wukong. No matter how he fought, he could not escape Yang Jian's grasp. Will you submit? Yang Jian glanced at Jack, who was ensnared in his hold. Never. Jack's eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed defiantly. Apart from Kaido, he had never submitted to anyone in his life. With a slight smirk, Yang Jian tightened his grip, unleashing the overwhelming conqueror's haki with the fury of a storm. There was no need for a clash of powers. The mere act of his hand squeezing caused the dark clouds above to tear apart. Jack's eyes bulged as blood mist erupted from his body, his anguished screams resonating like thunder, tearing the sky apart alongside the ferocious conqueror's haki. The heart-wrenching cries of agony sent chills down the spines of the beast pirates, leaving them pale and trembling. Even the notoriously brash Foz, who dared to challenge the great posters, felt a tremor of fear in his heart, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the scene. Incredibly, the mighty Jack was reduced to the pliability of clay, utterly at the mercy of Yang Jian's grip, reduced to nothing more than cries and whimpers. Jack! Jin's expression changed drastically as he instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. Jin, you cannot possibly intend to confront such a monster, can you? Quinn murmured softly. In the next moment, he inexplicably vanished from sight. Chapter 8: The Third Eye. Insight into Quinn. Jack has only ever submitted to Mr. Kaido in this lifetime. Jack's eyes were bloodshot, with resilient skin, robust muscles, and hardened bones. Even as Yang Jian gripped him with a force that made his bones creak, blood gushed uncontrollably from his 7 orifices. Yet he still gritted his teeth and growled. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Yang Jian remained unperturbed. Then let us find another prominent position. With that, he slowly raised Jack's right hand, the one belonging to the Calamity. Wait, what do you mean by that? The Calamity Jack, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from every part of his body, twisted his face to roar at Yang Jian. The title of Calamity. It was one he had fought valiantly to earn in the New World. Yet the position of prominence was bestowed upon him directly by Kaido. Compared to the title of Calamity, he valued the prominent position far more. Literally, you don't believe that the position of prominence is solely yours, do you? If the old man can elevate you to that position, I can just as easily replace you. With that, Yang Jian tossed his right hand dismissively to the side, as if discarding something utterly insignificant. Wait, Jack's countenance changed drastically, ignoring even the tearing pain within his body. However, just as his words surged forth from his throat. Transformed into a mammoth, he slipped from Yang Jian's grasp. The tremendous force of the pull and the turbulent air currents created a mighty wave, dragging him away. In the blink of an eye, his body, squeezed like a twisted dough, had shot out like a cannonball, landing several kilometers away. Boom! Shortly thereafter, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Following that, towering waves surged skyward. Pirates in any corner of Onigashima could behold the colossal waves climbing to heights of hundreds of meters. Mr. Kaido, is this truly acceptable? Dismissing a prominent position is no trivial matter. That was a position you yourself selected, and besides I perceive that Jack seems to be inclined to relent in the end. Black Maria gazed upward at the massive azure dragon atop the horn. What issue could there be? That brat is still the true lord, I acknowledge. Or do you think that taking over my beast pirates is merely a matter of words? Since Jack has lost his way, let him plunge into the sea to regain his senses. Kaido cast a glance at Black Maria below and snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Black Maria felt a tightening in her heart. Indeed, the position of true lord is merely the first step. What Kaido truly desires is to have Yang Jian take over the entire beast pirates. For this reason, replacing a single prominent position, especially the weakest one, Jack, is a small price to pay. Mr. Kaido is resolutely determined to pass on his mantle. Beside him, Fuzz Furu's pupils constricted sharply. He had always harbored reservations about Yang Jian's strength. At this moment, witnessing Yang Jian's methods and Kaido's determination, an involuntary thought of retreat began to sprout within him. A cunning individual indeed. As the tumultuous waves surged within the hearts of the Flying Six and the higher echelons of the beast pirates, a cold snort, laced with disdain, suddenly reverberated through the air, akin to thunder, causing the ears of the gathered pirates to ring. Before Black Maria and her companions could regain their composure, Yang Jian, transformed into a towering giant, unleashed a radiant divine light from his brow. The dim night sky of Onigashima was instantaneously illuminated. In the next moment, amidst the brilliance that cleaved through the darkness, a cold, imposing eye, devoid of any human emotion, akin to that of the heavens, suddenly opened from the center of Yang Jian's brow. A third eye? What could that be? As Yang Jian's celestial eye opened, the mesmerizing divine light radiated forth, causing every pirate whose gaze met that eye to experience a profound shock, their minds rendered blank, as if struck by the force of the most potent conqueror's haki. Could he have discovered me? With the ability to remain hidden. Quin's body trembled slightly as he stealthily approached Yang Jian. Disbelief etched upon his ample visage. He distinctly sensed that the moment the third eye opened, he was overwhelmed by an unsettling feeling of being scrutinized, as if utterly exposed. Impossible? Just as this thought arose, Quinn extinguished it within himself. He refused to believe that his superior camouflage, far beyond that of Germa 66, could be so easily penetrated. Nothing is impossible. Yet, it was Yang Jian's chilling command that swiftly drained the color from Quinn's face. Could it be that he not only sees through my invisibility, but can also discern my very thoughts? A notion, incredulous even to himself, began to take root in Quinn's mind. Why not? Yang Jian's third eye lowered slightly, fixing its gaze upon a seemingly empty patch of ground. At least, that was the perception of the majority. However, this did not include the plague incarnate, Quinn. The power of that eye. At this moment, Quinn stood precisely where Yang Jian's eye was directed. Thus, no matter how astonished he felt, there was no room for hope. This monster was more terrifying than Mr. Kaido himself. Quinn swallowed hard, suddenly regretting his decision to engage. While Kaido's abilities were fearsome, they were fundamentally rooted in destruction. Yang Jian's powers, however, were both terrifying and enigmatic. If forced to choose an opponent, he would prefer Kaido over Yang Jian. Will you emerge on your own, or shall I extract you? Yang Jian's expression was grim as he stared intently at the invisible Quinn. The onlookers displayed expressions of dawning realization, their suspicions mounting. Clearly, many believed that Yang Jian was conversing with thin air. Suddenly, a sound of swallowing echoed through the silence of Onigashima. Following this, the once transparent air began to stir. Gradually, Quinn's previously concealed figure transformed from invisible to visible, reappearing before the eyes of all. Chapter 9. Yang Jian, is it you who summoned me? Lord Quinn. Upon the abrupt appearance of Quinn, the initially bewildered onlookers quickly regained their composure. It became evident that Yang Jian had been fixated on the invisible Quinn all along. Was the technology of Germa 66 rendered utterly ineffectual before him? A wave of dismay washed over Yin's eye as he realized he was encountering a truly formidable individual for the first time, be it the Flying Six or the Drought. Even the technologically adept Quinn, endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, appeared insipid and powerless in the presence of Yang Jian. Is this the man you acknowledge as capable of surpassing you, Mr. Kaido? Yin's eye cast a glance at Yang Jian, then at Kaido, who loomed over Onigashima-'s colossal horn. At that moment, as if sensing his gaze, the immense azure dragon turned its head to regard him. The two pairs of eyes intertwined in the air. In that fleeting exchange, Yin's eye seemed to grasp an understanding. I concede, I yield, I Quinn, shall henceforth refer to you as the true monarch of the beasts. Once he deactivated his invisibility, Quinn comically raised his hands and awkwardly spoke. Although they had yet to engage in battle, merely the revelation of his invisibility, he still exhibited a tremor of fear. This was solely due to the overwhelming pressure emanating from the third eye on Yang Jian's forehead. He would never forget the moment that I had turned to him. A sensation of utter vulnerability, as if not only his garments had been stripped away, but also his innermost thoughts laid bare. The terror of that experience was one he wished never to endure again. Even Lord Quinn has capitulated? With 2 of the Flying Six down and 2 of the prominent figures defeated, it was no wonder the Prince of Beasts was as formidable as a monster. Witnessing Yang Jian's ferocity upon arriving at Onigashima, he swiftly vanquished the runny siblings, captured Jack with a single hand, and instilled dread in Quinn. The pirates of the beasts, who had not been rendered unconscious by his conqueror's haki, were now thoroughly intimidated and captivated by Yang Jian's prowess and charisma. Nothing could surpass the overwhelming display of strength that effortlessly dismantled the upper echelons of the beasts, commanding the respect of the unruly and formidable pirates gathered on Onigashima. Only Lord Yinzai remains. At that moment, a voice from the crowd called out, whether it be the prominent figures or the true combatants. All pirates turned their gaze toward Yinzai. The final obstacle to the title of true monarch is none other than the flame calamity. Clang! It resonated as a response to the pirates of the beasts, a retort to himself, and a reply to Yang Jian. Yinzai drew forth his elongated katana with his right hand, his masked face obscuring any semblance of emotion. Truly a burden, he strolled leisurely toward Yang Jian, as if the latter's strength did not instill fear in him, the foremost of the 3 calamities. Even as he brushed past Quinn, he found the leisure to mock him. TCH, a pervert who revels in interrogating others. Soon, you will comprehend the terror that individual embodies. Quinn retorted sharply, visibly displeased. Yet, Jean, upon hearing this, refrained from countering and instead moved to stand beneath Yang Jian. Yang Jian, Jean gazed upwards, coldly articulating the name. However, no sooner had the words left his lips than an unexpected scene unfolded before him. The towering figure of Yang Jian, several hundred meters in height, suddenly diminished in size, and a hand, piercing through the air with the swiftness of lightning, seized Jean by his collar, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Is it you who calls me, Yang Jian? With one hand gripping Jean, Yang Jian's gaze was chillingly fierce as he fixed his eyes upon the foremost of the 3 calamities. Years ago, when I encountered Mr. Kaido in the laboratory, I was utterly convinced that he was the joy boy of this era. I believe that only he can alter the world. Only he can ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. I once vowed to ensure that Mr. Kaido would become king. The Pirate King. Suspended in the air, Jean surprisingly did not struggle. Instead, he met Yang Jian's gaze with a sense of nostalgia. Now, Mr. Kaido regards you as Joy Boy, views you as the future Pirate King. What, then, does my past struggle signify? Upon hearing Jin's reminiscent tone, many pirates fell into silence. Among them, numerous individuals, like Jian, were drawn to Kaido's formidable prowess, leading them to choose to follow him. Yet now, Kaido has returned with Yang Jian, not only elevating him to a status rivaling that of a governor, the revered position of the true monarch, but also openly entrusting the beast pirates to him. This left many pirates on Onigashima, who had been captivated by Kaido and had roamed the seas for decades to assist in his ascension, feeling bewildered, even at a loss. If the king is not Kaido, but Yang Jian, then what do the efforts, sacrifices, and battles of the past years amount to? Fool! Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, a sharp rebuke abruptly shattered the pirates' contemplations. Jian, interrupted, remained silent, coldly locking eyes with Yang Jian. I have told you, do not measure me with your narrow perspective. Your vision is limited to Joy Boy and the Pirate King, but for me, these concepts are trivial. They are your entirety, but before me, they are merely refuse. I have no interest in becoming anyone. If there is a desire, it is that the entire world yearns to become me. Yang Jian, this declaration not only stunned Jian, but also left Kaido, who had always aspired to be Joy Boy and even resolved that if he himself could not be, he would ensure his son became Joy Boy, equally astonished. Chapter 10. Who says the new king is inferior to the old king? Who says the new king is inferior to the old king? Alas, if only one had been born 800 years ago. If so, the dream of becoming Joy Boy that you so fervently cherish would not be an unachievable goal. With that, Yang Jian casually flicked his hand. Bang! The dazed Jian was instantly sent flying. After a resounding crash, amidst the swirling dust, his body carved a deep trench into the ground. Yet, Jian remained indifferent to his predicament. At that moment, his mind was replaying Yang Jian's earlier words, simple, yet imbued with an imposing aura. Do not aspire to be anyone. What a pity it is not 800 years ago. Let Joy Boy aspire to become me. After a while, Jian finally lifted his head, gazing at Yang Jian with a complex expression. He could hardly fathom the immense fortitude required to nurture and sustain the ambition that resided within the heart of this young man. Yang Jian, truly, the son of my blood. Such grand ambition. Just as the vast ghost island fell into a profound silence, overshadowed by Yang Jian's spirit and ambition, Kaido, the azure dragon atop the massive horn, suddenly burst into laughter. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes, making it difficult to discern whether he was joyous or enraged. I have pursued this my entire life. All this time, I merely wished to become someone else. No wonder I could never become the Pirate King. I had always believed that the obstacle on the path to kingship was that old fellow Whitebeard, but now it seems. The true hindrance to my ascension is my own lack of ambition and insufficient fortitude. Kaido let out a long, resonating howl. I am Kaido, Kaido of the beasts, the strongest creature in the world. From this day forth, I shall not aspire to be anyone. Even if I am to change this world, I will do so under the identity of Kaido. Roar. The mighty dragon's roar reverberated throughout Ghost Island, accompanied by a torrent of Conqueror's haki surging forth. Boom! The fierce flashes of Conqueror's haki tore through the heavens, while the resilient ground, battered by this overwhelming power, cracked like it had been struck by meteors. Mr. Kaido's aura has surpassed that of the past. Queen's face paled, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. As one of Kaido's most trusted subordinates, having closely followed the strongest creature in the world for years, he understood Kaido's aura all too well. Among the four emperors, Whitebeard was the strongest, Shanks held the top aura, Charlotte Linlin was the best in defense, and Kaido had the highest endurance. But now, he distinctly sensed a notable increase in Kaido's previously stagnant aura. Could I have been mistaken? The one who changes the world may not necessarily be Joy Boy. Jian, who also felt Kaido's enhanced aura, experienced a fleeting moment of bewilderment. Must the one who changes the world inevitably be Joy Boy? I do not know. All I understand is that the figure you have longed for, that Joy Boy from 800 years ago, was merely a failure, rather than becoming another failure. Why not be yourself? Or do you believe that my old man should emulate the so-called Joy Boy you speak of, continuing the saga of a failed existence? Yang Jian spoke coldly. A failure. Upon hearing this, Jian felt as if struck by a heavy blow, collapsing to the ground. Indeed, What aspirations can a failure hold? Quinn, rarely abandoning his humorous demeanor, revealed a moment of contemplation. No matter the tempest Joy Boy stirred 8 centuries ago, he remains a failure. If Joy Boy has faltered, then becoming a second version of him, is that not also a failure? Look at Kaido, who has lost his sanity over the mere mention of Joy Boy. His conqueror's haki stagnating. This is the best proof. Suddenly, a sharp clang of swords resonated through the air. The onlookers turned to see Jean, previously despondent, had risen from the ground, firmly grasping his katana. Whether right or wrong, it is not for mere words to decide. If you wish to deny my dreams, you must first shatter me. A glint of madness flickered in Jin's eyes. As if influenced by his inner turmoil, flames erupted behind him, roaring to life with ferocious intensity. Flame Emperor, accompanied by the scorching heat that poured forth, a blazing inferno ignited from Jin's left hand. Whether you aspire to be the true king of beasts or the ruler of the world, you must first step over me. Otherwise, my allegiance will forever belong to Mr. Kaido. As his low growl echoed, the flames in Jin's hand surged forth like a released arrow, engulfing Yang Jian's form in an overwhelming wave of heat. Hiss! Confronting the Flame Emperor, Yang Jian's expression remained tranquil, his gaze unwavering. It was not until the searing flames approached that he slightly parted his lips, and under the watchful eyes of many, he took a slow, deliberate breath. Hiss! The scorching flames, the heat that incinerates all, the Flame Emperor of Calamity. In a mere act of inhalation, Yang Jian absorbed the encroaching flames entirely into his being. What kind of monster is he? Quinn gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape, his chubby jaw clattering against the ground. Is he truly a user of the natural type flame fruit, or a mythical Zoan type? Witnessing this scene, Run T, just awakening from unconsciousness and having learned from Black Maria about the recent events, along with the siblings Peggy Wan, gazed at Yang Jian with complex expressions, filled with awe, fear, and reverence. My flames. Jean paused slightly, his frenzied eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Dan Gong Huang. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Recognizing the flames were ineffective, he unfurled his wings, transforming into a colossal, toothless dragon, its wings seemingly capable of cloaking the sky. With a swift motion of his arms, fierce flames enveloped his body. In an instant, he plunged toward Yang Jian with astonishing speed. The wings, entwined in fire, sliced through the air like a razor, aimed directly at Yang Jian's lumbar spine. Chapter 11. Samadhi Fire returns to you. A fleeting cold glimmer passed through Yang Jian's eyes, and he swallowed hard. Then, he opened his mouth and exhaled. Boom! The golden flames of the Flame Emperor erupted violently from his lips. In an instant, the fierce fire surged into the sky, its dazzling light resembling countless golden serpents weaving through the darkened night. You can wield flames as well? Jean was initially taken aback, but soon a sense of pride surged within him. After all, he was of the Lunaria clan, a race that had instilled fear in the celestial dragons and had been hunted for 8 centuries. Born with the innate ability to command fire, he believed even Kaido in his dragon form could not harm him with his heat. However, as the golden flames rushed towards him, an unprecedented searing sensation flooded his nerves, and his previous disdain vanished, replaced by profound terror. Samadhi Fire. Yang Jian was not the least bit surprised by Jin's transformation. His gaze was filled with derision. Damn it! Jin's expression shifted dramatically, the overwhelming heat coursing through him, forcing him to abandon the thought of severing Yang Jian's spine. He flapped his wings and broke free from the encirclement of the golden flames. Though he escaped the sea of fire, the golden flames that clung to him were like a persistent curse, inexorably adhering to his body, incinerating his garments to ashes and relentlessly scorching his flesh. Hiss! In mere moments, the areas touched by the flames had turned black, releasing an acrid scent of charred flesh. It can't be extinguished? As he realized he could neither shake off the golden flames nor extinguish them, Jin's expression grew increasingly grave. Can even my own flames be consumed? What horrified him further was that the golden flames affixed to him could even incinerate his own fire. In utter desperation, He resorted to slashing at the skin covered by the flames. Hiss! As blood flowed, charred strips of flesh fell to the ground. In just one encounter, that sadistic interrogator had been injured, and it was in a contest of flames that he had been defeated. Quinn, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but display a look of sheer disbelief. He understood all too well the formidable strength of Jian, the one who had loomed over him like a calamity for decades. Though they were both disasters, Jin's power far surpassed his and Jack's. I cannot let this fire touch me. Watching the charred flesh tumble to the ground, a flicker of dread crossed Jin's eyes. He never anticipated that as a member of the Lunaria clan, adept at manipulating flames, he would one day find himself afraid of fire. Royal of the Weasel. With that thought, Jin's wings quivered as he circled above Yang Jian. Then, his sharp head drew back like a slingshot. Whoosh! As he released his neck, the air seemed to tear apart, producing a piercing sonic boom. At the same time, a shockwave resembling a laser erupted with terrifying speed, hurtling toward Yang Jian's chest. Bang! Yang Jian, grounded and seemingly unable to evade, was instantly propelled away by Jin's attack, the Weasel Royal. Was he about to fall? Witnessing this scene, many pirates of the Beast Pirates displayed a glimmer of hope. Yang Jian's prowess, while earning the respect and admiration of this band of pirates, also left the upper echelons of the Beast Pirates haunted by his words, "Who made me fall on my back? The true monarch is indeed mine." However, Jian soon realized that Yang Jian's feet had never left the ground despite being sent flying. Indeed, after being struck by Jin's full force, Yang Jian's feet were deeply entrenched in the very soil of Onigashima, much like the roots of the Tree of Adam. He merely retreated a few meters, leaving behind 2 deep furrows in the earth, and then steadied himself. What further darkened Jin's gaze from above was the fact that Yang Jian's chest bore no sign of injury, not even a trace of white marks. Fire Dragon Emperor, Jin growled, gripping his blade as searing flames erupted forth, transforming into a colossal fire dragon with menacing claws. With a decisive motion, he brought his weapon down from a towering height. As he executed the slash, the massive fire dragon unleashed a wave of terrifying heat, diving downward in a fierce assault upon Yang Jian. Knowing that fire was ineffective against him, Yang Jian scoffed, opening his mouth to inhale deeply. The horrifying heat was sufficient to warp the very atmosphere. Yet, astonishingly, the ferocious fire dragon was consumed by him in an instant. However, just as the fire dragon emperor was being devoured, a dark shadow descended from the sky, carrying a terrifying glint. Encased in the black sheen of armament hockey, the blade struck Yang Jian's right shoulder with lethal precision. Armament, Fire Dragon Emperor, Jin declared, his hands firmly gripping the hilt as he inflicted the blow upon Yang Jian's shoulder. Unlike the searing flames, his voice was as cold as ice. It was evident that the Fire Dragon Emperor was merely a feint, and the true lethal strike was the one enveloped in the potent hockey. Internal destruction, you say? Yang Jian cast a glance at the sword embedded in his shoulder. The hockey that wrapped around the blade was not only detached from it, but also burrowed into his body like a malignant growth, wreaking havoc from within. Do you really think that, as the right-hand man of Kaido, the foremost of the 3 calamities, I would lack the skill to execute internal destruction? Jin's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes upon Yang Jian, tightening his grip on the hilt as the hockey surged forth, enveloping his hands and blade, striving to amplify its destructive power. Not at all, Yang Jian replied, redirecting his attention from the sword to meet Jin's gaze. I am merely curious as to why you believe that mastering the technique of internal destruction will enable you to wound me. Upon hearing this, not only Jin, who was within arm's reach, but also the distant figures of Queen and Fuju's eyes widened in shock at Yang Jian's shoulder. Impossible, Jin exclaimed, looking down in horror to find no trace of blood seeping from the spot where his sword had struck. Not a single wound? Chapter 12. I am the true monarch. Who agrees? Who disagrees? You question how this could be possible. Gazing at the astonished face of Jin, Yang Jian's cold demeanor deepens. Then I must ask you, when did you begin to believe you could wound me? Upon hearing this, Jin's expression darkens significantly. Even Big Mom, beneath her exterior, is exceedingly fragile. Jin takes a deep breath, swiftly regaining composure. What you say is undeniably true, but that is Big Mon, not I. Do not confuse my indestructible form with that of Big Mon's iron balloon. Perhaps there exists someone in this vast sea capable of breaching my invulnerability, but regrettably, that person is not the Inferno Gene. With a sudden motion, Yang Jian's left hand lunges forth, disregarding the sharp edge of the katana resting on his shoulder. He seizes the blade with one hand, while his left fist clenches, adopting a hammer stance. 5 strands of pristine white lightning coil around his arm, erupting into the void, exuberantly manifesting the raw, unyielding force of nature. Subsequently, a visible torrent of black lightning surges forth, sweeping across the sky of Ghost Island. As the black lightning intertwines with the pristine white electric light, a formidable figure emerges from the storm, bearing the visage of the thunder god with wings. Wielding a mighty hammer of thunder, suspended behind Yang Jian. Lord Thunder, Lei Jinzi. A deep, thunderous voice resounds as Yang Jian's right fist, akin to a colossal hammer of lightning, strikes directly at Jin's chest. Simultaneously, the thunder god, Lei Jinzi, also swings his hammer towards Jin with ferocity. Boom! As the fist cleaves through the air, the clashing black lightning and pristine white light rend the atmosphere asunder. Bang! Upon the impact of this fist, named after the thunder god, an overwhelming force imbued with boundless majesty collides with Jin's chest, unleashing a tempest of thunderous energy. Crack! Receiving the blow head-on, Jin feels his body uncontrollably arch backward, his chest collapsing inward, followed by the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. In the next moment, emanating from Jin's body, a horrifying circle of black and white lightning expands violently, unleashing shockwaves that obliterate the dense clouds enveloping the sky. Simultaneously, the island of Ghost Island, too, suffers the wrath of the thunderous assault and the chaotic dominion of the black lightning. Every pirate upon the island experiences a sudden tremor beneath their feet, witnessing the island tilt visibly. Many pirates, caught off guard, fall to the ground in surprise. When they finally lift their gazes back to the battlefield, Yang Jian and Jin have vanished, leaving only a towering pillar of black and white lightning shooting skyward, piercing the clouds. The resounding thunderous impact and the overwhelming aura of dominance unleash unabated across Ghost Island. Those pirates closest to the battlefield, unable to rise, are swept away by the violent gusts into the distant skies. Gulp! It is uncertain how much time has passed. As the brilliant column of lightning connecting the Isle of Demons to the heavens gradually dissipated, and the oppressive clouds of dust began to lift, the onlookers were finally able to discern the battlefield anew. Suddenly, the sound of hurried, swallowing reverberated through the air. In the arena where Yang Jian and Jin were locked in combat, a colossal pit, approximately 300 to 400 meters in diameter and plunging over 50 meters into the ground, had emerged. From a distance, it appeared as if a meteor had plummeted from the sky, or that a missile had ravaged the earth. At the center of this abyss, a solitary figure stood with an air of indomitable pride, seemingly capable of looking down upon even the vast skies of the Grand Line. Yang Jian, upon witnessing this, both the formidable Quinn and the members of the Flying Six, along with all the pirates present, fell into a profound silence. They did not seek out Jin, not because they were incapable, but because it was deemed unnecessary. The Beast Pirates had always adhered to a hierarchy where the strong reigned above the weak. Who among them would dare challenge this? Sensing the multitude of gazes upon him, Yang Jian's expression darkened, his voice resonating with the depth of the ocean. Those who dissent, step forward. After surveying his surroundings, he noted that every pirate who met his gaze averted their eyes without exception, particularly when the third eye upon his forehead glimmered with a chilling, terrifying gaze. Even the likes of Quinn and others felt a shiver of fear. I shall be the sovereign. Who stands in favor? Who stands opposed? After scanning the crowd and perceiving no one daring to step forward, not even anyone willing to meet his gaze, the coldness in Yang Jian's eyes softened slightly. The crowd exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to speak. For a moment, the Isle of Demons was enveloped in a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. However, This oppressive quietude did not last long. "I am in favor," came the voice of none other than the sister-brother duo who had first challenged Yang Jian. "I too am in favor," Quinn quickly added, only to feel the weight of a chilling glare upon him. "I support this," he stammered, now unable to jest, forcing a nervous smile. "I support this. We support this." The other members of the Flying Six, led by Fuzz Fuzz and Black Maria, soon followed suit, expressing their agreement. Why? It was simply due to the young man before them, who had descended upon the Isle of Demons and, in the blink of an eye, had nearly swept through the upper echelons of the beast pirates single-handedly. While a few key figures had yet to engage, it was already deemed unnecessary. With the defeat of the Calamities, Yang Jian had proven himself not only as the Prince of Beasts, but also as one worthy of the title of sovereign. For others, whether they engaged or not held no significance. Thus, the word in favor cascaded through the air like a tidal wave, swiftly filling the space around them. Suddenly, the ground 300 meters away from Yang Jian erupted. In an instant, a bloodied hand thrust itself from the earth, causing the once boisterous battlefield to fall into a stunned silence. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes, the bloodied figure of June, clad in tattered garments and bearing a mask that was marred beyond recognition, emerged from the mire. Chapter 13. The Ambition of Yang Jian. Establishing the heavenly court upon witnessing Jin emerge from the depths, many pirates of the Beast Pirate presumed he would continue his fight. However, to their astonishment, he rose without further aggression, fixated intently on Yang Jian ahead. Fire, perhaps? Yang Jian cast a fleeting glance at the blazing inferno behind Jin, his three eyes betraying no hint of surprise. Even without the foresight brought by his traversing, his third eye had long discerned the mysteries of Jin's abilities. Perceiving all illusions and comprehending the powers of the devil fruit was merely one facet of the capabilities of his third eye nestled in his brow. With so many gathered here, you are the only one missing. Yang Jian spoke with unhurried composure. So, make your stance known, Flame Calamity. His tone remained calm, devoid of any urgency. What if I refuse? Jin paused for several seconds before responding slowly. However, scarcely had Jin's words left his lips when a flash of golden light engulfed his pupils. By the time he comprehended the situation, a hand had swiftly magnified within his sight. Then, like lightning, it grasped his throat. How many abilities does his mythical beast fruit truly possess? A surge of dread washed over Jin. This astonishing swiftness was unmistakably one of Yang Jian's fruit abilities. Although he had already deduced that Yang Jian's human fruit, mythical beast type, Erlang Shen form, was on par with Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit, both being top-tier mythical beast abilities. Witnessing and experiencing Yang Jian's powers firsthand left him in awe. The indestructible defensive prowess, the ability to transform in size and shape at will, the inscrutable third eye, the golden flames capable of incinerating even the Lunaria tribe's fire, and the ferocious lightning that had vanquished him, coupled with the blinding speed that had left him no time to react or utilize his observation haki. Yang Jian had thus far revealed no fewer than 6 distinct abilities. You are the wings of my patriarch, yet not my own. My heavenly court indeed has a place reserved for you, but it is not an absolute necessity. This vast ocean is ample enough to find another flame calamity. It is not a daunting task. As Yang Jian spoke, he lifted Jin into the air. Though Jin towered several meters above his usual stature, Yang Jian, in his Erlang Shen form, could effortlessly manipulate his height and size. Heavenly Court? Jin's pupils flickered slightly. Is this the ambition that drives you to surpass the Beast Pirates and the Pirate King? He gazed intently into Yang Jian's eyes, undeterred even by the intimidating vertical pupil emanating a terrifying aura. There is no need for you to know everything so clearly at this moment, Yang Jian replied in a placid tone. However, I shall keep a watchful eye on you. Should you fail to surpass Mr. Kaido or elevate the Beast Pirates to greater heights, I will assuredly eliminate you, at any cost, even if you are the proud son of Mr. Kaido. Jin exhaled softly, as if to expel all the hesitation and turmoil within him. I agree. With that, he bent down to grasp the samurai sword lying on the ground. Crack! Whether it was Jin's excessive movement or the mask on his face succumbing to pressure as he bent to retrieve the sword, the damaged mask suddenly shattered into pieces, scattering upon the ground. The long-lost sunlight once again illuminated his visage. Yet, the one heralded as the flame calamity, despite the blazing inferno behind him, felt an intense chill and a wave of malevolence. White hair, brown skin, and black wings, adorned with a floral tattoo encircling his left eye. Hiss! Is this not the Lunalia tribe, long sought after by the world government, with a bounty of 100 million berries for any who dare to report? Mr. Jian is indeed a member of the Lunalia tribe. As expected, with the mask shattered and falling away, his face was exposed once more to the long-awaited sunlight, eliciting a palpable greed among the members of the Beast Pirates surrounding him. Much like the former Rocks Pirates, the Beast Pirates are not bound by deep camaraderie. Rather, they are forged from ambition, profit, and the pursuit of power. Particularly those lower-ranking pirates who had just recently regained consciousness after being overwhelmed by Yang Jian's conqueror as Haki, could not conceal their longing gazes toward Jian. They feared his strength, yet the temptation of reporting him for a bounty of 100 million berries was overwhelmingly enticing. 100 million berries. With a stroke of luck, one might even procure a devil fruit at an auction in the New World. For the vast majority of pirates, this was an irresistible allure. Seeking death. At this moment, Jin's expression darkened like water. His observation Haki sensed the malicious intent surrounding him, greed surging like a tide, swiftly filling his eyes with murderous intent. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, a flicker of hesitation crossed his features. In the past, anyone who beheld his true face would meet an unhesitating demise. Even members of the Beast Pirates would be silenced without remorse. But this time, he had revealed his true self before the eyes of many. To eliminate witnesses would necessitate the slaughter of thousands, significantly diminishing the strength of the Beast Pirates. At that moment, Kaido, who had been quietly observing Yang Jian ascend to the position of true monarch, suddenly reared his massive dragon form from the giant horn, his cold and brutal dragon eyes sweeping over the greedy faces below. He showed little hesitation, merely contemplating whom to eliminate. Compared to his subordinate Jian, he would not hesitate to slaughter more than half of the pirates present. Chapter 14. Even a world government fears. What kind of pirate is this? Perhaps sensing Kaido's murderous intent, the temperature plummeted to freezing point. A stifling, trembling unease enveloped the hearts of the Beast Pirates. While Jin's aura was somewhat restrained, it was Kaido who truly instilled trepidation in the hearts of those with malicious intent. As emotions surged and thoughts swirled, the overwhelming conqueror's Haki, akin to a celestial decree, erupted from Kaido like a tempest. Feeling the terrifying, suffocating pressure, the Beast Pirates found themselves retreating uncontrollably, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Gulp. Queen glanced at Kaido, then at Jin, his heart pounding in anxiety. Surely, they wouldn't truly kill all these pirates? Even the ruthless plague incarnate, Queen, felt a flicker of unease at this thought. If they were to annihilate everyone present, while the Beast Pirates might not suffer immediate losses, their overall strength would inevitably decline in the short term, despite the New World being rife with pirates. Just as Kaido's murderous intent reached its zenith, a deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted. A brilliant white arc of lightning cleaved the sky, striking the damaged mask that Jin had just picked up. Crack! In an instant, the already broken mask was reduced to powder. Kaido squinted slightly. Upon realizing that the assailant was Yang Jian, the massive dragon form that had been poised to strike once again coiled back down. Simultaneously, the overwhelming murderous intent that had enveloped him was temporarily suppressed. Yang, truly, what is your intention? Jin turned to Yang Jian, instinctively about to call him by name, but he quickly altered his words. You don't actually believe that slaughtering everyone here will prevent your identity from being exposed, do you? Yang Jian showed no concern for the furious expressions of the surrounding pirates. At the very least, it could delay the speed at which the information leaked. Upon hearing this, Jin's gaze hardened slightly. This was Onigashima, the stronghold of the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. You can't be naive enough to think that the world government's intelligence agencies Haven T infiltrated this place, can you? Yang Jian surveyed the scene, and everyone who met his gaze felt an icy chill. Jin fell silent. Wano country is a closed nation. At that moment, Rummy murmured, "The closure applies to Wano, not to the beast pirates, and certainly not to the world government." Yang Jian shot a glance at Rummy, who promptly fell silent. "Are we really going to let them go?" Jin inhaled deeply, fixing his piercing gaze upon Yang Jian. "You need not wear that thing any longer. Even an ordinary person has the right to walk in the sunlight, let alone the calamity of the beast pirates. Or do you, the foremost of the three calamities, lack the courage to remove your mask and live in the light?" Yang Jian did not answer, but instead posed a question in return. Jin remained silent, standing still in a daze. To live in the sunlight. How extravagant a dream this is. What about the world government, Jinjuan? Quinn hesitated. As a scientist and a former member of the MADS research group, he was acutely aware of the world government's obsession with the Lunarian race. "You are still young. Perhaps you do not comprehend the world government." Just as he was about to elucidate the long-standing grievances between the Lunarians and the celestial dragons, he was abruptly interrupted by Yang Jian. "Even the world government fears them. What more of pirates?" Yang Jian coldly remarked, his vertically slit eyes suddenly locking onto an inconspicuous figure among the pirates. In an instant, the shadow surged forward, propelled by an astonishing speed towards the docks of Onigashima. "Six dials?" Fuzz's eyes glinted with a sinister light. It was a very orthodox application of the six styles, not something learned halfway. Before joining the Beast Pirates, he had been a member of CP9, renowned as a genius alongside Rob Lucci, and he recognized it at first glance. In the New World, countless pirates learned the six styles, yet most did so through stealthy means, unlike the members of the intelligence organization, who were nurtured from a young age. Indeed, there were individuals from the world government infiltrating the ranks. Quinn cautiously glanced at Kaido. As expected, the murderous intent emanating from the strongest creature in the world was palpable. Seeking death. Jin's eyes flashed with murderous intent as his wings spread wide. However, before he could take flight, Yang Jian had already stomped his foot onto the ground. "Steel to the earth," he declared. "We must ensure this message is conveyed. The Lunarians, Yin Zai Jin, is actually a scion of the Lunarian race." At that moment, the exposed CP member fled at breakneck speed, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to escape. If he could just break free and report this news, he might even have the opportunity to ascend to CP0 due to the merit of locating a Lunarian heir. Yet, just as he dashed over 100 meters, he abruptly sensed an unseen force ensnaring his feet. The fleeting figure came to an abrupt halt. Looking down, he realized that the once solid ground had, unbeknownst to him, coiled around his legs like flowing water. Raging foot, his complexion paled as he hastily attempted to execute the technique, only to discover his feet were as immobile as stones sinking into the ocean. Finger gun. His index finger struck the muddy stone, binding his feet like a bullet. It had produced a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. How could this be? Witnessing the futility of both raging foot and finger gun, the CP agent's heart plummeted. He understood. Unless a miracle occurred, his career as an agent was destined to come to a bitter end. Chapter 15. Who dares to harm my people will meet their demise. What an eerie ability. Not only can it manipulate the very land at will, but it can also render mud and stone harder than steel. It seems to embody a fusion of various superhuman and Zoan powers. As the fleeing CP agent was captured, Quinn felt a sense of relief wash over him, only to be replaced by an insatiable curiosity, compelling him to strike the ground forcefully. Clang! Even the hardest granite would shatter beneath his blow, yet the earth beneath his feet was more resilient than refined steel. How incredibly tough! Quinn grimaced in astonishment. Flame Emperor. Witnessing the exposed CP agent being apprehended, Jin could no longer suppress the murderous intent and fury surging within him. A ball of explosive fire ignited in his right hand, which he then hurled forth. Engulfed in flames. In an instant, the CP agent was consumed by fire, emitting a harrowing wail as he succumbed to the inferno. Bound by his feet, He could only watch in despair as Jin's flames incinerated him alive. True monarch, this is merely the beginning. In the future, more Navy forces and government officials will fixate on this sadistic interrogator. It is even possible that an admiral may be dispatched. Quinn hesitated momentarily, but felt compelled to advise caution to Jean. He deemed it prudent to urge Jean towards a more discreet approach. What of the Navy? What of the world government? What of the admirals? Whoever dares to touch my people will meet their end. Yang Jian's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it resonated with an unwavering and haughty conviction. Ha ha, now that is my kind of lineage. Well said. What of the admirals? To dare enter my Wano, they shall be served up like fine wine. With a lineage of dual emperors, who could we possibly fear? Kaido, once filled with murderous intent, burst into a raucous laugh. He then rose majestically from his perch atop the giant horn of Onigashima, soaring toward the towering clouds above. In mere moments, the colossal azure dragon, stretching hundreds of meters, vanished from sight. Neither the calamities nor the flying six, nor the myriad pirates of the beast pirates, were the slightest bit surprised. After all, Kaido had always been the maverick among the four emperors. He neither confined himself to his territory nor refrained from wandering alone, challenging the four emperor crews and the Navy headquarters, all while remaining vibrantly alive. Thus, no one felt discomfort at Kaido's sudden departure. True monarch. On the other side, Jean trembled upon hearing Yang Jian's words, as if struck by a heavy blow. He had once heard similar sentiments from a certain individual. Kaido. After many years, he was hearing it again, but this time, the speaker radiated an even greater disdain, a more tyrannical presence, and an unwavering confidence that eclipsed Kaido's. True monarch, true monarch, true monarch. The pirates of the beast pirates on Onigashima exchanged glances, their hearts shaken by Yang Jian's words. Many had not anticipated that, in the face of Jean, with whom he had just fought fiercely, Yang Jian chose not to reject or suppress him, but rather to offer protection. It was a form of unreasonable, almost familial protection, seemingly prioritizing kin over reason. In a fleeting moment, many pirates, eager to exploit the opportunity to report Jean for personal gain, felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Yet, there were others who smirked inwardly, steadfast in their convictions. After all, a mere report could yield a bounty of 100 million, and the chances of being discovered were slim. Why not seize the opportunity? However, the prevailing sentiment was one of reverence, awe, and admiration for Yang Jian. The treatment afforded to Jean ignited a strong sense of empathy among them. Today, Yang Jian could shield Jean. Tomorrow, he could extend the same protection to them. His charisma surpassed even that of Mr. Kaido. Observing all of this, Quinn couldn't help but contemplate silently. He has accomplished it. Black Maria was astounded. A newcomer, devoid of any foundation, had, in less than half a day, firmly established himself in the position of true monarch. Besides the three disasters, another individual had risen to dominate them. Fuzz first snorted coldly. He harbored discontent, yet it was not accompanied by significant resistance. In terms of both strength and presence, he felt utterly subdued, unable to even entertain thoughts of defiance. Who would have thought that Mr. Kaido, despite his foolishness, could produce such a formidable offspring? Runty gazed at Yang Jian, who stood at the center of the crowd, embraced by thousands of pirates, her eyes betraying a glimmer of admiration. Sister, are you truly infatuated by the true monarch? Peggy Wan teased upon noticing his sister's smitten expression. You're asking for it. Runny's face turned icy as she swiftly retaliated, striking Peggy Wan squarely on the forehead, where the wound had already closed and the bone was healing at an astonishing rate. Bam! Peggy Wan was momentarily dazed, seeing stars. True monarch is this. Perhaps a bit too ostentatious? He mused, aware that it was not merely the Navy and the world government who were watching, but also a host of ambitious pirates and the Dark Emperor. As it became evident that Yang Jian had firmly secured the position of true monarch, Quinn's lingering resistance dissipated. After all, when he departed from the Vegapunk research team, he too had been relentlessly pursued by the world government, much like Jean. Witnessing Yang Jian's ability to protect someone he had previously clashed with, he felt compelled to remind this young man. who was barely a third of his age, yet now his superior. I intend to be flamboyant for all to see, Yang Jian asserted emphatically, causing Quinn, who had initially appeared timid, to change countenance. The balance of the three great powers and the dynamics of the Grand Line have persisted for too long. Do you not think it is time for a change? Upon hearing this, the three disasters, the Flying Six, and numerous ambitious true believers felt a surge of both fervor and trepidation. In that moment, they seemed to perceive a cold, authoritative vertical pupil fixating on the Grand Line, expressing profound dissatisfaction with the equilibrium of the three great powers and the maritime landscape. The era was on the cusp of upheaval. Jean turned to Yang Jian, who was within arm's reach, murmuring softly. Quinn, Fuzzfur, Black Maria, and other high-ranking members of the Beast felt a shiver run through them. As they followed Jin's gaze and focused on Yang Jian, a singular thought emerged unanimously in their minds. Before me stands a mere youth of 18, yet he firmly occupies the esteemed position of a true sovereign, poised to shatter the very era of great pirates while wielding the unparalleled authority of the 100 Beast pirate crew. Chapter 16. Found you. Fire Fist Ace on the Ghost Island. Within a grand structure reminiscent of a palace, Yang Jian sat majestically in a chair once reserved solely for Kaido. Jack, have you found him? With his chin resting on his hand, he surveyed the approaching Jack, the calamity of drought, with an air of indifference. I apologize, Lord Yang, but we have yet to acquire any intelligence regarding Mr. Kaido. You are aware of Mr. Kaido's capabilities. He requires neither ships nor supplies. He soars across the Grand Line by sheer force of will, making it exceedingly difficult for even the CP organization to locate him. However, given Mr. Kaido's penchant for self-destruction, I believe we shall hear news of him soon enough. As Jack met Yang Jian's gaze, even though the fearsome vertical eye that had instilled terror in countless beast pirates remained closed, the notoriously stubborn calamity could not help but tremble slightly. Clearly, since Yang Jian had firmly established himself as the sovereign, he had not hesitated to instill discipline in Jack. Self-destruction? Jack mused, recalling how things had once been. Yet now, he had lost interest in such notions. Yang Jian pondered momentarily before shaking his head. While others may be oblivious to Kaido's reasons for his reckless behavior, he understood all too well. It was all in pursuit of becoming Joy Boy. However, since that fateful day on Ghost Island, when Kaido unraveled his inner turmoil, he no longer sought to be anyone else. The obsession with self-destruction in order to achieve Joy Boy had dissipated. My lord, you need not be overly concerned about Mr. Kaido. He is the strongest creature in the world. He may face defeat or capture, but he will never die. No one in these seas has the power to slay Mr. Kaido, not even the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Seeing Yang Jian's keen interest in Kaido's whereabouts, Jack felt compelled to reassure him. No one is invincible. A flicker of contemplation crossed Yang Jian's eyes. Since there is no news of the old man, what brings you here? After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation away from Kaido. Someone has infiltrated Wano, even breaching Ghost Island. Jack's expression turned icy. Are you saying someone has penetrated Ghost Island? When did this occur? Yang Jian's eyes gleamed with intensity. Just moments ago, several members of the Gifted Ones encountered unidentified intruders, but they were injured and managed to escape. A chill crept into Jack's voice. Were several Gifted Ones not sufficient to handle them? Yang Jian's expression bore a hint of amusement. The Gifted Ones were a formidable force within the Beast Pirates, all empowered by artificial devil fruits. While defeating one might be trivial, the fact that multiple individuals have been bested was a different matter entirely. According to the statements of several individuals, those who can vanquish them are capable of conjuring flames and even elemental transformations, most likely a user of the Maramara no Mi. Jack elucidated. The Maramara no Mi? Upon hearing this, Yang Jian immediately conjured a name in his mind. Do you think it could be the intelligence agency of the world government? Jack hesitated for a moment before expressing his thoughts. After Yang Jian ascended to the position of the true monarch and was retrieved from the depths of the sea, he became aware of all that transpired on Ghost Island. Particularly after that fateful day, Jean no longer wore a mask and frequently roamed about. with his identity as a Lunaria no longer a secret within the Beast Pirates. Have you ever encountered such a conspicuous spy? If indeed they are from the intelligence agency, then the ashes of those few individuals would have been scattered by now, and you would still be able to locate them? Yang Jian shot a sidelong glance at Jack. It does seem plausible. I have already dispatched individuals to search for that infiltrator. I believe it will not be long before. Jack chuckled awkwardly, realizing that his earlier assessment was somewhat amusing, and quickly sought to rectify his statement. No need for that. If it truly is a user of the Mera no Mi, unless the three calamities personally intervene, the only option would be to mobilize an entire army of gifted individuals to exhaust him, or to enlist the combined efforts of the Flying Six. Otherwise, even if we locate the infiltrator, capturing him would render the endeavor futile. Upon concluding his remarks, Yang Jian propped his chin on one hand, and a flash of divine light erupted from his brow. Immediately after, a third vertical pupil rapidly opened. The heavenly eye. Witnessing the spectacle, Jack promptly fell silent, swallowing back the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Ever since the day Yang Jian swept through the upper echelons of the Beast Pirates, tales of his exploits had already spread within the crew and even throughout the New World. Among these, the most striking was undoubtedly his third eye. The enigmatic vertical pupil on his forehead had been referred to as the heavenly eye by members of the Beast Pirates. Could it be that the true monarch's heavenly eye, in addition to piercing through Queen's invisibility, can also locate individuals? As Yang Jian activated his brow's heavenly eye, Jack could not help but let his imagination wander. However, this time he inadvertently hit the mark. At the moment the heavenly eye was activated, Yang Jian's gaze sliced through layers of structures like an invisible blade, radiating outward in all directions like a radar. In an instant, centered on his seated position, the vast expanse of Ghost Island unfolded before him like an extraordinarily clear satellite map, revealing frame after frame in his sight. Whether it was Jean interrogating captives in a cell, Queen engrossed in research in a laboratory, or the movements of all the inhabitants of Ghost Island, not even the flora and fauna could evade the scrutiny of his heavenly eye. Soon, as his vision expanded, a strange yet familiar figure swiftly came into view. An orange hat, black trousers, protective goggles, and a face adorned with freckles. All these elements unmistakably revealed the identity of the infiltrator to Yang Jian. Found you. Fire Fist Ace. Chapter 17. The collision among great filial sons, a dragon, at the entrance of a building adorned with a dragon-shaped sculpture. This must be the residence of Kaido. Ace adjusted his sun hat, contemplating Kaido's formidable abilities. He inhaled deeply, a confident smile illuminating his face like a brilliant flame. Kaido, I am Portgas D. Ace, captain of the Spade Pirates, and I have come today to claim your head. With certainty that this was indeed Kaido's abode, he ceased to conceal his intentions and bellowed loudly. However, just as Ace's voice echoed, a figure suddenly charged from the doorway, gripping a spiked club tightly. As black energy swirled around, a powerful strike came crashing down upon him. Can it be that the formidable Yonko of the New World lacks the courage to face challengers directly? Ace's expression shifted drastically. Faced with the unexpected assault, he dared not hesitate for a moment. With a swift motion, he clenched his right fist, flames erupting fiercely. Fire Fist. In the next instant, his fist surged forth, a torrent of flames cascading like a torrential flood upon the advancing figure. With a resounding bang, the spiked club collided with the fire-infused fist, unleashing a dazzling spectacle of intertwining black and orange light. Following this, a deafening roar accompanied by an overwhelming presence reverberated as flames exploded outward in all directions. Oof. After a brief clash, Ace's pupils contracted. How painful! This sensation, it feels strikingly familiar, reminiscent of his grandfather's punches. A sudden wave of pain surged through his right fist, a sensation he had only ever experienced from Garp. Beyond the agony, an immense force propelled Ace's body several dozen meters away. In contrast, the assailant merely staggered back a few steps before regaining their balance. Silence. Kaido's head is mine. The newcomer, having sent Ace flying with a single blow, hoisted the spiked club, a hint of displeasure crossing their cool visage. "Who are you? Aren't you Kaido?" Ace exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Who is that bastard Kaido?" "Listen well, outsider. My name is Yamato, and I aspire to become the man of Kozuki Oden. One day, I will strike Kaido down and liberate Wano." Yamato stood proudly, their tone imbued with unyielding determination. "Yamato? If you're not Kaido, what are you doing here?" Ace scrutinized the individual who had so effortlessly knocked him aside, his expression morphing into one of incredulity. Even someone as oblivious as he could discern that Yamato was not a man at all, though I am unwilling to admit it. "I am indeed his child." Yamato's youthful face fell slightly. "Kaido's child? How fortuitous! For I too have a father I equally disdain." Ace's expression grew more perplexed. Clearly a woman, yet declaring herself a man. Clearly Kaido's daughter, yet proclaiming to be his son. This is quite enough. Yet you even wish to strike your own father away? However, it is precisely because of Yamato's words that he, who harbors deep disdain for his own father, feels an unexpected affinity. What Kaido's son? That is merely an identity from my past. Now I am Kozuki Oden. Upon learning that Ace also despises his father, Yamato's tone, though resolute, softened slightly. "Never mind how complicated this is. Regardless of your identity, Kaido's head, I, poor Ghastly Ace, shall claim it. Although you are Kaido's daughter, considering that we both share the burden of a loathsome father, I shall overlook that previous blow." Ace's mind buzzed. "I am now on a quest to find Kaido. Do not impede me further." With that, he circumvented Yamato and strode purposefully towards the adjacent building. But before Ace could take more than a few steps, a spiked club, shimmering with black ethereal light, hurtled through the air, forcing him to unleash both fists engulfed in flames in defense. "What do you intend to do, scoundrel? Or do you, as Kaido's daughter, wish to thwart my bid for his head?" Ace's feet skidded along the ground, carving deep gouges as he steadied himself. "I am a man." Yamato, wielding the spiked club, pointed it threateningly at Ace. "Furthermore, I am indeed here to stop you, but not because I am Kaido's child, rather because only I am entitled to send him flying." Upon hearing this, Ace was at a loss for words. "Stand aside, Kaido is mine." Noticing that Yamato's thought process was somewhat unconventional, Ace resolved to cease entangling with him and hastened to find Kaido. "Get out of my way, Kaido belongs to me." Yamato remained unyielding. With negotiations failing once more, both gradually lost their patience. Black ethereal light, mingling with faint yet exceedingly fierce black thunder, enveloped the spiked club. On the other side, Ace's hands and body ignited with blazing flames. In that moment, though neither had yet engaged, the searing fire and raging dominion clashed violently. The collision of their powers caused the ground beneath them to buckle. First, scorched by the intense flames, it cracked and melted, then was pulverized by the force of their wills. Yamato, Ace, it seemed as if an unspoken understanding existed between the two devoted sons. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Fire fist. At the moment their respective wills, flames, and momentum surged to their zenith. Both leaped into the air, launching fierce assaults against one another. The searing fire fists and wild dominion surged forth simultaneously, just as these two formidable forces collided with great intensity. A flash of golden light erupted from the center of the fire fist and the spiked club. Chapter 18. No need to argue. Let's spend the new year at the quarry. The sudden intervention in their battle caused both Yamato and Ace to change their expressions. "Poor Ghastly Ace." "Yamato, it has been a while." As they gazed in shock and disbelief, Yang Jian emerged from the golden light. "There is no need for you to quarrel. Let's all stay at the quarry for the new year." He remained unperturbed, ignoring the encircling Thunder Bagua and Fire Fist, and spoke calmly to Yamato and Ace. "Get away." Ace, taken aback by Yang Jian's sudden appearance, momentarily hesitated before shouting loudly, just as he was about to summon all his strength to retract his Fire Fist. Yang Jian cast a dispassionate glance at him and then pressed down on the roaring Fire Fist with one hand. "Are you insane?" Ace felt a surge of urgency and anger. However, his impatience quickly dissipated, replaced by a sense of stupor. The Fire Fist, which had been invincible since he consumed the Mera Mera no Mi, was now subdued in midair like a compliant puppy, unable to advance an inch. Then, to his incredulity, Yang Jian inhaled deeply. The raging flames that could annihilate several warships in an instant were promptly drawn into his mouth. How is this possible? Ace stared in disbelief at the vanishing flames. If it were not for the lingering heat still present in the air, he might have thought he was witnessing an illusion. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. What do you take the new world for? Yang Jian's tone was icy. Who exactly are you? Ace took a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil, his expression now grave. Did you not claim you intended to take Kaido's head? You are utterly unaware of him. Ace, regardless of your intentions, if you cannot surpass him, you will achieve nothing on Onigashima. Before Yang Jian could respond, Yamato, who had shouldered his kanabo once more, interjected. Is he well known? Ace looked at Yamato with skepticism. His name is Yang Jian, Kaido's most trusted son. Yamato glanced at Yang Jian before continuing. The true lord, Yang Jian. Ace's pupils constricted. In recent days, the name he had heard most frequently in the New World and Wano was indeed Yang Jian. First, he descended upon Onigashima riding a dragon, and then single-handedly swept through the ranks of the Beast Pirates elite. The infamous calamities, the formidable Flying Six, were all soundly defeated by him. Within half a day, he had firmly secured the title of True Lord and taken command of the vast Beast Pirates. If in the past there were 4 contenders for the title of Pirate King in the Grand Line, namely the 4 emperors, that number had now increased to 5. Consequently, the Beast Pirates had gained the dual sovereign moniker, eclipsing the fame of the other 3 emperors. Before making any moves, may I be so bold as to inquire, are you also, like your sister, intent on taking down your father Kaido? Upon discovering Yang Jian's identity, Ace initially contemplated taking action. However, a fleeting glance at Yamato prompted him to inquire further. How embarrassing. Although this person is my sister, I often find myself troubled by having such a devoted daughter in the family. Yang Jian shook his head, his tone revealing an unusual hint of frustration. You now have another reason to spend the new year at the quarry. As he spoke, his gaze towards Ace turned distinctly colder. Although I did not comprehend your words, it seems I have not mistaken the person this time. A hint of arrogance flickered across Ace's face. If I can defeat you, even without seeking Kaido, you will surely come looking for me. Once I've vanquished the 2 emperors of the Beast Pirates, the position of Pirate King will be within my grasp. As his words fell, flames surged mightily, enveloping the sky above Yamato's residence in a fiery shroud. From a distance, it appeared as if the heavens had been set ablaze. The surrounding air shimmered with visible ripples. The Pirate King? To dare lay a hand on me, shall I deem you courageous or simply foolish? Observing the inferno before him, Yang Jian slowly slipped his hands into his pockets. Who knows? As he felt the disdain directed at him, a flicker of anger ignited within Ace. Nonetheless, recalling how Yang Jian had effortlessly absorbed his fiery punch upon his arrival, Ace, though furious, dared not underestimate him. Crossfire. With a fervent incantation, Ace raised 2 fingers, crossing them defensively before him. With a swift motion, he locked onto Yang Jian's chest and unleashed a beam of light. In an instant, a cross-shaped column of fire shot forth at an astonishing speed, embedding itself into Yang Jian's chest, followed by an outpouring of searing heat, taking root upon his surface. However, to Ace's growing dismay, the youth before him, though engulfed in flames, maintained a countenance as tranquil as a deep, cold well, displaying no sign of distress. Instead, when he looked at Ace, his eyes bore an even greater air of disdain. Alas, the sorrowful prince, if you truly possess the qualities of a pirate king, even without engaging me, you would recognize the chasm that lies between our strengths. Yang Jian's words struck Ace like a thunderclap. What do you mean by that? Ace's fists clenched tightly as he ground his teeth in a furious roar. To aspire to be Pirate King, one must have unwavering resolve, ample courage, and sufficient patience. Yet, regrettably, I find none of these traits in you. Yang Jian shook his head, withdrawing his right hand from his pocket to gently pat the flames clinging to him. The searing heat, akin to mere dust upon his garment, was immediately extinguished with that simple gesture. Chapter 19. Apologies, but I possess no smaller mace than this. Feudal. Witnessing this scene, Ace's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Before he could ponder further, the subsequent spectacle shattered his comprehension. The three flames. He observed Yang Jian extinguishing his flames with a mere gesture, his chest slightly swelling before he exhaled. A stream of golden fire, imbued with terrifying heat, erupted from his mouth, warping the surrounding air in an instant. Wherever the three flames traversed, the orange flames that enveloped the sky trembled like a mouse confronted by a cat, quaking and retreating in fear. You can control fire as well? A surge of surprise coursed through Ace, quickly igniting his competitive spirit. I am a user of the Mera no Mi. How dare he challenge me in flames? With that thought, he spread his arms wide, and a torrent of flames surged forth. As he rotated his palms, the blaze intensified, the scorching orange flames swirling with fervor. Then, with a sharp flick of his hands, he unleashed the flame ring, fire pillar, a raging column of fire, akin to a tornado sweeping across the heavens, crashed directly into the approaching golden three flames. Hiss! As the golden and orange flames collided, it was as if two enraged dragons had met, immediately unleashing a brutal clash. However, as the two fires collided fiercely, Ace's expression shifted dramatically to one of dismay. The flame pillar, which he had placed such high hopes upon, disintegrated at the moment it met the three flames, melting away at a terrifying speed as if ice had encountered blazing fire. In an instant, the magnificent flame pillar was utterly consumed, leaving not even a flicker of flame behind. How could this happen? Ace's pupils constricted, horror etched across his face. Fire. It had always been like his servant, obedient to his command. No fire had ever harmed him or surpassed him. Yet now, the flames he took pride in had been completely incinerated by Yang Jian's three flames. I refused to believe it. Ace gritted his teeth, leaping nimbly to evade the oncoming three flames. Simultaneously, he flicked his hands. Divine fire, unknown fire. With a sharp cry, two fiery spears coalesced and were hurled forth. Whoosh! In the face of the incoming divine fire, unknown fire, Yang Jian made no effort to even glance. He simply stood his ground, allowing the piercing fiery spears to plunge into his chest. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out, sparks bursting forth. Then, under Ace's increasingly grim gaze, the two flaming spears that struck Yang Jian were effortlessly deflected. What infuriated Ace further was that throughout the encounter, the youth had not cast a single glance in his direction. Impossible. How can a world be so vast? Ace clenched his fists tightly, his teeth nearly drawing blood. Since setting sail, he had never faced defeat. Neither pirates nor the Navy had been his match. After consuming the Mera no Mi, he had felt invincible. Fire gun! Ace roared, raising his index and middle fingers as if wielding two AKs, aiming them at Yang Jian. In the next moment, he suddenly clenched three fingers of his hand, akin to pulling the trigger of a firearm. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as brilliant flames danced wildly from his index and middle fingers. Hundreds of fiery bullets shot forth at an almost imperceptible speed. Faced with this deluge of flame, Yang Jian chose not to confront it head-on this time. Instead, he gracefully lifted his feet and strolled leisurely towards Ace. To Yamato, it appeared that Yang Jian was not engaged in battle, nor was he evading a torrential storm of gunfire. He resembled a traveler savoring the scenic view along his path. Yet in this unhurried gait, he artfully dodged every single fiery bullet that Ace unleashed. Missed. Missed again. Still missed. As Ace beheld Yang Jian nonchalantly meandering through the rain of bullets, his eyes widened in panic, his breath quickening. Despite having aimed directly at Yang Jian, the bullets seemed to possess a will of their own, veering away just as they were about to strike their target. Have you had enough? Suddenly, a detached inquiry emerged from Yang Jian's lips. The flames from his index and middle fingers abruptly ceased. Though Yang Jian had merely stepped before him without launching any assault, Ace stood frozen in shock, as if struck by a heavy blow. Why? Can't I hit you? After a moment, Ace finally lifted his gaze. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Yang Jian. His voice trembled slightly. Proud as he was, he could accept defeat, but he could not fathom such a chasm of disparity. Yang Jian's evasion of his attacks appeared not as combat, but rather as mere play. The power of the fruit cannot dominate the world. Only Haki can transcend all. Yang Jian spoke nonchalantly. Haki, is that what the old man and that fellow Yamato possess? Ace paused, images of his childhood self being pummeled by Garp, and the recent memory of Yamato striking him flooded his mind. What was he searching for? Suddenly awakened from his reverie, Ace noticed Yang Jian seemed to be searching for something. Looking for a weapon, are you? After all, you have come to challenge my old man, so I must counter you with his techniques. Before Ace could voice his thoughts, Yang Jian had already retrieved a small wolf fang from his jacket pocket, dispelling Ace's doubts with a single revelation. Is this the weapon you speak of? As Ace gazed at the diminutive toy wolf fang in Yang Jian's hand, his eyes nearly ignited with fury. This was the first toy the old man gifted me at birth. My apologies. I possess no smaller wolf fang. Yang Jian's expression bore a hint of exasperation, yet his tone remained utterly indifferent. That fellow's temperament is even worse than that bastard Kaido. Yamato frowned at this. Even though his observation haki had not yet reached the prophetic level that Yang Jian had mastered, he could still foresee the unfortunate fate that awaited Ace. Chapter 20, Fiery Fist. You claim to aspire to be some kind of king, do you? Fool, that is not the point I wish to convey. As Day anticipated, upon witnessing Yang Jian produce a diminutive spike club, Ace immediately erupted in rage. I'm not like the foolish one expending every ounce of strength to hunt rabbits. Although you are somewhat renowned as the Fiery Fist, you are now even inferior to my 5-year-old self. This simple weapon will suffice to deal with you. Yang Jian raised the spike club in his hand. Very well, I shall see how you intend to defeat me. The Fiery Fist with such a comical toy. Just as his furious roar subsided, Ace crossed his hands before him. A terrifying wave of heat surged forth like an endless tide, instantly engulfing the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Subsequently, amidst the distortion of the air caused by the scorching heat, violent and searing flames, capable of incinerating all matter, coiled around Ace's body and surged outward in all directions. The already rippling, invisible air currents, now further scorched by the waves of heat, became as viscous as flowing water. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. In the center of the fiery circle, Ace raised his right hand high, his expression cold as ice. The fire rings encircling him, resembling colossal rings, responded to his summons and shot skyward, converging above his palm, ultimately forming an enormous fireball, radiating terrifying waves of heat, akin to a miniature sun. No wonder you have made it this far. They observed Ace with a hint of surprise. Indeed, her residence bore little in the way of defenses. However, traversing from the outskirts of Demon Island to her location required passing through areas patrolled by a multitude of grantors, numberers, and jesters. Did you not claim to be inferior to my 5-year-old self? Fool, then attempt to defeat me with that toy in your hand. Ace's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Yang Jian, dismissing Day's words entirely. What domineering spirit can surpass all? If that were the case, I shall incinerate your spirit with my Flame Emperor. With a thunderous roar, he hefted the Flame Emperor and hurled it forward. The Flame Emperor unleashed. Accompanied by boundless waves of heat, it incinerated the air in its wake, creating a gaping hole in the clouds above and turning the azure sky a deep crimson. Crack! Although the seemingly colossal Flame Emperor did not touch the ground or Day's residence, the moment it was released from Ace's grasp, the solid earth beneath them was instantly melted, and Day's abode erupted in torrents of blazing flames. In an instant, her palace-like dwelling was engulfed by a sea of fire. All of this was merely the destruction wrought by the outward release of the Flame Emperor's flames. The devastation stemming from the core of the Flame Emperor, which embodied Ace's most formidable strength and amassed boundless flames, was beyond imagination. Boom! Suddenly a spike club, no larger than an infant's hand, shot forth unexpectedly. It pierced the atmosphere, moving with such swiftness that it seemed to transcend space itself. Beside them, Ace and Day could hardly believe their eyes. When they finally comprehended the scene before them, they beheld the enormous Flame Emperor, seemingly replacing the sun in the sky, being held aloft by Yang Jian with a mere toy spike club. The flames, scorching at over 1,000 degrees, could reduce even steel to molten metal, let alone mere toys of children. Yet astonishingly, such a terrifying inferno inflicted no damage upon the wolf-tooth club wielded by the Flame Emperor, nor did it scorch Yang Jian, who held the weapon. This was unfathomable. Ace's pupils constricted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before he could recover from his shock, he witnessed Yang Jian pressing forward with the wolf-tooth club, lightly nudging it. With a hissing sound, deep, captivating streams of black light erupted forth like a menacing dragon, swiftly ensnaring the colossal Flame Emperor. In an instant, the center of the Flame Emperor erupted with a terrifying black light. The next moment, the immense figure of the Flame Emperor vanished, as if extinguished like a flickering flame, reduced to nothingness in a heartbeat, leaving not even a trace of embers behind. Thunderous echoes resounded. After shattering the Flame Emperor with a mere flick of his wrist, Yang Jian showed no signs of restraint. He stepped forward, his movements swift as a specter. Ace barely had time to react, let alone discern Yang Jian's form, before a wolf-tooth club imbued with the might of Conqueror's Haki struck him squarely in the face. A thunderous boom reverberated, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of regal power. The ground was ruthlessly torn apart into thousands of fragments before being hurled into the air. Ace's face contorted in agony as his front teeth shattered, and he cried out in torment. Simultaneously, his body, like a deflated balloon, was propelled backward with immense force. With a series of thunderous crashes, Ace was sent flying like a cannonball, demolishing dozens of structures, ripping through several waterways, and obliterating everything in his path, earth and trees alike, before finally being thrown over 500 or 600 meters. Only then did the boundless might of the thunderous impact dissipate, leaving his shattered body in a grotesque posture amidst a pile of rubble, soil, and broken wood. Is this the might of Conqueror's Haki? It seemed elemental transformation was utterly futile. How vast this new world truly is. In a daze, Ace's bloodshot eyes, swollen and filled with despair, gazed helplessly at the smoke-filled sky. His consciousness was visibly fading. His murmurs went unanswered, yet, in the twilight of his awareness, he faintly heard a voice. Fire Fist. What king did you say you wish to become? Chapter 21. In the land of Wano, I am resolute. Even Whitebeard cannot hold me back. Beside the ruins, Yang Jian and Yamato faced each other with cold, piercing gazes. With his left hand, Yang Jian firmly grasped the black, shimmering spike club, a kainu, held by Yamato. Yamato, why are you intervening? After a brief silence, Yang Jian suddenly spoke. It turned out that at the moment he unleashed the Thunder Bagua, Yamato, possessing the foresight of observation Haki, had also reacted. It was the same Thunder Bagua, and although it did not strike him directly, its target was the diminutive spiked club aimed at Ace. Where do you wish to join Ace in the quarry for the new year? Yang Jian regarded Yamato, his tone icy, though not devoid of a certain intensity. Those unaware would never believe that the two locked in confrontation were actually siblings. You've read Lord Oden's voyage journal, haven't you? Yamato stood her ground against Yang Jian's inquiry. I have. Yang Jian's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he nodded in affirmation. Since you have read it, you should understand why I have longed to send Kaido flying. At this, Yamato immediately retorted. You may choose to call Kozuki Oden Lord, but as for our father, even if you do not address him as father, it is prudent to maintain the respect he deserves. Yang Jian's gaze upon his devoted sister grew colder. Who would call that scoundrel father? I fail to comprehend how, despite both of us having read Lord Oden's journal, you remain willfully blind to Kaido's atrocities in Wano. Is it solely because he is your father? Yamato scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain for Kaido. And I cannot fathom if your mind is unhinged. A father who gave you life and raised you. Yet you regard him as nothing but a villain, while an enemy of your father, who has no connection to you, is treated as a second parent. What does Kozuki Oden have to do with you, Yamato? If you truly wish to explore the world beyond, you are free to set sail. In that moment, Yang Jian was struck by a powerful thought. He yearned to perceive the inner workings of his elder sister's mind. Admiration and respect for one's enemies is not uncommon. Indeed, this world is replete with admirable heroes and kings. However, the notion that merely acquiring someone else's voyage journal could equate to decades of filial piety towards Kaido was beyond his comprehension. Do you think I do not wish to set sail? Do you think I ever desired to confront Kaido from the outset? But with this thing on my wrist, how am I to leave Onigashima? Perhaps it was the weight of being one of the world's only two remaining kin. Or perhaps the resentment and confusion that had simmered for decades. Yamato's emotions suddenly surged with fervor. You claim Kaido is my father. Have you ever seen a father who would place a bomb collar on his own daughter? Yamato raised the explosive bracelet on her arm, her delicate face unexpectedly brimming with tears. I will set sail, but before that, I shall defeat Kaido and liberate Wano, allowing this nation, long oppressed by Kaido's tyranny, to emerge anew. Only then will I embark on my journey. If you seek to thwart me, then I shall send you flying as well. Suddenly, Yamato inhaled deeply, wiping away the tears from her cheeks, her gaze directed at Yang Jian with an unprecedented resolve. The explosive bracelet? Yang Jian inquired, seizing Yamato's collar and pulling her closer. Is this what you mean? With that, he swiftly removed the bracelet, casting it aside. Don't! Yamato exclaimed, realizing too late to intervene. Why hasn't it exploded? To her astonishment, the very bracelet she had perceived as a shackle, a nightmare, and an object of intense disdain, lay discarded without detonation. Prejudices are akin to towering mountains. It is not the explosive bracelet that binds you, but rather your biases against the old man. You find a diary and treat it as scripture, an arch-nemesis you revere as a deity, yet your own father, your blood kin, you regard as inconsequential. Yang Jian released Yamato's collar, observing her dazed expression and bewildered eyes, his tone softening with an uncommon gentleness. You have your dreams. Whether you aspire to be like Kozuki Oden or to set sail, it is entirely up to you. As long as I am here, you may traverse the seas or the Grand Line at your leisure. No one, be it the territories of the other emperors or the Navy headquarters, can impede your path. However, you must remember this, Yamato. The Kozuki clan and Wano are under my protection. Not even Whitebeard could sway me. Mark my words. Upon hearing this, Yamato's expression shifted dramatically. Her heart stirred and momentarily lost. Damn you, Yang Jian. I once believed you were different from Kaido, even sharing Oden's diary with you. Yet, after reading it, you still intend to bring calamity to Wano. Wano and the Kozuki clan, I, Yamato, will protect them. If you dare to harm them, I will send you flying too. With a fierce shout, she raised her wolf fawn club. Aiken, I mean it, as if to affirm her resolute determination. The moment Yamato lifted Aiken, an aura of armed haki enveloped the club. A resounding clash of metal echoed as the weapon hardened under her formidable will. With a surge of overwhelming power, a dark, oppressive atmosphere instantly enveloped Onigashima. Chapter 22. The Beast Prince and the Princess's confrontation, a thunderous roar erupted. A blinding arc of white lightning tearing through the ominous clouds that had long settled over the Isle of Demons. Yet, following this fleeting brilliance, a deeper darkness enveloped the surroundings. Torrential rain cascaded down, but could not wash away the chilling atmosphere that shrouded the isle. An enraged gale swept across the land, failing to disperse the terrifying aura emanating from the standoff between Yang Jian and Yamato. Yamato, do not push me. Unlike the old man, my patience with you is exceedingly limited. For the sake of the elder, I grant you one opportunity to rephrase your words. Each word from Yang Jian carried the weight of a tyrant's pressure. As his voice fell, the oppressive clouds above the isle seemed to sink under the burden of his determination. My patience has long since evaporated. Yamato's gaze was as sharp as a blade. The latent conqueror's haki within her responded swiftly to the princess's resolve, manifesting a palpable aura of fearsome intensity that surged forth towards Yang Jian. Are you truly intent on spending the new year at the quarry? Yang Jian's pupils constricted. The conqueror's haki surged like a tempest, instantly filling the air with overwhelming dread. In an instant, an expansive area of several hundred meters was engulfed by this inexorable pressure. Do not underestimate me. I am Kozuki Oden, unlike that fiery lad over there. Yamato roared defiantly, unleashing her conqueror's haki without reservation. With a thunderous clash, the two formidable wills collided within the Isle of Demons, accompanied by their fierce struggle. Black lightning erupted, illuminating the air with its ferocity. The suffocating aura surged like an unending river, cascading towards the horizon. As the golden and blue auras collided with increasing ferocity, the winds howled, rain poured, and lightning crackled, as if nature itself obeyed the commands of these two sovereigns, joining in the tumult of their confrontation. The struggle of kings. The very land could no longer bear the weight. The once stable Isle of Demons began to tremble, and the intensity of the tremors escalated at an astonishing rate. Soon, the higher echelons of the beast pirates, including the Calamities and the Flying Six, sensed the disturbance from various regions of the isle. In an unspoken understanding, they all turned their gazes toward the area where Yang Jian and Yamato stood, and without hesitation, they made their way to the site of the confrontation. Is that all? Yang Jian perceived the shift in numerous auras but paid them no mind. His focus was solely on the formidable Yamato before him. After battling with the old man since childhood, is your aura truly only at this level? Disappointment flickered across Yang Jian's face as he shook his head. Yamato remained silent, her expression taut as ice. Cold and piercing, centered around her. A visible sphere of blue haki expanded wildly, striving to overwhelm Yang Jian's presence. Now, this is what it means to possess the conqueror's haki. Perceiving Yamato's intent, Yang Jian's gaze gradually turned frigid and menacing. A thunderous roar of conqueror's haki erupted from within him, akin to a gravitational force distorting the very fabric of space. This overwhelming presence directly interfered with reality, affecting the material world. The massive and weighty Onigashima trembled violently, shaking under the strain. In the epicenter of this haki's oppression, the ground could no longer withstand the pressure, letting out a mournful cry as it fissured into serpentine cracks. In an instant, as Yang Jian heightened his conqueror's haki, the blue orb of royal dignity, symbolizing Yamato, was crushed under its might. A grunt escaped Yamato's lips, the tidal wave of conqueror's haki crashing upon her with tangible force, sending her hurtling backward several paces. A clash of conqueror's haki? Yamato? It was no wonder. The conflict arose from the offspring of Kaido. Indeed, they had all inherited this innate power. What a rare spectacle to witness. As anticipated, in this clash of rulers, the true monarch emerged victorious. At this moment, sensing the intense conflict of conqueror's haki, Jean, Queen, Jack, and the members of the Beast Pirates rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing the two combatants, they were both enlightened and astonished. We haven't even fought yet. Don't presume to speak to me as if you're the victor. Yamato furrowed her brow at the murmurs around her. Gripping her kanabo tightly, she swiftly charged towards Yang Jian. Thunderous Bagua, armed with a dark sheen. Conqueror's haki crackled like lightning. An immense force coalesced upon her kanabo, crashing down upon Yang Jian with relentless fury. Bagua, thunderous force symbols, you've given too much. Yet, as the kanabo descended with fury, Yang Jian merely raised his hand, delivering a decisive slap to the weapon. The impact reverberated, dissipating the dark aura enveloping the kanabo and shattering the conqueror's haki. Yamato, gripping the kanabo, felt an overwhelming force surging towards her, nearly wrenching her weapon from her grasp. Do not underestimate me. As she sensed her grip faltering, an icy chill enveloped her being. With a crack, amidst the swirling cold, her form rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, she grew to over 6 meters, sprouting sharp horns from her forehead, her fangs elongating, and her once beautiful visage transforming into that of a wolf. This was the manifestation of the Inu no Mi, Mythical Zoan, in its great mouth true god form. Chapter 23. A family of 3 sovereigns, each a phantom beast with a flourish of her fruit's power. They transformed into the formidable beast-human form known as the Great Mouth True God. In an instant, her physical prowess, strength, speed, and agility surged dramatically. Her 10 fingers twisted like a braided rope as she forcibly ripped the wolf fawn club, which was on the verge of slipping from her grasp. With a powerful push from her legs, she launched herself downwards, swinging the club from above. However, Yang Jian was already one step ahead. The moment she leapt into the air, his right hand clamped around her ankle. Before Day could bring the frost-enveloped wolf Fong club crashing down, Yang Jian deftly countered, spinning her around and slamming her into the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled violently, and a massive pit, over 50 meters in diameter, was forcibly created by Yang Jian's strike. Within the depths of that pit, Day, dazed and tasting blood, attempted to struggle. As she gathered her chilling energy to unleash upon the close-approaching Yang Jian, he raised his hand yet again, delivering another punishing blow that smashed her delicate face into the mud and stone. The frost that erupted from her throat scattered across the pit's bottom, solidifying into unyielding ice without affecting Yang Jian in the slightest. Yet another phantom beast. When did these once rare fruits of the phantom beast type become so commonplace? Truly, one does not stray far from their kin. A family of 3 sovereigns, each a phantom beast. Nearby Jean, Quinn, and others could not help but marvel at Day's display of phantom beast abilities. Indeed, this family was a perfect mold of one another. The father, a Force sovereign, wielded the fish fruit, phantom beast type, in the form of the Azure Dragon. The son, Yang Jian, was the bearer of the human fruit, phantom beast type, in the form of Erlang Shen. Even Day, the daughter, possessed the dog fruit, phantom beast type, in the form of the great mouth true god. More astonishingly, each of them bore an innate royal disposition, mastering the 3-colored haki. Release me. Just as the high-ranking members of the beast army were absorbed in awe, they suddenly roared in defiance. Despite being tossed around like a rag doll by Yang Jian on multiple occasions, the remarkable vitality and resilience of the phantom beast within her shone through brilliantly. The intense dizziness and searing pain seemed to have no bearing on her combat ability. In an instant, she raised her left foot and delivered a fierce kick to Yang Jian's chest. The disparity in their sizes made it effortless for her to land the blow. With a resounding impact, Yang Jian staggered back a few steps. Non-servium Ice Fong. Seizing the opportunity, Day sprang into action as Yang Jian released his grip on her ankle. She executed a mid-air somersault, opening her mouth wide to unleash a powerful breath. Non-servium Ice Fong. A frigid aura erupted forth, transforming into a beam of ice-blue energy that surged toward Yang Jian like a laser cannon. The chilling breath froze not only the earth but also the very air around, turning it to frost. 3 mystical fires. Confronted by the imminent threat of the fearsome Ice Fong, Yang Jian brushed off the dust from his chest and, with a calm demeanor, exhaled forcefully. Hissing, a golden flame of samadhi erupted instantaneously. The surrounding area shimmered with visible ripples, warping under the intense heat, which caused even the solid ground to begin melting. In the next moment, a fierce clash ensued between 2 formidable forces, one golden and one blue, one fiery and one icy, one hot and one cold. Flames were consumed, while frost coalesced. As the 2 extreme powers collided, a tremendous explosion of energy surged outward, sweeping across the battlefield, seemingly dividing it into 2 realms of fire and ice. Oof! He suddenly emitted a muffled grunt. Her towering figure, 6 to 7 meters tall, was sent hurtling back like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing several dozen meters away and creating a nearly 10-meter-deep crater upon landing, where she barely regained her balance. Just as he prepared to leap back into the fray, the ground beneath her feet surged unexpectedly, wrapping around her like a torrent of water. Trying to ensnare me with mud, are you? He scoffed, clenching her fists as a surge of formidable strength erupted from her. However, the earthen sphere that bound her was as resilient as sea stone. Despite not losing her devil fruit abilities and feeling weak all over, her repeated attempts to break free from the encasing sphere proved futile. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As he continued to struggle, a finger surrounded by crackling white arcs pressed firmly against her brow. A wave of intense paralysis and pain surged through her nerves like a tide. Have you had enough? Yang Jian pressed his finger against his forehead. As I have stated before, The land of Wano and the Kozuki clan are within my grasp. Seeing Dahi's stubborn expression, his tone grew colder. I also mentioned that I would protect the land of Wano and the Kozuki clan. Dahi defiantly lifted her chin, refusing to yield. What do you intend to protect them with? A half-baked conqueror-s hockey? Or your unrefined armament hockey, lacking both external release and internal destruction? Or perhaps your mediocre observation hockey? Or your incomplete mastery of the great divine form? Yang Jian articulated each point deliberately. He faltered at his words. Though stubborn, she was not without intelligence. Their recent confrontation had made the disparity between them painfully apparent. From devil fruit abilities to the 3 types of hockey, and even in physical prowess, she had been utterly overwhelmed. Damn it, where did that bastard Kaido find this brother of mine? I should be the elder sister. She thought bitterly, feeling a surge of frustration. She could not comprehend why, despite sharing the same mythical lineage and royal potential as Kaido's children, and being over a decade older than Yang Jian, the gap in their abilities was so vast. Chapter 24, Every Day. Kaido bestows upon me the thunderous gossip as a gift. It seems the ordeal has come to an end. In the distance, Ash and Quinn, upon witnessing Yamato's capture, heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this conflict was between princes and princesses, and it was not their place to intervene. With Yamato now taken captive, it was evidently the most favorable resolution. Perhaps we should return the explosive cuffs, suggested one, or confine her temporarily to the quarry. At this moment, Fuzz F, who had approached, cast a glance at Yamato, then at the fallen cuffs, and finally at the 3 disasters beside him. Yamato had always been at odds with Mr. Kaido. Now that he was absent, should you depart from Onigashima, once free from restraint, she would inevitably flee to Wano and align with those warriors. A flicker of unquenchable ambition flashed in his eyes. He was no longer satisfied with mere flying 6. Silence. Yang Jian's gaze suddenly turned icy. His penetrating stare felt like a blade cutting into Fuzz F. Simultaneously, an overwhelming conqueror's hockey descended upon him with the force of a tempest. Fuzz F's expression shifted dramatically, his body swaying as if struck by an unseen force. The chilling intensity of Yang Jian's gaze left him devoid of any emotional response. The dissatisfaction that had begun to brew within him vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror and reverence. Abandon your vile thoughts. Even a transient monarch commands loyal subjects. The 3 disasters do not ascend through flattery and sycophancy. My second-in-command is not appointed through mere adulation. Yang Jian withdrew his hand from Yamato's forehead, his gaze like a dagger piercing Fuzz F's very soul. This is the first and last warning. Should I find you disrespecting my sister again, I will end your life. As he spoke, his tone grew calm and devoid of any hint of malice. Yet, it was this unsettling tranquility, stripped of all warmth, that plunged Fuzz F into an abyss of dread. Even the high-ranking members of the Beast Pirates who overheard Yang Jian felt chills run down their spines. Yamato stared in astonishment at Yang Jian. She had anticipated that following their recent confrontation, he would not only restore the explosive cuffs, but also confine her. After all, their positions and objectives were inherently opposed. Having been captured, she had mentally prepared herself for complete imprisonment. Yet, to her utter disbelief after their skirmish, Yang Jian not only rebuffed Fuzz F's suggestion, but reacted with such intensity. Hey, you should really consider your subordinate's advice. Confined, I would be the better choice. As he said, I will undoubtedly make my way to Wano. A novel sensation surged within her heart, warming her in a way she had never experienced before, leaving her both bewildered and agitated. She realized, to her surprise, that she quite enjoyed this feeling, one that had eluded her throughout her life. As Yang Jian observed the sudden change in expression on Yamato's face upon hearing a remark from Fuzz Fu, she was momentarily plagued by doubts about whether she had erred in opposing him, whether her desire to become Kozuki Oden was misguided. Yang Jian, in response to her turmoil, silently approached Yamato, crouching down before her. Then, in an unexpected motion, he grasped the back of her head and pulled her forward. With a resounding thud, their foreheads pressed firmly together. The warmth emanating from their foreheads sent a shiver through Yamato causing her rigid body to gradually relax. A profound sensation, akin to her eyes welling with tears, enveloped her being. Perhaps they had only met a few times. Their relationship, masked by a veneer of sibling ties, was not deeply rooted. Yet the undeniable truth remained. They shared the same blood, an unbreakable bond. You may pursue your dreams, you may chase after your desires, and you can even forsake the entire world but never betray your kin. Yang Jian locked his gaze onto Yamato's eyes as he witnessed the bright, stubborn orbs darting about in evident panic. A smile unfurled within him. This vast sea is the only entity capable of embracing and forgiving all your transgressions. It is solely ours. With that, Yang Jian released his hold on Yamato's head and snapped his fingers. The rigid, stone-like binding that had ensnared Yamato instantaneously softened, collapsing around her. However, Yamato remained seated on the ground, her eyes vacant, as though her spirit had fled. Has the old man ever gifted you anything? Noticing the dirt smudging Yamato's delicate face, Yang Jian gently wiped away the grime. Yes. As the sounds of his voice reached her ears, Yamato gradually regained her composure. Since childhood, Kaido has consistently presented me with a thunderous bagua as a gift. With that proclamation, the nearby Jean, Quinn, Jack, and others couldn't help but erupt in laughter. They were well acquainted with this anecdote. Such a parenting style was truly unique to Mr. Kaido. Few fathers could ever emulate it. After all, not every father possesses the thunderous bagua. This is a gift from the old man. However, I believe it rightfully belongs to both of us. Yang Jian felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation as he retrieved the compact wolf tooth club he had previously utilized to assist King Ace in overcoming his addiction. He then pried open Yamato's palm and placed the diminutive weapon into her hand. Chapter 25. As a pirate, one must honor their word who needs you, and that Kaido's belongings? Kaido remarked, yet his right hand cautiously tightened around the compact spiked club. This was the first gift she had ever received in her life, and from a relative no less. A warm sensation, unlike any she had experienced before, flowed through her like a gentle spring breeze, soothing her heart. Maria. Yang Jian disregarded Yamato's bravado and cast a glance at her oversized attire that billowed like a vast ocean. He sighed inwardly. Even though the denizens of the Grand Line possessed an extraordinary constitution, rendering them immune to physical deformities even without undergarments, it still appeared somewhat indecorous. Is there anything this lady can assist you with? Black Maria approached, her graceful form swaying. I shall prepare some feminine garments and necessities for Yamato. Yang Jian pondered for a moment. Teach her some essential knowledge. She shouldn't be so brazenly exposed all day, he added. What a caring brother he was. The young woman felt a twinge of envy towards Yamato. Black Maria gazed intently at Yang Jian, as if seeing him for the first time. The patience, gentleness, and acceptance he exhibited towards Yamato starkly contrasted with the arrogance he displayed not long ago when he descended upon Onigashima, effortlessly dispatching the calamities and soaring above challenges. The difference was so pronounced that she found it difficult to discern which version of Yang Jian was the true one. I don't need to wear any woman-esque clothing. Yamato protested, her annoyance palpable. I'm a man. Did you hear that? I'm a man. After so many years of identifying as male, she found it perplexing to suddenly be treated as a woman. Let her stay with you for now. Yang Jian paid no mind to Yamato's outburst and glanced at the ruins of the palace. After all, who could refuse a girl who commanded thunderous powers? Rest assured, I shall ensure she becomes a splendid lady in no time. Black Maria chuckled, covering her mouth. At that moment, she recognized Yang Jian's gentle side. Reflecting on this, she smiled in relief. Indeed, even a born leader like him was merely 16 years old, despite commanding the entire Beast Pirates. The presence of his only two relatives in this unfamiliar Onigashima would naturally command his attention. Yes, Yang Jian nodded. He felt reassured with Black Maria. Among the core members of the Beast Pirates, she was the most sensible and womanly. Teaching Yamato would pose no problem. Moreover, he could always keep an eye on things. How shall we deal with this lad? Just as Yang Jian resolved matters at home, Jack approached, one hand gripping the unconscious Ace, who had lost a few teeth. Who is he? Queen glanced at Ace in Jack's grasp, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. An infiltrator. Upon Jack's utterance, a multitude of piercing gazes, brimming with murderous intent, converged upon Ace. True monarch, should we eliminate him? Fuzz Fr cautiously proposed, still trembling from the earlier reprimand by Yang Jian. His previous bravado had dissipated, and even his inner musings were carefully concealed. Fire Fist Ace. He is among this generation's supernovas, a wielder of the Mera Mera no Mi. A Logia-type fruit, Jean remarked, scrutinizing Ace before continuing. Perhaps due to their shared affinity for flames, he held a particular interest in the supernova. A supernova? And a Logia user, no less. Such a rarity indeed. The Grand Line yields but a handful each year. Upon hearing this, Quinn's interest in Ace was piqued. True monarch, entrust him to me. I shall transform him into a magnificent masterpiece. With this thought, he promptly addressed Yang Jian. He still holds value. He cannot be given to you just yet. In piracy, one must honor their word. Since I promised to send him to the quarry for the new year, he must remain there until the festivities conclude. Yang Jian resolutely declined. Although Ace's current prowess was lacking, he was undeniably of the Pirate King's bloodline. Handing him over to Quinn would be an utter waste. Jean, secure him with sea stone shackles and cast him into the quarry. We shall deal with him after the new year, Yang Jian instructed. Jean nodded in silence, accepting Ace from Jack and unfurling his wings to soar toward the quarry. As the matters concerning Yamato and Ace were resolved and the group prepared to disperse, a sudden cacophony of a transponder snail pierced the air. Hello, this is Jack. Jack reached into his pocket and retrieved the transponder snail. Lord Jack, Kaido. Mr. Kaido has been captured by the Marines. As Jack connected the call, an urgent shout erupted from the transponder snail speaker. What? Mr. Kaido has been captured? Oh, that's of no concern, Mr. Kaido will return in a few days. Upon hearing this, the crowd initially gasped, only to subsequently display expressions of relief. Had it been any other pirate captain, or even another of the four emperors, the news would have sent shockwaves through the seas. Yet within the Beast Pirates, aside from the initial astonishment, everyone appeared unfazed. Jean, who had briefly paused, flew away without a backward glance. Chapter 26. The New World is too small. Only enough for my own tumultuous endeavors. The reactions of the crowd were rather muted, and the reason was simple. They were well acquainted with Kaido's three great passions: fine wine, fierce battles, and self-destructive tendencies. Setting aside the topics of alcohol and self-harm, let us focus on his penchant for combat. Over the years, Kaido has issued no less than 30 challenges to the Navy headquarters and the other four emperors, suffering defeat 7 times and capture 18 times. Despite a record of more losses than victories and frequent imprisonments, he has somehow managed to escape death. This, however, has not diminished Kaido's stature among the members of the Beast Pirates, nor has it affected his fearsome reputation in the New World. The reason is clear. Each time Kaido challenged an emperor, the Navy chose to confront him with overwhelming numbers. One man against an entire emperor's crew. One against the entire Navy headquarters. Defeat, capture, and execution were to be expected. Yet, time and again, Kaido has faced these challenges and emerged alive, earning him the title of the world's strongest creature. What is the situation, you might wonder? Unlike the indifference of the crowd, Yang Jian seized the transponder snail from Jack's hands. Do not fret, my lord. Mr. Kaido is invincible. The Navy has apprehended him numerous times in the past and executed him on multiple occasions, yet he always returns, lively and unscathed. Quinn, fearing that Yang Jian's concern would lead to chaos, quickly interjected, "Hold your tongue." He then turned to Yang Jian. "Tell me, what has the old man been up to?" Lord Yang Jian, it is as follows. According to the intelligence we received after departing from Onigashima, Mr. Kaido ventured alone to the G1 branch established by the Navy in the New World and challenged them single-handedly. While Mr. Kaido is formidable, he was ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of Navy personnel. Facing over 5,000 officers led by Admiral Akainu and Vice Admiral Fujitora, he managed to severely injure Akainu, defeat Fujitora, and slay over 1,000 officers. He even destroyed a significant portion of the G1 branch. However, in the end, he exhausted his strength and was captured by the arriving Admiral Akiji. Upon hearing that the voice on the other end belonged to Yang Jian, The members of the Beast Pirates quickly reported with reverence. Though Kaido had been defeated and captured by the Navy, the way they spoke of his capture was laced with deep respect. Admiral Akenu, Fujitora, and the support of Akiji, along with over 5,000 officers attacking. It's no surprise the old man fell. Yang Jian, upon hearing this, felt no shame for Kaido. Setting aside the geographical advantages and the opportunistic arrival of Akiji, one could hardly expect anyone other than the peak figures of rocks, Whitebeard, and Roger to achieve better results against such formidable opposition. What was the old man's current condition? He pondered for a moment, clutching the transponder snail. In accordance with the traditional practices of the Navy, it is expected that Mr. Kaido would be subjected to severe torture before facing execution, ultimately being transported to impel down. The Beast Pirates on the other end of the phone hastily remarked, "I understand." After hanging up, Yang Jian's eyes glimmered with deep contemplation. He was not surprised by the Navy's approach. After all, having captured Kaido numerous times, they had long since developed a method for dealing with him. Since they could not kill him, imprisonment was the only viable option. I shall step out for a moment. Until my return, I entrust all matters of the Beast Pirates to Jean. With that, Yang Jian turned towards the docks of Onigashima. Your Excellency, you truly need not worry about Mr. Kaido, nor feel compelled to rescue him. The great pirate era is such that no one can bring about his demise. As my dear brother Queen has stated, once the Navy captures Mr. Kaido, they may subject him to torture and perform symbolic executions a few dozen times, but within days, he will return on his own. Upon witnessing Yang Jian's actions, Jack hurriedly approached to dissuade him. Your father is captured, tortured, and executed, and you sit idly at home, sipping tea and enjoying pastries? Yang Jian remarked with a weighty tone. He understood that the Navy could not kill Kaido. Yet that did not mean he would accept Kaido being subjected to their cruel treatment, executed, and subsequently imprisoned like a mere criminal. Jack's expression stiffened at his words. Indeed, his loyalty to Kaido was unwavering, but Kaido, after all, was merely his captain, not his father, nor his son. Initially, he would have eagerly rushed to rescue him at the first sign of trouble. However, as Kaido frequently engaged in single combat, attempted suicide, was captured, and executed repeatedly, he gradually grew accustomed to it, eventually becoming numb. Naturally, the impulse to hastily rush to Kaido's aid faded. Remember this, a king must not be humiliated, and a Yonko must be even less so. Yang Jian surveyed the crowd, a glint of defiance flashing in his eyes. Do you not think the New World is rather small? There is barely enough room for me, Yang Jian, to create a stir. What does it mean for the Navy to establish a presence in the realm of pirates? If they dare to capture my old man, I shall uproot them entirely. Though Yang Jian's voice was not loud, the formidable aura in his words sent shivers down the spines of those present, casting a shadow over the skies of Onigashima itself. Chapter 27. Children rescuing their father. What reason could there be? The New World is too small. It turns out that this time, Zhenjuan's purpose extends beyond merely rescuing Mr. Kaido. He actually intends to expel the Navy from the New World. Haha, this is precisely what our beast pirates ought to be doing. Zhenjuan, allow us to accompany you on this endeavor. You are absolutely right. A king must not be insulted. Our Yonko is not someone the Navy can humiliate at will. The nearby Jean, Quinn, and Fujiwara were all stirred by Yang Jian's declaration. Previously, they had sensed that Yang Jian's ambition and charisma surpassed even that of Kaido. Indeed, it was only a few days since he took command of the Beast Pirates, and he already sought to expand their territory, targeting the Navy's stronghold in the New World. Zhenjuan, I comprehend your intention. Since you harbor the ambition to drive the Navy out of the New World, please take more men with you. The Navy is unlike us. Those wretched scoundrels do not uphold any sense of justice. They excel at overwhelming the few with their numbers. With no way to sway Yang Jian, Quinn could only urge him to bring more men. Let me, Jack, accompany you. Zhenjuan, your words resonate. A king must not be insulted. While it is true that Mr. Kaido delights in one-on-one combat, it does not mean we can ignore his execution, torture, or allow the Navy to humiliate him. Jack was evidently ignited by Yang Jian's words. His ambition and fervor awakened. His Zoan fruit abilities surged forth. He stepped forth from the ranks of the Beast Pirates, resolutely requesting to battle alongside Yang Jian. Just as Yang Jian was about to decline Jack's request, a sharp voice suddenly cut through the air. You? Upon hearing that familiar voice, both the Calamities and the assembled members of the crew looked on in astonishment at Yamato, who had volunteered. Yamato, it's not that I have any objections to you, but can you enlighten me as to why you are so eager to rescue Mr. Kaido? You should be wishing for his execution. Before Yang Jian could respond, Jack, ever headstrong, interjected once more. Quinn and the others remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on Yamato, the unspoken implications clear. I can only be the one to strike him down. Is that reason sufficient? Yamato did not reply to Jack, nor did he acknowledge the skeptical looks from Quinn and the others. He directed his gaze firmly at Yang Jian. Children rescuing their father, what reason could there possibly be? Yang Jian regarded Yamato with a profound glance. Oof. At his words, Yamato felt a stirring within, but haughtily snorted in response. Father? This is merely to repay his nurturing grace. Jinjuan, perhaps it would be wise for you to bring along more ships. Jack, seeing Yang Jian and Yamato poised to depart together, grew anxious. If we take so many, who will guard our home? Yang Jian shot Jack a sideways glance before firmly stating, Enough. You will guard our territory, and we shall discuss other matters upon my return. After that, he did not grant Jack another chance to speak, his vertical pupils snapping open with intensity. In the fleeting glimmer of divine light, a tempestuous wind surged around them. Before anyone could react, the fierce gale had whisked away Yang Jian and He, lifting them into the air as if by magic. Within mere seconds, the two had vanished from the sight of the Beast Pirates' core members. How astonishingly swift! Is he truly traversing the winds? Just how many abilities does this sage possess? The array of powers he has displayed surpasses even that of Mr. Kaido. As they regained their composure, Quinn, Black Maria, and the others were left with expressions of sheer astonishment. Since Yang Jian's formidable takeover of the Beast Pirates, his exhibited strength and capabilities have continually reshaped their understanding. Each time they believed they had grasped the essence of Yang Jian, they discovered they had merely scratched the surface of his true prowess. On Cake Island, within a castle constructed of grand cakes and sumptuous cream, Charlotte Linlin sat upon her throne, one hand clutching a newspaper while the other indulged in cake after cake. Oh ho ho, that Kaido has audaciously stirred up trouble at the G1 branch. Is that not rather typical? Replied Charlotte Katakuri, one of the four commanders and hailed as the finest creation of the Charlotte family, as he set down the newspaper. Indeed, if there ever comes a day when Kaido behaves himself, that would be truly surprising. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin casually tossed aside the newspaper. Such reckless challenges would be a novelty for anyone else, even for other emperors. Yet for Kaido, she had long since grown accustomed to his antics. Katakuri, if you find this so ordinary, then why do your eyes remain fixed upon that newspaper? Charlotte Linlin inquired, noticing her most esteemed son's unwavering gaze. I'm not focused on Kaido. Rather, it is he. Charlotte Katakuri raised a wanted poster from the newspaper. A black-haired youth with a vertical pupil etched in his forehead and a stern visage immediately captured Charlotte Linlin's attention. Yang Jian, the little brat of the Kaido clan, is as troublesome as his father. Charlotte Linlin gazed at the wanted poster of Yang Jian, her heavily adorned face revealing an unusual seriousness. As the guide to Kaido, no one understands him better than she does, nor does anyone possess greater insight into the Beast Pirates. To compel that proud, domineering, and tempestuous Azure Dragon to willingly relinquish control of the Beast Pirates. To single-handedly seize command in less than half a day, Yang Jian, this name, even for an established emperor like her, demands acknowledgement. Chapter 28. The beasts do not have just one emperor mother. It is hardly surprising that Kaido has challenged the G1 branch. Yet, the reaction of this man warrants our attention. Charlotte Katakuri gazed intently at the bounty poster of Yang Jian, particularly fixating on the singular vertical pupil in the center of his forehead. Perhaps due to his observation haki from the very first glance at Yang Jian's bounty, he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Strangely enough, it instilled a flicker of unease within him regarding the previously stable waters of the Grand Line. Charlotte Linlin remained silent, her gaze lingering on Yang Jian's bounty for a moment. Suddenly, an eerie, bone-chilling laughter echoed through the castle of Cake Island. Red Force Kaido, Yang Jian, Shanks, the red-haired, glanced at the newspaper in his hand before casting his eyes upon Yang Jian's bounty. Captain, come. We are in the midst of a banquet. Lucky Roo, while gnawing on roasted meat, placed a cup of beer before Shanks. Is it not merely that lunatic Kaido, seeking a brawl with the Navy? What is there to behold? Such occurrences transpire several times each year. He scanned the newspaper, noting the article detailing Kaido's assault on the G1 branch and his subsequent capture by the Navy. Lucky Roo, this time, is indeed different. Shanks downed his beer in one gulp and shook his head. How could it be different? When dealing with the Navy, their routine is always the same: torture, execution, imprisonment. And once the cycle concludes, that monster Kaido merely dusts himself off and departs. Lucky Roo dismissed it nonchalantly. Incidents of Kaido's capture happen at least 4 or 5 times annually. Not to mention, our red-haired pirates have apprehended Kaido on several occasions as well. No, Lucky Roo, this time is truly distinct. Ben Beckman lit his cigar. What makes it different? Jesus Burgess, intrigued, leaned in. The beast pirates are no longer ruled by a solitary emperor. The authority now lies with more than just one sovereign. A wisp of smoke curled around Ben Beckman's wise eyes, yet could not conceal his keen insight. Set sail. Upon hearing Ben Beckman's thoughts mirroring his own, Shanks felt a resolute decision form within him. Captain, where are we headed? The crew of the red-haired pirates, gathered for the banquet, fell into a state of bewilderment. To meet someone, it seemed as though an unspoken understanding existed among the 4 emperors. At that very moment, far across the seas of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the ailing Whitebeard slowly set down the newspaper he had been reading. Old man, what is it? Marco, who was ever watchful of Whitebeard's health, inquired softly upon noticing his demeanor. Nothing has transpired. I am Whitebeard. The right hand of Whitebeard pressed down upon the newspaper resting on his lap, concealing yet another bounty poster beneath it. The changes of the times should not evoke fear. The G1 base, a naval stronghold of paramount significance, second only to the headquarters, stands in ruin. The once towering naval building seems as if it has been uprooted by a giant, leaving behind a vast island strewn with dilapidated structures. A glance reveals not a single intact edifice. The Navy personnel stationed at the base are either wrapped in bandages or clad in tattered garments, clearly having suffered the ravages of recent conflict. The architect of this devastation, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, now finds himself shackled in sea-stone handcuffs, flanked by Admirals Akiji and Akainu as they escort him to a massive prison ship docked at the crumbling pier. Alas, the toll of casualties is indeed grievous. Akiji glances back at the G1 base, which has lost half its area. Mr. Kaido, you've certainly stirred quite a tempest this time. Next time you wish to enjoy a complimentary stay at Impel Down, there's no need for such theatrics. Just give me a call, and I shall personally escort you. He turns to Kaido, who is ensnared in sea-stone chains resembling a rice dumpling, and expresses his dissatisfaction. Humph, little Akiji, do you possess such capabilities? Kaido retorts coldly, his face obscured by a sea-stone mask. If you did, why are you now the one confined? Akiji replies frostily. He is not one for excessive words. But Kaido's recent antics have indeed crossed a line. Had he not been patrolling nearby on the day of Kaido's rampage, capturing him would have necessitated a far greater cost. Yet, even if apprehended, it would yield little benefit. Apart from a beating, he could only be imprisoned for a fortnight. And even then, they would need to provide for his sustenance. The devastation of the G1 base, the loss of numerous Navy officers, and the resulting outcome weigh heavily on Akiji's spirits. What is the point of this dialogue? Let us swiftly consign this scoundrel to Impel Down. Akainu's anger is palpable, his ire reaching its zenith. Had any other emperor been captured, he would have awoken in the night, laughing in his dreams. But capturing Kaido, his inherent aversion to evil makes him wish for no part in it. After all, one cannot kill him, nor can he be imprisoned for eternity. Unless both admirals remain vigilant, Kaido would undoubtedly escape within a month. Akiji, wordlessly, pushes Kaido into a sea stone cage. He has never seen eye to eye with Akainu, and with his mood already soured, their conversation is terse. Oof. As the transfer of the Four Emperor concludes, Akainu scoffs, turning his back to head towards the base. He lacks the inclination or interest to engage in idle chatter with Aokiji. Kaido may have been dispatched, but the mess left behind must be cleaned up by him alone. Just then, as Akainu descends from the prison ship, his steps abruptly halt. At the same moment, the green pheasant on the deck abruptly turned, his gaze fixated on the distant sea. Suddenly, the once tranquil surface of the ocean transformed into a tumultuous expanse. Ha! Within the confines of his cage, Kaido seemed to sense something amiss, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as his raucous, unrestrained laughter reverberated throughout the prison ship, filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Chapter 29. The mountain treads the sun. What brings you amusement? Kaido, you are now a captive. Soon, you will be dispatched to impel down. What is there to laugh about? On the prison ship, the naval officers escorting Kaido seethed with indignation. Yet, in the face of the furious naval personnel, Kaido remained silent, a smile playing on his lips, while his eyes beneath the sea stone mask glinted with a lifeless gaze. Suddenly, the massive, heavy prison ship, constructed of steel and solid wood, lurched violently. The abrupt upheaval sent many naval officers tumbling in disarray. Notably, those who had suffered grievous injuries during Kaido's recent rampage at the G1 branch were unable to maintain their balance, landing unceremoniously on the deck. What is happening? Why is the ship shaking so violently? The sailors aboard the prison vessel were momentarily bewildered. However, clarity soon dawned upon them as they gazed around. The ocean was no longer merely turbulent. It was a chaotic spectacle, with a thunderous roar that echoed like the wrath of the sea. A colossal sound shattered the sky, leaving the assembled navy with a ringing in their ears. Immediately following, a vast shadow descended, enveloping the prison ship and the entire G1 branch. The ocean. My heavens! How could such a monumental tsunami arise so suddenly? Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the tumultuous sea surged forth in waves, each surpassing the last in height. Within mere moments, these seemingly sentient tides had risen to hundreds of meters. What instilled further dread in the hearts of the Navy was the realization that these towering waves were surging towards the prison ship and the G1 branch. Whitebeard. Akainu's visage darkened like stormy waters. In the New World, only he possessed the might to conjure such an event. Yet, as Aokiji spoke, a frown creased his brow. However, the Whitebeard pirates have been under constant surveillance by CP and the Navy. We have received no report of Whitebeard leaving his territory. Upon hearing this, Akainu's expression mirrored his doubt. Though he harbored a deep-seated hatred for all pirates, wishing to eradicate them from the seas, he held a profound understanding of Whitebeard. The Navy and the world government vigilantly monitored his movements. If it were truly Whitebeard, he would have made his appearance by now. It cannot be Whitebeard. Gazing at the approaching monstrous waves, Aokiji shook his head. I do not sense Whitebeard's presence, nor do I perceive that of the commanders. If it were Whitebeard, even if he managed to elude us, the other pirates aboard the Moby Dick could not possibly remain undetected. In an unprecedented moment, Akainu concurred with Aokiji's assessment. Aokiji remained silent, extending his observation haki over the surface of the sea with all his might. Aside from the present Navy and Kaido, he sensed no other presence upon the sea's surface. Regardless of who it might be, the paramount concern at this moment was to address the impending tsunami. Realizing that his observation haki could not pinpoint a target, Aokiji chose to refrain from searching and instead ascended into the air, arms outstretched, unleashing two pillars of ice that shot forth towards the tumultuous waves on either side. With a resounding splash, as the ice pillars met the towering, crashing waves, a frigid, bone-chilling air erupted from them, capable of freezing flames and even magma into solid ice. The Ice Age, layer upon layer, reaching heights of hundreds of meters. The colossal tsunami that could obliterate a naval base in an instant was transformed into a massive iceberg. Just as Aokiji let out a sigh of relief, a sharp, mocking voice echoed in his ears. The earth trembled with a deafening roar. Suddenly, a terrifying fissure erupted from the base of the iceberg. In astonishment, The Navy watched as the towering iceberg, formed from the frozen waves, was lifted from the sea. Who was he? An unfamiliar presence. Akiji and Akainu gazed out. Enveloped in icy mist, they could discern only a silhouette. My goodness, is this within the realm of human capability? The sea, no. The iceberg has been lifted by a mere mortal. At that moment, a naval officer on the prison ship's deck stood up, raising a telescope to gaze into the distance. Although the figure's features were obscured, he could see that the immense iceberg was being effortlessly held aloft by a figure of ordinary size. Who are you? Are you here to rescue Kaido? Akiji fixed his gaze intently on the shadow, shrouded in frost. Yet, that figure paid him no heed, instead hoisting the massive iceberg and gradually ascending into the sky. As the iceberg rose higher, its vast, terrifying shadow enveloped the prison ship and the expansive G1 branch below, causing the Navy personnel beneath to turn pale, their throats constricting in anxiety as they struggled to swallow. Such power is beyond human capability. It must be a devil fruit. Could it be the power of the Golden Lion? As he beheld the continuously rising iceberg, or rather, an ice island, Akainu's cold eyes narrowed slightly. This extraordinary ability to lift islands and mountains with a mere gesture he had only witnessed in one individual. The Golden Lion. Chapter 30. Create a commotion in your own way. No, it is not the float fruit. That young man has indeed lifted an iceberg the size of an island. In response to Akainu's speculation, Akiji retorted bluntly. Whether or not it is the float fruit has become inconsequential. What matters now is to execute him. Akainu grasped his hat, tousled his hair, and placed the hat back upon his head. Instantly, his gaze turned frigid and cruel. As he gazed at the figure in the sky bearing the weight of the iceberg, his ferocity surpassed that of a sea king fixated on its prey. Fiery eruption. Suddenly, Akainu bellowed towards the heavens, his right fist striking upward with force. Before the figure in the sky could release the iceberg, he had already raised his hand and swung his fist. Hiss! The temperature of the air soared at an alarming rate. With billowing clouds of smoke rising, Akainu's fist, launched from afar, resembled an enraged volcano. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. Scalding, blistering magma surged forth, potent enough to incinerate even flames. In the blink of an eye, the torrential magma transformed into a fist larger than that of a giant, carrying the catastrophic force of a volcanic eruption directly towards the figure above. Along with your iceberg. Vanish from this world, old man. Akainu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, devoid of any emotional hue. There was only the chilling intent to kill. He had no desire to comprehend the opponent's abilities or identity. He simply wished to see the intruder reduced to ashes. Let chaos reign. Create a grand disturbance in your own way. I shall watch. As you transform the Grand Line into your era. On the prison ship, Kaido leaned against the cell, exuding an air of nonchalance. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to a captive. Rather, he appeared as a father, witnessing with hopeful eyes his prideful son ascend to the pinnacle of an era. As if sensing Kaido's gaze, Yang Jian glanced down at the prison ship, then refocused on the magma fist ascending toward the sky. Boom! In the next moment, he thrust his right hand forward. His casual, effortless motion resembled that of a baseball player tossing a ball. However, with that seemingly light throw, the massive iceberg instantaneously lost its support. Under the relentless pull of gravity, the colossal iceberg plummeted. In mere seconds of acceleration, the surface of the iceberg became enveloped in a layer of fiery airwaves. This terrifying sight rendered the naval officers below pale with fear. It is enormous. Truly it is too vast. Yang Jian, with a mere gesture, had lifted and cast down an iceberg whose size far surpassed that of the G1 branch island. This is rather large. But Sakazuki, you should be able to handle it, right? Observing the immense iceberg descending from the sky, Akiji, the instigator, scratched the back of his head, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Such a trivial block of ice is hardly a concern. Akainu let out a disdainful snort, yet a glimmer of seriousness crossed his face. It was imperative to block this attack. Admiral Akainu, Mr. Sakazuki, under the intense, anxious gazes of those watching, The colossal island of ice finally collided with Akainu's towering magma fist. With a thunderous boom, the impact shattered the silence, reverberating through the sky. Following this, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, like a shockwave wreaking havoc in the atmosphere. The searing magma intertwined with the frigid ice, generating a copious amount of white mist that billowed upwards. In each fleeting moment, ice melted away, yet magma was extinguished in equal measure. However, the Admiral Akainu's fiery assault possessed not only the high temperature of magma, but also the cataclysmic force of a volcanic eruption. Though the magma fist was dwarfed by the island of ice, the terrifying impact it harbored allowed it to pierce through the sky as icy barrier with relentless might. But that was not all. At the moment the magma fist breached the ice island, it erupted explosively. The astonishing heat and overwhelming shockwave emanated from within the island, instantly shattering the massive structure into countless burning fragments. It shattered. Truly, Mr. Sakazuki's power is formidable. Even an island larger than the G1 branch could be obliterated in a single strike. Witnessing this scene, the Navy personnel were initially taken aback, only to erupt into jubilant cheers. Yet at that moment, Akiji's expression shifted slightly. Akainu seemed to sense something amiss, but before he could act, the fragmented pieces of ice rained down upon him like meteorites, cascading alongside the magma. The sea, the prison ship, the docks, even the G1 branch behind them were all subjected to the baptism of ice and magma, enveloped in devastation. In an instant, the G1 branch had been submerged beneath a deluge of volcanic magma projectiles. Under the relentless bombardment of these fiery orbs, the already severely damaged G1 branch, following Kaido's rampage, was not only shattered but mercilessly engulfed by the ocean of molten rock. Magma. Is this not Mr. Sakazuki's ability? Why? However, the destruction wrought by the falling magma extended beyond mere structures. It claimed lives. Among the Navy patrolling the G1 branch, those in training, or even those recuperating in their beds, over 70% perished in the fiery inferno. Of the remaining 30%, 20% were gravely injured and teetering on the brink of death. The last 10%, while lightly wounded and surviving, still found themselves struggling desperately amidst the sea of magma. Chapter 31. Do you dislike this farewell ceremony? Admiral Akainu, you scoundrel, is this what you deem trivial? Akiji's expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with a fury more intense than Akainu's molten magma, as he beheld the naval base transformed into a hell on earth. After vehemently scolding Akainu, he soared into the air, directing his breath towards the G1 branch. Whoosh! A torrent of frigid air erupted, unleashing a blizzard that rapidly enveloped the G1 branch. The searing magma, besieged by the icy onslaught, swiftly cooled, turning black, and eventually extinguished. Yet, despite Akiji's swift actions in dousing the inferno at G1, his countenance remained grim. Through his observation haki, he vividly perceived the staggering casualties inflicted upon the naval base. Crack! Akainu's hands, resting at his sides, clenched into fists. In his relentless pursuit of vanquishing pirates, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own comrades, indifferent to the toll it exacted, provided he could achieve merit. However, the aftermath of his fiery assault left his command, G1, and numerous elite soldiers reduced to ashes, while the enemy remained unscathed. Such a result was intolerable for him. It not only marred his illustrious record as an admiral, but would also serve as a formidable obstacle in his quest for the position of fleet admiral. It's you. At that moment, the obscuring ice island vanished. The swirling frost that enveloped him dissipated. Akainu finally discerned Yang Jian's true visage. The true monarch, Yang Jian. Akiji's expression turned as cold as ice, enunciating each syllable of Yang Jian's moniker. Since he had taken command of the Beast Pirates, the title of True Monarch had transcended mere rank within the crew, becoming a formidable name in the hearts of pirates and the Navy alike. Yang Jian. Akainu's gaze fixated on Yang Jian, who stood atop the clouds, his voice dripping with murderous intent, each word ground out through clenched teeth. Do you disfavor such a farewell ceremony? Admiral Akainu and Akiji. Yang Jian looked down upon the two admirals from his elevated position. What do you mean? Akainu's pupils flickered, his voice icy. The literal meaning. After all, I am uprooting your branches from G1 to G5 and expelling your navy from the New World. As the host of the New World, I cannot let you depart this sea without a proper send-off. Can I? Yang Jian's words ignited fury within Akainu, Akiji, and the assembled navy. Expelling the navy from the New World? Who do you think you are? Even your father was reduced to a prisoner before a single G1 branch. And you presume to challenge me? Akainu scoffed in exasperation. You are indeed correct, and that is precisely why I can. Yang Jian nodded. His voice, though subdued, resonated across the expanse of the sea, reverberating in the ears of every Navy member present. His tone was unyielding, the conviction within it standing resolute like a mountain, as unshakable as a still abyss. Brother, anyone can speak grandly. Akiji stepped forward deliberately, reaching the bow of the ship and descending onto the surface of the sea. The once tumultuous ocean, upon the contact of his soles, was instantaneously transformed into a glacial plain. From a distance, the vast expanse of the sea appeared devoid of any trace of flowing water, as if the size of the ocean was matched only by the extent of the frozen territory. I suggest you engage in fervent prayers for the chance to inherit your father's legacy perfectly, such as that immortal constitution. Akiji gazed up at the heavens, seemingly listless, yet his piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, fell upon Yang Jian. Otherwise, after today, you shall not even have the opportunity to accompany your father as a fellow inmate. As his words echoed, the boundless icy plain trembled violently. With a thunderous crack, colossal ice pillars, resembling great eastern dragons, surged forth from the ground. In an instant, these gigantic spires erupted with the force of an army, aimed directly at Yang Jian, who hovered in the sky. Each ice pillar emanated a chilling aura, capable of freezing anything it touched instantaneously. These spires were extraordinarily sharp, akin to the most exquisite blades, capable of piercing through even the toughest steel with ease. Their speed was akin to lightning, swift as shooting stars, creating a deafening roar as they surged forward. Hundreds of such ice pillars surged forth, resembling a multitude of towering giants launching their massive spears into the fray. Is he truly starting with such seriousness? Red Dog couldn't help but glance at Akiji, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Despite their long-standing ideological differences and mutual rejection of each other's notions of justice. As fellow contenders for the position of the next admiral, he possessed a profound understanding of Akiji, not just their convictions, but their very essence. Frozen fruit. At that moment, while Yang Jian appeared unruffled, a flicker of seriousness glimmered in his eyes. After all, his opponent was one of the three admirals of nature. Though somewhat inferior to the four emperors, he was undoubtedly among the top predators of these waters, far surpassing the calamities he had faced previously, and certainly beyond comparison with the Flying Six. Three flame fire. As thoughts raced through his mind, Yang Jian remained undeterred in his actions. The moment Akiji unleashed a barrage of ice pillars, he too made his move. He opened his mouth, initially releasing a wisp of golden flame. Yet, as that golden spark escaped his lips, it erupted into a raging inferno, akin to heavenly fire consuming the earth, enveloping the advancing ice pillars. With a hissing sound, the flames erupted, swirling in white mist. As the crackling of combustion resonated, the hundreds of ice pillars, mere half a meter from Yang Jian, were reduced to naught but vapor, leaving only a delicate mist in their wake. Chapter 32. The Awakening of a Celestial Eye. The wounding of Akainu. The intelligence descriptions were strikingly similar. A slight narrowing of Akiji's eyes revealed his lack of surprise at the ineffectiveness of his attack. Long before Yang Jian descended upon Onigashima, under the watchful gaze of thousands, he had already swept through the ranks of the beast pirates, and his every action had been meticulously documented by the omnipresent CP organization, subsequently relayed to the world government and navy. I've heard you can conjure flames? At that moment, Akainu leapt from the dock onto the icy plains, exclaiming, "But I am the superior of fire." With that proclamation, he afforded Yang Jian no opportunity for response. If anything, He was not inquiring, but rather declaring a harsh reality. Boom! As his words echoed, he took a single step forward, heat rising from his feet as molten lava erupted forth. Almost instantaneously, he surged upward, resembling magma expelled from a volcanic crater, ascending with terrifying velocity. In less than half a second, Akainu had broken through the air, landing near Yang Jian, his right arm already transformed into molten rock. Infernal Hound. As he closed the distance, he unleashed a powerful punch without hesitation. His fist struck with the might of a dragon, creating a visible depression in the air, as if the atmosphere itself had caved in. A tempestuous current of air roared through the sky, scattering the nearby clouds. Beyond the sheer force of his punch, the path of his molten arm scorched the azure sky into a deep crimson. Flame Spear. In the face of Akainu's bravado, Yang Jian remained undaunted. He refrained from employing any abilities beyond fire, directly conjuring a golden spear of flames that materialized in his grasp, poised to pierce the oncoming magma fist. Bang! The spear and fist collided with a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Flames and lava clashed, unleashing a tempest of scorching heat that engulfed the sky. This spectacle was merely the result of their initial encounter. In the epicenter of their clash, a staggering distortion of the atmosphere unfolded, creating ripples that were almost grotesque. Was the sky folding in upon itself? The immense power of that beast pirate, capable of contending with Sakazuki's magma, was indeed formidable. Was this the rumored Mythical Zoan ability, more precious than even the natural type? Such a terrifying capability, an animal type possessing powers akin to the superhuman, or even the natural. Those naval officers aboard the prison ship, who had barely survived under Akiji's protection, gazed upwards in awe. To them, it appeared as though the sky was being violently stirred into a chaotic amalgamation by Yang Jian's spear and Akainu's fist. It didn't burn? Akiji stared fixedly at the flame spear in Yang Jian's hand, a flicker of astonishment igniting within him. Just like Akainu, he understood him. They were well aware of each other's virtues, capabilities, and strengths. How is this possible? My magma fruit is undeniably the superior to the flame fruit. No flame should be able to extinguish it. Akainu's pupils contracted as he beheld the flame spear, which had withstood his infernal hound for so long without even a hint of extinguishment. He found it hard to believe. You are the superior of the burning fruit, not the superior of the mythical Zoan type, Erlang Shen. Yang Jian observed the shifting expressions and eyes of Akainu with keen perception. With a cold utterance, divine light blossomed from his forehead. As a fissure extended forth, the third eye, his celestial eye with a vertical pupil, instantly opened. The transformation of Akainu's demeanor was striking. He had meticulously studied the intelligence on true monarch Yang Jian, a ruler capable of seizing control of the beast pirates in a mere half-day. Even a marine admiral must regard him with utmost seriousness. Thus, he was fully aware of all the abilities Yang Jian had displayed thus far, among which the third eye at his brow, that celestial eye with a vertical pupil, was the most formidable in Akainu's estimation. As Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, Akainu's heart filled with trepidation. With his right hand grasping the fire spear crafted from the three flames, he forcefully suppressed the immensely powerful hellhound, producing a thunderous roar and a searing wave of heat. Simultaneously, he aligned his left index and middle fingers beside the vertical pupil of his brow. In an instant, divine light radiated forth. A brilliant golden beam pierced the heavens, slicing through the clouds and dispelling the fiery red hue cast by Akainu's magma. A sense of dread washed over Akainu. Reacting instinctively, he transformed his entire body into magma, dispersing like water droplets. Yet in the next moment, the erupting magma became immobilized in the void. What? Below? Akiji was equally startled by this scene. He instinctively manipulated the ice, conjuring dozens of towering ice pillars that shot towards Yang Jian. However, the ice pillars were swift, but Yang Jian's movements were swifter. The instant the magma solidified, his vertical pupil radiated with divine brilliance. A torrent of chilling golden beams erupted forth, illuminating the sky. With a piercing cry, the aftermath of the radiant display was met with a horrific scream. The falling magma crashed to the ground, writhing like caterpillars, coalescing once again to reveal Akainu. Yet now, the bandages that had wrapped his upper body had vanished, revealing a grotesque, gory wound. With a resilience that rivaled even that of the notorious Captain Jack, he instinctively attempted to rise and continue the confrontation. However, as he pushed against the ground, his body swayed, and he sank back into a half-crouch. The Admiral Akainu. In a single encounter, he had sustained grave injuries, leaving the entire arena in shock. Chapter 33. Even a great general is but dust before me, the Admiral of the Navy. Regarded as the pinnacle of strength within the Marine headquarters and the highest combat force of the world government, has long been invincible against pirates. In the annals of history, the Admiral seldom faced injuries, let alone suffered defeats. Yet now, the formidable Sakazuki, known as Akainu and possessing the power of the magma fruit, finds himself grievously wounded after a mere exchange with Yang Jian. How could this not leave the Navy personnel aboard the prison ship utterly astounded? Is this a deception? Is Akainu, after all, the esteemed Sakazuki has been severely injured? For a protracted moment, the sailors on the deck exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to accept the harsh reality before them. It appears that his battle with Kaido has taken a significant toll. Nevertheless, even in a wounded state, to inflict such damage on Sakazuki in a single encounter. Truly, the esteemed Yang Jian lives up to his reputation. Kazan averted his gaze from Akainu and shifted his attention to Yang Jian, who stood upon the clouds. He is far too young. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. The figure before him, undoubtedly no more than 17 or 18 years of age, possesses strength that rivals the apex of the Grand Line's most formidable warriors. This is what truly unsettles Kazan. Kazan, do not meet his gaze. It is imperative that you avoid eye contact. Those eyes are uncanny. One glance, and you would find yourself paralyzed. The sensation is reminiscent of his encounter with red-haired Shanks, though Yang Jian's Conqueror-S Haki is far more enigmatic. While Shanks's aura induces a momentary daze, Yang Jian's eyes render one immobile. Akainu coughed up a mouthful of blood, using the technique to evade Haki attacks. Elementalization to dodge strikes is futile. You should have witnessed it firsthand. I had already elementalized, even transforming my body into magma, scattering in all directions. Yet I was still struck. He relayed his alarming realization to Kazan with rapid urgency. Even now, merely recalling the immobilizing terror he experienced renders him cold with dread. You should take a moment to rest. Kazan nodded. This critical information, acquired at the cost of Akainu's worsening injuries, is invaluable. Even at their level, intelligence remains paramount and can significantly sway the balance of battle. I'm not as delicate as you presume. I can afford to rest only after ensuring Yang Jian is consumed beneath the magma. Akainu mustered his strength to rise. As an admiral, his prowess extends beyond mere fruit abilities. His swordsmanship, physical skills, and Haki are all extraordinarily formidable. To describe him as a multifaceted warrior would not be an exaggeration. Do you not comprehend? The threat he poses is extraordinary. In a one-on-one confrontation with Yang Jian's singular eye, defeat is inevitable for anyone. Akainu spat out a cloud of blood, then tore away the admiral's cape stained with crimson. His resolute visage revealed a chilling intent to kill. Shall we join forces? Upon hearing Akainu's proposal, Akiji displayed no sign of dissent or unease, reminiscent of the words spoken by Quinn prior to Yang Jian's departure. The Navy's forte lies in overwhelming the few with their numbers, particularly against pirates. Even in battles amongst the mightiest, they favor group confrontations over one-on-one duels. Even if they could not vanquish Kaido today, capturing Yang Jian would suffice. The casualties at the G1 branch would be justified. With a thunderous roar, Akainu stomped the ground, propelling himself skyward like a rocket, landing above Yang Jian. To perish at the hands of two admirals, you could be deemed fortunate. With a heart full of lethal intent, Akainu unleashed a devastating move derived from the magma fruit, Meteor Volcano. The explosive sound echoed like a multitude of cannons firing simultaneously. Enormous magma fists akin to small mountains descended with terrifying heat, bombarding Yang Jian with the force of meteorites. Simultaneously, Akiji remained silent, merely placing one hand upon the ground. With a crack, countless ice spikes, exuding a chilling aura, surged forth towards Yang Jian in a torrential assault. In an instant, the extreme cold and searing heat clashed, enveloping the area around Yang Jian. From a distance, a stark boundary appeared in the sky. One side enveloped in a world of icy winds, the other in the unbearable heat of magma. Yang Jian found himself ensnared between these two realms, poised to be crushed. Death. Both Akainu in the sky and Akiji amidst the ice were consumed by an overwhelming desire to kill. Death? Even a Navy admiral stands as mere refuse before Yang Jian. Faced with the dual onslaught of the admirals, Yang Jian maintained a countenance as tranquil as water, devoid of any panic. As the star-like magma fist descended, he stepped into the void, radiating an intense brilliance. Surrounded by a light that pierced the clouds, seemingly destined to illuminate the entire new world. His form instantaneously swelled to 300 meters in height. Donning silver armor and a black cloak, his vertical pupils fully opened. With the ability to transform into the form of the Erlang god, he gazed down upon Akiji and Akainu, his chest swelling with fervent battle spirit. Towering at 300 meters, having reached the zenith of his transformation, he advanced with his left foot. The multitude of ice spikes surging from below were instantly crushed into shards. Simultaneously, he raised his right foot and forcefully stomped down upon the frozen expanse created by Akiji. With a resounding boom and crack, an ice block, 600 to 700 meters in diameter and 300 meters wide, akin to an island, shattered and was effortlessly lifted. He wielded this mountain-sized ice block to strike against the descending meteor volcano. The ice block swept through the air, unleashing a tempest. Boom! Hundreds of magma fists were sent flying, scattered like leaves in the wind. Aside from the billowing smoke and a vast expanse of ice consumed by the intense heat, Akainu's meteor volcano vanished without a trace. Chapter 34. A monarch battles two generals. The fierce might of the Erlang god. Can a mythical beast truly grow to such immense proportions? Akiji's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Yang Jian transform into a 300-meter giant, unleashing a force capable of shattering islands with every movement. The sight left him breathless. Despite having perused extensive intelligence on Yang Jian, witnessing his metamorphosis firsthand evoked an overwhelming visual shock and an unparalleled divine strength that struck him profoundly. Aside from Kaido, I have never encountered anyone whose transformation could rival such grandeur, Akainu murmured darkly, instinctively placing his hand over a wound that throbbed with excruciating pain, a remnant from his recent clash with Kaido, who had taken the form of a colossal azure dragon. He had not anticipated that only days after battling a dragon, he would again find himself facing the towering Erlang god. Sometimes, sheer size does not equate to an advantage. Swiftly, Akiji inhaled deeply and regained his composure. Crack! Yang Jian glanced down to find that his left foot, which had just crushed an ice spike, was now beginning to freeze over. A chilling, bone-deep sensation coursed through his body. Moreover, the ice appeared almost sentient, splitting and extending rapidly. As it covered his left foot, it surged forth at an astonishing pace, threatening to envelop him entirely. If left unchecked, within mere seconds, Yang Jian would be encased in a massive ice sculpture. You speak of others. Casting a sidelong glance at the encroaching frost, Yang Jian redirected his gaze, a smirk curling his lips, three-flame fire, in his Erlang god form. His flames burned with an intensity surpassing that of his human guise. As he exhaled, a cataclysmic inferno erupted, not only engulfing the ice upon his left foot, but also consuming Akiji below. Great inferno! At that moment, Akainu, his feet transformed, unleashed a torrent of magma, hurtling through the air with incredible speed. With fists like dragons, he struck the void. Boom! Rumbling magma coalesced into two colossal hands that withstood the onslaught of the three-flame fire, effectively shielding both Yang Jian's left foot from the encroaching ice and protecting Akiji below. Freezing moment. Akiji, as if foreseeing the future, anticipated Akainu's maneuver. As Akainu intercepted the flames, Akiji extended his right hand, pushing toward the towering figure of Yang Jian. Freezing moment. Capsule. Even with the impending freeze of Yang Jian within mere seconds, Akiji was not satisfied. To accelerate the freezing process, he unleashed a torrent of frigid air from his palm, creating a wave of icy energy that could freeze the very air around it, launching toward Yang Jian's chest with astonishing speed. Was it successful? On the distant prison ship, a group of naval officers observed Yang Jian's precarious situation, their hearts racing with a blend of hope and trepidation. Success? The imprisoned Kaido, hearing the voices of the Navy on the deck, revealed a sardonic smile beneath his mask. Dream on. That might just lead to success. Before the enraged Navy could react, Yang Jian, half encased in ice, smiled lightly. Size matters not. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Akiji and Akainu, Yang Jian, towering at 300 meters, suddenly diminished in stature. In an instant, he transformed from a divine figure to the size of a diminutive being. Yet, this reduction in size did nothing to diminish his imposing presence. Akainu, Akiji, momentarily taken aback, quickly felt a surge of ominous energy. With his observation haki, he swiftly turned to Akainu, barking a warning. Simultaneously, he raised his left hand, conjuring several ice spears, each stretching 100 meters, and launched them towards Akainu's position. Damn it! A flash of anger flickered in Akainu's eyes. Akiji could sense it. As an admiral, he was equally attuned. Dogbite Red Lotus. In a heartbeat, Akainu pivoted, his right hand transforming into molten lava, taking the shape of a lava dog head. Armament haki surged from his arm, enveloping the molten head. In an instant, he maximized the use of his haki, employing a triad of techniques: wrapping, external release, and internal destruction. At the same time, he extended his arm, the lava dog head shrouded in haki, lunging fiercely at the air above. Lightning palm. In the prior moment, Akainu's back was devoid of any presence. Yet in the next, Yang Jian materialized like a specter, instantly reverting from his diminutive form back to his towering 300-meter divine state. Almost immediately, a hand, rivaling the size of a giant, crackling with white arcs of electricity and enveloped in the fierce aura of Conqueror's haki, descended upon Akainu, overwhelming him with an earth-shattering force. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Streaks of blinding white lightning and dark thunder coalesced in the void. From a distance, it appeared as if white and black dragons danced across the sky. The might of the Conqueror's haki and the ferocity of the thunder unleashed a chaotic tempest, creating a massive void in the clouds, measuring 300 to 400 meters in diameter. This terrifying power did not relent, continuing to unleash its fury, tearing through the clouds, stirring the winds, summoning lightning, and calling forth torrential rain. Scenes of unimaginable horror unfolded, as if the apocalypse had descended, vividly manifesting above the G1 branch, leaving every naval officer aboard the prison ship utterly astounded. Chapitre 35, Frozen Fruit. Awakening confronted with the extraordinary spectacle hovering above the G1 branch. A rare sight even in the New World, Akainu found himself devoid of any inclination to appreciate it, nor could he afford to indulge in such admiration. At that moment, after receiving a crushing blow, he felt as though his head had collided with the red Earth continent. Not only was he engulfed in dizziness, but the metallic taste of blood surged in his throat, and his mind was a tumult of agony. His body contorted like a shrimp boiled in water, curling into a tight ball. Following the splatter of blood across the sky, he had no opportunity to scream in despair. He was struck down by Yang Jian as effortlessly as one swats a mosquito, obliterating both him and the ice pillar beneath his feet, sending them crashing down towards the G1 branch below. Boom! The colossal island trembled violently upon Akainu's impact. With a resounding crack, amidst the billowing clouds of dust, the island shook, mountains crumbled, and the earth fractured. In mere moments, hundreds of terrifying fissures, like serpents, snaked outwards from the point of Akainu's landing, extending in all directions until they enveloped the entirety of the G1 base. With just a single slap, this base, under Akainu's command, which had been driven like a nail into the New World and into the hearts of every pirate therein, was not merely obliterated. The island itself lay in fragments. Rumble. The devastation wrought by Akainu's meteoric descent upon the G1 branch extended far beyond the island's disintegration. The prison ship docked at the pier was swept away by the aftershocks. The immense vessel was hurled into the air, skimming the surface of the frozen sea created by Akiji, sliding nearly 700 to 800 meters in the opposite direction of the G1 branch, before finally coming to a halt. Akainu, the admiral, the G1 branch. Nay, the entire island has disintegrated. Could one strike truly dismantle an island? As the disheveled Navy personnel struggled to regain their footing on the deck, they were immediately struck with terror at the sight of the shattered G1 branch. Even witnessing it firsthand, the officers could scarcely believe that someone could reduce the G1 branch, along with the entire island, to ruins with a single blow. Iceberg. Suddenly, Akiji opened his mouth and unleashed a frigid breath. Amidst the swirling cold, a massive iceberg materialized from thin air, soaring above the G1 branch before diving down onto the fragmented island. Crack! As the iceberg landed within mere seconds, the island ceased its disintegration, entirely encased in Akiji's freezing breath. Even the seawater seeping through the fissures at the island's base had been completely frozen. With a sigh of relief, Akiji felt a momentary lift in his heart, yet it quickly plummeted once more, freezing the island, encasing the sea in ice. Did he intend to save Akainu? As the chilling mockery echoed in Akiji's ears, an immense shadow descended from the heavens, engulfing his form. At that moment, he knew without turning around that Yang Jian stood behind him. Any sign of movement would summon the same thunderous palm that had met Akainu. If I say so, can you truly stop me, young man? The voice of Akiji is not loud, nor does he speak in a forceful manner, yet it exudes an aura of confidence. I never considered stopping you. That would be far too troublesome. Instead, it is far simpler to bring you to the ground. Whether Akainu is kneaded into a sphere or flattened is entirely at my discretion. Yang Jian's tone remained calm, as if defeating an admiral were merely a matter of a fleeting moment. However, the past experiences with Akainu cast a shadow of concern over the Navy personnel who heard his words, leaving only Akiji to wonder if he could endure. Brother, it seems you harbor quite a few misconceptions regarding the strength of the admirals. The Akainu you face has been left gravely injured by your father, his power reduced to less than 50% of his pristine condition. In other words, the adversary you just defeated was merely a marine slightly stronger than the warlords of the sea. Yang Jian's words seemed to provoke Akiji, who, as he spoke softly, emanated an imposing chill. Without any movement, frost began to accumulate in the air. The shattered ice beneath their feet and the fissures of swirling seawater were instantaneously refrozen. If you believe that defeating Akainu in such a state diminishes the might of an admiral, then I must reiterate, brother, you were merely fortunate to stumble upon an easy victory. The strength of an admiral is of a different caliber. As his frigid words fell, an even colder air burst forth, enveloping the surrounding waters within a radius of several kilometers in a terrifying wave of sub-zero temperatures. In more distant waters, where the currents had previously been tumultuous and erratic, the surface rapidly froze, forming glaciers and rising icebergs. In this moment, the vast new world appeared to plunge into an era of ice and snow, with myriad ice sculptures and wondrous frost phenomena manifesting in abundance. All of this was merely a result of the freezing energy radiating from Akiji. The ice fruit has awakened. Positioned at the heart of this chilling aura, Yang Jian's expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of gravity flickered in the three eyes, including his vertically slit pupil. He understood Akiji's words all too well. Despite Akainu's vigorous demeanor during their previous battle, Yang Jian was acutely aware that, after Kaido's rampage at the G1 branch, Akainu was already gravely wounded. His strength diminished to less than 50% of his peak. After all, during the Paramount War, Akainu had withstood several lethal strikes from Whitebeard, rising again to battle numerous captains shortly thereafter. At that time, he had faced a frail and aged man, burdened by multiple debilitating conditions. Now, however, he was up against Kaido at his zenith, the most resilient of the four emperors. After Kaido, alongside the likes of Fujitora and Aokiji, had been subdued, Akainu was bound to pay a heavy price. Yet Aokiji retained his peak power. The man before him, who unleashed a formidable cold front capable of altering the climate and geography of the seas with but a thought, epitomized the true might of the Navy's highest echelon. Chapter 36. Have you truly seen through me, Yang Jian? A chilling aura envelopes the scene, as snow and wind rage across the sky, centered around the G1 branch. A vast expanse of ocean within a 10-kilometer radius has vanished entirely. The surface of the sea now reveals only a colossal ice island, adorned with towering icebergs. Is the Ice Age? A low murmur pierces through the howling wind and snow, echoing among the glacial mountains. Suddenly, with a crack, the moment the words are uttered, the enormous ice island appears to erupt with fury. The cold current and the tempestuous snow intensify tenfold, particularly at the location where Kuzan stands. The temperature plummets to an alarming degree, inexorably approaching absolute zero. Little brother, do you like it? Kuzan stands atop an iceberg, his gaze directed at Yang Jian. Glacial and frigid, this is the grave I have prepared for you. As the last syllable falls, his right hand swiftly rises, pointing ominously towards Yang Jian below. With a resounding boom, a wailing sound akin to that of anguished spirits fills the air. A terrifying wave of freezing energy gathers at Kuzan's palm and hurtles directly towards Yang Jian. As the freezing wave passes, even the empty sky succumbs to ice, giving rise to a menacing ice pillar. Faced with the oncoming wave of frost capable of freezing both sky and atmosphere, Yang Jian attempts to lift his foot, only to discover that his feet, which have not touched the ice island or any iceberg, have inexplicably become encased in ice. Before the shock wave even reaches him, much of his body is already frozen in midair. The bone-chilling cold penetrates deeply, sending tremors throughout his being. The rigidity of his body renders him immobile, forcing Yang Jian to watch helplessly as the overwhelming wave of frost engulfs him. The cold wind howls, scattering flurries of snow. A towering figure, 300 meters tall, takes the form of an ice sculpture standing on the island. With a mere gesture, Kazan has frozen Yang Jian from afar. This is the pinnacle of the natural type devil fruit, the awakening of the ice fruit. This is what it means to be an admiral of the Navy. Little brother Yang Jian. Kazan gazes deeply at the ice-carved figure of Yang Jian, slowly lowering his right hand. The battle has concluded. At least, that is how he perceives it. Do not underestimate the ice fruit. Its offensive power may not rival Akainu's magma fruit, nor does its speed compare to Kazuru's light fruit. However, its potential is profoundly terrifying. For the average individual, even a mere touch of ice at temperatures below freezing could result in amputation or, in severe cases, death. Yet, Kazan, with the awakening of his ice fruit, he rewrites the climate and alters the terrain with but a thought. The temperature approaches absolute zero. Even formidable captains like Diamond, Jozu find themselves at risk of losing a limb upon contact with Kazan. And yet, Jozu, who has met such a fate, was not merely frozen by the awakening ability of the ice fruit. As Kazan casually places his hand in his pocket, a look of indifference returning to his face. He prepares to turn and check whether Sakazuki has succumbed when he suddenly hears the sound of shattering glass behind him. Is this a joke? As the figure of Aokiji turned, his body stiffened momentarily, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he pivoted sharply. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, a humanoid ice sculpture, marred by spiderweb-like fissures and resembling a shattered porcelain doll, came into view. The ice encasing Yang Jian had shattered. Could he still move? Aokiji found it hard to believe. Crack! Before he could contemplate further, the 100-meter ice sculpture erupted violently. Countless minuscule ice shards swirled around Yang Jian like a flurry of snowflakes. Crack! Emerging from the remnants of ice, Yang Jian gently stretched his neck and then cast a sidelong glance at Aokiji. A mere admiral of the Navy? Hardly impressive. Yang Jian shook his head, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Akiji's expression remained unchanged, yet the astonishment in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by a chilling intensity. What a troublesome adversary. However, if one attempt fails, then multiple freezes shall suffice. After a brief moment of surprise, he understood that a character of Yang Jian's caliber could not be easily dealt with. Engaging in direct combat, without a prolonged struggle, would hardly yield a decisive outcome. The moment of freezing. With this thought, Akiji raised his hand again, intending to freeze Yang Jian out of thin air as he had before. You want to have a chance. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Yang Jian's lips. Akiji, you previously suggested that I harbor a misunderstanding of an admiral's capabilities. May I inquire, have you truly grasped the essence of Yang Jian? As an admiral of the Navy, do you too hold misconceptions about me? Having spoken, he stepped into the void, and under Akiji's wide-eyed astonishment, he transformed. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar erupted, sweeping up a tempest of snow and ice, resonating defiantly across the heavens. The howling blizzard roared like a banshee, momentarily overshadowed by the sudden emergence of this dragon's cry. The surrounding icebergs and layers of ice seemed unable to withstand the sonic waves of the roar, fracturing into countless pieces. So cold. Mr. Kazan's abilities are truly terrifying, in stark contrast to Mr. Sakazuki's powers. They represent an entirely different extreme. Wait, do you hear that? Why does that sound seem so familiar? Indeed, it feels as though we've encountered this before. On the snow-laden prison ship, the Navy personnel, upon hearing the sudden and soaring dragon's roar, were initially filled with uncertainty. But then it seemed a realization dawned upon them. Kaido, Chapter 37, The Transformation of 72 Verses. The Awakening of the Ice Fruit. At this moment, a multitude of gazes converged upon the formidable figure imprisoned within the sea stone cage. Every naval officer who had participated in the tumultuous battle at the G1 branch against Kaido recalled the haunting echoes of the dragon's roar that had resonated when Kaido transformed into the Azure Dragon. However, as the realization dawned upon them, an unsettling chill crept over their spines. Despite being confined, Kaido's presence loomed large, and the great passage harbored no duplicate devil fruits. So, from whence did that resounding dragon's roar emanate? Admiral Kazan, they whispered, a heavy shroud of dread enveloping their hearts. Initially, having witnessed Admiral Kazan's ability to manipulate climates and reshape landscapes with the awakened powers of the ice fruit, the Navy had brimmed with confidence in his impending victory. Yet now, unease intertwined with their thoughts. Kaido, whether aware of the situation or simply attuned to the shifting emotions of the naval officers on deck, erupted into laughter. Though his voice, muffled by the sea stone mask, bore a somber tone, it was infused with exhilaration, pride, and anticipation. On the ice-clad island, Admiral Kazan stood frozen in shock. His eyes were wide, consumed by dread. What is wrong, Kazan? Are you too astonished? Or have you truly lost the ability to recognize me? A voice, high-pitched yet chilling and defiant, reverberated through the mountains. At that moment, Yang Jian, towering at 300 meters, akin to a divine being, had vanished. In his stead emerged an immense azure dragon, stretching hundreds of meters, radiating an aura of majesty, ferocity, and an oppressive chill. As the colossal dragon gazed down upon Kazan with a glimmer of amusement, Kazan stammered, "You have transformed into Kaido?" Shock etched upon his features, he continued, "No, you have not merely become Kaido. You have become the Azure Dragon. Hiss, you can wield Kaido's powers?" Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Kazan, and he regarded Yang Jian with an unprecedented blend of terror and murderous intent. As a steadfast advocate of lazy justice, he had always prioritized the capture of pirates, rarely revealing any inclination toward killing. Yet now, an unwavering resolve surged within him to eliminate this individual. Yang Jian, he declared, not from a place of animosity toward the young man, but rather due to the overwhelming menace he posed, the threat he represented to the Navy, the world government, and justice itself was insurmountable. I see now. This is the true capability of your mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Erlang Shen form. Yang Jian, I'm afraid that today, There is nothing I can say that will prevent your demise here. Without a hint of hesitation, as the murderous intent coursed through him, Kazan spread his arms wide. In that moment, he exhibited a long-lost vigor and fighting spirit. "Ice ball," he proclaimed, his voice cutting through the air with chilling clarity. Towering ice pillars, as colossal as mountains, materialized around the transformed Yang Jian, now resembling an azure dragon. Almost immediately, these sharply pointed ice formations, glimmering with a chilling radiance, became enveloped in a swirling black aura. With a clang, the armed color hardened. In unison, dozens of jet-black ice pillars, each extending over 100 meters like gigantic ice spears, soared through the air, creating a sharp buzzing sound as they struck Yang Jian from all directions. Yet, despite being impaled by these formidable ice pillars imbued with a powerful armed color, Yang Jian only emitted a shower of sparks and staggered in midair, sliding downwards for 50 or 60 meters without sustaining any significant injury. Harder than Kaido, the thought crossed Akiji's mind, but he remained undeterred. Unlike the magma fruit or the light fruit, he wielded the powers of the ice fruit. Ice, its true strength, lies not in sheer impact, but rather in its frigid temperatures and the ability to freeze. Indeed, as the ice pillars struck Yang Jian, they failed to inflict any harm. However, the moment they made contact, his immense dragon body was instantaneously encased in ice. Just shatter it. Witnessing this, Akiji wasted no time and waved his hand. With a rumble, an iceberg nearby erupted from the ground, and, like a mountain pressing down, it crashed onto the frozen Yang Jian. Yet at the moment the iceberg descended, the icy layer enveloping Yang Jian shattered violently. Tornado of ruin. As the sinuous dragon body twisted in the sky, the surrounding air erupted with a sharp sonic boom. Massive blades of wind, akin to the slashing waves of a master swordsman, first fragmented the descending iceberg and then surged toward Akiji with ferocity. Ice blade. Akiji clenched his right hand toward the air. With a crack, a crystal-clear ice blade materialized, emanating a chilling aura as he grasped it. With a clang, tendrils of black armed color coiled around the ice blade, transforming it into a black ice sword. With the sword in hand, Akiji's demeanor shifted dramatically. One sword style, icebound 3 feet. The ethereal wave of slashing energy, imbued with swirling cold, swept through the air. In a flash, the incoming wind blades were first frozen and then shattered into ice shards, like glass breaking apart. Heat wave. However, as the terrifying chill of the slashing wave froze and fragmented the wind blades, Yang Jian lifted his head, dove down, and opened his mouth to unleash. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of scorching breath, reminiscent of a flaming laser, instantly engulfed Akiji's slashing wave, incinerating it completely. The searing heat did not relent. It surged forward, enveloping Akiji with an overwhelming force. Chapter 38. Transforming into the Azure Dragon, overwhelming Akiji. Not merely facade. Indeed, as I suspected, upon transforming into the Azure Dragon, he can wield the same powers as Kaido. Observing Yang Jian repeatedly demonstrate Kaido's abilities, Akiji's countenance darkened, his eyes brimming with tension. In the midst of an icy expanse, he thought little as the searing heat surged forth like wildfire. With a swift motion, he pressed his left hand to the ground, unleashing a torrent of frigid air. With a thunderous boom, a colossal ice wall, towering over 100 meters and several meters thick, emerged from the frozen landscape, effectively blocking the approaching heat waves. However, at that moment, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced Akiji's ears. In an instant, a magnificent figure, half human and half dragon, flickered behind him with ghostly speed. Thunderous Bagua. Yang Jian clenched his right fist. With a crackling display of lightning, the conqueror's haki erupted, entwining around his fist. Then, as if wielding a mace, he appeared behind Akiji in a blink, delivering a sweeping punch. Human beast form? Akiji's expression shifted dramatically. Yang Jian's velocity surpassed his expectations. Even with the foresight granted by observation haki, the sheer swiftness of Yang Jian, coupled with the earlier heat's distraction, left him no choice but to raise his sword in defense. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. The overwhelming conqueror's haki surged around them, unleashing a formidable force. Although Aokiji managed to block the blow, he felt an immense power surging through his ice blade, causing intense pain and a crushing pressure in his chest. While he remained grounded, his feet sank into the ice beneath him. The solid ice layer began to collapse, fracturing into countless fissures that radiated outward. I held him off. Aokiji's taut expression revealed a fleeting sense of relief. But in that very moment, Yang Jian, now in his half-human, half-dragon form, opened his mouth wide. Heat wave, a torrent of searing heat, erupted like a relentless tide. Aokiji, unable to evade in time, summoned a powerful cold wave, attempting to quell the oncoming surge of heat. Vajra arrow. Yet, as the heat and cold clashed, generating a blinding white mist, a shockwave akin to a slicing blow, born from a fist striking the void and manipulating the airflow, pierced through the haze, crashing into Aokiji's chest. Though he had preemptively elementalized and was impervious to all physical attacks, this incoming shockwave, infused with Yang Jian's emitted armament haki, had an extensive reach. Even as he transformed into ice, scattering like petals in the wind, he was engulfed by the shockwave entirely. A low, muffled grunt escaped Aokiji's lips as his body was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring hundreds of meters away. The clash between the true immortal and the admiral. As Admiral Aokiji finds himself at a disadvantage for the first time, he is not only struck and sent flying, but also suffers a slight indentation in his chest, with blood involuntarily seeping from the corner of his mouth. What profoundly unsettles Aokiji is that after Yang Jian propels him away with a single punch, he offers no respite. The enigmatic speed is once again revealed. In a mere stride, he closes the gap, overtaking Aokiji, who has already been propelled over 100 meters, descending 3 worlds, guiding the abyss. Yang Jian's eyes gleam with a chilling brilliance as he grips an invisible, translucent spiked club. The conqueror's haki surges wildly, crackling with energy as he brings his hands crashing down from above. What manner of power does this individual possess? Is he a wielder of the human fruit, Mythical Zoan, Erlang Shen form, or the fish fruit, Mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form? Feeling the terrifying gale behind him and the thunderous sound of air exploding in his ears, Aokiji, still reeling from the impact, is compelled to pivot midair. He conjures 2 ice spears from thin air, channeling all his haki into them, and thrusts them forcefully into Yang Jian's sides. 2-pronged spear. Despite the reach afforded by his long weapon, Yang Jian, transformed into a half-human, half-dragon hybrid, remains taller and more imposing than Aokiji. Moreover, Yang Jian's fists do not need to make direct contact to inflict damage, even from a meter away. The conqueror's haki enveloping his fist can still strike Aokiji with devastating force. Consequently, even with Aokiji wielding his long weapons, Yang Jian's punch lands simultaneously on Aokiji's body as his ice spears penetrate Yang Jian's torso. Although Aokiji manages to evade a direct hit to the back of his head by twisting in midair, Yang Jian's descending 3 worlds, guiding the abyss, still slams into his chest. Ironically, the punch lands precisely on the spot previously struck by the indomitable King Kong. With a sickening crack, the sound of bones fracturing fills the air. Aokiji emits a muffled grunt, his body bending unnaturally before he spews forth a mist of icy blood, hurtling through the air like an arrow released from its bow, crashing into a distant iceberg with a resounding thud. The contrast between Aokiji's dire predicament and Yang Jian's resilience is stark. Yang Jian, having endured the dual ice spears, only stumbles back a few meters before stabilizing himself with a push against the ground. He glances at the ice spears embedded in his chest, his gaze fixated on the frozen protrusions. Though momentarily hindered by the ice, he can discern the crimson hue at the points of penetration. Simultaneously, he experiences a rare, stinging pain, a sensation he has not felt in ages. This signifies that he is injured. Does it hurt? Aside from my old man. You are the first to make me feel pain, Yang Jian muses. Admiral Aokiji, you possess some merit. He reaches out to grasp the two ice spears lodged in his body, then turns his gaze towards Aokiji, who is embedded within the iceberg. Yet, it is only a modicum of merit. With a decisive motion, he crushes the two massive ice spears into mere shards. Chapter 39. These ice cubes are only fit for chilling beer. Ah, dear fellow, I must advise you to temper your words. Within the gaping hole of the shattered iceberg, blood trickled from the corner of Aokiji's mouth, his suit stained with vivid crimson. Propping himself against the mountain wall, he gazed up at Yang Jian. In terms of offensive power, I indeed fall short compared to Sakazuki's magma fruit. However, the lethality of the ice fruit extends far beyond mere attacks. Cough, cough. You must be feeling it now, the cold, yes? Though speaking with fervor caused pain to radiate through his wounds, Aokiji's tone remained laced with unwavering confidence. Cold, is it? Yang Jian placed his hand upon the ice, clinging to his chest. As Aokiji had asserted, the true might of the ice fruit lies not in impact or slashing, but in frostbite and entrapment. Every technique and maneuver Aokiji employed aimed solely at freezing his adversary. Yang Jian understood this all too well. Likewise, he was acutely aware that Aokiji's ice spears, seemingly only grazing the skin of his chest, were unleashing frigid gales of -1 or 200 degrees, voraciously invading his body through the tiniest of wounds. Even with a physique as formidable as his, he felt an insidious chill gnawing at him. Aokiji, these ice cubes are only fit for chilling beer. Yet in the next moment, Yang Jian released his grip and exhaled forcefully. A torrent of heat surged forth, visibly transforming the frozen shards on his chest into swirling mist. Ineffective? Witnessing this scene, Aokiji's pupils involuntarily narrowed, just as doubt crept into his mind. Questioning whether his freezing abilities were futile against Yang Jian, he suddenly realized that Yang Jian, who had been over 200 meters away, had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, he felt an instinctive caution as a fiery glow ignited in his eyes. Gripping two black ice blades tightly in both hands, he crossed them defensively before him. Thunderous Bagua. Almost instantaneously as Aokiji raised his blades, the elusive Yang Jian reappeared before him, his fist enveloped in the ominous aura of Conqueror's Haki, striking down upon the convergence of the two ice blades. The terrifying black lightning of Conqueror's Haki slithered like fearsome black dragons, not only climbing over Aokiji's black ice blades, but also ensnaring him entirely. With a powerful thrust of his right fist, Yang Jian unleashed a force of unparalleled might, combining armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki into a singular, devastating blow. Aokiji felt his knees buckle under the pressure, despite the veins in his forehead and neck bulging from exertion. He could only helplessly watch as Yang Jian's fist bore down upon the black ice blades in his grasp, landing a crushing strike upon his chest. Aokiji staggered backward, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. His back collided against the mountain wall with a resounding crash. The already battered iceberg, having sustained a massive hole, was now further shattered by Aokiji's impact. A towering glacier, once soaring into the clouds, was reduced to mere fragments, with the peaks above now entirely obliterated. Military dragon. Majestic army. Yet Yang Jian remained undeterred, striding forth with resolute determination, pursuing the airborne Aokiji, who had just been hurled through the air after colliding with an ice mountain. With a powerful punch aimed at Aokiji's midsection, the impact resonated with a thunderous boom. Aokiji, still reeling from the previous blow, his senses muddled by the Conqueror's Haki that coursed through him and the penetrating force of the armament Haki that left his insides in turmoil, could only remember to harden his abdomen with the armament Haki before Yang Jian's fist struck him squarely. With a cataclysmic roar, a colossal bolt of Conqueror's lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping Aokiji's form before crashing down onto the icy ground. The moment Aokiji landed, the solid, formidable ice shattered, sending a web of fissures radiating outward in all directions. A tumultuous cloud of icy mist surged into the sky, only to swiftly descend again, resembling a grand ice coffin that enveloped Aokiji. But it was not over yet. Despite having severely injured Aokiji, Yang Jian's onslaught showed no signs of abating. Whether it was the foresight granted by his travels, or the understanding shared by those who had reached the pinnacle of the seas. He was acutely aware of the formidable endurance of a marine admiral, the peak level of Kaido, who could withstand multiple devastating blows from Whitebeard's tremor fruit and rise again to unleash formidable power that overwhelmed numerous captains, led him to doubt that Aokiji, another of the Logia admirals, would succumb after just a few strikes. As expected, just as Yang Jian was darting toward the ice pit below, dozens of sharp, massive ice spears erupted from the obscuring dust, piercing through and embedding themselves in Yang Jian. Though the ice pillars were swiftly crushed under Yang Jian's relentless charge, his momentum began to wane. Simultaneously, from beside one of the ice columns, Aokiji emerged, his right hand striking with the swiftness of lightning to seize Yang Jian's shoulder. Ice Age. As a signature move capable of freezing the ocean in an instant, Aokiji unleashed it upon Yang Jian. An unending torrent of extreme cold surged forth, as if the Marine Admiral had opened a portal to an absolute zero space, summoning forth the chilling air capable of freezing all life, matter, and even atoms and molecules. In an instant, Yang Jian, mid-sprint and mid-punch, was abruptly encased in a massive ice column. Chapter 40. As long as you live, the Navy cannot rest young Yang Jian. Though you have committed no heinous acts, your mere existence poses an extraordinary peril. I fear for your presence upon these vast seas. It troubles my heart immensely. The entire Navy remains restless. From the shattered ice column, Aokiji emerged unsteadily, stumbling forth until he stood before the frozen Yang Jian. Thus, I am left with no choice but to bid you farewell here. After scrutinizing Yang Jian for a moment, he let out a soft sigh and stamped his foot upon the ground. Boom! The already fissured and precarious ice surface instantly gave way, creating a vast pit that plunged directly into the ocean. Splash! The ice column encasing Yang Jian tumbled into the sea, continuing its descent into the depths below. Upon the ice surface, Aokiji silently observed the column sink until the ocean entirely engulfed it, rendering the colossal structure invisible from sight. Is this truly the case? I did not anticipate that our first encounter would instill such trepidation in an admiral of the Navy. What an astonishing surprise for Yang Jian. Just as Aokiji was about to retract his gaze from the gaping pit, a cold voice suddenly pierced the air from behind him. What? Upon hearing those words, Aokiji's expression shifted dramatically. However, the impending shadow of death surging from behind left him with no time for contemplation. As the shadow of demise loomed closer, though his heart was not entirely tranquil, he remained devoid of panic. In the face of mortality, he fortified his back with armed haki, enveloping himself, while an eruption of haki surged forth from within, morphing into an invisible defensive wall. Having accomplished this, he did not forget to employ a traditional Navy technique, 6 styles, iron block. With the ominous thunder of a great force, Aokiji sensed the peril, and in an instant, he transformed his armed haki into a defensive barrier. It all transpired in the blink of an eye, taking less than a second. Sizzle. At that moment, despite being encased in ice and submerged beneath the ocean, Yang Jian appeared unscathed, materializing behind Aokiji. His right hand was ensnared by ominous and terrifying black lightning of Conqueror's haki. Simultaneously, his claw-like appendage and entire arm were hardened by armed haki, appearing as if he gripped the fearsome black lightning with a dragon's claw. From a distance, Yang Jian resembled a formidable figure, exuding an otherworldly presence, before he unleashed a powerful punch. As his fist, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, drew within a meter of Aokiji, it came to a sudden halt. Boom! Yet, the terrifying Conqueror's haki surged forth like tumultuous waves, crashing relentlessly. In an instant, the overwhelming force enveloped an area spanning hundreds of meters. Bang! 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 Faced with this suffocating onslaught, even with the protective barrier of armed haki, Aokiji felt the oppressive weight bearing down upon his very spirit. Crack! Hearing the shattering of glass-like sound near his ear, Aokiji's heart raced. He realized that it was the sound of his own armed haki barrier being torn asunder. Can one only persist for a fleeting moment? Contemplating this, Aokiji could not help but smile bitterly. How terrifying is this young man, Yang Jian? How old could he possibly be? Although he had mentally prepared himself, witnessing Yang Jian not only mastering his devil fruit abilities to an astonishing degree, but also wielding his conqueror's haki with an unfathomable strength left Akiji in disbelief. At this moment, he could not help but entertain a thought. If the three admirals are multifaceted members of the Navy, adept in devil fruits, physical techniques, swordsmanship, and dual-color haki, then the Yang Jian before him is a supreme hexagonal sovereign. His mastery extends beyond the complete command of the devil fruit, physical prowess, swordplay, and tricolor haki, even overflowing into certain domains. Suddenly, as Akiji's mind raced with myriad thoughts, the torrent of haki erupting from Yang Jian's fist struck him squarely in the chest. Crack! The conqueror's haki surged like a tempest around him, fully expressing the boundless aura of a sovereign. The heavy clouds, dense with thick white mist, were violently disturbed, soaring upwards into the vast expanse. Before the clouds could stabilize, another wave of overwhelming haki surged from below. This time, the clouds had no chance to retreat, being torn apart as if they were mere paper by the terrifying force of Conqueror's haki. The sky of the New World was ripped asunder. Simultaneously, the ice layer beneath had completely collapsed. Massive ice formations were thrust upwards, accumulating into towering icebergs that pierced the heavens. Suddenly, a figure like a bolt of lightning shot forth from the abyss, piercing through the white mist in an instant, shattering several icebergs nearly 100 meters high, and finally plummeting onto the glacier like a kite severed from its string. Crack! The enormous ice chunks shattered instantly, splitting away from the ice island. A tattered figure, drenched in blood, drifted across the surface of the sea, carried by the wind. Cough, cough. Akiji, whose chest had caved in and whose mind was swirling in chaos, stifled the pain and dizziness as he gripped the formed ice blade with his left hand, attempting to rise from the ice. However, as his body barely propped itself up, a spray of blood mixed with ice shards burst forth, staining the pristine ice beneath him crimson. That move, just now, was the very technique Kaido used to severely injure Akainu, wasn't it? At that moment, a flash of red light flickered in his eyes, and his body stiffened. He sensed Yang Jian's presence hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed from the distance. Although he had just been flung 1,000 meters away, he realized that with Yang Jian's current velocity, it would take no more than 2 seconds before he was met with an even heavier, more lethal threat. Chapter 41. The Admiral leaps into the sea. It seems that today I am truly destined to perish at your hands, Yang Jian. As Qingji gazed upon the approaching figure of Yang Jian, a bitter flicker momentarily crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a resigned smile. Though he experienced frustration and helplessness, he faced death with an unyielding calmness. He had exerted every effort in the recent battle, showing no sign of restraint. Not only had he awakened the powers of his ice fruit, but he had also reignited the long-dormant fighting spirit within him. Yet, the disparity between him and the Admiral was insurmountable. In the battle against the Admiral, absent external interference, this seemingly minor gap could significantly sway the scale of victory. Admiral Qingji, not far away, like an arrow released from a bowstring, Yang Jian surged forward, shattering the sound barrier with each passing second. In his cold gaze, Qingji's figure materialized. Heat breath. Without hesitation or mercy, the moment he locked onto Qingji, a torrent of heat erupted from his mouth. This searing breath, capable of boiling seas and evaporating mountains in an instant, traversed the distance in the blink of an eye, engulfing Qingji along with the ice beneath his feet. Icebird Frozen Claw. As the overwhelming wave of heat rushed toward him, Qingji struggled to raise his right hand. A massive ice bird materialized, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Yet, this ice bird, which could freeze flames and magma, succumbed to Yang Jian's heat within moments, dissipating into mist as the relentless heat consumed his form. Even a stalwart admiral like Qingji could only wail in agony as the dragon fire enveloped him. His garments and hair were reduced to ash in an instant. His skin, scorched as if struck by lightning, quickly darkened and carbonized. then began to crack. Nevertheless, after submerging Qing Ji in the searing heat, Yang Jian was not yet satisfied. No one understood the enduring vitality of an admiral's life force better than he, especially since Qing Ji was an ice fruit user, inherently resistant to flames due to his frigid powers, coupled with the protection of Haki and the previous ice bird's mitigation of the heat. Yang Jian recognized that a single breath of heat was far from sufficient to extinguish the life of an admiral, even one gravely injured. Just as Qing Ji endured the searing assault, Yang Jian, like an arrow piercing the void, finally broke through the air above him. Gazing down at the charred and bloodied form of Qing Ji, Yang Jian felt not an ounce of pity. Instead, he raised his right hand, the conqueror's haki swirling around his fingers like a series of fierce black dragons. Then, with his fingers clenched, his haki transformed into streams of dark energy, solidifying his palm and the sharp claws at the tips of his fingers to their utmost hardness. With a thunderous roar, a murderous intent surged forth, his resolve reaching the heavens. The formidable powers of Conqueror's haki and armament haki, merely entwined around his hand, unleashed a potent aura that reverberated through the layers of glaciers, stirring tumultuous waves upon the sea, and even causing the heavens to tremble under the weight of the haki enveloping Yang Jian's hand. The sky shattered, descending the three realms, inducing the abyss. A low, lethal voice resonated like thunder. The dragon claws, entwined with Conqueror's haki and armament haki, plunged fiercely into Akiji's chest. Caught in a fatal strike. Akiji, already reduced to charred remnants, felt his entire body tense as he instinctively grasped Yang Jian's wrist, which had pierced through his chest. Yet, his chest had been penetrated. The Conqueror's haki, swirling in his palm, surged forth, unleashing a cataclysmic force that erupted from within his body, swiftly extinguishing his life force while draining his strength like receding tides. Am I to perish? Mr. Garp, I truly have brought shame upon you this time. I must be the sole admiral in naval history to have fallen directly at the hands of a pirate. In his final moments, Garp's image unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, eliciting a bittersweet smile from Akiji. However, just as he relinquished his grip and prepared to embrace death, a sudden explosion echoed nearby. Seeking death, with great effort, he lifted his eyelids and found Yang Jian's gaze consumed by grotesque bloodlust. Immediately thereafter, a deafening explosion reverberated through the void. A cacophony of sinister black lightning erupted forth. Two colossal orbs of light, one golden and one crimson, collided violently in the emptiness. The already fractured sky was brutally torn apart, as if it were mere packaging material. The clash of Conqueror's haki? Akiji initially froze in disbelief, but then, as if sensing something, his desperate will to survive compelled him to thrust his hands forward with all his might. Indeed, this sudden surge of spirit caused Yang Jian to momentarily falter. That fleeting moment became his last lifeline. Though he was the youngest among the three admirals, he had endured countless battles. In the face of life and death, his combat instincts proved crucial. With a swift motion, he seized a brief opportunity, forcefully extracting his body from Yang Jian's dragon claws, and conjured ice to seal the gaping, bloodied wound in his chest, halting the spillage of blood and preserving his flickering life force. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and plunged into the vast ocean behind him. Has he escaped? By the time Yang Jian sought to strike again, Akiji had vanished into the icy depths. Witnessing this, Yang Jian's gaze turned cold as steel. If it were any other ability user, the grievous wounds alone would spell certain death, and merely leaping into the sea would equate to suicide. Yet he understood well that among ability users, there exist rare exceptions, some unafraid of the sea, and others capable of commanding it. Akiji undoubtedly belonged to the former. Jumping into the sea, for one who had consumed the ice fruit, and could freeze the ocean with a mere flick of his fingers, it was an impeccable means of escape. Red-haired, Chapter 42. Please, Lord Yang, grant me a favor and allow Kazan to depart. He possesses the ability to intervene in the royal-level battle. He can clash with beings of the four emperors' caliber without yielding an inch. In the vast expanse of the Grand Line, only one individual is capable of such feats. observing as Akiji was forced to leap into the sea to escape. Yang Jian did not pursue him, nor did he display anger. He merely turned slowly. His eyes, sharp as blades, fixated on a pirate ship approaching him across the water. More precisely, they were riveted upon a man aboard that vessel, with flowing red hair and a face marked by 3 scars over his left eye. His visage was undeniably striking, adding an imposing aura rather than detracting from his attractiveness. Clad in a white shirt and a black cloak, with a renowned sword, Griffin, at his side, his attire, coupled with the earlier display of Conqueror's Haki, unmistakably signaled to Yang Jian that an individual of significance had arrived. My sincerest apologies. On our first meeting, I have neither prepared a gift for you nor made a proper introduction, spoke Shanks, maintaining a calm gaze against Yang Jian's piercing eyes, though a hint of regret lingered in his tone. You uttered an apology, and in turn, frightened away my little Kazan. How shall we settle this score? Yang Jian inquired, his gaze fixed on the increasingly close figure of red-haired Shanks. A little Kazan? What a bold fellow, he mused. The esteemed Admiral Akiji was reduced to a mere little Kazan in Shanks' words. If Akiji were to overhear, he might well be infuriated. All this time, I believed our captain to be the most formidable man upon these seas. Yet it appears this enigmatic Lord Yang Jian is equally impressive. Aboard the Red Fourth, the core members of the red-haired pirates, led by Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess, could hardly contain their astonishment. Having witnessed their captain's prowess, they were aware that a resolution with Yang Jian was unlikely, yet they were taken aback by Yang Jian's calm demeanor, which exuded an undeniable authority. Even in the presence of their revered captain, Shanks, Yang Jian showed no sign of submission. Particularly striking was the realization that Yang Jian stood unfazed before the entirety of the red-haired pirates, his presence commanding respect and awe. In the past years, Ben Beckman and his companions had only witnessed such a phenomenon in one individual, the strongest creature in the world, Kaido. Now, they were confronted with another. Though my words may not be melodious, I sincerely hope that Lord Yang will consider halting his actions today. I implore you to grant me this favor and allow Kazan to leave. I will be immensely grateful. Shanks displayed no semblance of embarrassment. His seemingly humble request carried an unmistakable weight of authority. Such audacity, Shanks, Yang Jian replied with a cold smile. The atmosphere around them thickened, becoming stifling. As his emotions swirled, it felt as though the very gravity of the space had shifted under his influence. Except for the officers of the red-haired pirates, everyone else felt a sense of suffocation, as if burdened by an immense mountain. I realized this would place Yang Jian in a rather difficult position. Sensing the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki permeating the air, Shanks furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of seriousness passing through his deep-set eyes. If Yang Jian was willing to grant me this favor regarding Shanks, then I would consider myself indebted to him. What do you think? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, and his tone shifted abruptly. Although he maintained his stance, there was a noticeable reduction in the sense of entitlement, replaced instead with a hint of sincerity. Or perhaps a concession. I apologize, but I am not interested in the so-called favor you offer. Yang Jian smiled lightly. Is that so? Shanks' expression remained unchanged, yet his tone grew somewhat colder. It was evident that, after years of navigating the complexities of pride, he was unprepared for Yang Jian's complete disregard for his standing. Even when he had made the effort to concede, offering a favor as a bargaining chip, the other party still refused to acknowledge his position. Thus, I can only extend my apologies to Yang Jian here. A glint of coldness flashed in Shanks' eyes. The balance of the Grand Line, the dynamics of the era, cannot be disrupted, at least not at this moment. At this juncture, an image materialized in his mind, a child who, after donning that straw hat, bore an uncanny resemblance to Captain Roger in appearance, smile, and even temperament. Yang Jian was not the one he awaited. Therefore, he needed to secure ample time for the owner of that straw hat. And then, Yang Jian remained unmoved. If Yang Jian insisted on continuing this turmoil, then I shall step forth as your opponent. Perhaps sensing Yang Jian's resolve, Shanks completely extinguished any thoughts of appeasement. With the conclusion of Shanks' words, the crew aboard the Red Force immediately took up battle stances. First Mate Ben Beckman swiftly raised his pistol aiming it at Yang Jian. Jesus Bourges Grine, brandishing a sniper rifle. Though Lucky Liu still clutched his grilled meat, the jovial grin on his face had vanished. Simultaneously, officers such as Deka, Bendik Snake, and Bank Benji revealed their weapons, all casting defiant gazes at Yang Jian. More precisely, it was our red-haired pirates who would stand as your adversaries. As the officers of the red-haired pirates spoke, an air of chilling menace emanated from them, coalescing into a suffocating pressure that enveloped the entire seascape. The sea creatures beneath the nearby waters seemed unable to withstand such overwhelming intimidation, promptly diving deeper to escape. Chapter 43. The Azure Dragon's Escape. Dual Emperors stand firm, each challenging a 4-emperor crew. Since the inception of the 4 emperors, no one has ever accomplished such a feat. The world's mightiest beings were incapable of it. Even the most formidable man at the peak of his power could not achieve it. Not to mention the red-haired pirates, which, unlike other 4-emperor crews, may be fewer in number, yet each member is a formidable pirate. Faced with such an impenetrable crew, any cunning schemes are rendered useless without absolute strength. This is the primary reason why Ben Beckman and others remain confident after witnessing Yang Jian's successive victories over Akiji and Akainu. Could the red-haired pirates truly be my sole adversary? To the surprise of Shanks and his crew, Yang Jian's smile, sharp as a blade, bore an air of casualness in the face of their overwhelming 4-emperor might. Is there anything incorrect in our words? Ben Beckman suddenly furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of unease. Nothing in particular. I merely wish to inquire. When did your red-haired pirates come to perceive me as if I were alone? With a swift motion, Yang Jian transformed from his dragon form back to that of Erlang Shen. His vertical gaze swept across the figures of pirates aboard the Red Force. Though it was merely an intangible glance, even the likes of Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the world's finest sharpshooter, Yasop, felt an icy chill enveloping them, as if a blade had grazed their very souls. The accurate assertion would be that the red-haired pirates ought to consider themselves as opponents to us. A hint of playful malice flickered in Yang Jian's cold eyes, just as Yasop was about to question the meaning behind Yang Jian's words. A thunderous roar erupted from the distant sea, shaking the very foundations of the ocean. With just the sound of the dragon's roar, the vast sky began to ripple with visible sound waves, causing the boundless sea to erupt into frothy waves. Moreover, as that proud, disdainful, and domineering roar reached its zenith, a series of blinding white lightning bolts suddenly erupted from the sea surface, tearing the expansive waters apart. As the red-haired crew gazed in astonishment and trepidation, towering tornadoes materialized, stirring colossal waves, and amidst the swirling sea dragons, a massive azure dragon surged into the sky from the ravaged G1 base, stretching hundreds of meters in length. Its enormous, frigid eyes surveyed the scene from afar. Every member of the red-haired crew, from high-ranking officers to ordinary sailors, felt their bodies tense as if confronted with a formidable foe. A name carries weight, just as a shadow does. This is the oppressive force brought forth by the world's strongest being. Not to mention, standing before them is the formidable Yang Jian, who has defeated both Akainu and Akiji, a true sovereign whose terror rivals that of Kaido, the Azure Dragon. With the 2 emperors standing side by side, even the renowned red-haired pirates felt a prickling sensation at their backs. Kaido, with the keenest of vision, Jesus Burgess narrowed his pupils, gazing intently at the towering azure dragon descending from the clouds. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had begun to dampen his forehead. Had he not been captured by Akainu, Trafalgar Law, and Akiji? Riki looked on in astonishment as Kaido broke free from his bonds. The shock of Kaido's sudden liberation was indeed overwhelming, so much so that Riki, usually never parting with his roasted meat, failed to notice it slip from his fingers and fall to the ground. Something was amiss. Though he was immortal, he had recently endured a relentless pursuit by 2 admirals and a vice-admiral, and he should have been thoroughly restrained by Sea Prism Stone. Doflamingo wore an incredulous expression. He was not surprised that Kaido could shatter the Sea Prism Stone. After all, if it were capable of imprisoning or subduing Kaido, this Yonko would have long since perished at the hands of the Navy or been eternally confined. Yet, To his recollection, Kaido should not have possessed the ability to escape from the Sea Prism Stone at this juncture. Listen, why is Kaido able to break free? It no longer matters. Prepare yourselves. This time, we face not just one emperor, but two. Shanks inhaled deeply, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his famed sword, Griffin. After all, he was the man with the mightiest haki in the world. Having weathered countless storms, he quickly regained his composure following a brief moment of bewilderment, readying himself to confront two formidable Yonko. No, this is indeed significant, Ben Beckman interjected. What is so significant? Jesus Burgess, Riki, and others turned their puzzled gazes towards Ben Beckman. According to our predictions, Kaido should not have been capable of shattering the Sea Prism Stone for at least another fortnight. However, with Kaido's escape, it implies that we must now contend with not one, but two Yonko. Beckman's tone grew increasingly grave as he observed the colossal azure dragon approaching ever closer. And what of two emperors? Shanks slowly tightened his grip on Griffin, his expression radiating an aura of supremacy. Indeed, merely four emperors. Our red-haired pirates have faced them before. What does it matter if there are two? We, the red-haired pirates, have nothing to fear. As they witnessed Shanks standing resolutely like a pillar against the dual might of the emperors, the crew felt a wave of relief wash over them, igniting their rebellious spirits. Indeed, what do two Yonko signify? We shall engage them in battle. Chapter 44. The Yonko who does not behave like a Yonko, and the underlings who are unappreciative. Are there merely two? As the members of the red-haired pirates, including the illustrious Shanks himself, displayed an air of indifference, Ben Beckman's countenance betrayed no hint of ease or relief. He first cast a glance at the nearby Yang Jian, then turned to observe Kaido, who was approaching on clouds, and suddenly uttered a startling revelation. What if I were to say it is not two emperors, but three? As Ben Beckman's words reverberated from the pirate ship, everyone present, including the Yonko Shanks, turned pale with shock. Three? Does that not imply the true monarch and the Azure Dragon? Beckman, how do we transition from two emperors to three? In the midst of their astonishment, apart from Shanks and Jesus Burgess, the others eagerly pressed Beckman for clarification. It is quite simple, since Kaido cannot escape his predicament. Yet he inexplicably breaks free from the sea stone confinement at this juncture. The conclusion can only be one. There is another individual assisting Kaido. With that, Ben Beckman exhaled a plume of smoke. Another person? Could it be the Calamity, Ashen? Among the beast pirates, he alone possessed the ability and audacity to do so. Upon contemplating the possibility of Ashen's involvement, the expressions of Loki and others darkened considerably. If the two emperors could stand against them, the addition of Ashen would undoubtedly tip the scales of victory unfavorably. Kaido, remember this. After today, I, Yamato, shall owe you nothing. Henceforth, whatever path I choose, be it sailing the seas or embodying Kozuki Oden, you shall have no authority over me. Just as the core members of the red-haired pirates speculated whether the third party was indeed Ashen, a loquacious voice suddenly drifted from afar. The crew turned to see a woman, adorned in a bold and unconventional manner, perched atop Kaido's head, wielding a kanabo that bore a striking resemblance to Kaido's own. Who do you think you are? I am Kaido. Do I need your assistance? Allowing you to sit on my head was already a concession. And you, my foolish son, had better remember this. I will never allow you to become Kozuki Oden. As Kaido spoke, he swung his colossal dragon head, causing Yamato to be flung away unexpectedly. What a stubborn child who never learns. Yang Jian observed the tumultuous reunion with a blend of exasperation and a barely perceptible gentleness in his icy gaze. Vortex of the Gale. As Yamato was about to plunge into the sea, Yang Jian raised his right hand gently. A tempest was summoned, lifting Yamato from the surface of the water. Kaido has another daughter? Besides Yang Jian, there is yet another? This is troublesome. The dialogue between Kaido and Yamato was unrestrained, utterly unconcerned with the volume, and naturally caught the attention of the entire red-haired pirate's crew. At that moment, they experienced a blend of satisfaction from the gossip and the weight of facing a formidable trio of emperors. Though it was their first encounter, the members of the red-haired pirates, each imbued with the duality of haki, could keenly sense the astonishing power emanating from Yamato, hidden beneath her bold and unrestrained demeanor. Within their ranks, few could rival such an imposing presence. Red-haired, I hear you plan to besiege my captain. Is that so? On the other side, after hurling Yamato aside, the colossal dragon form of Kaido suddenly descended towards Yang Jian's left. In an instant, he transformed back into his human shape, wielding a chillingly gleaming kanabo in his grasp. You, the Yonko, have truly regressed. To face my second-in-command, you require the entirety of your crew? Even as a fellow Yonko, I find it shameful. Kaido swung his kanabo, stretching his body, which had grown stiff from days of confinement. He then cast a disdainful glance at Shanks. Kaido, upon hearing this, figures like Lucky Roo and Jesus Burgess erupted in fury. Shanks, is this how you train your subordinates? You, as a Yonko, behave unlike one, and your underlings show no sense of respect. I believe today is the day your reign as a Yonko meets its end, just in time for my captain to take your place. Kaido sneered at Jesus Burgess and the others, his tone laced with derision. The members of the red-haired pirates seethed with indignation at his words, their anger palpable. You are mistaken. They are not mere subordinates, but my brothers, comrades of Shanks. As for the title of Yonko, should you possess the capability, feel free to take it, Shanks replied, inhaling deeply, extending his right hand with a gesture inviting challenge. The title of Yonko may hold significance for you, but to me, it is nothing more than a pile of refuse. Yang Jian chuckled softly, his tone brimming with disdain towards the Yonko. Chapter 45. The New World is too small to accommodate the four emperors. Yang Jian, who speaks grandly, is met with scorn by Jesus Burgess as he dismisses their captain. If you wish to belittle our captain and the four emperors, you should first wait until you, Yang Jian, can rise to their ranks. Lucky Lu added in agreement. For emperors, you say? Yang Jian surveyed the crew of the red-haired pirates, a glimmer of determination in his gaze. Indeed, the New World is far too small to accommodate so many four emperors. With that proclamation, his third eye opened fully, unleashing a dazzling radiance that pierced through the previously dim and murky clouds, illuminating the surroundings. As the divine light erupted from his brow, scales glimmering with a brilliant silver hue materialized around him, encircling him before fusing into a powerful and majestic suit of silver armor. At the moment of donning this armor, an overwhelming aura, akin to the majesty of the heavens, surged forth. Except for red-haired Shanks, even formidable figures like Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess felt the weight of the advancing conqueror's aura, akin to being laden with immense burdens, their breaths momentarily stifled. Ha ha ha! Shanks, did you hear our captain's declaration? The New World is undeniably too small to harbor so many emperors. From this day forth, your name and territory shall be claimed by our captain. Witnessing the readiness of his prodigious child to engage, Kaido, as a parent and the embodiment of the greatest conqueror's fruit, was not to be outdone. With a thunderous roar that echoed across the seas, his already formidable frame expanded. Dragon horns sprouting from his forehead, his muscles, more robust than any ancient Greek statue, cloaked in shimmering dragon scales. In an instant, a tail, reminiscent of steel chains, emerged from his back, transforming into his hybrid dragon form. His already terrifying presence became vast and unfathomable. Despite having just endured a fierce battle against two admirals and a vice-admiral, he seemed to have regained his strength completely, exuding an aura that was awe-inspiring and fearsome, making even Shanks and his crew wary. You may lay your hands on that old bastard if you wish, but dare to touch Yang Jian, and he is as good as dead. Yamato's voice rang out, icy and resolute. Her eyes transformed into piercing wolf-like orbs, twin horns sprouting from her forehead, while her white hair surged forth like the fur of a white wolf. Simultaneously, her stature grew, her limbs morphing into a hybrid of human and wolf. Though lacking the imposing aura and majestic form of Yang Jian, and not as domineering and aloof as Kaido, there was a certain rebellious spirit and elegance amidst the chilling atmosphere that left even the air trembling and freezing. As Yang Jian, Kaido, and Yamato simultaneously transformed into Erlang Shen, Qinglong, and Daikokutten, an overwhelming presence surged forth, shaking the universe and stirring the seas. As their conqueror's haki erupted in a magnificent display. The three waves of conqueror's haki, while varying in strength, all undeniably reached a superior tier. Even a single wave could inflict physical damage upon reality and matter. Now, united as one, these forces converged like myriad rivers flowing into the sea, resulting in an astonishing qualitative transformation. The combined might of the three kings, in perfect harmony, transcended the upper echelon of power, achieving a terrifying level that even the renowned red-haired Shanks had never conceived. Suddenly, a crack echoed in his ears, and Shanks's expression changed dramatically. Even in the face of the dual emperors Yang Jian and Kaido, he had remained composed, but now he was struck with a profound shock, as if witnessing the harm of a cherished comrade. Looking down at the red force, which resembled a porcelain doll marred by cracks, he let out a furious roar. Yang Jian, Kaido, though his beloved ship had not yet disintegrated and there was still a chance for salvation, it had nonetheless ignited the wrath of the infamous red-haired emperor. His gaze transformed, becoming more ferocious and savage than that of the largest sea beasts. The conqueror's haki, reputed to be the strongest among the four emperors, surged forth like torrential waters from the heavens, darkening the sky in an instant. As the haki of the four kings collided, the previously illuminated sky, once aglow with Yang Jian's divine light, was engulfed in shadow and violently fractured. Yet, the devastation wrought by their clash extended far beyond mere ruptures in the sky. The heavens shattered. Upon gazing upward, the crew beheld an unprecedented and unforgettable scene. The vast expanse of the sky appeared as if it had been mercilessly twisted and torn into countless fragments, resembling cotton candy ripped apart, leaving behind deep, interwoven fissures. The celestial dome of the New World seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure exerted by these kings, resulting in a cataclysmic spectacle of heaven and earth in turmoil. Chapter 46. The world's mythical beasts are collectively worth a stone, and the Yang family monopolizes 8 do. A tremendous roar reverberated as 4 streams of conqueror's haki clashed. The upheaval extended beyond the heavens, causing the very sea to tremble under the weight of this overwhelming power, generating unprecedented turbulence. With each wave of conqueror's haki, dark as ink, it felt like a storm of black lightning. Not only did it churn the ocean into tumultuous waves, but also rent the sea surface, creating terrifying and profound fissures. Simultaneously, within the realm enveloped by conqueror's haki, the seawater appeared to be subjected to an invisible hydraulic press, forming a colossal abyss in the boundless ocean. As if the heart of the sea had suddenly caved in, resulting in a vast marine basin. Such a fearsome spectacle caused even the notorious pirates of the red-haired crew to flinch. Abruptly, a thunderous crack echoed through the air. Under the watchful and anxious gazes of many, one wave of blood-red haki, reminiscent of a torrent of flames, retreated like a defeated lion towards the position of the Red Fosse. This is dire. The captain cannot withstand it. The Yang family astonishingly possessed 3 kings and 3 mythical beasts. When did these rarer-than-nature mythical beasts become so devalued? Or is it that these mythical fruits possess a sentience of their own, sprouting wings to fly towards the beast pirates? Witnessing the scene, the crew aboard the ship knew their captain had faltered. They could only sigh in resignation and frustration. It was not that Shanks lacked dominance. Rather, the Yang family had bent the rules egregiously. With the world's top mythical beasts collectively valued at 1 stone, the Yang family monopolized 8 do. Even a man hailed as the strongest in conqueror's haki could only face defeat in such circumstances. Shanks. Ben Beckman's expression shifted as he stepped forward. Within him, conqueror's haki surged like a mighty river, rallying alongside Shanks to jointly withstand the haki of Yang Jian, Kaido, and Yamato. Yet, even with the formidable vice admiral capable of halting Kizaru at their side, the overwhelming clash of haki, unprecedented in over a decade, could not mask the impending defeat. However, neither Shanks nor Ben Beckman harbored illusions of victory amidst this monumental clash. Their thoughts had long shifted from aspirations of triumph to the urgent need to safeguard their ship, the Red Foss. In this perilous realm of the New World, losing their vessel would render even the mightiest of the four emperors as rootless drifters. After all, few in the red-haired crew could traverse the calm belt as Rayleigh did. Likewise, individuals like Yang Jian and Kaido, who could roam the New World and the Grand Line alone, were virtually non-existent. Moreover, the Red Foss symbolized far more than just a mode of transportation to Shanks and his crew. It was an indispensable companion. As for the notion of granting face to anyone, it had long since been cast aside by Shanks. You expect me to give you face? Yang Jian cast a cold gaze upon the beleaguered red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman. Can you withstand this? The chilling voice echoed ominously. Yang Jian, cease at once. A flash of crimson light flickered in Shanks' eyes as he urgently bellowed, seemingly having glimpsed an ominous future through his observation hockey. Unmoved by Shanks' command, Yang Jian extended his hand towards the tumultuous sky, cloaked in dark clouds and crackling with lightning. His fingers splayed in a defiant gesture as if summoning a blade from the heavens. Blade come. As the words fell, the already fractured sky was marred by a new, terrifying fissure. From this rift, a brilliant silver light burst forth. With a whoosh, a silver streak emerged from the crack, akin to a star plummeting into the ocean, and instantly landed in Yang Jian's palm. Boom! As the resplendent silver glow dissipated, a gleaming silver, trident-bladed sword, adorned with a coiling silver dragon, was firmly gripped in Yang Jian's hand. Clang! Merely the act of grasping the sword unleashed an intangible sharpness that sent shivers down the spines of the red-haired pirates aboard the Red Fourth. With a trident blade in hand, profound black light of armament hockey and the ominous black lightning of Conqueror's hockey swirled around the blade. Yang Jian. Upon witnessing this scene, Shanks wasted no time. Swiftly drawing his renowned sword, Griffin, simultaneously, he hardened his blade with armament hockey and enveloped its edge with Conqueror's hockey. In that moment, it seemed as though an unspoken understanding existed between the two. As their auras reached a crescendo, they leaped towards each other almost simultaneously. When the distance between them dwindled to less than 10 meters, both Yang Jian and Shanks unleashed their blades in a furious strike. Bang! 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 Despite the fact that the trident blade and Griffin were still a meter apart, a harrowing sphere of hockey erupted between the two. The black-red arcs of energy surged forth like a ferocious dragon, instantly generating a devastating shockwave. Centered around the two, the sky erupted, creating a terrifying chasm. The heavens, subjected to such a calamity, rendered the sea below equally susceptible to devastation. At the moment the sky was pierced, the overwhelming shockwave caused the ocean to convulse beneath it. It held. Shanks observed the Red Fourth, which was tossed back by the surging waves, yet remarkably unscathed, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. You can foresee the future. So can I. You can alter the future. Why can't I? Just as Shanks silently exhaled, grateful for his quick reflexes that averted the impending doom of the Red Fourth being cleaved in two, a voice, laced with a hint of mockery, cut through the air unexpectedly. Chapter 47. The blade arrives upon hearing the resounding voice in his ear. Shanks, with his crimson hair, was enveloped in a sudden pall of dread. He lifted his gaze, and there before him were the three eyes of Yang Jian, all gleaming with a crimson hue, accompanied by his left hand reaching toward the heavens. No, this action, which he had witnessed once before, filled Shanks with both fury and apprehension. Since setting sail, he had faced storms, setbacks, defeats, and escapes countless times. Yet, such a display of disarray was a rarity in his many years of battling the seas. The blade comes. The thunderous command echoed through the skies. Even though he had foreseen this moment through his observation hockey, Shanks's eyes blazed with uncontrollable rage. However, having lost an arm in combat against a formidable opponent, his anger could only manifest as helpless frustration as he watched Yang Jian extend his hand toward the sky, calling forth a three-pronged blade from the vastness of the Grand Line. With a resounding clang, a brilliant silver light erupted across the boundless sky. In the midst of the red-haired pirates' astonished and furious glares, a dazzling silver streak pierced through the clouds at an astonishing speed, racing toward the surface of the new world. In the next moment, a left hand grasped the three-pronged blade. With the blade in hand and no movement made, a terrifying aura emanated, causing even the likes of Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess to feel as though a knife were being pressed against their throats. Am I to grant you favor? Who do you think you are? A dead ode? Oomph. I, Yang Jian, never accept debts from others. Whoever owes me, I shall have them repay it on the same day, and if they cannot, I will take it myself. A chilling proclamation, colder than the frost emanating from Yamato, exploded in the ears of every red-haired pirate. Immediately, Yang Jian gripped the blade with his right hand, exerting all his strength to suppress Shanks, who was left burning with anxiety yet utterly powerless. Simultaneously, he raised his other hand holding another three-pronged blade high above. With a hiss, the conqueror's haki burst forth, transforming into tendrils of black lightning that coiled around the blade's edge. The armament haki surged like a tidal wave, turning the three-pronged blade into an indestructible black sword. Not only that, after unleashing both the conquerors and armament haki, a series of horrific white arcs of electricity erupted, enveloping the three-pronged blade and instantly dispelling the dark night. Mountain Splitter, with the haki and the powers of his devil fruit converging upon the three-pronged blade, Yang Jian immediately locked onto the distant ship, the Red Force. As it writhed upon the waves, he raised the three-pronged blade above his head and then unleashed a furious slash through the air. With a mere swing of the blade, the force erupted with the might of 1,000 mountains. The relentless edge of the three-pronged blade unleashed its devastating power. The boundless expanse of the ocean was cleaved open as if by a birthday cake, revealing a chasm stretching for miles. With a crack, a wave imbued with the essence of black and white lightning surged forth, devastatingly sweeping across the sea and the void, and landed upon the Red Force. Yang Jian, you shall not prevail. Ben Beckman raised his pistol, the dark aura of armament haki coiling around the barrel, intent on firing at Yang Jian. Yet, he was met with Yamato, transformed into the formidable form of the great god, towering above and ready to strike with her club. With a thunderous crash, Ben Beckman, despite his urgent desperation, drew his longsword and countered the blow from Yamato's club with a rising slash. In that moment, he showcased strength befitting his title as the mightiest vice admiral. The clash echoed, and despite the urgency of the encounter, Ben Beckman, without a moment's hesitation, countered Yamato's strike, surprisingly forcing her back several steps. However, rather than pressing the advantage, he pivoted and swiftly leaped to the bow of the ship, positioning himself before Yang Jian, ready to intercept the lightning-infused strike unleashed by the three-pronged blade. Is this truly the world beyond Onigashima, the land of Wano? Is this what the beast pirates and those outside Wano are like? This ocean is indeed vast and utterly exhilarating. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yamato, who had been struck back by Ben Beckman in her first encounter at sea, bore no trace of disappointment on her youthful face. Instead, having glimpsed the world beyond the land of Wano and Onigashima, and having encountered powerful adversaries outside Kaido's realm, the excitement and fervor in her eyes burned like an inferno. The battle spirit within her, the blood of the beast pirates coursing through her veins, boiled over like water at a rolling boil. You are my opponent. Stabilizing her body after being repelled, Yamato dashed across the pirate ship's deck, her right foot striking out like lightning. This was the six forms, shave, a technique she had secretly observed from the battle between Yang Jian and Akainu and Akiji. As she moved with remarkable speed, her already potent conqueror's haki entwined even more powerfully around her club, Aiken. After clashing with the strongest vice admiral of the Grand Line, it felt as if Ben Beckman had severed the shackles of her limitations with a single strike. Her mastery of the conqueror's haki was no longer half-hearted. It had fully blossomed. In the face of overwhelming strength, the collision with a superior opponent propelled her haki toward unprecedented growth. Chapter 48. The Boundary Crosser Cursed Be It. Sensing the fierce wind that swept from behind, Ben Beckman felt a flash of crimson in his eyes, and his expression subtly shifted. He beheld a vision of the brief future. Yamato, who had been repelled by him in their initial encounter, was now able to contend with him. Though disbelief coursed through him, the overwhelming pressure from behind compelled Ben Beckman to abandon his attempt to intercept the oncoming lightning strike, and instead, he wielded his sword to engage once more in a clash with Yamato's spike club. Bang! Both wielding the Conqueror's haki, their weapons collided. Yet, the outcome was starkly different this time. The long sword and the spike club did not meet. A meter apart, both weapons seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force. Yet the tips of the club and sword erupted with terrifying, domineering lightning. Boom! As the two forces of Conqueror's haki collided with utmost intensity, the clouds above the red force erupted into a gaping abyss. This time, however, Yamato did not get sent flying. Instead, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. Are Kaido's offspring all anomalies? Merely after one exchange, she has undergone a complete transformation? Witnessing this scene, despite having previously perceived it through his observation haki, Ben Beckman could not suppress an inward curse. Under normal circumstances, his usually grand, composed, and sagacious nature might have led him to commend Yamato for embodying Kaido's spirit. After all, she was indeed the daughter of an emperor. But at this moment, with his captain detained and the red force teetering on the brink, he had no leisure to extol Yamato's merits. Jesus Burgess. Yet, no matter how frantic his mind raced, Ben Beckman found himself unable to extricate himself from the confrontation with the rapidly evolving Yamato. The ship, in desperation, he turned to Jesus Burgess and barked, "Vice Captain, how about we switch opponents? What do you think?" Jesus Burgess had already aimed his sniper rifle at Yang Jian, yet his finger remained paralyzed on the trigger. For before he could fire, a figure reminiscent of a demonic dragon emerging from the depths of hell engulfed him. The strongest creature in the world, Kaido, stood before him, effortlessly bearing the spike club in one hand. There was no intent to attack, yet he loomed like an impenetrable fortress, keeping Burgess at bay. Curse be it! Witnessing Jesus Burgess' predicament, Ben Beckman could not help but curse once more. Trafalgar Law. As he observed the second-in-command being thwarted by Kaido, his gaze swiftly shifted to the fourth commander of the red-haired pirates. However, when his eyes settled on Trafalgar Law, despair plunged his heart to unfathomable depths. Bang! Kaido's right hand gripped the spike club and struck it directly against the deck of the Red Force. Even a vessel crafted from the legendary atom could not withstand the might of the world's strongest being. Creak! The resilient deck shattered instantaneously. Dozens of spiderweb-like cracks stretched outward, a sight that caused immense anguish among the pirates aboard. To be invited onto the ship by the illustrious red-haired Shanks. Regardless of one's temperament or strength, there exists one undeniable commonality, a profound reverence for comrades. Among these, the ship Red Force, which carries the souls of the entire crew, is regarded by every member as a bond akin to life and death, akin to brothers. Such loyalty would not waver even for the allure of gold. Transgressors shall meet their demise. Kaido's haughty, frigid gaze swept across Luffy and his crew as a spike club carved a deep trench upon the deck. The pirates, led by Jesus Burgess and Trafalgar Law, exchanged glances, yet found themselves unable to step forward even a single pace. This exemplifies the sheer intimidation wielded by a sovereign-level powerhouse. In the absence of red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman, even the famed red-haired pirates, known for their impenetrable defenses, appeared utterly powerless in the face of Yonko, particularly one like Kaido, renowned for his prowess in single-handedly battling entire crews. Without the restraint of two formidable figures, the Yonko and his strongest vice-captain, Jesus Burgess and his companions were rendered impotent, unable to act before confronting the overwhelming might of Kaido. Yang Jian, do you truly wish to proceed in this manner? The shifting tides of battle were not lost on red-haired Shanks, whose eyes now glowed a crimson hue. It became indistinguishable whether this was a manifestation of his observation haki or the result of seething rage. Do you believe piracy is merely a child's game? From a moment you, red-haired Shanks, presumptuously intervened in my conflict, leading to the loss of my dear Kuzan and Akainu. You should have anticipated the price you would have to pay. Confronted by the ferocity of Shanks' predatory gaze, Yang Jian remained unperturbed. Very well, Yang Jian. Shanks's eyes narrowed slightly, and when he opened them again, the fury had dissipated, replaced by a chilling intent for slaughter, as unforgiving as the sea's depths. Oomph. Yang Jian smirked coldly, wholly dismissing the murderous intent emanating from Shanks. He would show no deference. He would not acknowledge any sense of obligation. Having lost Kuzan and Akainu, he intended to reclaim his losses from the red-haired pirates. The Red Force was his target. Yet, that was still inadequate. A single pirate ship, even one belonging to the red-haired pirates, even one crafted from the legendary Atom Wood, was far from sufficient to compensate for his losses today. To truly make amends, he aimed to devour an entire Yonko crew and seize their territories, which would bring him close to satisfaction. Chapter 49. The thunderous slash of the Red Force, the maiden vessel of the red-haired Shanks, stands as one of the most trusted companions of the red-haired pirates. Yet today, both the renowned Yonko Shanks and his formidable first mate Beckman, along with the world's strongest sniper, could only watch helplessly as Yang Jian wielded his trident blade, unleashing a thunderous slash that cleaved through the sky and sea. The ocean parted like warm butter under a hot knife, while the heavens were carved with deep gorges. Every pirate of the red-haired crew, their eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched, resembled demons risen from the depths of hell, their faces twisted in a grotesque hunger for vengeance. Yet when that thunderous wave approached, each one of them turned away, unwilling to gaze upon the Red Force. It was not out of pity, but rather a profound shame. Here stood the illustrious red-haired pirates, the crew with the most formidable and renowned names among the Yonko, yet in a battle where they faced merely 3 adversaries, they were unable to protect the vessel that had carried them through countless trials. This excruciating humiliation pierced their hearts like a dagger, twisting mercilessly, leaving them in a state of agony and disgrace. In that moment, they wished for nothing more than to find a crevice in the earth and vanish within it. However, regardless of the turmoil and shame raging within the hearts of the red-haired pirates, as they turned away, the thunderous slash surged inexorably toward the bow of the ship. Boom! Though Ben Beckman had averted his gaze, the corner of his eye still caught sight of the Red Force's bow being cleaved apart. Crack! The sound of splintering would echoed, causing those on the deck, including Jesus Burgess and Lucky Roo, to envision the horrific scene despite their turned heads. The ship was being torn asunder. Suddenly, all aboard the Red Force felt a wave of moisture engulf them. Looking down, they saw their clothes drenched with seawater. But in that moment of glance downward, a scene of unforgettable carnage unfolded before the eyes of all pirates, including Shanks himself. The Red Force, crafted from the legendary Atom Wood, a vessel that bore witness to Shanks' rise to Yonko, Beckman's ascension as first mate, and Jesus Burgess' acclaim as the world's strongest sniper, was severed. From bow to stern, it lay in 2 halves, the smooth blade mark evident. Rage and an insatiable thirst for vengeance surged within each member of the red-haired crew. Only through bloodshed could they quell their fury. Only through violence could they mask their shame. Only through annihilating their foes could they find the courage to confront the shattered vessel of the Red Force. Boom! The overwhelming intent to kill emanating from the vast Yonko crew was so terrifying that it shook the very skies, causing the heavens to tremble in response. Amidst the torrential downpour and howling winds, it seems as though the heavens themselves are attempting to extinguish the fury of the red-haired pirates. Ha ha ha! Red-haired Shanks, see? I was right about you. You've truly regressed, lacking any capability, yet attempting to broker peace, ultimately failing to safeguard your own ship, and daring to call yourself an emperor? Kaido, with a disdainful demeanor, tramples upon the remnants of a pirate vessel, his arrogant laughter piercing like a dagger into the very marrow of Shanks and his crew. What do you think will happen to Akainu and Akiji, whom you foolishly rescued from the jaws of death? Gratefulness? No, they will mock you, the imbecile red-haired, and once they recover, they will return to hunt you down like the fool you are. His chilling gaze swept across every member of the red-haired crew. As the strongest creature in the world, while he may not perish, the days spent in captivity have subjected him to the Navy's severe tortures and humiliations. Though the war was instigated by him, the nature of the conflict between pirates and the Navy is one of opposition, Either you die or I do. To claim that he harbors no anger or hatred towards Aokiji and Akainu would be a blatant lie. Even without the involvement of Yang Jian or Yamato in rescuing his father, once he escapes and mends his wounds, he would inevitably seek vengeance against Akainu, Aokiji, and the entire navy. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could be transported to impel down, his own Yang Jian and Yamato arrived, pushing Akainu and Aokiji to the brink of desperation, a most delightful surprise for him. And what was the result? Red-haired Shanks, a pirate at heart, meddled unnecessarily, foolishly asserting a debt of gratitude. Even while Kaido remained shackled in a cage of sea prism stone, his formidable observation haki allowed him to overhear Shanks' words. In that moment, he was enraged, vowing that once he was free, the four emperors would pay dearly for their interference. However, Yang Jian's actions left him utterly astounded. Before he could even strike, Yang Jian unsheathed his sword and, in front of Shanks and Ben Beckman, severed the Red Force in one swift motion. This spectacle brought Kaido immense satisfaction. The red-haired crew is to obey. Faced with the derisive laughter ringing in his ears, Shanks' eyes widened in fury. Indeed, the resounding calls for decisive slaughter echoed across the ocean. In the eyes of Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and others, only the desire for blood remained. I will not allow anyone but the red-haired pirates to survive upon these waters. I shall offer the heads of Yang Jian, Kaido, and that woman as sacrifices to the spirit of the Red Force. Kill. Leave none alive. A single word, kill. Drown the sea in an overwhelming aura of lethality. Chapter 50, When did you begin to believe that there were only 3 of us? The wrath of an emperor can lay waste to millions. This sentiment is equally applicable to the sovereign of the New World, especially the 4 emperors, who not only command vast territories, but also wield the cataclysmic powers capable of annihilating superpowers. The fury of the 4 emperors is inherently terrifying. Moreover, none of the 4 emperors is a lone wolf. At this moment, with a single command from red-haired Shanks, a resounding kill echoed throughout the massive red-haired pirates' crew, who responded instantly. Though their numbers were few, the collective bloodlust they exuded surpassed that of 1,000 armies. Even the vast ocean seemed to shudder in fear, stirring up waves that roared like whales. Although the Red Force had been cleaved in 2, the severed hulls floated stubbornly upon the sea, buoyed by an enigmatic force, still bearing every member of the red-haired crew. Additionally, it is likely that the majority of the crew were not wielders of abilities. Even if their ship had been cut apart, they retained formidable combat strength upon these tumultuous waters. Let us offer the heads of the 3 of them as a tribute to the Red Force. Jesus Burgess, with eyes of flame, roared and was the first to raise his gun and attack the nearest Kaido. 3? When did you start thinking there were only 3 of us? Yang Jian, hearing Jesus Burgess' furious shout from a distance, swung his knife with his right hand. Bang! The 3-pronged blade whirled with the Conqueror's haki, clashing violently against the renowned sword Griffin held by Shanks. Boom! Though there remained a meter of space between their blades, the successive waves of haki surged forth like missile detonations, unleashing colossal waves that cascaded in all directions. A flicker of uncertainty crossed red-haired Shanks's fierce countenance. Jesus Burgess. Instantly, as his eyes glimmered with a crimson light, his previously somber expression transformed dramatically. Jesus Burgess. Almost simultaneously, Ben Beckman, who had gained the upper hand in the fierce battle with Yamato, seized the moment to bellow at Jesus Burgess. Damn it! Jesus Burgess's pupils constricted. His body tensed as if he were a top predator caught off guard. Clearly, the mastery of observation haki to foresee the future was not limited to red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman alone. As the world's mightiest sharpshooter, Jesus Burgess had honed this haki to its pinnacle, allowing him to glimpse the same futures as Shanks and Beckman. Puff! The cloud suspended in the sky suddenly shattered. A figure wreathed in flames unfurled its wings and dove towards Jesus Burgess with alarming speed. The torrential rain could not extinguish the blazing fire that enveloped him. Flame calamity! Ben Beckman, recognizing the fiery figure descending from above, shouted in fury, ready to charge. I slash. However, at that moment, Yamato unleashed an overwhelming wave of freezing air, causing the rain falling upon the two of them and the surrounding area to instantly freeze. As the chilling aura emanating from the Spike Club surged towards him, Ben Beckman, who had already glimpsed the future, made the most prudent choice in that critical moment. Engaging with the club enveloped in a frigid aura, he harnessed the ferocious force of the attack to retreat. Clearly, his foresight enabled him to make the optimal decision. He was neither frozen by Yamato's icy strike, nor sustained any frostbite. Instead, he seized the opportunity to create distance and dash toward Jisusbu. However, after merely a few steps, he sensed something amiss. Typically swift as lightning, he now felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his joints and muscles, significantly slowing his movements. Under normal circumstances, his speed would have allowed him to reach Jisusbu before the inferno of destruction, but now, constrained in his pace, he could only watch helplessly as the flames surged ahead of him. Damn it! As Ben Beckman turned his head slightly to glance at Yamato, the intensity of his murderous intent nearly overflowed. I may not possess your overwhelming might, nor can I foresee the future as you do, but the inability to predict the future does not equate to my inability to thwart you. Those are two entirely different matters. Though reluctant to concede, he had to admit that his old man was right about one thing. In the end, strength dictates everything. Yamato met Ben Beckman's piercing gaze without flinching. At that moment, Ben Beckman relinquished any hope of rescuing Jisusbu, channeling his murderous intent into a formidable combat spirit to clash with Yamato. If he could not save, then he would eliminate Kaido's daughter. Though Yamato grew stronger with every passing second in their confrontation, she still had some distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of the strongest vice admiral. Ben Beckman was confident that, in a one-on-one battle, he could bring Yamato to her knees. Come on. In the face of the relentless assault from the strongest vice admiral, Yamato stood undaunted. Even when at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink, she fiercely resisted her opponent. Under immense pressure, her haki and fruit abilities rapidly advanced, bringing a flicker of shadow to Ben Beckman's eyes. In addition to his murderous intent, get lost. On the other side, Lucky Lude, Gobindic Snake, and other officers hardened their weapons into black blades and unleashed terrifying attacks against Kaido. As weapons imbued with the power of haki were swung, brilliant slashes illuminated the air. The vibrant, armed haki cut through the dim, dark night, tearing through the very fabric of the gloom. Chapter 51, Jesus Burgess vs. Kaido. Get lost. Ubustat, D. Faced with a murderous assault from the red-haired pirate's cadre, even one as formidable as a Yonko would find it difficult to emerge unscathed from a direct hit. Moreover, having yet to recover from the injuries sustained in the battle at the G1 branch, Kaido's combat prowess was far from its peak. Understanding this, Lucky Lu and his companions believed they could force Kaido back and subsequently rescue Jesus Burgess. However, the scene that unfolded next left them utterly astounded. With a flurry of armed, color-coded weapons striking forth, most of which utilized advanced haki techniques capable of internal destruction, any ordinary individual would have long since retreated from such lethal onslaught. Yet, Kaido executed a shocking maneuver. Instead of evading, he charged forward. In an instant, dozens of weapons became embedded in various parts of Kaido's body, including critical areas such as the heart, abdomen, and kidneys. Kaido you. Lucky Lu's mouth hung agape, attempting to utter something, yet he found himself at a loss for coherent words. Despite having struck the world's strongest creature and exacerbating Kaido's already grievous injuries, none among them could muster any sense of triumph. Jesus Burgess. As the cadre was obstructed by Kaido, the descending flames of the inferno struck with unimpeded ferocity. With his wings drawn in, he created a terrifying shockwave, plummeting downward at over twice the speed of sound. Do you think you know who I am? Inferno. I'm the world's strongest sniper. Jesus Burgess. As Jesus Burgess narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the descending inferno, his crimson pupils sharpened, surpassing even that of an eagle. As the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates and the holder of the title of the world's strongest sniper, he was no ordinary foe. While the calamity of fire was formidable, he too possessed significant strength. As the flames drew nearer, he slowly raised his sniper rifle, its barrel enveloped in a veil of haki. With a resounding clang, as the rifle transformed into a blackened weapon, a dazzling gleam, bright enough to pierce the dark of night, erupted from Jesus Burgess's eyes. Then, with a swift motion, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, smoke curling upwards in its wake. A black bullet surged forth from the muzzle, tracing a spiraling trajectory through the air. The guardian fire dragon. Simultaneously, the inferno erupted in a blaze of flames, wielding a long sword in his right hand. The searing fire spiraled along the blade, ultimately transforming into a colossal fire dragon that exuded overwhelming power, consuming the oncoming black bullet in its fiery maw. With a flash of flames, Inferno had already positioned himself behind Jesus Burgess, facing him back to back in a tense standoff. Jesus Burgess. Inferno. This moment captured the attention of all present. Regardless of whether it is Yang Jian alongside the red-haired pirate or Bei Kimin with Yamato, or even Kaido, who has endured dozens of wounds, and the cadre led by Lucky Liu, their fierce combat momentarily falters. Everyone becomes acutely aware of a singular truth. The emergence of Jin has undeniably influenced the trajectory of the war. After all, despite the small numbers on Yang Jian's side, every individual they produce is at the very least of vice admiral caliber. Furthermore, they boast no fewer than 2 formidable figures of the Emperor's caliber. In contrast, while the red-haired pirates enjoy numerical superiority, they are severely outmatched in terms of their Emperor-level combatants. With the arrival of the calamity known as Jin on the battlefield, should Jesus Burgess fall, the scales of victory will undoubtedly tilt further in favor of Yang Jian. Amidst a multitude of gazes and the keen perception of observation haki, the 2 figures, initially back-to-back, find their standoff shattered by a muffled groan from Jin. Suddenly, a gaping wound the size of a bowl erupts from Jin's back, crimson blood cascading down like a waterfall. Subsequently, he kneels on the ground, much to the elation of the red-haired cadre. Well done. Truly impressive, Jesus Burgess. The world's strongest sniper, targeting the Birdman. Lucky Liu, Deka, and others exhale in relief, their laughter echoing as they bestow the highest accolades upon Jesus Burgess. However, these jubilant cadre fail to notice the sudden constriction of Shanks and Burgess's pupils, which widen in horror as they stagger slightly. Their expressions suggest they have witnessed something profoundly terrifying. In a shocking turn of events, as Jin kneels, Burgess's right arm is abruptly severed at the shoulder. With a thud, the dismembered limb falls to the ground, ignited by an otherworldly flame. In mere seconds, the severed arm is reduced to ashes. The unexpected calamity leaves Lucky Liu, Deka, and their companions, who had been laughing just moments before, utterly aghast. Their expressions contort to a grimace, and their laughter abruptly ceases. The gruesome scene unveils a nightmarish reality. The red-haired pirates are now without the world's strongest sniper. The world's strongest sniper. I have truly witnessed something remarkable today. He is indeed as formidable as the legends proclaim. Jin slowly rises, turning to face the pallid Jesus Burgess, who has lost his right arm. The true king spoke with absolute accuracy. Allowing someone like you to continue existing poses a significant threat to the beast pirates. Chapter 52. The Death of Jesus Bu. Spare me the trivialities. I, Jesus Bu, have no need for your pity. Alas, my skills have faltered, leaving me at a loss for words. The remnants of my left arm grip the sniper rifle tightly. If only my aim were a tad more precise. Or if my haki were more formidable. In Zai. Even if you're a member of the legendary Lineage clan, you would not surpass me, Jesus Bu. The murky depths of his eyes betrayed profound regret, indignation, and a sense of despair mingled with anguish. Though he had merely lost an arm, the brilliance of his former self had long since vanished. For marksmen, losing a right hand equates to losing everything. Unlike red-haired Shanks, who, despite losing his prized left-handed sword, could still train his right hand, for he is a master of haki, not merely swordsmanship. Whether wielding a sword in the left or the right hand, both serve merely as conduits for the application of haki. Regrettably, the Grand Line offers everything except for the possibility of what if, Jian brushed aside the rain-soaked strands of his hair. This time, he did not don a mask. It was precisely for this reason that Jesus Bu recognized him as a member of the Lunaria clan. In the past, he might have cared deeply, even sought to eliminate Jesus Bu. Yet now, faced with an increasing number of red-haired pirates recognizing his identity, his expression remained surprisingly calm. Ha ha ha, you speak the truth. The Grand Line has everything, yet lacks what ifs. Jesus Bu laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with desolation and melancholy. You have triumphed, Zai. After his prolonged laughter, he raised the sniper rifle with his remaining left hand, aiming it at Jian. Clearly, having lost an arm and relinquished his title as the world's strongest sniper, he had embraced thoughts of death. At that moment, a singular notion consumed him. With this broken body, he would inflict severe damage upon Zai, rendering him incapable of swaying the tides of war. In truth, you have not lost to me. You have succumbed to the true monarch. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Jin's eyes as he raised his long blade. Yang Jian? What do you mean by that? Jesus Bu momentarily hesitated, then bellowed in response. Not only he, but all present turned to Yang Jian, bewildered. Before you fired your shot, the true monarch had already foreseen the bullet in your gun aimed at my heart. Upon hearing this, some of the red-haired pirates remained perplexed, while others bore expressions of shock. A natural-born master of observation hockey, to convey thoughts to all existence. For instance, the now crippled Jesus Bu, having lost his title as the world's strongest sniper, and red-haired Shanks, who was locked in fierce combat with Yang Jian, both cried out in unison, nearly in tandem. As premier pirates of a new world, kings in their own right, they understood, well, that while observation hockey could be honed through training to the point of foresight, the highest forms of observation hockey, akin to Conqueror's hockey, were innate gifts, unattainable through mere practice. Their rarity surpassed even that of Conqueror's hockey, and in certain respects, they were even scarcer than the number of emperors. Red-haired, Jesus Bu, as the crimson-haired Shanks and Jesus Burgess gasped in astonishment. The anxious voice of Ben Beckman suddenly pierced through the tension. At the same moment, while narrating the intricacies of the battlefield to Jesus Burgess, a chilling, murderous intent radiated visibly from his eyes. Seizing the fleeting moment of Jesus Burgess's shock, he transformed into his beastly form, his head snapping back like a slingshot. With a sudden release of tension in his neck, a palpable ripple emanated through the air. Following this, a shockwave infused with his formidable hockey surged forth, akin to a devastating laser, swiftly bridging the distance between them and ruthlessly embedding itself into Jesus Burgess's heart. You, Jian! Jesus Burgess's eyes widened in horror, his face paling to an ashen hue. A fountain of blood erupted from his mouth, staining the shattered deck in a glaring crimson. He staggered backward, clutching his blood-soaked chest, before collapsing weakly onto the deck. Soon, even the strength to cover his wound and staunch the bleeding waned, his left hand falling limply to the ground. With a gaze filled with rage and regret, he cast one last piercing look at Jian before his body rolled off the deck, succumbing to the wrathful waves of the sea. As the water splashed up, the vibrant red of his blood quickly tainted the ocean's surface. Jesus Burgess. At that moment, the members of the red-haired pirates finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld Jesus Burgess, his left chest pierced and plummeting into the depths. You bastard! Unkai, how dare you kill Jesus Burgess? The shrill cries of fury reverberated across the sea, drowning out even the rumble of thunder and the relentless downpour. How could this happen? Jesus Burgess, how could you die? You always boasted about being the world's strongest sniper, claiming that no one could escape your perception under the gaze of your observation hockey. Lockie Lou's eyes burned with rage, shock, and anguish, contorting his features in disbelief. Even after witnessing the gruesome scene, he struggled to accept the reality that this trusted comrade, who had stood by his side for many years, had met such a tragic end before his very eyes. Chapter 53. The Dance of Flames and Swords, aimed at the red-haired one Lunaria, the hybrid. He did this on purpose. The singer, gripping his long blade, abandoned Kaido and charged directly at the flame disaster Jin. From the very beginning, The intent was to provoke Jesus Burgess into a state of emotional turmoil, rendering him incapable of utilizing his observation haki. As an officer of the red-haired pirates, commanding authority in the New World, he could not possibly be devoid of intellect. After the initial shock and fury, he had unraveled the intricacies of the situation. Moments ago, Jin had severed and incinerated one of Jesus Burgess's arms, yet he refrained from further attacks, seemingly granting Jesus Burgess the dignity of a final moment. But in truth, it was merely a tactic to incite him verbally. Losing an arm and forfeiting the title of the world's strongest sniper had already shaken Jesus Burgess to his core. Yet, amidst the battlefield, he could still force himself to maintain a semblance of calm. However, as Jin began to unveil the secret of his victory and revealed that Yang Jian possessed the innate highest level of observation haki, capable of communicating with the essence of all things, his words became the final straw that shattered Jesus Burgess's emotional steadiness. While it did not drive Jesus Burgess to complete madness, the agitation was now unavoidable. Even if one has cultivated observation haki to the level of foreseeing the future, emotional turmoil or loss of rationality would still impede its use. Indeed, Jin, with an impassive expression, engaged in fierce combat with the singer. But was his focus solely on Jesus Burgess? In the face of the singer's overwhelming murderous intent, despite his injuries, he remained composed, successfully blocking every strike while even finding the opportunity to speak to the singer. "You are not good." The singer's pupils constricted as the echoes of Ben Beckman's earlier roar surged in his mind. Yang Jian's target was never Jesus Burgess, but rather the captain. At that moment, a thought pierced through the core of the singer like a dagger. The dance of flames and swords was aimed at the red-haired one. With a clearer understanding of Jin's, or rather, the true Lord Yang Jian's terrifying scheme, a profound sense of dread, trembling, and unease gripped this astute and formidable officer of the red-haired pirates, causing even his grip on the sword to quiver slightly. In that instant, he could no longer afford to focus on killing Jin. His gaze shifted immediately toward the distant figure of Shanks. Captain, red-haired, awakening from their stupor were not only the singer, but also the other officers who, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, directed their attention toward Shanks. Unwaveringly, their hearts were filled with anxiety. As officers of the red-haired crew, they understood better than anyone the depth of Shanks's loyalty and how dearly he cherished his comrades aboard the ship. If Jin's plan, or rather Yang Jian's scheme, had been aimed at Shanks from the very beginning, then the series of calamities that befell Jesus Burgess, losing an arm, forfeiting the title of the world's strongest sniper, the revelation of the innate highest level of observation haki, and the grim tidings of Jesus Burgess's demise, would undoubtedly shake Shanks to his very foundation. Could the red-haired Shanks truly maintain his composure in the face of such overwhelming adversity? A Yonko losing their rationality and succumbing to emotional turmoil would indeed unleash a calamity of cataclysmic proportions. Despite the ability to overwhelm 99% of those who traverse the Grand Line, Yang Jian is undeniably among the exceptional 1%. Having lost his left arm, and with emotions spiraling out of control, can the crimson-haired Shanks withstand the relentless onslaught of the formidable Yang Jian? As anticipated, before the gaze of the red-haired pirates could shift to the battlefield of emperors, Shanks' frenzied roar echoed like that of a tyrant, resonating across the vast sea and shaking the heavens. In the throes of extreme emotional turmoil, a pressure imbued with imperial wrath surged forth from Shanks, rising skyward. The terrifying aura flooded the world, as if even the heavens themselves quaked in fear. The torrential downpour abruptly ceased, thunder and lightning fled in haste, and the howling winds dissipated. All that remained was an expanse of heavy black clouds. Yet, these clouds seemed not to be a testament to their own courage, nor did they dare to oppose the boundless conqueror's haki unleashed by the wrathful Shanks. Rather, their presence appeared as though an invisible hand from the New World had forcibly anchored them in place, serving as a shield to absorb the overwhelming might and fury of one of the four emperors. However, the storm clouds did not succumb to the ravages of haki. Instead, it was the tumultuous sea beneath those clouds that bore the brunt of the overwhelming power. Perhaps it was due to the sea's consumption of Jesus Burgess's lifeless body that the torrent of haki emanating from Shanks pressed down with terrifying force, flattening the monstrous waves. In the area enveloped by the conqueror's haki, not a single wave dared to rise. The vast ocean surface, for a fleeting moment, appeared as smooth as a mirror. Yet, the king's fury was far from extinguished. The flattening of the sea was merely a prelude, not the conclusion. With a resounding boom, Shanks gripped his sword tightly in his right hand, his gaze more ferocious and violent than that of the largest sea kings. Without a hint of movement, merely by the elevation of his aura, a colossal surge of conqueror's haki swept across the battlefield like a mythic flood, submerging all in its path. Before the might of this world-renowned sovereign, even the seasoned members of the red-haired pirates felt their breath catch, overwhelmed by tremors of fear and unease that surged uncontrollably within them. Under the weight of such overwhelming negativity, even those endowed with formidable strength found their trembling bodies unable to respond. Among the four, only Yang Jian and Kaido remained unflinching in the face of this immense tide of conqueror's haki. Chapter 54. Oh, noble true monarch, you are truly deplorable. What immense spirit this is. In the face of fury, the red-haired Shanks' presence rendered even the formidable ember of the three calamities, known as Jin, completely rigid, as though his heart had suddenly ceased to beat. With his heart failing to function, the flow of blood diminished, leaving his mind blank for a fleeting moment. Fortunately, at that instant, Doflamingo's attention was largely fixated on the red-haired Shanks. Otherwise, a swift strike could have left Jin, despite his strength and the ancient race's extraordinary physique and vitality, gravely injured. Is this truly conqueror's haki? Yamato, already battered and breathless from multiple exchanges with Ben Beckman, clenched her fists tightly, her trembling body and spirit struggling against the overwhelming pressure of this dominating aura. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the man enveloped in the torrent of conqueror's haki, a force so potent it seemed to repel the very heavens. As a fellow sovereign, she understood better than anyone the vast chasm between her conqueror's haki and that of the red-haired Shanks. Even if that rogue-esque spirit were to be compared with this red-haired man, it would still fall short. Upon sensing the regal aura of Shanks, Yamato's mind immediately wandered to Kaido, another of the four emperors. Yet, she soon shook her head. The man she had vowed to defeat since childhood, Kaido, might not be inferior to Shanks in combat prowess, but in the mere comparison of conqueror's haki, even Kaido, another of the four emperors, paled in comparison to the red-haired Shanks. Perhaps only he could rival him. Suddenly, Yamato turned her gaze to Yang Jian, a brother she had encountered only a few times, yet had already made a profound impact on her. The only one who could possibly match this red-haired fellow in haki should be you, Yang Jian, for reasons unknown. As she gazed at Yang Jian, who faced the overwhelming conqueror's haki of Shanks with an unflappable demeanor, Yamato pondered internally. Only her captain, the one who had fought against Akainu and Akiji single-handedly, and had fiercely battled the entire red-haired pirates with unwavering control over the battlefield, could rival, or perhaps even surpass, the presence of Shanks. Let us set aside Yamato's inner turmoil. Meanwhile, witnessing the severed limb of Jesus Burgess and the loss of the title of the world's strongest sniper, followed by Jin's treachery. No, it should be said, the deceit at the hands of Yang Jian. Shanks inevitably succumbed to a fury that engulfed him. Jesus Burgess. Memories of the past flickered before his eyes like a lantern parade. Jesus Burgess. This was the companion he had traveled across great distances to invite aboard from the New World. This was the sniper who had risked everything, abandoning family and life to follow the red-haired Shanks. This was the third in command of the red-haired crew, of utmost importance. Yet, this invaluable ally had perished at the hands of Jin due to Shanks' decision to intervene and broker peace with his enemies, Akiji and Akainu, sacrificing the most crucial ship, the Red Force, and his third in command, Jesus Burgess. The pirate ship fell victim to Yang Jian's blade. As its captain, he found himself powerless to intervene. He watched helplessly as the ship's third in command was cunningly slain by Yang Jian. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. Intense regret, fury, and self-reproach overwhelmed him, driving this man, burdened with the title of a Yonko, into a state of utter madness. The so-called strongest haki in the world was unleashed recklessly amidst his profound despair. Jesus Burgess. Suddenly, Shanks, the red-haired, cried out in anguish, his tears streaming as he gazed skyward. Crackling black lightning, reminiscent of a frenzied dragon, coiled around his famed sword, Griffin. He then raised Griffin, and the haki-infused thunder that enveloped the blade erupted like a beast unleashed, rampaging across the tranquil sea, wreaking havoc. With a resounding crack, the once calm sea surface, reduced to a mere flat expanse under the pressure of the haki, was violently torn apart, creating hundreds of intersecting fissures. From a distance, it appeared as though Whitebeard had used the tremor fruit to rend the ocean, giving rise to undulating waves and cascading steps of water. What? Yang Jian, tell me, why have you done this? What grievance do you hold against me? Why must you target Jesus Burgess, a dignified, true lord, on par with the Yonko? How could you stoop so low? Shanks' eyes were bloodshot, akin to a demonic king emerging from the depths of hell. Low? Huh, red-haired. Do you not find your words absurd? You, of all people, lack the right to speak here, Yang Jian replied, as if he had just heard the greatest jest, a hint of a smile breaking through his cold demeanor. Who was it that intervened after I defeated a Kainu and Akiji? Who mustered the strength of the Yonko to besiege my family? A Yonko crew, attacking just my family of 3. Do you still have the audacity to proclaim that I am low? His words struck Shanks, rendering his expression a tumult of hues, green and purple. With a swift motion, Yang Jian raised his 3-pointed, double-edged blade, pointing it directly at Shanks. What do you think war is? Do you take me for a child playing house? His scornful taunts left Shanks momentarily speechless, igniting a mixture of indignation and fury within him. Chapter 55. The Former Pirate King's Legacy. A challenge to surpass, perhaps you are right. I have no words to counter. However, as the captain and instigator of this conflict, I bear the responsibility to reclaim Jezeb's life from you. As for the others, once I settle Jezeb's debt, I will allow them to leave this place unscathed. Red-haired Shanks' fury and murderous intent could not be extinguished by Yang Jian's mere words. Yet, in his extreme rage, he regained a modicum of his usual composure. Regardless of the circumstances, he was justified in his actions. However, Jezeb's life demanded a price, and that price was to be paid by none other than the man standing before him, Yang Jian. Let them go, red-haired Shanks retorted. You would do better to consider how to survive today. Surely, he did not believe that the death of a mere third-in-command like Jezeb would suffice. Yang Jian replied coldly with a smile. One more member of the 4 emperors would be more fitting. As his words echoed, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, shattering the clouds that had been tightly bound to the sky of the New World. You are unworthy to utter Jezeb's name. Shanks erupted in wrath at the mention of Jezeb by Yang Jian. His conqueror's haki roared like a tempest, contracting fiercely and enveloping the renowned sword, Griffin, transforming it into a blade of thunder and lightning. Divine of aid, his commanding voice resonated, echoing across the universe as he wielded Griffin with a sweeping motion towards Yang Jian. Gold, Roger, the familiar name, accompanied by Shanks' iconic swordplay, triggered a visceral reaction in Kaido, whose pupils constricted sharply as he recalled the legendary figure. The Pirate King, the man who, wielding the ace, transcended the 4 emperors and reigned supreme over the kings of the New World. The once painful memories of Kozuki Oden loomed over Kaido, who had been profoundly affected by this man's presence. Even the strongest man in the world, the peak embodiment of Whitebeard, had fought to a standstill against the audacious shadow of Roger, even after 3 days and nights of relentless combat. Yang Jian, the terror of the Pirate King, made Kaido instinctively want to warn his captain. Yet a sudden, thunderous command quelled that thought. Divine of aid? Oomph. The former Pirate King is not to be revered, but to be surpassed. Faced with the swordsmanship of the Pirate King wielded by red-haired Shanks, Yang Jian remained unperturbed. Everyone aspires to become the Pirate King, yet they fail to realize that even if they achieve that title, they merely become the second Roger. Just as many yearn to be Joy Boy, Even in success, they would only be the second Joy Boy. Be it GOLD, Roger, or Joy Boy. Yang Jian had no interest in becoming either. He simply yearned to be himself. As Yang Jian strives to transcend all ancient kings and myths, his audacity is palpable. The greatness of Captain Roger is beyond what you, Yang Jian, could ever hope to surpass. Even if you were to merely become a second version of him, it remains an unattainable feat upon hearing this. Shanks felt an inferno of rage igniting within him, even more intense than witnessing the death of Jesus in battle. This is no trivial matter. Joel D. Roger was the individual he revered most in his life, the one he emulated and tirelessly pursued. Even the chosen Monkey D. Luffy is not merely regarded as Roger's successor in his eyes. In response to Shanks, a faint rumble initially ensued, which rapidly escalated into a towering pillar of flames reaching for the heavens. The clouds above were first ignited crimson, and then wholly consumed by the inferno. Subsequently, the night sky, stripped of all sanctuary, was also incinerated. In this realm, only gold remained. The sky was painted golden by the blazing flames, and the ocean shimmered with the same hue. Even the combatants embroiled in their fierce struggle were enveloped in a resplendent golden light cast by the celestial fire. The sudden eruption of this blinding golden radiance left all present in a state of shock. Even Kaido, upon witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. Clearly astonished by the magnitude of Yang Jian's unleashed power, the voice resonated deep and ominous. Three flames, Neza, the soaring pillar of fire, seemed to respond to a divine summons. Spiraling toward Yang Jian. In the blink of an eye, the flames vanished, replaced by a colossal figure towering 100 meters tall, adorned with 3 heads, 9 eyes, and 8 arms, entwined in fiery ribbons and standing upon a pair of golden windfire wheels. It was as if Neza had stepped out of mythology itself. With a swift motion, Yang Jian's third eye at his brow blossomed with divine light. As the arms of Neza, forged from the overwhelming flames, extended in 8 palms open wide, they grasped the legendary weapons: the universe ring, the mysterious fire silk, the golden bricks, the 9-dragon divine fire cloak, the yin-yang twin swords, the soul-devouring banner, and the fire-tipped spear. Each of these mythical armaments was sculpted by Yang Jian from the flames, now held aloft by Neza's 8 magnificent arms. In that moment, a terrifying heat wave, infused with an overwhelming presence, engulfed the sea for 1,000 meters around. Chapter 56. Do you think I ascend to the throne on a whim? Yang Jian, has your father Kaido never enlightened you? The devil fruit cannot dominate the world. Only Haki can conquer all. Red-haired Shanks, observing the formidable figure of Neza with 3 heads, 9 eyes, and 8 arms standing behind Yang Jian, felt a flicker of astonishment, quickly replaced by disdain. Captain Roger subdued the seas with Haki. I have become one of the 4 emperors through Haki. Haki is the ultimate force of conquest. The chilling declarations flowed from the lips of red-haired Shanks. Then, with a sweep as simple as it was decisive, the conqueror's Haki surged forth, enveloping the famed sword, Griffin. With a whoosh, a pitch-black wave of Haki, coursing with lightning and radiance, spiraled from the blade, expanding rapidly against the wind. Is that so? I desire the devil fruit, and I desire Haki as well. Moreover, your Haki cannot subdue me, Yang Jian retorted defiantly, brandishing his dual-bladed trident downward in a fierce strike at Shanks. Boom! Neza, seemingly connected to him as one, mirrored the attack simultaneously. With the swing of the dual-bladed trident, Neza wielded 8 formidable weapons, radiating overwhelming heat, crashing down upon the oncoming wave of Haki-infused slashes. When the flames of the 3 flames collided with the wave of slashes, an earth-shattering sound erupted, sending ripples through the air like concentric waves. Centered around Yang Jian and Shanks, a terrifying force shattered the surface of the sea beneath them, causing it to collapse repeatedly and unleash towering waves. Yet, these monstrous waves, capable of submerging an island or a small nation, were instantly vaporized by the overwhelming heat that enveloped the heavens and the earth. As the 2 forces clashed, the standoff prolonged. The relentless flames and hockey-induced shockwaves wreaked increasing havoc upon the ocean and the sky. The atmosphere visibly warped, transforming the region occupied by Yang Jian and red-haired Shanks into a distorted tableau of chaos, both in the heavens and the sea. The collision of these titans, wielding disaster-level power, summoned clouds that had recently been obliterated. The sky of the new era seemed to lose its dominion over the celestial phenomena, with the weather becoming a plaything for the two conquerors. At times, dark clouds gathered, heralding rolling thunder. At others, torrential rains poured, accompanied by howling winds. And yet at times, the sky cleared, bright and serene. Gradually, the might of both adversaries reached its zenith, pushing the limits of their collision. Suddenly, a cataclysmic roar rippled across 100 miles of ocean. The flickering hockey in the sky exploded vehemently, while the flames that could scorch the heavens and boil the seas vanished into thin air. Within a 1,000-meter expanse, only Yang Jian remained in the sky, and only Shanks stood upon the sea, one embodying the celestial essence of an otherworldly deity, while the other asserted his dominance as the sovereign of the ocean. At this moment, the crowd gazed out and discovered that the two individuals, panting heavily, were each wounded. Yang Jian's chest was exposed, the bright silver armor torn apart, while even Qing Ji's indestructible form, which had been barely breached with all his strength, now bore a gory wound. In contrast, Shanks' condition was far worse than Yang Jian's. His remaining arm was charred, the skin cracked, and his chest and lower limbs were riddled with intersecting blackened wounds. His clothing and black cloak had long since been reduced to ashes. Nevertheless, both men, gasping for breath, showed no concern for their injuries, their icy gazes solely fixed on one another. With a clang, as four pairs of eyes converged in the void, two streams of conquerors' hockey, one gold and one red, collided explosively. The signal for battle was reignited. Both men, dragging their injured bodies, wielded their blades and charged at each other. Clang! The conquerors' hockey crackled and intertwined, as the three-pointed double-edged sword clashed against the griffin. Boom! Before the blades could meet, the entwined hockey already generated an extreme impact. A massive black lightning bolt erupted, sweeping across the vast sea. Compete with me in spirit? Yang Jian, do you think I, Shanks, have become a king for no reason? A fleeting look of arrogance flickered in the red-haired Shanks' eyes as he prepared to unleash an even more powerful conqueror's hockey, intent on utterly crushing Yang Jian's spirit. His motivation was not merely to honor the spirit of Jesus in the heavens, but to eliminate this unexpected king before him. Though he harbored murderous intent, he was acutely aware that, despite his youth, Yang Jian possessed strength that could rival the four emperors, even standing out among them. It was utterly impossible for him to kill Yang Jian alone. At this moment, he aimed only to shatter Yang Jian's spirit, to diminish the resolve of this young overlord who seemed to transcend the mundane. However, just as Shanks enveloped the griffin with an even stronger conqueror's hockey, preparing to strike again, he unexpectedly found Yang Jian regarding him with a gaze akin to that reserved for the dead. A strange sensation flooded his heart. Instinctively, he attempted to use observation hockey to foresee the future, but in his fury, it eluded him. In that instant, Yang Jian's third eye on his forehead suddenly radiated a divine light. Not good. At the moment their eyes met, Shanks felt an unprecedented pressure envelop his entire being. His consciousness was crystal clear, devoid of any haze, yet oddly, he could not command his body. In that moment, he could only watch as Yang Jian's vertical pupil emitted several beams of laser-like energy, shooting towards him from all directions. Chapter 57. The last glimmer of the ship's spirit, damn it. A chill coursed through Shanks' eyes. With a thunderous roar, his conqueror's hockey surged forth like a raging sea. In a moment of disorientation, his terrifying royal aura shattered the constraints of the heavenly eye. Remarkably, even the formidable Admiral Akiji could not contend with the heavenly eye. Yet Shanks had managed to break free. However, in that fleeting instant, multiple beams of laser-like energy pierced through him, leaving behind gaping wounds from which blood flowed profusely. Yang Jian, wounded by Yang Jian's heavenly eye, Shanks seethed with fury, yet felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, The heavenly I had merely restrained his body. His conqueror's haki and armament haki remained at his disposal. It was this very ability that allowed him to break the heavenly eye's hold and swiftly maneuver his body to evade critical injury, simultaneously shielding himself with armament haki. Otherwise, he would have met his end beneath Yang Jian's gaze. Even so, after enduring such an attack, his injuries compounded. Yet, as one of the four emperors, who among them was not a formidable force? Even Shanks, known for his haki, swordsmanship, and physical prowess, was a warrior of great resilience. As long as his vitality was not entirely extinguished, he could continue to fight. Shanks, just as he had narrowly escaped and reignited his fighting spirit, a voice, urgent and harsh, rang out from behind him. It was Ben Beckman. Before he could react, a violent pain erupted from his back. Suddenly, a black blade, forged from armament haki, pierced through him. The inky blade protruded from his chest. You! Shanks' pupils constricted as he shot a glare at Yang Jian, then turned around to witness a horrifying sight. A figure identical to Yang Jian, wielding a trident dagger, had impaled him from behind. Yang Jian? Upon witnessing this scene, a look of astonishment crossed Shanks' face. Damn, I was a moment too late. Ben Beckman stood behind Shanks, gripping his weapon firmly as he parried the trident dagger held by the other Yang Jian. In that critical moment, it was Ben Beckman, having hurriedly rushed to his aid, who saved Shanks' life. It was Beckman's intervention that redirected the trajectory of the dagger, sparing Shanks from being fatally pierced through the heart. Thanks to Beckman's timely action, only one of the three prongs of the dagger managed to penetrate Shanks' body. Otherwise, even if he evaded the fatal blow, a full strike from that trident dagger would have surely spelled doom for a powerful figure like Shanks. Let us go. After locking eyes with Ben Beckman, the anger within Shanks was instantly quelled. The bond forged through years of shared life and death was vividly reflected in their silent understanding. Following their brief exchange of glances, both men retreated in unison. With a swift motion, the blade withdrew from its target. Oof. Shanks, the red-haired, let out a muffled grunt, yet made no effort to look back as he retreated. The red-haired crew followed his command. Withdraw. Witnessing their captain's grave injuries, Ben Beckman supported Shanks as they made their exit, gesturing for all members of the red-haired pirates on the battlefield to retreat. In a situation where other Emperor crews would find it impossible to withdraw rapidly, the red-haired pirates, known for their formidable reputation yet limited numbers, executed a seamless retreat. Clang! Despite the fury that surged within the ranks, upon hearing the first mate Ben Beckman's orders, every officer and crew member exhibited no hesitation. They resolutely withdrew, even at the cost of their own injuries. Within mere seconds, all members of the red-haired crew had gathered on the severed section of the Red Force, which had been cleaved by Yang Jian. No commands were necessary. Instinctively, they encircled the gravely wounded Shanks. Meanwhile, a more peculiar scene unfolded. After being split in two by Yang Jian, the Red Force, which had yet to sink, suddenly performed an astonishing maneuver, rising from the depths of the sea. The half of the ship carrying Shanks and his crew began to sail swiftly toward the horizon, seemingly without a helmsman. The sight of the Red Force elicited no astonishment from Shanks, Ben Beckman, or the pirates aboard. Their expressions were instead marked by sorrow and anguish. Why? Yamato stood frozen, watching the severed vessel manage to navigate the waters. This sight stirred something deep within her, for she had never encountered a ship like this. Gazing at the half of the Red Force, she envisioned a bloodied, severely injured youth, expending the last flicker of his life force to carry his comrades forward beneath the setting sun. Spirit of the ship. Observing the scene, although Yang Jian's gaze remained cold, his heart was subtly stirred. Previously, when he had cleaved the Red Force in two, he had sensed something amiss. This current spectacle solidified his suspicions. Indeed, the ship of the red-haired pirates had birthed a ship spirit. It was precisely due to the presence of this spirit that the severed pirate ship had not succumbed to the depths. It was because of the ship spirit that the split vessel could continue to bear the red-haired crew into battle. It was due to the ship spirit that, even in its fragmented state, the ship could still facilitate their escape. Yet, this instance of carrying them forth marked the final flicker of the ship spirit's light within the Red Force. Chapter 58. When will it be your turn to teach me a lesson, Whitebeard? Yang Jian's palm trembled as he flicked the blood of the four emperors off his three-pointed two-edged blade onto a fragment of the Red Force ship that lay on the surface of the sea. What a pity! Observing the ship's spirit tenaciously ferrying Shanks and his crew to safety, Yang Jian made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he remained rooted in place, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, Kaido landed beside Yang Jian, equally disinterested in the chase, and echoed the sigh. Yamato stood silently at Yang Jian's right side. Now you wish to retreat? Nearby, Jin, noticing the red-haired pirates attempting to flee, promptly unfurled his wings and soared into the sky, with a speed akin to lightning. He swiftly caught up with the red-haired crew, now several hundred meters away. Jin returned. Yang Jian frowned at the sight. Why, true monarch? At that moment, flames erupted from Jin's back, preparing to shoot forth like bullets towards the red-haired pirates, only to be halted by Yang Jian's command. This is a golden opportunity to eliminate the red-haired pirates from the ranks of the four emperors. Jin was somewhat perplexed. Before Yang Jian could explain, the sky and ocean began to tremble. No, it was more accurate to say they were shaking. This is the tremor fruit. As he felt the overwhelming force of the tremors, Jin's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could respond, a terrifying wave of seismic energy surged towards him from all directions, enveloping his entire being. Caught in the sudden tremor, Jin, suspended in midair, was rendered as helpless as a pterosaur caught in the jaws of a Tyrannosaurus rex. His body stiffening, blood oozing from his orifices. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a blue shadow emerged beneath the setting sun, slicing through the air with a speed that rivaled Jin's. Marco! Jin's pupils contracted as he beheld the approaching azure figure. However, at that moment, under the relentless assault of the terrifying tremors, it felt as though his bones and muscles were shattered. The sensations of weakness, fatigue, and pain overwhelmed him, leaving him powerless to do anything but watch as Marco soared toward him. Well, it has indeed been a long time, NTI. In his human beast form, the immortal phoenix Marco greeted Jin before delivering a powerful kick. Phoenix Mark, as a dazzling white light erupted, a three-clawed bird's talon, imbued with the formidable haki of armament, struck Jin, who remained immobile. Whitebeard, Marco. Faced with Marco descending from the skies, Jin's expression darkened considerably. At this moment, he finally comprehended the situation. Yamato was one matter. But why did the usually ruthless and decisive Yang Jian and the entire Kaido family stand idly by, seemingly allowing the red-haired pirates to escape? It was not merely the ship spirit's presence that stirred these two tyrants. Rather, the world's strongest man had arrived. Alas, was this truly the implication? As thoughts of Yang Jian's lament echoed in Jin's mind, he could not help but let out a wry smile. Ultimately, the disparity between himself and the Yang Jian family was insurmountable. Whether it was Yang Jian or Kaido, this father-son duo of emperors had evidently sensed the impending arrival of the Whitebeard pirates long before. They understood that, with only four of them, and after enduring a series of fierce battles, it was utterly impossible to simultaneously confront the fully mobilized forces of both the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates. Thus, they chose to forego the pursuit. Since when did my people become your targets, Whitebeard? Just as Jean resigned himself to capture, assuming the role of a lamb awaiting slaughter in anticipation of Marco's phoenix imprint. A chilling command resonated, accompanied by several beams of golden divine light shooting forth from behind. In an instant, it pierced the heavens, tearing through the atmosphere, and impaled Marco, who had raised his foot to kick at Jean. Oomph! Marco let out a muffled groan as his body fell helplessly. Just as he was about to plunge into the sea, blue flames suddenly erupted from his wound. Once the azure flames extinguished, his injuries had remarkably healed. With a thunderous roar, Marco unfurled his wings, stabilizing himself just before his feet grazed the water surface. Simultaneously, Jean regained his composure from the earlier shock. However, rather than retaliating against Marco, he exchanged a glance with him before the Wyvern and Phoenix spread their wings and soared back to their respective emperors. Beneath the slanting rays of the sun, the Moby Dick surged through the waves, heading towards the disheveled, red-haired pirates. As Marco descended from the bow of the ship, he landed beside a towering figure wielding a naginata, and a voice imbued with concern immediately inquired, "Are you all right, Marco?" "Old man, how could I possibly be in trouble?" Marco responded, rising to his feet before turning his gaze towards the distant, solitary figure. It was no wonder he could defeat Shanks. He is indeed a formidable character. Reflecting on how Yang Jian had nearly rendered him incapacitated with a mere glance, Marco's tone betrayed a sense of gravity and trepidation. To have defeated 2 Marine admirals and left the notorious red-haired Shanks in such disarray was undeniably the mark of a fearsome individual. Diamond Jozu approached slowly. When I speak of a formidable character, I mean he is even more terrifying than Kaido. Marco glanced at Diamond Jozu and uttered words that left the captains aboard the Moby Dick utterly speechless. More fearsome than the strongest creature in the world? On the deck, Diamond Jozu, Flower Sword Vista, and the other captains exchanged incredulous looks, momentarily rendered speechless by the revelation. Chapter 59. Is the youngster of the Kaido family really that powerful? Is he even more terrifying than Kaido? Whitebeard was evidently taken aback by Marco's assessment. Yet what did it matter? After all, he was Whitebeard, merely a three-eyed brat, utterly unworthy of fear. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, Whitebeard broke into a proud smile. Having traversed 3 eras from the Rocks era, he had always looked down upon the myriad kings of the Grand Line with an unparalleled might. Even in his old age, beset by illness, the aura and pride of the world's strongest man had not diminished with the passage of time. Indeed, it was just Kaido, a foe they had bested before. Even if he, Yang Jian, were to surpass Kaido, so what? They were the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing this, Marco, Diamond Jozu, and the other captains exchanged knowing smiles. An overwhelming sense of confidence filled their hearts. They were the Whitebeard pirates, and their captain was the strongest man in the world. That was their source of confidence and strength. At that moment, Shanks and his crew arrived beside the Moby Dick, having been brought by the ship's spirit. With a swift motion, Shanks first touched the red force beneath his feet before appearing before Whitebeard. "Thank you for your assistance. Your timely rescue is etched in my heart. And should you ever require my services, the entire red-haired pirates will lend their unwavering support." Bowing slightly to express his gratitude, Shanks felt a sincere appreciation for Whitebeard. After his battle with Yang Jian, he had gained a certain understanding of this young conqueror. Ambitious, ruthless, and decisive. Words fell short of encapsulating Yang Jian's terrifying nature. Had it not been for the Whitebeard pirates' aid, even if he had managed to escape, the red-haired pirates would have suffered devastating losses and possibly faced exclusion from the ranks of the 4 emperors. How intriguing, after several years, to unexpectedly encounter you in such circumstances. What astonished me even more was that a man like you could suffer such a crushing defeat at the hands of a mere boy. Glancing at Shanks, Whitebeard chose not to respond to his words, instead continuing his own train of thought. "Yang Jian, he is extraordinary." Upon hearing this, Shanks lowered his gaze, touching the wounds on his torso. "If it weren't for Beckman, I doubt I would have survived to see you." This revelation shook the leaders of the Whitebeard crew once more. Among the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates had always maintained a friendly rapport with the red-haired pirates. Thus, the captains had a profound understanding of Shanks, the youngest among the emperors, yet firmly established in his position. The red-haired pirates, though the smallest in number, held their ground among the emperors. This was Shanks. This was the red-haired pirates. Yet, a man like red-haired Shanks openly admitted that if not for Ben Beckman's timely rescue, he would have perished before help arrived. Such an acknowledgement is hardly something to boast about. What? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, seemingly moved even the world's strongest man. "You claim you were not defeated but nearly killed?" Marco stared blankly at red-haired Shanks. "Indeed, were it not for Beckman, I doubt I would have had the chance to meet you. By the time you all arrived, you would have encountered nothing but the corpse of red-haired Shanks." Shanks candidly acknowledged his defeat, even conceding to the peril of his near demise. How is that possible? Marco and the others exchanged glances, stunned by Shanks' words. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, they understood all too well the formidable strength of the Yonko and the vast reserves of their vitality. Even among the Yonko, to triumph in a one-on-one duel against another is an extraordinarily arduous task, fraught with uncertainty. Not to mention the challenge of slaying Yonko. After all, one who is determined to escape, especially a Yonko like red-haired Shanks, who has not consumed a devil fruit, can slip into the sea with ease. Who could possibly restrain him? Even the aging and frail Rayleigh managed to traverse the calm belt. How formidable is Kaido's young prodigy, really? Just as the captains were taken aback, Whitebeard suddenly inquired of Shanks. Shanks did not respond immediately, instead falling into silence. Very strong. After a moment, he finally spoke again. In that silence, he reflected on the battle with Yang Jian. After several reviews, he arrived at a conclusion. Even had he not been outmaneuvered by Yang Jian, which hindered his ability to properly utilize observation haki, he would still have faced inevitable defeat. The only difference would have been that had he been able to use his haki effectively, he would have been defeated yet lived. At least until now, I have not managed to push him to his limits. Red-haired Shanks once again surprised them with his words. A man of your caliber does not strike one as someone who would remain downcast after a defeat. Whitebeard gazed intently at red-haired Shanks, somewhat incredulous. If Shanks does not succumb to despair like Crocodile or Moonlight Moria after their respective defeats at the hands of Kaido, then Yang Jian's strength is indeed alarming. At the very least, it merits the attention of the world's strongest man. Chapter 60. Alone, yet a sovereign defeat is defeat, and victory is victory. There is nothing shameful in acknowledging it. Having lost this time, one simply needs to seek the opportunity to reclaim glory in the future. Though Shanks, the red-haired, felt profound sorrow over the demise of Jesus Burgess, he maintained an air of magnificence and nonchalance before Whitebeard, a seasoned monarch of the seas. Yang Jian, Shanks declared with composure, his magnanimity further elevating Whitebeard's regard for him. To have earned the respect of the world's mightiest emperor, even in defeat, spoke volumes. That little brat from Kaido's family is no simpleton, Whitebeard mused inwardly. Old man. At that moment, Marco and the others turned their gaze towards Whitebeard, anticipating their captain's decision. Regardless of your intentions, I, red-haired, am willing to advance and retreat alongside the Whitebeard pirates. Before Whitebeard could utter a word, Shanks had already spoken. Meeting the expectant eyes of his sons and acknowledging Shanks's words, Whitebeard glanced around his crew and then erupted into hearty laughter. Gururara, what are we waiting for? Let's go pay a visit to this new sovereign who has bested even the renowned red-haired. With Whitebeard's proclamation, a ripple of astonishment coursed through everyone present. The world's strongest man was acknowledging Yang Jian's stature. Alone, yet a sovereign. However, after a brief moment of shock, the captains led by Marco unanimously accepted this reality. A man who could, in a single day, defeat 2 admirals and nearly slay an emperor. Who else could claim the title of sovereign? Marco contemplated silently. He understood that the dynamics of the new world, and indeed the Grand Line, were shifting. The 4 emperors would no longer exist. They would be replaced by 5 emperors. Not in the sense of Luffy from an alternate timeline, but in a manner that commanded the respect of all 3 major powers. With 2 of the Navy's mightiest admirals fleeing in defeat, and Shanks himself nearly meeting his end, how could the Navy remain unyielding? And as for the 7 warlords? They were mere embellishments, not true powers. Meanwhile, after being rescued by Yang Jian, Jin returned and landed before Yang Jian's family. Cough, cough. Jin spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Clearly, without the mythical Zoan ability of the Phoenix, he could not heal his injuries as swiftly as Marco. After enduring a fierce battle with Jesus Burgess and subsequently taking a blow from Whitebeard, his combat strength now barely reached 40 or 50%. I was reckless. I nearly caused trouble for the true monarch and Mr. Kaido, Jin admitted, coughing up blood before addressing Yang Jian and Kaido. You needn't worry. I shall reclaim that injury from Whitebeard. Yang Jian reassured him, offering a supportive pat on his shoulder. Oomph. The old man, Whitebeard, truly possesses an air of arrogance. Daring to lay hands on my crew. Kaido let out a cold grunt, fully aware that his subordinate was not one to be trifled with. At this moment, Kaido had already resolved in his heart that once he recovered, he would seek retribution against the Navy and subsequently confront the Whitebeard pirates for a showdown. Whitebeard. Yamato's eyes glimmered with intrigue. This name had appeared in the navigational journal left by Kozuki Oden. As she contemplated this, she cast her gaze upon the approaching Moby Dick, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the group, as the Moby Dick drew nearer, a towering figure emerged before Yang Jian and his companions. Wielding a naginata, with an imposing presence that exuded regal authority. It was Kaido. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked down upon Kaido with a disdainful gaze. As though even among the four emperors, there existed a hierarchy. Mind your own business, or you may find yourself meeting an untimely end on this ship, Kaido warned icily. His irritation towards Whitebeard was palpable. Had it not been for Whitebeard's interference, his captain could have eliminated one of the four emperors and claimed the throne for himself, stepping over the fallen body of red-haired Shanks. Furthermore, the beast pirate's influence, reputation, and status would have soared above the other three emperors, including the Whitebeard pirates. Little brat Kaido, you lack the qualifications to dictate my fate here, Whitebeard scoffed, dismissing Kaido's words and turning his attention towards Yang Jian. However, before he could speak, a fierce wind suddenly surged forth. Clang! The captains of the Whitebeard crew instantly drew their weapons, displaying expressions of wariness. Yet, the howling winds caused no harm. Instead, they enveloped Yang Jian and his companions, lifting them upward until they hovered at a height surpassing both Whitebeard and the Moby Dick. Yang Jian, you little rascal. Whitebeard's eyes glinted with a cold light. No one has yet emerged from these seas capable of looking down upon me. Unfazed by Whitebeard's chilling demeanor, Yang Jian continued unabated. You insolent old man. How dare you speak to my father in such a manner? Who do you think you are? Just because you have defeated two admirals and one of the four emperors does not entitle you to act brazenly before my father. Before Whitebeard could respond, his captains were already seething with rage. Their utmost respect was reserved for Whitebeard. If Yang Jian had merely positioned himself at eye level with Whitebeard, they might have begrudgingly accepted it, given Yang Jian's undeniable achievements. However, Yang Jian had chosen to stand elevated above Whitebeard, gazing down upon their father. Chapter 61. In this vast ocean, there exists no one worthy of being Yang Jian's master. Witnessing the captain's seething rage, almost ready to draw their swords against Yang Jian, it was at this moment that Marco stepped forward. Although he too felt displeasure at Yang Jian's audacity to stand taller than Whitebeard, as a captain of the 1st Division and Whitebeard's right hand, he pondered more than any other captain. Yang Jian, I advise you not to let your arrogance cloud your judgment. You are indeed a formidable individual, but within this ocean, no one has ever dared to speak to my father in such a manner. Marco first restrained the other captains before coldly addressing Yang Jian. Whitebeard is your master, but he is not mine. There is no one in this sea deserving of being your master. Moreover, you would do well to remember in the past, no one dared to speak to him like that, because you had not yet been born. Yang Jian cast a disdainful glance at Marco. You. Marco's fury ignited upon hearing this. However, before he could voice his anger, Whitebeard interrupted with a wave of his hand. Three-eyed brat, do you think you know who you are speaking to? Whitebeard's gaze bore down on Yang Jian. You had better remember this. Speaking out of turn in this ocean can cost you your life. His nonchalant words were laced with a contemptuous arrogance towards all kings. If you wish to create 600 orphans today, I would not mind facilitating that for you. At this moment, despite his upper body bearing wounds and his silver armor stained with blood, Yang Jian's demeanor remained unyielding, even exuding an air of dominance. Each scar upon him represented the defeat of an admiral and a yonko, stepping over 2 admirals and 1 yonko. Even injured, his presence was unprecedentedly powerful. Though he did not emit a hint of conqueror's haki, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates felt an overwhelming pressure, as if burdened by an insurmountable mountain. It seems you wish to be submerged in the sea before your reign can even begin. Whitebeard's expression turned icy. Just a shift in his countenance unleashed a terrifying wave of conqueror's haki that crashed upon the surface of the sea like a torrential flood. Right now, I will settle the score for Jin's injuries, Yang Jian declared. A surge of equally potent, if not greater, conqueror's haki erupted forth. With the collision of the 2 forces, everyone felt a flash before their eyes, as the world around them was engulfed in a blinding radiance of white and gold. The clash of two Yonko spirits caused the slanting sun hanging in the sky to retreat in haste. Suddenly, the sky darkened, thick clouds gathering as fierce winds howled. The oppressive darkness of Conqueror's haki fell like imperial swords from the heavens, striking the surface of the sea and creating towering waves that surged to great heights. As the haki collided, the stalemate of royal spirits prolonged, causing the sky to not only crack, but deepen and lengthen in a manner that was increasingly terrifying. This aura was not inferior to that of Shanks. Whitebeard gazed up at Yang Jian, a hint of astonishment flickering beneath his cold demeanor. Whether it is due to his inherent audacity or the growth achieved after triumphing over Akainu, Akiji, and Shanks, it is undeniably remarkable. As a seasoned emperor of the seas, he stands as a sovereign who has dominated multiple eras. He is acutely aware that the Conqueror's haki is not a constant force. Its potency intensifies with the growth of one's spirit and strength, yet it also wanes with their decline. In this moment, he no longer at his zenith, serves as a testament to this truth. You are aging, Whitebeard. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, his tone betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. Clearly, he felt discontent over Whitebeard's diminished power, which prevented him from engaging in battle with the world's strongest man in his prime. You still dare to utter such words before me? Boy, you are far from ready. Whitebeard scoffed, and with a sudden motion of his unarmed left hand, he struck the air beside him. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. Crack! Following the sound of shattering glass, terrifying fissures radiated from Whitebeard's fist, extending outward in all directions. Ultimately, the atmosphere, as if unable to bear the pressure, began to peel away in fragments. At that moment of atmospheric rupture, the entire ocean and sky trembled in response. An indescribable force surged through the world, instantly creating tumultuous waves and a colossal tsunami hundreds of meters high, simultaneously carving a vast chasm into the sky. Is this the man whom Kozuki Oden once followed? Witnessing this scene, Yamato was left utterly astounded. With a mere gesture, he could rend the heavens and shatter the earth. It was then that she comprehended Oden's deep admiration for Whitebeard during their seafaring days. Setting aside everything, this sheer force, capable of obliterating worlds, was enough to inspire awe and even trepidation. Yet, the same emperor who stood equal to such power had been bested by him. Suddenly, Yamato glanced at Yang Jian beside her. For reasons unknown, despite her relatively short time at sea, her perspective expanded with each passing moment. Once, she had revered Kozuki Oden as a deity. Even his navigational journal was regarded as scripture. However, now she realized that while her respect for Oden remained, the halo surrounding this king had begun to fade. With the defeat of the two admirals and the red-haired pirate's subsequent retreat, she seemed to grasp something profound, as if she had awakened to a new understanding. Chapter 62, The 72 Transformations, the Phoenix Three-Eyed Brat. Do you think I'm a mere joke in my old age? Come and try to receive this. With a fierce declaration, he continued, If you cannot withstand even this punch of mine, not only will I take away the red-haired crew, but you shall also be submerged beneath the waves today. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch that conjured a cataclysmic tsunami. After retracting his fist, Whitebeard turned to Yang Jian with a nonchalant demeanor, clearly irked by Yang Jian's previous remarks. Initially intending to merely take the red-haired pirates, he had now shifted his focus to confront the new emperor before him. Should you withstand it, we could discuss matters further. However, if you falter, it won't just be the red-haired crew that I take. You, Yang Jian, will also find yourself drowning in the depths. Such was the overpowering presence of Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world. Do you think this mere ocean is meant to wash me clean? Yang Jian remained unfazed in the face of the colossal wave generated by Whitebeard's strike. Your injuries, true lord. Jin hesitated, speaking softly as he observed Yang Jian's impending action. Injuries? Yang Jian cast a glance at the approaching tumultuous waters, dismissing them entirely before turning to Jin. The 72 Transformations. With that declaration, he stepped forward, and before the astonished gazes of all the pirates, including Whitebeard and Shanks, He underwent a remarkable transformation. A piercing phoenix cry resonated across the sea as Yang Jian, previously in the guise of Erlang Shen, metamorphosed into the immortal phoenix. The immortal phoenix? How is this possible? Isn't this the power of Marco's fruit? The scene left the captains aboard the Moby Dick in utter disbelief, especially Marco himself. As a user of the bird fruit, Mythical Zoan, phoenix form, Marco stood transfixed, his eyes wide with incredulity as he witnessed Yang Jian's transformation into the phoenix. The immortal phoenix. Gazing upward at the mythical creature that Yang Jian had become, Marco murmured, his expression suddenly shifting to one of alarm. This is bad. If Yang Jian's transformation is genuine and not a mere fade, we are in serious trouble. Upon hearing this, Diamond Jaws and the others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. How could such a power exist? Shanks, Beckman, and the rest of the red-haired pirates wore expressions of deep concern. After Whitebeard made his appearance, taking them away would not have posed any challenge, nor would there have been any unforeseen complications. Setting aside Whitebeard's own formidable strength and the overwhelming might of his crew, Yang Jian had already endured numerous battles against emperors, sustaining injuries and experiencing severe fatigue. In this moment, with only 4 companions by his side, it was undeniably unwise to confront the strongest man in the world and the Whitebeard pirates. This was not cowardice, but rather a recognition of the circumstances. Yet, all such calculations were rendered obsolete the instant Yang Jian unleashed the 72 transformations, transforming into the immortal phoenix. Yet the truth is that Mao Gao and the others fear what comes their way. After transforming into the phoenix, the resurrected azure flames swiftly ignited, enveloping the myriad wounds inflicted upon Yang Jian by Admiral Akiji and the red-haired pirates. As the azure flames blazed and then extinguished, the injuries left by the admiral and the 4 emperors vanished without a trace. Throughout this entire process, from transformation to the healing of wounds, the tsunami triggered by Whitebeard's punch had yet to crash down. Injuries. Are you referring to such matters? After his wounds healed, Yang Jian inquired of Jean without turning around. Jean fell in his silence, his inner astonishment and dread rivaling that of the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates before him. Yang Jian clearly did not expect a response from Jean. After casually posing the question, he transformed once more before the eyes of Whitebeard, red-haired, and the others. A low, haunting howl echoed. Yang Jian had shifted from the phoenix into the form of the great-mouthed true god. This time it is my ability. Although Yamato had previously witnessed Yang Jian transform into an azure dragon to battle Akiji, her face remained awash with emotion as she beheld his successive transformations into the phoenix and then the great-mouthed true god. Another mythical Zoan. What on earth is that guy's fruit ability? The capacity to freely transform into other mythical Zoan forms while wielding their unique powers is simply astounding. Though it was their first time witnessing the transformation into the great-mouthed true god, Mao Gao, Diamond Jaws, and the others recognized at once that this form was also a manifestation of a mythical Zoan ability. The Ice Fong of no servants. In the face of the crowd's astonishment, Yang Jian remained indifferent. After transforming into the human-beast form of the great-mouthed true god, an aura of coldness enveloped him. In the next moment, the chilling air that had merely been swirling around him surged dramatically. In an instant, a bone-chilling blizzard swept across the ocean. With a crack, as the terrifying freezing energy spread, the towering waves that had once encircled Yang Jian and his party at a height of 100 meters swiftly froze into solid ice. In the blink of an eye, the colossal tsunami had vanished, leaving behind only a massive iceberg towering 100 meters high, stretching in all directions. Chapter 63. The red-haired pirates, I, Whitebeard, will protect this. Is this truly my great divine form? Casting a glance at the iceberg, Yamato turned to look at Yang Jian. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Even witnessing it firsthand, she remained awestruck by Yang Jian's abilities. It was precisely because she beheld it with her own eyes that she found it hard to believe that the power Yang Jian wielded was indeed her great divine form. At the very least, she knew that she could not freeze a tsunami vast enough to submerge the Navy headquarters into an iceberg. Even if she could, it would require an immense amount of stamina and time to freeze. To unleash a calamity-level blizzard with a mere thought and freeze an iceberg in the blink of an eye, as Yang Jian did, was utterly inconceivable. Had he truly consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit? If one were to claim he had devoured an ice fruit, no one would doubt it. First, there was Marco's phoenix, followed by that woman's mythical beast abilities. What manner of monster had Kaido nurtured? Even more terrifying was the uncertainty surrounding whether Yang Jian's transformations had any limitations. As they witnessed Yang Jian seamlessly morph into various forms of Zoan-type mythical beasts, exhibiting diverse powers, both the battered red-haired pirates and the self-proclaimed strongest crew on the Grand Line, the Whitebeard pirates, were left utterly stunned. Indeed, he had held back. Red-haired Shanks glared darkly at Yang Jian. Although he had sensed it earlier and understood that Yang Jian had not exerted his full strength during their earlier confrontation, he had not anticipated that the abilities he had reserved were so formidable. Wahaha, that three-eyed brat. Quite impressive. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard planted his supreme great blade, the Tsung Yun Xie, firmly on the deck, letting out a long, powerful laugh that echoed through the air. I acknowledge you. Your earlier insolence towards me is hereby forgiven. However, as for the red-haired pirates, I, Whitebeard, will protect this today. Who is in favor? Who is against? He first acknowledged Yang Jian's prowess, then shifted his tone, seemingly inquiring, but delivering a commanding declaration that left no room for doubt, resonating in the ears of Yang Jian and his companions. Yet, upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the protected Shanks and Ben Beckman displayed no signs of joy. Instead, they seemed to sense something ominous. A fleeting spark of intensity flashed in their eyes, followed by a drastic change in expression. Whitebeard, you truly are aging. Yang Jian's eyes glowed crimson as he fixed his gaze on Whitebeard. Do you still believe you hold the power to make decisions here? Before Whitebeard could respond, the fierce Marco stepped forward, his face grim as he admonished Yang Jian. Yang Jian, do not be so arrogant. In these waters, those whom our father wishes to protect have never been lost. Our father's restraint is a testament to his magnanimity. But if you continue to overreach, even if our father is forgiving, we, his sons, will no longer remain silent. Or do you believe that the Whitebeard pirates lack the courage to engage you in battle? Malgao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, two frigid eyes piercing fiercely towards Yang Jian. Undying Phoenix, it appears you are merely a man of such limited caliber. Yang Jian offered a cold smile, his eyes settling upon the figure of Whitebeard. The remnants of a bygone era. Have you fallen to the point of failing to grasp the current situation? It is no longer a matter of whether your Whitebeard pirates possess the courage to engage me in battle, but rather whether I am inclined to spare you. Upon hearing these words, all the captains and crew of the Whitebeard pirates, save for Shanks and Ben Beckman, were consumed by fury. Arrogant, Diamond Jaws roared, his body enveloped by a diamond shell. Clang! Bista unsheathed the two long blades at his waist, wordlessly preparing to strike. Bista, stand down. Yet, just as the blades descended halfway, Whitebeard suddenly spoke. Father? Bista, though perplexed, reluctantly halted his attack. As he was about to inquire further, a resounding laughter, imbued with an overwhelming, domineering presence, echoed like a thunderclap. Well, could today be a special occasion? Are we to hold a tea party for the 4? Or perhaps 5 emperors? The gathering of such rare individuals was astonishing. With each voice that joined in, the dim night was shaken by the overwhelming aura intertwined with laughter. At that moment, many pirates entertained the thought that if the owner of that voice spoke further, even the night itself might retreat prematurely. To their surprise, she had arrived as well. Upon hearing the familiar laughter that resonated across the sea, Whitebeard's expression grew slightly colder. It was evident that he held a strong aversion to the voice's owner, even more so than the persistent challenges posed by Kaido. Charlotte Linlin. Shanks gazed into the distance. With his keen eyesight, even without the use of observation hockey, he could discern a tall, robust figure gradually approaching through the veil of night. Chapter 64. The Day of Ascension and Yang Jian's Influence. Is it mere coincidence, or does this reflect the true weight of the man? On the day of ascension to the throne, The convergence of the four emperors is indeed remarkable. At this moment, Marco has come to a realization. Why do the faces of red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman appear so grave and somber? Why did Whitebeard suddenly halt Vista from making a move? Why does Yang Jian mock Marco, deeming him to be a man of such insignificance? All these questions stem from the figure drawing ever closer to this maritime domain, Charlotte Linlin, the sole female among the four emperors. With the arrival of this final female emperor, the dynamics of the present situation are undeniably poised for a transformation. Furthermore, the impending clash among the four emperors, or rather, the five emperors, could alter the entire landscape of the New World and the Grand Line with a single decision. Trouble looms. In an instant, as countless thoughts raced through his mind, Marco's expression turned more serious than ever before. The situation has shifted. It has become dire for both the red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. The sweet commanders, too, have arrived at once. Almost half of the 34 ministers are present. What madness has struck Big Mom, especially when Marco observed the iconic ship, the Queen Mama Chanter, where Charlotte Linlin stood, flanked by the renowned Katakuri and a host of Big Mom's children lined up on the deck, his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. It is not merely one individual. The Big Mom pirates have emerged in full force. This is a predicament. Red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman scanned the horizon and discovered pirate ships scattered across the sea, all flying the flag of the Big Mom pirates. This undoubtedly heralds ominous tidings. Unlike Yang Jian's family of three, Charlotte Linlin did not come alone. She has brought her entire crew. The threat posed by a solitary emperor is entirely different from that of an emperor accompanied by a formidable pirate crew. Kaido, how could you convene the four emperors' tea party without inviting me? How inconsiderate of you. Charlotte Linlin, standing at the bow of the Queen Mama Chanter, surveyed the scene before her gaze eventually locking on Kaido. Don't forget, you still owe me a favor. That's two now. She cackled with glee, raising two fingers in a gesture of her debts. Oomph. Old hag, spare me your nonsense. I've long since repaid what I owed you. And when have I ever needed your assistance? Upon hearing Linlin's mention of past grievances, Kaido's expression darkened, dismissing the matter with a cold demeanor. However, those familiar with Kaido, including Yang Jian and Jean, could detect a hint of facade in his vehement denial. Clearly, in Kaido's heart, the notion of favors is not entirely dismissed. As one of the four emperors, his prolonged reign over the New World has rendered him arrogant, fierce, and domineering. A frail old man, along with the remnants of the red-haired pirates, could easily be dealt with by his family of three. Why would he require the meddling of this old hag? When Charlotte Linlin not only revived old grievances but also sought to extort a favor, Kaido coldly rebuffed her overtures without hesitation. A fool destined for self-destruction. Kaido, with a mere utterance, he managed to offend three of the four emperors. Witness the performance of Teacher Kaido. In just a single statement, the icy glares from Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks nearly overflowed. A family of three. Upon hearing Kaido's denial, Charlotte Linlin's heavily made-up face momentarily faltered. But as he mentioned a family of three, her thoughts swiftly shifted to the purpose of her visit. Setting aside her irritation with Kaido, her gaze fell upon Yamato, who wielded a similar kanabo, exuding a spirit that rivaled any man of the sea despite being a woman. Kaido's daughter. What a striking young lady. It seems she has indeed inherited Kaido's bloodline. This sight caused even Charlotte Linlin, who single-handedly birthed the big Moam pirates, to regard her with newfound respect. A mere glance revealed the conqueror's haki surrounding Yamato, along with the powers of the mythical Zoan fruit in its divine beast form, prompting this long-established female sovereign of the New World to reassess her. Aside from Katakuri, not a single one of my children can compare to Kaido's daughter. Reflecting on her numerous husbands and a multitude of descendants, she found it disheartening that only Charlotte Katakuri could measure up to Yamato. She inwardly expressed her dissatisfaction, convinced that her lineage was beyond reproach, and that it must be the inferior bloodlines of her chosen husbands that diminished her offspring's potential. Perhaps she should consider bearing a child with Kaido. Suddenly, a thought took root in Charlotte Linlin's mind, swiftly embedding itself within her. With this notion, her gaze towards Kaido transformed. losing some of its resentment while gaining a hint of covetousness. Chapter 65, that utterance of Aunt Ling. She truly deserves it. Old lady, if you wish to avoid the specter of death, it would be best to retract that nauseating gaze and saliva. Faced with Charlotte Linlin, Kaido initially felt a twinge of insecurity, especially since he owed her a top-tier devil fruit in the form of a mythical beast, the Azure Dragon. Yet, as Charlotte Linlin fixed her covetous gaze upon him, Kaido simultaneously felt a chill and a surge of rage. In the days of the Valley of Gods, a mere glance from Charlotte Linlin would not have troubled him. However, after many years apart, had it not been for the debt of the Azure Dragon fruit, he would have unleashed a thunderous retort upon her visage long ago. Well. Charlotte Linlin, upon hearing this, was not incensed. She simply regarded Kaido as still youthful and thin-skinned. After all, she harbored no ill intentions, merely wishing to engage in a bit of playful banter with her former subordinate. Ahem, mother, do mind your image. Upon witnessing Charlotte Linglin's expression, Charlotte Katakuri quickly discerned that his mother was likely entertaining thoughts of a deeper relationship with teacher Kaido. There were many eyes upon them. Could they not postpone discussions of childbirth? Let's not forget the purpose of our gathering. He felt compelled to step forward and whisper urgently to Charlotte Linlin. You speak wisely. It is indeed Katakuri who considers things thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin became aware that the current atmosphere was inappropriate for such thoughts. The Five Emperors' Tea Party was a solemn occasion, not suitable for such musings. With this realization, she promptly suppressed her restless thoughts and turned her attention to Kaido's prodigious son. Aunt Ling, as Charlotte Linlin glanced in his direction, Yang Jian, despite maintaining an air of aloofness, was the first to address her. Yang Jian, what did you just call me? The utterance of Aunt Ling left Charlotte Linlin, a seasoned veteran who had faced innumerable storms, momentarily bewildered. She had expected Kaido's illustrious son to be as haughty and disdainful as his father, given that even Yamato had only nodded at her in silence. This unexpected familiarity from Yang Jian, who had recently become the focal point of the New World, took her completely by surprise. After all, those who had ascended to the level of the Five Emperors were typically brimming with arrogance, and even encounters among equals were often rife with banter. Yamato, summon someone. However, Yang Jian's next actions left Charlotte Linlin utterly astonished. He did not respond to her, but instead addressed Yamato beside him. Oh, Aunt Ling. Though Yamato did not know Charlotte Linlin, upon hearing Yang Jian's words, she hesitated briefly before speaking up. Yang Jian, who is she? Politely addressing Charlotte Linlin. Yamato's curiosity was piqued. Despite her brief acquaintance with Yang Jian, she was well aware of her boss's character. Alongside the formidable Four Emperors, the world's mightiest conqueror, red-haired Shanks expresses his disdain without reservation. Even the former leader of the Four Emperors, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, was known to initiate conflict at a moment's notice. Charlotte Linlin, despite being a member of the Four Emperors and the sole woman among the current Five Emperors, should not be afforded any undue favoritism. It is indeed a jest to regard oneself as a sovereign, lofty, and proud. The reason I permit you to address her thus is not solely due to her status as a Five Emperor, but rather because she has extended her assistance to our patriarch. During his tenure as a trainee in the Rocks Pirates, he received considerable care from her, and even the Azure Dragon Fruit was a gift from her. Whether she is a Four Emperor or not, the title Aunt Lin is one she rightfully deserves. Yang Jian elucidated. As Yamato surmised, he indeed commands respect even from red-haired Shanks, asserting that he would consume an entire crew if necessary. Yet, in the face of gratitude, particularly the debt owed to his elder, he willingly utters Aunt Lin. His aloofness is reserved for strangers. His assertiveness is directed toward subordinates. His tyranny is reserved for adversaries. Only politeness, tolerance, and respect are bestowed upon his kin and those who have rendered kindness to their family. Kaido, upon witnessing this, merely snorted in disdain, neither opposing their appellation for Charlotte Linlin nor refuting Yang Jian and Yamato's sentiments. Clearly, he not only acquiesced to their titles for Charlotte Linlin, but also acknowledged the debt of gratitude owed to her. Despite his outward derision regarding the matter, he is, in truth, a hard exterior concealing a tender heart. After all, during his days with the Rocks Pirates, she indeed provided him with considerable support. Even when the Rocks Pirates disbanded, she gifted him an azure dragon fruit as capital to establish the Beast Pirates. This debt of gratitude has not escaped his memory. Otherwise, when Charlotte Linlin was bound before him with seastone chains due to matters concerning Monkey D. Luffy, he would not have defied the consensus and commanded her release. Nor would he have repeatedly rescued Charlotte Linlin during the conflict in Wano. Chapter 66, Redefining the Power Landscape of the New World. The crowning masterpiece of the Kaido family. Truly an endearing child. Soon, Aunt Ling will host a tea party in Whole Cake Island. If you have the time, you must visit her realm, where you will witness a landscape distinct from that of Wano. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin snapped out of a reverie. Though Yang Jian's sudden call of Aunt Ling caught her off guard, as a woman of the four emperors, she quickly regained her composure. Her gaze shifted towards Yang Jian, and unlike before, her heavily adorned smile now bore a softer demeanor, akin to that of a matriarch regarding her own progeny, a look she had never revealed even to her nearly 100 children. This was evident in her inviting tone when she asked Yang Jian to join the tea party. Historically, her invitations, though phrased as requests, were not open to refusal, except in the case of Yang Jian. Their initial meeting was unprecedented, granting him the extraordinary opportunity to decide, even to decline her invitation. Certainly, faced with Charlotte Linlin's earnest invitation, Yang Jian nodded in agreement. A good child. I shall not let your address of Aunt Ling go unreciprocated. Just for that, I shall stand firmly with your family at today's gathering of the five emperors. Upon seeing Yang Jian's unhesitating acceptance, Linlin's smile grew even warmer. That scoundrel Big Mom. Indeed, she rallied her forces for the sake of the Kaido family. Witnessing the last of the five emperors, the sole queen, publicly aligning herself with Yang Jian from the outset, both Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks felt a shadow of unease creep into their hearts. They were not fools, especially Whitebeard, who had been well aware of the intricate relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin since as far back as 38 years ago. Linlin's arrival made it abundantly clear that she would not side with them. Yet, Yang Jian's call of Aunt Ling served as a catalyst, further solidifying Linlin's resolve to support the Kaido family on the battlefield. What shall we do, Shanks? Although Ben Beckman was astute, he found himself at a loss in the face of the current standoff among the five emperors. This situation, poised to erupt and vast enough to potentially alter the very fabric of the New World, as well as the era of great pirates, left him feeling intellectually overwhelmed for the first time. Whitebeard, it is for the sake of rescuing my red-haired pirates that you find yourself in this predicament. I have but one response. If you say to fight, we shall fight. If you say to retreat, we shall retreat. Your decision is my decision, Shanks. In this critical moment, red-haired Shanks displayed remarkable decisiveness, almost instinctively entrusting the decision-making power, and indeed the fate of the red-haired pirates, to Whitebeard. It was not due to a lack of will. Rather, he felt profound gratitude for Whitebeard's distant support, thus relinquishing the mantle of authority to him. Whitebeard, father. At this moment, the cadre of the red-haired pirates, alongside the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, as well as all crew members for both sides, collectively directed their gazes towards the formidable figure brandishing the Songyun blade, awaiting the decision of the world's strongest man. Should Whitebeard choose to fight, then they would engage in battle. Should he opt to retreat, the entire crew would withdraw. Whitebeard did not respond immediately. His expressionless visage concealed any emotions of joy, anger, or sorrow. Yet, his momentary silence unequivocally conveyed to all present that the world's strongest man was hesitant. After all, this was not merely a skirmish between two pirate crews, but rather a confrontation among the five emperors. Once ignited, the ensuing conflict would resonate throughout the entire New World. Even the man closest to becoming the Pirate King must weigh his decisions carefully, for he was not alone. Countless sons stood behind him. While the initial intent was to assist red-haired Shanks, the potential cost of sacrificing all his sons compelled him to deliberate thoughtfully. It would not be inaccurate to label Whitebeard as a remnant of a bygone era. This dilemma does not require your contemplation. Let me reiterate. The question is no longer whether the Whitebeard pirates possess the courage to engage in battle with me, but rather whether I am willing to spare the Whitebeard pirates. As red-haired Shanks and Marco awaited Whitebeard's decision, a voice imbued with an overwhelming conqueror's haki echoed like thunder. It left the majority of the crew members of both the red-haired and Whitebeard pirates reeling, their vision clouded. Auntie Lin, do you not find the New World to be too small? In a time when the four emperors stood in fierce competition, it was already crowded. How much more so now that 5 emperors coexist? With so many of us gathered today, why not redefine the power dynamics of the New World? Yang Jian, gripping his 3-pronged blade, had ambition gleaming in his vertical pupils, reminiscent of a beast poised to devour the ocean. Merely a surge of thought altered the atmosphere, instantly eliciting a response from his own conqueror's haki. The overwhelming force surged like a tempest, sweeping across the sea. Even the recently frozen, formidable icebergs that had arisen from a tsunami triggered by Whitebeard seemed incapable of containing Yang Jian's ambition. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, alarming fissures rapidly spread across the entire expanse of the iceberg. The configuration of the New World, the era of great pirates. It felt as if this iceberg before them could be shattered at any moment by Yang Jian's mere whim. How would one redefine it? As the terrifying conqueror's haki approached, Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, instinctively tightening her hands resting beside her legs. It was uncertain whether she was struck by the sheer power of Yang Jian's haki or moved by his grand ambitions. Chapter 67. The Ambition of the New Emperor. A divided New World. To the south of the New World lies the territory of Aunt Gui Ling's Big Mon pirate crew. To the north, it is claimed by the Yang Jian family. Henceforth, the latter half of the Grand Line belongs to our 2 factions. Before the 4 emperors, Yang Jian unabashedly revealed his ambition to divide the New World. This marked the first occasion when he displayed his menacing fangs to the other emperors of the New World. Yang Jian, do not underestimate us. Do you truly believe that the Whitebeard pirates are powerless? Do you think the members of the red-haired pirates have all perished? Yet, Yang Jian, this new emperor, grew increasingly arrogant, openly declaring his ambitions on the day of his ascension, which incited the fury of the Whitebeard pirates. Even the red-haired pirates, recently defeated and mourning the loss of the world's strongest sniper, relying solely on the support of their ship's spirit to endure, were incensed. His declaration that the south of the New World encompassed all the territory of Shanks, while the north encompassed all the lands of Whitebeard, was a blatant provocation. Witnessing Yang Jian's growing audacity, the members of the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates felt their patience wearing thin. Had it not been for Whitebeard's towering reputation, a conflict might have already erupted before their very eyes. After all, those who could rise to the ranks of the 4 emperors were inherently rebellious and unruly individuals. Mother, we must agree with him. The red-haired crew is but a shadow of its former self, and Whitebeard is aged. If we can hold off the Whitebeard pirates for a moment, once Yang Jian has consumed the red-haired pirates, our 2 factions can entirely engulf the Whitebeard crew. In stark contrast to the righteous indignation and fury of the members of the red-haired and Whitebeard pirates, upon hearing Yang Jian's proposal to divide the New World, only Charlotte Katakuri managed to maintain his composure, silently standing beside Charlotte Linlin, deep in thought. On the Queen Mama's ship, the sweet commanders, including Charlotte Cracker, and the children of the other 34 ministers who followed Charlotte Linlin, were all flushed with excitement, their breaths quickening. It was as if half of the New World was laid out before them, just within reach. Are you suggesting that you will share the New World with Antling? Charlotte Linlin disregarded the fervent emotions of her children, narrowing her eyes with a slight constriction of her pupils. Though she had mentally prepared herself, the audacity with which Yang Jian proposed the division still left her astounded. Was even the strongest man in the world not grappling with the prospect of conflict among the 5 emperors? Yet Yang Jian, within a single day, had bested 2 admirals and engaged in a fierce battle against the red-haired pirates with only his family. Logically, his body and spirit should have reached their limits. After ascending to the throne, he ought to have known when to retreat. Even if one aspires to the red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, such pursuits would be better reserved for a future opportunity. Yet, what is the outcome? Whitebeard has yet to make a decision, while Yang Jian has resolutely set his sights on conquering two esteemed emperors of the sea. Such strength, ambition, and audacity have left Charlotte Linlin astounded and trembling. However, once the tremors subsided, an intense desire surged within her heart. She has always been a figure driven by ambition. Over the years, a mere quarter of the New World has ceased to satisfy this veteran emperor of the sea. Alas, the balance of power among the emperors, coupled with the navy and the 7 warlords acting as checks, has kept her ambitions suppressed deep within. Yet as time passes, her yearning for the title of Pirate King and the fabled treasure intensifies. Indeed, in response to Charlotte Linlin's inquiry, Yang Jian articulated each word with conviction. Truly, he is the pinnacle achievement of the Kaido lineage. To be honest, Aunt Linlin, my admiration for you grows ever stronger. Kaido, in terms of fatherhood, increasingly incites my envy. Charlotte Linlin sighed, then turned to the silent man beside her, whom she regarded as the greatest creation of the Charlotte family, Katakuri. What is your perspective on this matter? Each of the 5 emperors wields absolute power within their respective crews, functioning as dictators in their dominions. Possessing calamity-level combat prowess, they can dictate affairs at any moment. Such is the case with Whitebeard, and likewise with red-haired Shanks. Even before Yang Jian assumed command of the Beast Pirates, Kaido exemplified this. Naturally, Charlotte Linlin is no exception. However, this time, she opted not to act unilaterally, instead choosing to consult Katakuri first. It is uncertain whether Yang Jian, whom she considers the finest creation of the Kaido family, radiates such brilliance that it incites her comparative instincts, or if the impending conflict among the emperors and the division of the New World is of such magnitude that even she cannot arrive at an immediate decision. Upon hearing her words, Charlotte Katakuri did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the assembly. He absorbed the fervor in Linlin's eyes, along with the expressions of urgency, desire, and greed from his siblings. After a moment, he turned his gaze to Yang Jian. The 2 finest creations of the Kaido and Charlotte families seemed to engage in a silent competition. Yet, upon sensing Katakuri's gaze, Yang Jian merely glanced at him before averting his eyes once more. Chapter 68. Whitebeard. I have merely extinguished the flames, yet the furnace remains ablaze. Mother. Upon receiving but a fleeting glance from Yang Jian, Charlotte Katakuri withdrew his gaze. Charlotte Katakuri was not incensed. Instead, a fleeting glint of resoluteness passed through his eyes as he addressed Charlotte Linlin. The slaughter of emperors, the annihilation of factions, the division of the world. These 3 proclamations epitomized the pinnacle of the Charlotte family's brilliance, its grandeur, and its decisiveness. Charlotte Katakuri. Even Yang Jian cast a slight sideways glance this time, as if he had finally acknowledged the esteemed masterpiece of the Charlotte lineage. Yet, it was merely an acknowledgement. After all, while both were the finest of their respective families, one had claimed the title of emperor while the other remained vice. Perhaps one day, if Charlotte Katakuri were to break free from oppression, he too could ascend to the throne, and only then would Yang Jian regard him with true esteem. Alas, big MOM cannot reach the heights of a true patriarch, lacking the magnanimity to allow her offspring to reign. She is devoid of the ambition to pave the way for a new emperor. After glancing at Charlotte Linlin and then at Charlotte Katakuri, Yang Jian shook his head inwardly. Among the 4 emperors, the most power-hungry is undoubtedly Charlotte Linlin. To her, her children are mere pawns, subordinates. In truth, as long as this queen remains standing, Charlotte Katakuri will forever be constrained. Can a king, suppressed as he is, ever grow in stature? Clearly, it is highly improbable. As long as big MOM endures, Katakuri is destined never to wear the crown. Such is the tragedy of being born into the big MOM pirates. Ha ha ha, do you see? Kaido, it is not only your offspring who possess the heart of a slayer. Your Yang Jian is remarkable, yet my family's finest is not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Charlotte Katakuri's retort, Charlotte Linlin erupted into raucous laughter. Humph, you old hag, dawdling as always. You might as well learn from your son. Otherwise, you will end up like that old fool red-haired and Whitebeard, regressing with age. Kaido, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Charlotte Katakuri but refrained from further comments, merely emitting a cold grunt of discontent towards Charlotte Linlin. Clearly, though he may not possess Yang Jian's penetrating insight, having known Charlotte Linlin for most of his life, he could hardly be oblivious to her character. Charlotte Katakuri is indeed commendable, yet without unexpected events, his fate appears sealed. The day of his ascension remains a distant dream. At this moment, Kaido and Yang Jian reached a silent understanding. "Haha, your tongue remains as unappealing as ever," Charlotte Linlin retorted at Kaido, her right hand reaching for her horned hat, Napoleon. With a clang, her fingers grasped, transforming what was merely a hat homie into a colossal sword. "If that is the case, let us join forces." Yang Jian, Kaido. With one hand gripping Napoleon, she extended the other towards Yang Jian and Kaido, declaring, "It is high time for this." Kaido effortlessly hoisted the spiked club, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as he exchanged a high five with Charlotte Linlin using his left hand. Yang Jian, silent yet resolute, reached out to join in the gesture with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. This scene, witnessed by Charlotte Katakuri, caused his hands, concealed within his sleeves, to clench subtly. As a fellow son of the four emperors, Yang Jian had ascended to the position of the new sovereign, transforming the four emperors into five, thus engaging in equal discourse with his mother. Yet, despite being the pinnacle of Charlotte Linlin's creations, he remained merely her subordinate. Just as the three emperors reached a consensus, the previously silent Whitebeard suddenly erupted in a chilling laugh, a sound imbued with an aura of disdain for the world. His laughter resonated with the wrath of annihilation. This familiar sound prompted both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin to exhibit a flicker of apprehension in their eyes. When had he become merely a dish on the table, subject to the whims of others? It appeared he had not taken action for so long that the denizens of this sea had forgotten a crucial truth. Whether four emperors or five, your titles are merely reflections of your limitations. My claim to the title of emperor arises from Edward Newgate's utter disinterest in the throne of the Pirate King. Each word dripped with overwhelming authority. It was I who bestowed upon you the title of five emperors. Without my endorsement, you would be nothing. Furthermore, remember this well, I, Whitebeard, may have dimmed my flames, but the furnace remains unextinguished. As the echoes of his disdainful proclamation faded, Whitebeard released his grip on the Tsongyun cutlass, his hands forming powerful fists before striking the sky beside him. With a resounding boom, the force surged forth, shattering the atmosphere like glass. Sinister fissures branched out from the impact of his fists. As fragments of the atmosphere cascaded from the heavens of the New World, the sea surged violently. The icebergs previously frozen by Yang Jian were submerged beneath the tumultuous waves. Then, titanic waves capable of engulfing nations surged forth, one after another, sweeping away the ships of the big MOM pirates in mere moments. Chapter 69. The Tsunami Retreat. The ship is about to capsize. Is this the power of humanity? Merely a fist raised. How can it be? Impossible. How could humankind conjure such a colossal tsunami? Within the ranks of the Big Mon pirate crew, some of the younger members, having never witnessed the might of Whitebeard, were instantly stricken with fear, their faces drained of color. In a furious display, Whitebeard unleashed his full strength with a single punch, triggering a tsunami of unimaginable proportions across the vast expanse of the ocean. In that moment, every soul who beheld the might of the world's strongest man was filled with tremors of awe and shock. The battle had barely commenced, and neither side had yet engaged in close combat. Yet, with just two fists, if no one intervened, the Big Mon pirate crew would surely suffer devastating losses today. The world's strongest man, even Kaido, witnessing the enormity of the tsunami before him, felt his body involuntarily tense. It was utterly insignificant. Such a tsunami he had only ever seen during natural disasters in the New World. However, to Whitebeard, this catastrophic wave was merely a matter of casual movement. With just two punches, he conjured a tsunami even larger than the one before. Wait, there is something more behind it. Yamato's eyes gleamed with a crimson light as she seemed to sense something, her fair visage turning pale. Kaido, has your son chosen a wrong battlefield? Even the formidable Charlotte Linlin felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her neck. It was an established consensus across these waters. Do not provoke Whitebeard upon the sea. Aside from ships, the ocean offers no refuge. A single wave of such magnitude spells doom for 99% of pirate crews. Even the Marines, prior to Akiji consuming the ice fruit, dared not engage Whitebeard in naval combat. And the tsunami was merely the beginning of despair. Even greater calamities lay beyond it. Kaido understood Charlotte Linlin's sentiment perfectly. Yet, he bore no trace of concern on his countenance, merely casting a look of unwavering confidence and immense pride toward Yang Jian. Does he possess a means to counter Whitebeard's seismic upheaval? Noticing Kaido's gaze, Charlotte Linlin also turned her attention to Yang Jian. Faced with the scrutiny of two emperors, Yang Jian remained silent, stepping forward instead. The wild winds, like obedient servants, were trampled beneath his feet, ready to be commanded at his will. As Yang Jian took action, the focus was no longer solely on Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The ministers of the Big Mom pirate crew, including Katakuri and Cracker, directed their gaze toward him. Even the proud and defiant Whitebeard, who regarded the emperors with disdain, could not help but glance at the solitary figure confronting the titanic tsunami. All present were eager to witness how this new emperor would perform in the face of the world's strongest man, even the most formidable pirate amidst the tumult of war. Under the scrutinizing gaze of countless kings and heroes, would inevitably feel a twinge of hesitation, perhaps even a flicker of trepidation. Yet, the expression upon Yang Jian's countenance remained as inscrutable as a tranquil ancient well, betraying not a hint of emotional disturbance. Whether it be the five emperors or the ministers, nothing could stir the depths of his soul, until, that is, an immense wave, larger than any colossal sea beast, surged forth before him. It seemed as though Yang Jian merely lifted his hand in a graceful arc. Under the lunar glow, the trident-shaped blade in his grip radiated an endless, chilling brilliance, as if the very fabric of night had been rent asunder, ushering in a premature dawn. In an instant, Yang Jian's arm descended, and the trident blade plunged directly into the ocean's surface at his feet. The vast expanse of the sea appeared to recoil as if wounded by the blade. The immense waters, including the impending tsunami, trembled and rippled as though in agonizing distress. Following this, the ocean of the New World seemed compelled by Yang Jian's divine weapon. Amidst the cacophony of surging waters, the towering wave that threatened to engulf not only him, but also Kaido, Yamato, Jin, and the entire Big Mom pirate crew, first froze midair before reversing with astonishing velocity. Within mere seconds, the titanic tsunami, previously raised by Whitebeard's might, dissipated utterly at an incredible pace. Witnessing this spectacle, an unsettling image materialized in the minds of all observers. The tempestuous sea had transformed into a ferocious beast, yet under the stroke of Yang Jian's blade, its fury was quelled, retreating in fear. He could command the sea just as Old Man did? Marco's face paled in disbelief, his limbs taut with shock. This must be a trick. Diamond Jozu shook his head, struggling to accept the reality before his eyes. Aside from the Old Man, how could there be another capable of such feats in the Grand Line? Vista, the flower sword, stared blankly, murmuring to himself. The other captains and key members of the Whitebeard crew were equally stunned, their confidence seemingly shattered. After all, the title of the world's strongest man, along with its accompanying aura of intimidation, stemmed not only from Whitebeard's own might and accomplishments, but also from the three formidable abilities bestowed by the Tremor fruit: Seaquake, Earthquake, and Airquake. Each manifestation of Tremor possessed cataclysmic, destructive power. It was these three tremors that had earned Whitebeard the recognition of Sengoku and the world as a harbinger of annihilation. Yet now, the Seaquake had been effortlessly severed by Yang Jian on the very day he ascended to royalty. This single stroke not only repelled the Seaquake, but also diminished the invincible renown of the world's strongest man in the eyes of Whitebeard's crew. Chapter 70, the title of the world's strongest man, belongs to me as he confronted me in battle. How much did he truly hold back? Witnessing Yang Jian effortlessly repel Whitebeard's mighty attack, red-haired Shanks clenched his remaining hand tightly around his famed sword, griffin. The sound of cracking echoed from his fingers, perhaps a consequence of his excessive grip. Yet the tumult within him seemed to render him oblivious to such sensations. Ben Beckman remained silent, merely igniting a cigar, as if the curling smoke could soothe his inner turmoil. The crew of the red-haired pirates, once filled with disdain for Yang Jian, now exchanged glances infused with lingering hatred, yet also a newfound sense of reverence. Pirates, after all, have always held a deep respect for the powerful. Though Yang Jian was young, his record was nothing short of terrifying. On the day he ascended to the throne, he dazzled the world with an overwhelming array of achievements that conquered the four emperors, reshaping the dynamics of a new world. He brought an end to the era of the four emperors and ushered in the age of the five emperors. He accomplished it. Charlotte Karakuri fixated on Yang Jian's silhouette, silently contemplating his seemingly tranquil demeanor belying the fists clenched beneath his sleeves. That three-eyed brat. Whitebeard's gaze turned cold as steel at this sight. In the era of the four emperors, each ruler would be bestowed with the title of the strongest on their ascension day. Ignoring the chill in Whitebeard's eyes, Yang Jian boldly declared, "The title of the world's strongest man belongs to me." Upon hearing this, aside from Kaido, who bore an expression of admiration, everyone else turned pale. The captain and crew of the Whitebeard pirates, after a moment of astonishment, erupted in furious curses. However, before their shouts could fully manifest, Whitebeard's icy roar pierced through the air, silencing all. "Gurura, what foolish words are you uttering, three-eyed brat? I am Whitebeard. Before you sink to the depths of the sea, I will ensure you remember. This era is not defined by the four emperors nor the five emperors, but by Whitebeard." As Whitebeard's derisive laughter echoed, a tremendous seismic force erupted from the sea, which had settled after the tsunami. This force had been present all along, merely concealed by the tsunami's aftermath. Now, stripped of its cover, the awe-inspiring tremor revealed itself, mingled with an overwhelming might that instantaneously tore through the ocean's surface, surging toward Yang Jian. This was precisely why Charlotte Linlin refrained from confronting Whitebeard on the open sea, as she understood that the tsunami was merely the prelude to the true terror, the source of the tsunami itself. This very tremor, as the power that stirred the ocean and triggered the tsunami, even if one could fend off the tidal wave. Failing to withstand this seismic force would lead to a gruesome demise. Yet, faced with the tremor unleashed by Whitebeard, Yang Jian did not flinch or evade. Instead, he took a step forward. Under the astonished gazes of many, his body surged against the wind, ascending with each moment. In an instant, he transformed from an ordinary height into a towering giant of 100 zhang. At that moment, as the shock wave swept toward him, Yang Jian even released his dual-edged trident, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The armed color of black light coursed through his palm, hardening his entire arm. The conqueror's haki crackled like a tempest, unleashing a devastating force that threatened to annihilate the heavens and the earth. With a thunderous impact, Yang Jian's palm collided with the shockwave, producing a sound that reverberated across the universe, instantly morphing into a turbulent wave of sonic energy that surged across the sky. The shockwave, akin to the fury of tumultuous seas, rippled outward in successive circles. After a brief stalemate, Yang Jian bellowed fiercely, his palm imbued with the conqueror's haki, transforming into monstrous black dragons, instantly magnifying in size, releasing an immense power from his hand. With a single slap, he suppressed Whitebeard's shockwave, pressing down as if he were gripping a basketball, forcing the wave into the depths of the ocean. "Blade, come to me." Before the onlookers could fully comprehend his divine stance, Yang Jian extended his right hand toward the trident. The dual-edged weapon, bizarrely buoyant atop the ocean, seemed to possess a life of its own. At Yang Jian's summons, it soared from the water with a resounding clang, akin to a silver dragon ascending toward him. Simultaneously, as it flew, the blade gleamed with a brilliant silver light, expanding in size against the wind. When the trident landed in Yang Jian's grasp, it had grown from its original 5 meters to a height surpassing even the tsunami triggered by Whitebeard, towering with grandeur. In fact, it eclipsed Yang Jian's own towering form. Witnessing this spectacle, Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crews of Whitebeard and red-haired pirates. The visual impact was overwhelmingly immense. Standing there with the colossal trident in hand, Yang Jian required no further action, merely by his presence above the ocean. An overwhelming sense of pressure cascaded upon the hearts of every pirate, akin to a tidal wave. Perhaps within these vast seas existed creatures larger than Yang Jian, such as the Sea Kings. Yet, even in the presence of such gargantuan beings, the oppressive sensation emanating from Yang Jian was unparalleled. Chapter 71. The Head on Your Neck. I shall take as well, Whitebeard. As Yang Jian transformed into the form of Erlang Shen, the pirates upon the vast sea were momentarily stunned into silence. Suddenly, a voice akin to a thunderous roar erupted. The sound reverberated like lightning, filling the ears of all present. What was merely a single shout transformed the dimly lit night into a dazzling spectacle. The solitary source of light, the moon radiating its gentle glow, was eclipsed by the thunderous roar emanating from Yang Jian. At this moment, upon the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, swiftly suppressing the flicker of shock within him. He inhaled deeply, grounding himself, and then leapt high into the air from the ship's prow. You think you can intimidate anyone? Three-eyed brat? His roar, though lacking the reverberating terror of Yang Jian's, carried an imposing might that could rival the ocean and command the respect of kings. With Whitebeard's leap, as he raised his weapon, the Tsong Yun Chia, it seemed to serve as a signal. Almost simultaneously, the sharp blades of the three-pointed, double-edged knife and the Tsong Yun Chia were forged into unbreakable black blades by swirling shadows. Following this, the conquerors' haki intertwined with their respective black blades. Even before they struck at one another, the oppressive force they exuded summoned forth a terrifying tempest upon the sea. The already turbulent waters surged violently, with towering waves rising to incredible heights, crashing down in succession. Under the overwhelming influence of the two warriors' haki, the air, thick with the scent of gunpowder, became stiflingly heavy. I am Whitebeard. At this moment, the two figures, whose sizes were vastly different, exchanged a glance. As their four powerful gazes collided, a chilling aura of intent surged forth. In unison, they executed nearly identical movements. With a resounding impact, Yang Jian stepped forward, flattening the tumultuous waves beneath his feet. He gripped the hilt of his three-pointed, double-edged knife, enveloped in conqueror's haki, and swung it with the force of a collapsing mountain, unleashing an endless surge of divine might. On the other side, Whitebeard, undeterred, swung the Tsong Yun Chia with ferocity, aiming to cleave down upon the three-pointed, double-edged knife that towered over him by several times. Here it comes, the battle that stakes the title of the world's strongest man. The imperial clash. Observing their movements, the other emperors of the New World, along with the captains of the Whitebeard crew and the red-haired crew, as well as Yamato and Jin, all fixed their gaze intently upon the imminent clash of the two titans. With the eyes of the multitude upon them, the three-pointed, double-edged knife and the Tsong Yun Chia ultimately did not collide. The blades halted mere meters apart, as if a formidable force field existed between them, preventing any contact. However, at the moment the blade came to a sudden halt, the conqueror's haki entwined around their weapons erupted with unprecedented ferocity, creating an extraordinary clash. A thunderous roar accompanied the spectacle as ominous bolts of conqueror's lightning surged forth, akin to colossal sea creatures rampaging across the ocean surface, tearing through the waters and leaving behind a myriad of interwoven fissures. With a resounding crash, the sea beneath their feet began to collapse violently, forming an immense chasm, despite the fact that their feet had yet to make contact and remained at a considerable distance apart. Nevertheless, as the intense collision of haki enveloped them, the oppressive aura of the king manifested, creating a basin-like pit in the water below. Yet, the tumultuous changes surrounding them had no bearing on the two combatants. At that moment, Yang Jian and Whitebeard's eyes blazed with fervor, resembling two emperors locked in a blood-soaked duel, fixated solely on one another, their minds consumed by a singular thought: to vanquish the other. Is this all you can muster? Suddenly, a note of disappointment echoed through the air. Without hesitation, Yang Jian stepped forward, his right foot plunging downwards with tremendous force, channeling immense power from his arms through the three-pointed, two-edged blade. I shall claim the title and throne of the world's strongest man, and your head as well. His commanding voice transformed into a thunderous roar, shattering the night with its intensity. With a sudden press of his hands, the stalemate that many had anticipated would endure for some time was instantly shattered. Empowered by boundless strength, the three-pointed, two-edged blade unleashed a breathtaking brilliance, obliterating the crimson sphere born from the relentless clash of their haki. And with the eyes of Marco and others filled with fear, anxiety, and dread, it descended upon the Tsungyun Xie. With a resounding clang, the overwhelming force crushed the Tsungyun Xie and bore down towards Whitebeard's head. Father, this cannot be happening. Is it possible that Father is losing? Witnessing such a perilous scene, Diamond Jozu and the others were thrown into a frenzy, desperate to intervene in the battle. Ultimately, Father-S body could not withstand the weight of his own spirit. Marco's pupils constricted as worry, helplessness, and sorrow flooded his heart. Even the world's strongest man cannot triumph over time. The more he contemplated, the deeper his anguish and sense of futility grew. As the captain of the First Division, the ship's doctor, and the Emperor's deputy, no one understood Whitebeard's dire condition better than he did. Engaging with commanders might not pose much of a challenge, as the powers of the Tremor fruit, combined with his dual haki, could contend with any commander, even gaining the upper hand. However, when faced with an Emperor-level adversary, the ultimate clash of heart, body, technique, and fruit abilities clearly left Whitebeard somewhat at a disadvantage, especially when his opponent was Yang Jian, a rising new emperor. Chapter 72. Whitebeard was blown away, damn it. If only I were 5 years younger. Not much, just 5 years younger. Illness and aging would no longer hinder me. Just like Marco, the ever-watchful Diamond Jaws, who had followed Whitebeard since childhood, felt an increasing sense of anguish and worry. If it were not for his inadequate abilities, he would have rushed to Whitebeard's aid long ago. Yet, unbeknownst to them, at this moment, there was another soul who felt even greater pain and fury. Damn, old man, have you truly grown old? You have deteriorated to this extent. In a nondescript corner of the Moby Dick, Teach fixed his gaze upon Whitebeard. His bloodshot, fierce eyes were filled with rage and hatred. He had once admired Whitebeard's strength, which is why he chose to follow him. Thus, he could not accept nor tolerate the sight of the man he once viewed as a pillar of strength gradually succumbing to age and weakness. You are unworthy. The father I chose to follow is not the man you have become. You no longer deserve my allegiance. As the echoes of his internal roars intensified, Teach's ambition solidified, and his desire for the dark fruit grew even stronger. He loathed witnessing Whitebeard's daily decline, ultimately falling to illness and old age. Rather than endure this sight, he would prefer to replace Whitebeard, allowing the legendary figure's strength and image to remain forever enshrined in his memories. Just then, while Whitebeard's captains, including the red-haired Shanks, expressed their concerns for his condition, a resounding, commanding laugh erupted. You think you can claim my head, little three-eyed brat? You have 100 years to go. In the face of the descending sword, Whitebeard displayed an unyielding demeanor. He released his grip on the sword's hilt with his left hand, and as his fingers clenched tightly, a semi-transparent aura enveloped his fist. He then delivered a powerful side strike to the incoming trident blade. With a crack, the aura surrounding his fist shattered as if pierced by a needle upon impact with the trident. In that instant, a violent shockwave erupted, forcefully halting the descending blade with an overwhelming display of power. The sheer force surged forth, seemingly so potent that even Yang Jian could not steady the trident. The blade that had been aimed downward was unexpectedly deflected by Whitebeard's punch. Good. Father, well done. Indeed, Father is the strongest. This scene not only relieved the anxious Marco and his companions, but also prompted them to cheer loudly. However, just as Whitebeard showcased his unparalleled might, drawing cheers from the crowd, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared beside him. At this moment, Whitebeard remained poised, one hand wielding a knife while the other executed a powerful punch against the three-pointed, two-edged blade. However, unbeknownst to him, the towering figure of Yang Jian, resembling a colossus, had vanished from sight. In his place emerged a Yang Jian of ordinary height, stepping forth from the shimmering golden light beside Whitebeard. Was this the ability of the yellow ape? In the distance, Shanks' pupils constricted with alarm. The sudden turn of events unfolded so swiftly that only he and Kaido, along with Charlotte Linlin, managed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, while the onlookers remained oblivious, their minds still immersed in the image of Whitebeard stabilizing the crumbling edifice with a single punch. It was not until Yang Jian emerged from the golden radiance, his form ablaze with arcs of lightning, that the crowd began to awaken from their stupor. With a resounding boom, Yang Jian, enveloped in a torrent of blinding white lightning and entwined with the ominous aura of Conqueror's haki, launched a devastating strike aimed at Whitebeard's midsection. Conqueror's thunderbolt. As he unleashed the punch, the figure of the thunder god behind him swung forth its hammer. In an instant, two contrasting forces of lightning, one black, one white, overwhelmed Yang Jian's fist, simultaneously cascading down upon Whitebeard. A blinding flash erupted as the Conqueror's might fully unleashed. The terrifying clash of thunder and aura intertwined to create a cataclysmic shockwave that radiated across the sea surface. The immense force swept away the pirate ships that floated nearby, sending them soaring through the air. Before the captains of the Whitebeard crew, struggling to maintain their footing on the trembling vessels, could comprehend the chaos, a disheveled figure was seen hurtling back from the boundless pillars of black and white lightning that pierced the clouds and ravaged the night sky. Old man, Marco's expression shifted dramatically. In this critical moment, as the 1st Division captain, he displayed remarkable reflexes, with arms outstretched and azure flames igniting from his wings. He propelled himself towards the incoming figure, ready to catch Whitebeard. Yet, as the blazing wings made contact with Whitebeard's form, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing his chest to cave slightly, stars to dance before his eyes, and a mouthful of blood surged up his throat. Chapter 73. The King Who Achieves Perfection in Heart. Body, technique, and fruit do not worry. I'm not made of tofu, the old man reassured. Just as Marco steeled his resolve, a broad hand grasped him, lifting him away from his own body. It was Whitebeard, propelled back by a punch from Yang Jian. Are you truly unscathed? Marco inquired, still unconvinced, scrutinizing Whitebeard from head to toe, particularly the spot where Yang Jian had struck his lower back. Upon discovering that Whitebeard's lower back was entirely unharmed, Marco felt a mixture of confusion and relief wash over him. The punch from the three-eyed youth had indeed landed on the old man. After landing on the ship's bow, Whitebeard glanced at his still smoldering black knee. Evidently, in that fleeting moment, the world's strongest man had proven worthy of his title. Confronted with Yang Jian's astonishing speed, he could not evade in time, but managed to fortify his knee with armament haki, enveloping it with Conqueror's haki. Absorbing the impact of Yang Jian's blow, though it was a somewhat disheveled affair, being struck and sent flying by Yang Jian in a direct confrontation was far better than having his lower back pierced or facing outright defeat. Old man, Marco remarked, casting a glance at Whitebeard's knee. It was the first time he witnessed his father being overpowered in combat, even sent flying by a single punch. Was Yang Jian truly that formidable? As this thought escaped his lips, the eyes of Diamond Jizu, Flower Sword Vista, and the others on the deck turned towards Whitebeard. The three-eyed youth seemed far more suited for the title of the strongest creature in sea, land, and air than his father. In response to his son's inquiring gazes, Whitebeard maintained an air of composure and nonchalance. He not only acknowledged Yang Jian's might, but also asserted that Yang Jian was more deserving of the title than Kaido. Speed, power, technique, defense, as well as physical and mental prowess, alongside the comprehensive development of the mythical Zoan fruit. I found not a single flaw in Yang Jian. He is the only king I have encountered whose heart, body, technique, and fruit abilities have reached the pinnacle of perfection. At that moment, red-haired Shanks approached. With each word he uttered, the gravity on the faces of those present deepened. Moreover, he can manipulate the sea. Perhaps the only vulnerability that remains is the sea prism stone, which presents a flaw of the devil fruit itself, not of Yang Jian. I even suspect that Yang Jian has overcome the impact of the Sea Prism Stone. It may only seal his fruit abilities, but not strip him of his combat capacity. Shanks surveyed the crowd, his expression grave, matching that of anyone present. In fact, throughout the years, he had witnessed every hero and king, even those with multiple talents, harboring flaws and shortcomings. For instance, his own inability to fly was his greatest disadvantage. Yet, before him stood Yang Jian, unlike any he had encountered. Red-haired Shanks seemed almost invulnerable, with no discernible weaknesses to exploit. How could one possibly engage him in battle? Was there any chance of triumphing over such a formidable opponent? How had he cultivated his prowess to such an extraordinary level at such a young age? Marco Diamond Jozu and Ben Beckman exchanged glances before turning their gaze toward the distant sea. They beheld the ominous figure of Yang Jian, striding across the ocean's surface, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, a palpable gloom settling heavily upon their hearts. On the grand deck of the Moby Dick, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, once proud claimants to the title of the world's strongest, now wore somber expressions, silence enveloping them like a shroud. A stifling and weighty atmosphere permeated the deck. "Come now, children, why the days? The battle has only just begun," boomed Whitebeard's hearty, commanding laughter, akin to a beacon piercing through the depths of despair, dispelling the shadows that loomed over their spirits. "He is not your concern. Your father will handle this. As my sons, your duty is simply to place your faith in me." With that, Whitebeard stepped forward, leaping onto the bow of the ship, exuding an air of defiance and authority that rivaled the heavens. His conqueror's haki surged forth like a tempest, directed toward Yang Jian. "Dad!" Marco and the others gazed in awe at the towering figure of their father. In that fleeting moment, the oppressive gloom and weight upon their hearts were not merely dispelled, but uplifted by this mighty presence, rendering them impervious to despair. Yet alas, today, Yang Jian was destined to disappoint his sons. With each deliberate step, he seemed to mold the air into a transparent staircase beneath his feet, ascending toward the heavens, positioning himself above even the world's strongest man. As Whitebeard scoffed and prepared to take up arms for another confrontation with Yang Jian, a sudden call from the Den Mushi pierced the air on deck. All eyes, intentionally or not, drifted toward Marco. "Answer it, why not?" Even Yang Jian, upon hearing the call, hesitated, resting his three-pronged blade in midair, as if the very atmosphere had become his servant, humbly supporting his weapon to prevent it from falling. Chapter 74. The Three-Eyed Boy. "Is this your handiwork? Someone is calling you. Margot, what are you waiting for? If you don't answer soon, the Den Mushi will hang up." Yang Jian, arms crossed, looked down at Margot, his stern visage betraying a rare hint of amusement. However, the usually unyielding Yang Jian, who reserved his strength for adversaries and showed no mercy, exhibited such unusual behavior that it cast a shadow over Margot, who held the Den Mushi, rendering him hesitant to answer. It was as if the Den Mushi had transformed into Pandora's box, promising nightmares for the Whitebeard pirates should it be opened. "Answer it. Margot, the three-eyed boy has spoken. You cannot let others belittle you." Although Whitebeard felt a slight tightening in his chest, his words remained grand and unwavering. "Fine." Margot reluctantly nodded in response. Truth be told, he was loath to take the call at that moment. Although he had not honed his observation haki to the level of foreseeing the future, an unsettling feeling had enveloped him since the Den Mushi's ring had begun. "Wait, don't answer." Just as Margot's hand reached for the Den Mushi, both red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman intervened. One grasped Margot's wrist while the other snatched the Den Mushi from his hands. Strangely, Margot appeared frozen, lacking any intent to evade or resist, allowing Shanks to take the Den Mushi without protest. Red Beckman. Despite the situation, Margot felt no anger. Instead, his unease deepened. Having known Shanks long before Joel D. Roger ascended to the title of Pirate King, Margot had a profound understanding of the man before him. Their actions unequivocally validated his instincts. This call must not be answered. Oh, what a performance this is. A dark cloud loomed. Charlotte Linlin, one hand gripping Napoleon while standing atop Zeus, with Prometheus hovering overhead, gazed with interest at the unfolding events aboard the Moby Dick. Pathetic. Old man, have you deteriorated to the point of fearing a simple phone call? Kaido, standing atop flame clouds, glared at Whitebeard with disdain. Red-haired, this is my affair. Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone toward Shanks conveyed an unmistakable authority. Ben Beckman remained silent, merely shaking his head at Shanks, clearly disapproving of returning the den mushi. Sighing, Shanks, though visibly conflicted, ultimately handed the incessantly ringing den mushi back to Margot. As a fellow captain and one of the 4 emperors, he understood Whitebeard's pride. In the presence of so many kings, even Yang Jian and the others refrained from intervening. If Whitebeard could not summon the courage to answer a mere phone call, would he still be the formidable Whitebeard? Yang Jian. After returning the den mushi to Marco, red-haired Shanks turned away, unable to bear to watch. He had already foreseen the ensuing events in his visions of the future. Hello. Marco, after a few moments of silence, gritted his teeth and answered the call. The moment the call connected, a cacophony of brutal, clashing metal, the thunderous roar of cannon fire, and spine-chilling screams erupted on the deck. Every captain and crew member of the Whitebeard pirates turned pale upon hearing those agonizing cries. Lacquer. Marco's pupils constricted, his body tensing up. He repeatedly shouted the name of the 7th Division commander. Hurry, Marco, we can barely hold on here. It's Play Quinn and Drow Jack. They have suddenly launched an attack on us. Mew has already gone and notified the other captains, but we can hardly withstand it any longer. On the other side, it was evident that Lacquer was embroiled in a fierce battle. After shouting several times, Marco finally seemed to find an opportunity to speak. Click. Upon hearing this, Marco was about to continue questioning when the voice from the den mushi abruptly cut off. A chilling sensation enveloped every member of the Whitebeard pirates. They were acutely aware of what was happening with Lacquer. Unlike the red-haired pirates, who paid little heed to territory and embarked as a single crew wherever they went, the Whitebeard pirates, despite relying on the reputation of the world's strongest man to intimidate the majority of pirates in the New World, still left some captains and crew stationed on important islands. However, the recent phone call clearly indicated that war had erupted in their territory. The situation for their captains and crew there had reached a critical point. Otherwise, there would have been no need for a call for help, nor would they have sent someone to notify the captains affiliated with Whitebeard beforehand. Old man, at that moment, Marco felt somewhat bewildered. In his moment of disarray, he could only turn his gaze toward Whitebeard. It was not just him. All the captains and crew present also looked to Whitebeard, awaiting his decision. To fight or to retreat? Three-eyed brat. Whitebeard suddenly turned, his face nearly engulfed by a cold, merciless killing intent. This is your doing, isn't it? He fixed his gaze on Yang Jian, his eyes sharp as blades. A tide of murderous intent, mingled with an overwhelming conqueror's aura, instantly surged forth. Chapter 75, Yang Jian. Are you not afraid of losing your teeth? This scoundrel has been fixated on our pirate crew's territory from the very beginning. No wonder he and Kaido are absent from Wano. Yet it seems he can manipulate the beast pirates from afar. Damn it. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, all the captains and crew present were engulfed in fury. At this moment, even the most dim-witted pirate could grasp the gravity of the situation. The beast pirates. No, it should be said that Yang Jian before us has long had his sights set on the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. This is not a recent development. Jesus Burgess. Fire Calamity Ash. The anguish and wrath were not felt solely by the Whitebeard pirates. Remembering the process of Jesus Burgess's assassination, red-haired Shanks felt a surge of rage within. Such a venomous heart, such terrifying audacity, and that measure of restraint, the cunning of the red-haired pirates. Ben Beckman suddenly broke into a cold sweat. In an instant, his thoughts became clear. All the information and clues surrounding the confrontation between the red-haired pirates and Yang Jian intertwined. Then, he arrived at a chilling conclusion. How dare he target 2 emperors simultaneously? Plague Queen and Drought Jack were responsible for the Whitebeard pirates, while Queen had his sights set on our red-haired pirates. And you, Yang Jian, actually went so far as to use yourself as bait, drawing our 2 pirate crews here, thus providing an opportunity for the 3 calamities to launch an assault. The more he contemplated, the more horrified he became. Ben Beckman's voice, initially a mere whisper, gradually grew louder and clearer. Not even the torrential rain could obscure the slight tremor in his voice. What a grand game of chess! Upon hearing Ben Beckman's words, red-haired Shanks also pieced together the entire affair. No wonder this fellow, fully aware that Kaido would not perish, still brought his sister to the G1 base to rescue someone. Marco's face turned ashen. This was the first time he felt fear emanating from someone. To become the Pirate King, one must possess unwavering determination, ample courage, and sufficient patience. Gazing at Yang Jian's figure, Yamato suddenly recalled a statement made by Yang Jian not long ago. It was something he had said to Fire Fist Ace when Ace infiltrated Onigashima. To think he aimed to devour two emperors. Is this what you refer to as determination, courage, and patience? Yamato murmured. Previously, she had not given much thought to Yang Jian's words. It was only after Ben Beckman discerned Yang Jian's intentions and realized that Yang Jian had devised such a grand plan right beneath his nose even before departing from Onigashima that she felt a profound impact. After all, even for a first-time adventurer, albeit with a brief sailing experience, she understood the significance of the emperors in the New World. To dare to scheme against two emperor pirate crews single-handedly, even involving two marine admirals in the mix, facing such formidable forces had it been anyone else, even wielding the strength of one emperor's crew, they would have long since faltered. But what of Yang Jian? Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji leapt into the sea to escape. Yet this was only possible due to the timely arrival of red-haired Shanks. Otherwise, the three admirals of the Navy headquarters would have had to change their names from this day forward. Soon after, the nearly all-out assault of the red-haired pirates yielded them no advantage. The ship, the Red Force, which had birthed the ship's spirit, was swiftly destroyed, followed by the assassination of the world's strongest sniper. Even red-haired Shanks himself barely survived, save by his first mate, Ben Beckman. Had it not been for Whitebeard's swift actions, Shanks would not have even had the chance for rescue. With the strongest man in the world arriving on the battlefield, it was anticipated that the combined forces of two Yonko crews would reclaim their honor against the beleaguered group led by Yang Jian. Yet, the outcome was that Whitebeard was sent flying by a single punch from Yang Jian, nearly crashing into the Moby Dick before plummeting into the sea, only to find his home plundered. Were Quinn and the others truly successful? Unlike Yamato, who was visibly shaken, Jean regarded Yang Jian with nothing but reverence and awe after hearing Ben Beckman's words. Since the four emperors had claimed dominion over the New World, a division of power had been established, even as Kaido challenged the other emperors and the Navy headquarters over the years. He could not shake the foundations of the Great Pirate Era. However, with Yang Jian now at the helm of the Beast Pirates, the landscape of the Great Pirate Era had undergone a dramatic transformation in a mere short period. The once stable era of the four emperors was being rewritten step by step, like a nail being pulled from the G1 branch of the New World. Two admirals were grievously wounded and forced to retreat, unable to touch the New World for the foreseeable future. Aside from the remnants of the Big Mom pirates, with their ties to Kaido, both the Whitebeard pirates, led by the world's strongest man, and the red-haired pirates, commanded by the strongest conqueror, suffered continuous defeats and losses at the hands of Yang Jian. Three-eyed Yang Jian, your ambitions are vast on the day you claim the throne. You dare to strike against me, red-haired Shanks, and the Navy simultaneously. Are you not afraid of shattering your teeth in the process? Whitebeard, though seething with rage, glared at Yang Jian, his murderous intent nearly spilling from his eyes. Yet deep within, he was astonished by the audacity, strength, and tactics of this three-eyed youth before him. The equilibrium of the four emperors was altered with such ease. The G1 branch, fortified with an admiral stationed there and another as external aid, was effortlessly dismantled. Even the renowned figures of himself and red-haired Shanks were left humiliated by Yang Jian's prowess. Thus, even as he yearned to slay Yang Jian, the way he addressed this three-eyed youth transformed. No longer was he merely the condescending three-eyed brat or three-eyed kid. Instead, he simply called out, Yang Jian. Chapter 76. The pinnacle masterpiece of the Kaido family, has it exceeded its limits and crumbled? Faced with the furious reprimand of Whitebeard, Yang Jian retorted with a calm demeanor. This very utterance rendered the enraged Whitebeard momentarily speechless. Yang Jian, true monarch. As Whitebeard lapsed into silence, Charlotte Linlin's gaze shifted to Yang Jian, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions: astonishment, admiration, jealousy, and a deep-seated wariness, even a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent. However, this malevolence dissipated almost instantaneously. It was neither a lack of desire nor a concern for her relationship with Kaido, but rather the formidable prowess Yang Jian had displayed throughout the day that instilled a sense of trepidation in the proud and arrogant Linlin, extinguishing any perilous thoughts she harbored. Ah, the supreme masterpiece of the Kaido family. Perhaps it has indeed surpassed its limits. Linlin mused inwardly. Then, as she pondered, her gaze inadvertently swept across the vertical pupil on Yang Jian's forehead. Suddenly, a spark ignited within her, and the trepidation she felt towards Yang Jian was significantly diminished. As for her murderous intent, it was no more. Ah, it seems that once this matter concludes, the tea party must be organized with great care. Linlin suddenly burst into laughter, though before that, she needed to ensure the red-haired lad and that damned old man Whitebeard were dealt with first. Resolute in her decision, Linlin turned her gaze towards Shanks and Whitebeard, her eyes filled with a fierce intensity. This display of murderous intent seemed to signal the commencement of an assault. Kaido, one of the four emperors, immediately raised his spiked club, unleashing a suffocating aura of conqueror's haki that was chilling and oppressive. Jin and Yamato, ancient beings of the Zoan type, exuded a cold gaze, glaring at the crew aboard the Moby Dick as if they were mere prey. The pirate ships, previously swept away by the aftermath of the battle between Yang Jian and Whitebeard, had encircled the Moby Dick before anyone realized it. Particularly aboard the Queen Mama's song. Led by Charlotte Katakuri, all of Linlin's children drew their weapons and prepared their abilities, poised to attack at a mere command from Linlin. Sensing the malevolence closing in from all sides, the members of both Whitebeard's and Shanks' crews wore grim expressions, their hearts racing. Retreat. Just as Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were ready to strike, a resolute and commanding shout erupted from Whitebeard's lips. Never one to shy away from battle nor bearing a scar upon his back, the world's strongest man, in a moment of truth, chose his son over his dignity. Not a second to spare. With that, Whitebeard spread his arms wide, his 10 fingers like indomitable blades, piercing the atmosphere. Cracks and fissures in the air sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld them. With a resounding crack, Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, was poised to pursue, yet before Kaido could make his move, Whitebeard's colossal hands, piercing through the atmosphere, yanked and tugged. The motion resembled that of seizing an adversary and forcefully hurling them to the ground. However, this time, what he grasped and overturned was the very air itself, spanning hundreds of meters. Under the cataclysmic shockwaves that ensued, the ocean appeared to do a complete somersault. Thunderously, massive, irregular waves rose like staircases, towering above the sea's surface. Vessels navigating the waters were immediately subjected to immense upheaval. The violent rocking and tossing swept away all ships encircling the Moby Dick, including the formidable Queen Mama Chanter, which could not escape the turmoil. Only Charlotte Linlin, standing upon the thunderclouds of Zeus, remained unaffected, alongside the formidable Kakuri, Cracker, and a few distinguished ministers. The rest aboard were rendered incapable of maintaining their footing, being tossed about like rag dolls amidst the ship's tumultuous sway. In an instant, a path emerged before the Moby Dick, which had been ensnared by a multitude of pirate ships, seemingly trapped with no escape above or below. "Why the rush?" Charlotte Linlin remarked, as she yanked Prometheus from her head and hurled it forth. A tremendous blaze ignited above the Moby Dick, followed by a fiery pillar that twisted the surrounding air as it descended. The flames from the heavens. The only female among the 4 emperors had made her move. What seemed to be a casual gesture held the potential to reduce the Moby Dick, crafted from the legendary atom wood and having sailed for half a century, to mere ashes, meeting the same fate as the red-haired pirates read forth. Before the fiery pillar could descend, Ben Beckman had already raised his pistol. Cloaked in the aura of armament haki, a bullet, imbued with a sinister glow and swirling with menacing lightning, surged forth, shredding the descending flames into countless flickering embers that swiftly dissipated into the ether. Whitebeard, you think you can leave without leaving something behind? Kaido leapt into the fray. Amidst the swirling flames, transforming from human form into a colossal azure dragon, hundreds of meters long. Heat breath. In the next moment, a torrent of searing breath, capable of boiling seas and incinerating rivers, surged toward the bow of the Moby Dick, engulfing it along with Whitebeard in a fiery deluge. Chapter 77. Are you forcing a father to abandon his son and flee alone? Hiss. Faced with the searing heat spewing directly from Kaido, Whitebeard, standing at the bow of the ship, did not even flinch. At this moment, his entire focus was on the figure of Yang Jian before him. After their brief skirmish, the world's strongest man understood that the true threat here was not Kaido or Charlotte Linlin, both from his own era, but rather this youth with 3 eyes, who had yet to reach a quarter of his age. One sword style, draw and slash. Yet, Whitebeard paid no heed, as red-haired Shanks felt compelled to intervene. Whether for a successful escape or to repay the debt of gratitude owed to Whitebeard for his timely rescue, he had to protect the ship, the Moby Dick. Beneath his feet, clang, a flash of the blade. As the famed sword, Griffin, was sheathed, the devastating heat capable of incinerating a mountain was cleaved in two by Shanks, cascading onto the undulating sea. Hiss! The heat that touched the waves, without exception, evaporated into a white mist. Mind your own business. Witnessing his heat being severed by Shanks, Kaido's massive dragon eyes gleamed with a sinister light. He harbored deep resentment toward Shanks. Had it not been for this most carefree of the 4 emperors meddling, at least 2 of the Navy's 3 admirals would have been eliminated today. With this thought, a furious blaze ignited within him. Kaido declared, "Let end here today," as Shanks raised his sword to confront him. Bad wind. In response, several colossal gusts of wind erupted from Kaido's mouth. Alas, Shanks, seeing this, could only endure the excruciating pain from his wounds, mustering all his strength to slash at the wind blades. Yet, he was merely human. His injuries were not being effectively treated, and now, burdened with wounds, every swing of his sword intensified his suffering. Unlike Kaido, who, despite being gravely injured during the chaos at G1, possessed an extraordinary physique, bolstered further by the consumption of the Azure Dragon fruit, granting him vitality and recovery beyond measure. If this continued, red-haired Shanks would not last long, nor could Beckman hold off Big Mom for much longer. And what of the old man? At this moment, Marco surveyed the battlefield, taking in the standoff between Ben Beckman and Charlotte Linlin, Shanks and Kaido, as well as the confrontation between the old man and Yang Jian. Their emperor was either crippled or aged. In contrast, apart from Kaido, whose power was diminished, both Yang Jian and Charlotte Linlin retained their peak abilities. Trouble. After a brief comparison, Marco felt a heavy dread settle in his heart. Give up. At this moment, Yang Jian made his move. This scene deepened Marco's despair as he observed. Your era has passed, Whitebeard. A thunderous shout rang out. Yang Jian, along with the 3-pronged blade in his hand, surged with power. In the next instant, with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a devastating strike through the air. With a resounding clang, the endless divine blade instantaneously unfurled. The night sky was abruptly torn asunder. Thousands of colossal waves were swiftly severed. Amidst the horrified gazes, a strike wave, as immense as an island, soared towards the Moby Dick with an unstoppable force. Such jest, perhaps you should save for when I am no longer among the living. At the bow of the ship, Whitebeard released his grip on the swirling clouds and extended both hands forward. A terrifying shockwave radiated from his palms. Yet, just as Whitebeard prepared to unleash his tremor and shatter the approaching wave, a piercing and resolute cry suddenly rang out. Before he could release the shockwave, a figure enveloped in blazing azure flames leaped over Whitebeard's head, resolutely positioning itself against the oncoming force. A thunderous crash ensued, and a vast ocean erupted into towering waves. Confronted with a strike wave capable of obliterating an island, Marco, transformed into a phoenix, faced it without the slightest hesitation, braving it with his flesh and blood. Even though the resurrected azure flames fervently healed his wounds, keeping his body in pristine condition, his form appeared overwhelmingly diminutive against the might of the strike wave. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not withstand the relentless sharpness of the wave, which relentlessly pushed him backward. "Father!" Marco strained to bear the brunt of the strike wave, shouting back at Whitebeard without turning his head. "What do you intend to do, Marco?" Whitebeard exclaimed in alarm, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Since the onset of his battle with Yang Jian, the world's strongest man had never lost his composure. Yet this time, he resembled an ordinary septuagenarian, no longer the dominant ruler of several eras. "Go!" Marco shouted with tremendous effort. "Are you asking a father to abandon his son and flee alone?" Whitebeard roared, prepared to step in for Marco. However, as soon as he lifted his right foot, a sharp command froze the world's strongest man in place. "There are more sons waiting for you, father." Upon hearing these words, it was as if 5 thunderclaps had struck him, causing Whitebeard to stagger. "You have protected me for a lifetime. Now it is my turn to shield you from the storm," Marco declared, each word emphasized, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. "Do not look back. Do not hesitate. The greatest regret of my life is not having a father named Edward Newgate." With that proclamation, a dark, swirling armament enveloped his entire being, and the resurrected azure flames transformed into a deep indigo hue. Chapter 78. The Phoenix meets its demise, Whitebeard in tears on board the Moby Dick. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow, anger, and a sense of suffocating despair as the crew witnessed Marco's resolute decision to stay behind. "Father, we cannot allow Marco to face them alone. He will perish against Yang Jian. The Phoenix is not truly immortal. Fool, if we choose to remain behind now, it would render Marco's sacrifice meaningless. Do you mean to stand idly by as Marco walks to his death?" In an instant, the captains and crew were embroiled in heated arguments, some defiantly choosing to stay and share Marco's fate, while others rationally contended that they could not allow Marco's death to be in vain. Silence. In an unprecedented display of authority, Whitebeard, who had always treated his sons with paternal warmth, bellowed, "Father!" The crew was momentarily stunned, having rarely witnessed such sternness from him. Yet, when their eyes fell upon Whitebeard's weathered visage, glistening with unshed tears, they felt as though they had been struck by a heavy blow. The world's strongest man was weeping. In that moment, those who had chosen to stay and fight alongside Marco, as well as those who bore the pain of his sacrifice, fell into a profound silence. They suddenly realized that the one most tormented by the prospect of losing a son was none other than their father. "Whitebeard, by the name of the captain, I command you." Surveying the crowd, Whitebeard summoned the last remnants of his strength to dispel the tears from his eyes, declaring, "Withdraw." The single command seemed to exhaust all of Whitebeard's might. The crew noticed that the man they had always known to be indomitable now appeared slightly hunched, the ravages of time unmistakably weighing upon him. "Marco." After casting a final glance at Marco's departing figure, Whitebeard turned away, as if fearing that another look would unleash the fury raging within him. "Get away from me." As he turned, he raised his hand and struck the air beside him. With a thunderous crack, a punch infused with the fury of the world's strongest man shattered the atmosphere. The violent shockwave not only pushed back Charlotte, Linlin, and Kaido, but also swept away all the pirate ships pursuing the Moby Dick, excluding Yang Jian. 2 emperors were repelled. Dozens of pirate vessels were tossed like leaves in a tempest. Even the sea surface surged upward like a collapsing skyscraper, forming chaotic, towering waves. This was the wrath of Whitebeard. This was the terror of Edward Newgate. In the face of such a titan, the number of formidable foes mattered little, especially in the boundless ocean where one could find no leverage. As long as Yang Jian is obstructed, his determination to advance remains unwavering. Even if 2 of the 4 emperors were to unite, they could not detain him. "Yang Jian, it will be prudent for you not to let me witness the burning of Marco's life card. Should any misfortune befall him, I, Edward Newgate, solemnly vow to ensure that your entire family accompanies my son into the afterlife." After delivering a single, formidable blow, Whitebeard did not glance back at Kaido and the others, but rather lowered his head, fixating on the life card resting in his palm. Unbeknownst to anyone, The eyes of the world's strongest man glistened with unshed tears. Meanwhile, after exchanging parting words with Whitebeard, Marco felt no lingering doubts in his heart. Understanding that the fate of the Whitebeard pirates hinged upon Yang Jian alone, he summoned his will. Manipulating the blazing azure flames, he coalesced them into a circular shield, steadfastly resisting the imminent onslaught of slashing waves. Subsequently, his talons, glowing with a blackish-blue radiance, fiercely struck against the assault. Phoenix Mark, as a dazzling imprint of his bird-like claw etched itself onto the wave, an overwhelmingly potent shockwave erupted forth. The colossal, slashing wave, akin to a shattered glass vessel, transformed into a myriad of luminescent particles. Amidst the starlit glow, the immortal phoenix soared skyward. In the blink of an eye, he had leapt over tumultuous waves, ascending to hover above Yang Jian. Crane Claw, faced with a being many times larger than himself, Marco remained unperturbed, lifting his foot to deliver a direct kick to Yang Jian's forehead. Marco, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Yang Jian barely lifted an eyelid, seemingly oblivious to Marco's actions as he stepped onto the sea's surface, allowing the crane claw to strike his brow. With a resounding impact, a tremendous shock wave erupted from the sky. Even a mountain, confronted with the force of Marco's crane claw, would be shattered to pieces. Yet, after directly absorbing Marco's strike, Yang Jian showed no signs of injury, nor did he even sway. Yang Jian, I am fully aware that at my current strength, even if I practice for a lifetime, I could never hope to defeat you. However, my goal is not to vanquish you. It is simply to keep you here. In the face of Yang Jian, who had systematically challenged nearly all the top-tier powers of the four emperors and the marine headquarters within a single day, Marco merely smiled, his expression betraying no trace of fear towards the fifth emperor or death itself. Chapter 79. I shall say this only once, stand aside. Yang Jian, you have just utilized my abilities, have you not? Quite effective, I presume. You should be well aware of my capacity, for I, Mao Gao, undoubtedly possess such prowess. When his attack proved futile, Mao Gao remained undeterred, instead fanning his wings, resolutely occupying his position before Yang Jian. It appeared as though they were not mortal enemies, but rather long-lost friends. I shall say this only once, stand aside. Yang Jian did not heed Mao Gao's words, his vertical pupil fixated upon the white-bearded figure below. True monarch, is my singular existence not sufficient to satiate your ambitions? Mao Gao's form flickered, obstructing Yang Jian's gaze. Is living not preferable? As Mao Gao continued to delay, Yang Jian's vertical pupil finally settled upon him. Why choose the path of certain doom? The chilling voice resonated, and in an instant, the vertical pupil erupted with terrifying radiance. Just as Mao Gao was about to utter a word, he realized he had lost control over his own body. Before he could react, numerous resplendent golden beams had already pierced through him. Hud. Gruesome holes appeared upon Mao Gao's forehead, neck, heart, and abdomen. Yet in the next moment, azure flames of revival ignited from the wounds. By the time he regained control of his body, the locations pierced by Yang Jian's celestial eye had completely healed. It worked. Mao Gao twisted his neck, revealing a look of lingering dread. However, those who knew him were aware that this was merely his feigned jest at his opponent's expense. Even the immortal bird can perish. Yang Jian cast a glance at the increasingly distant Moby Dick, understanding that he had not roused the white-bearded pirate crew to anger, but rather addressed Mao Gao with the composure of a monarch, unhurriedly stating, since you are aware that I have employed your abilities, you must also comprehend that I am well acquainted with the secrets of your powers. He had once utilized the ability of transformation to become the immortal bird. He had long understood the nature of the azure flames of revival. This power was intrinsically linked to physical stamina. Indeed, one remains immortal until their strength is depleted. But once that stamina wanes, the flames of revival shall extinguish. Then let us be reborn. Mao Gao shrugged nonchalantly. He had already prepared himself for death prior to making this decision. Just as he had claimed earlier, as long as he could delay Yang Jian until his complete demise. That would suffice, would it not? Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's eyes flashed with cold brilliance. Immediately thereafter, A radiant glow enveloped him. What does this fellow intend to do? Mao Gao squinted, his haki honing in on Yang Jian. Yet, just as he resolved to muster every ounce of his focus, Yang Jian had vanished without a trace. The towering giant had seemingly dissipated into thin air, leaving only a colossal trident, akin to a mountain, thrust into the sea. Boom! At the very moment of Yang Jian's disappearance, an immense pressure, akin to terrifying gravity, bore down upon Mao Gao. A fist, akin to a meteor slicing through the night sky, struck him with blinding speed at the very location of his heart. How swift! Marco's pupils constricted, leaving him no time to react. The terrifying force of the punch, coupled with the conqueror's haki entwined around it, cascaded upon him. With a muffled grunt, Marco spat blood, his body plummeting towards the sea below like a kite severed from its string. Yet, before he could descend 5 or 6 meters, enveloped in azure flames, he rejuvenated and soared skyward, claws outstretched to seize Yang Jian, who had forsaken him to pursue Whitebeard. My fire has yet to extinguish. Marco grinned, his right claw lunging towards the heavenly eye upon Yang Jian's brow. He had discerned the terrifying nature of that vertical pupil. Having consumed the phoenix fruit, he felt unafraid. But for others, even the emperors must tread carefully before that eye. Clearly, at this moment, he aimed not only to delay Yang Jian, but also to leave him with a lingering thought before his demise. Then allow me to extinguish it for you. In the face of Marco's lightning-fast talons, Yang Jian, already foreseeing the encounter, raised his hand and struck Marco's claw with a punch. Bang! The collision of fists and claws resulted in a momentary clash of conqueror's haki and armament haki, and in an instant, Marco was sent flying 100 meters away, akin to a cannonball. As he soared through the air, Marco's claws grasped at nothingness, desperately attempting to stabilize his form. Simultaneously, as he retreated at a rapid pace, he examined one of his talons. It was swollen and fractured. Just one punch had inflicted such damage. Though it wasn't completely incapacitated, it was gravely injured. For others, such an injury would undeniably hinder their combat prowess. But for him, who had consumed the phoenix fruit, before he could fully regain his balance, the damaged talon was already healing amidst the embrace of azure flames. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon Marco's visage. Through his observation haki, he had predicted Yang Jian's next move. However, the overwhelming force of Yang Jian's punch and the ferocious haki pressing upon him left him no opportunity to stabilize his body, let alone evade. In that moment, he could only twist his wings, forcibly contorting his body in midair, and thrust his talon, wrapped in armament haki, upwards towards his adversary. Crack! Just as his talon extended halfway, a hand, enveloped in conqueror's haki and crackling with fury, seized it. Observing this, Marco attempted to raise his other talon, aiming to strike Yang Jian's face with a crane-like claw, only to have it captured as well. With both claws ensnared, his body, which had been propelled away, abruptly came to a halt. In an instant, Marco found himself suspended in mid-air, akin to a half-dead chick, at the mercy of Yang Jian. Chapter 80. The dismembered phoenix, your eyes cannot even glimpse the future. Tell me, by what means do you, Malgo, presume to contend with me? A cold, disdainful retort fell from Yang Jian's lips as he seized Malgo's talon hands and forcefully yanked them outward. With a sharp sound, Malgo's expression remained unchanged. Yet a bead of cold sweat appeared upon his brow. His immortal phoenix claws, along with his legs, were brutally severed. Despite this dire circumstance, having consumed the immortal phoenix fruit, he remained lively and spirited, with not a trace of blood oozing from his wounds. Only the 2 severed legs lay in Yang Jian's grasp, as the blazing azure flames could only mend the wounds, failing to regenerate his lost limbs. Azure Flame Goose. Despite the loss of his legs, Malgo did not relent. Instead, seizing the opportunity while Yang Jian was preoccupied with his severed limbs, he twisted his waist, his wings ablaze with azure flames, striking down upon Yang Jian's neck with the force of an indomitable blade. Clang! As he attacked Yang Jian's neck, the armed color of haki wrapped around his wings burst forth. The penetrating haki infiltrated Malgo's neck, wreaking havoc from within. Boom! With a resounding crash. Wisps of white smoke rose. After enduring Malgo's assault with the azure flame goose, Yang Jian staggered back 6 or 7 steps, barely maintaining his balance. It worked. Yang Jian lifted his gaze to Malgo. The same words were returned to him. Stop deceiving. As Malgo observed Yang Jian's neck, untouched and his breath steady. A thickening gloom settled within him. Phoenix Slash. However, he did not lose heart. After all, he had a profound understanding of Yang Jian's formidable strength. Moreover, his purpose was not to defeat the true lord before him, but to hold the rear. Bang! Just as Malgo gathered his resolve to continue stalling Yang Jian's advance, 2 arms unexpectedly emerged from behind him. Sensing something amiss, he instinctively attempted to evade. But at that moment, a mysterious and terrifying light burst forth from the vertical pupil on Yang Jian's brow. His evasive action halted, bound, and unable to move. Malgo could only watch as those hands, which had suddenly appeared from behind, grasped his wings tightly. This is bad. Once he regained control of his body, Malgo glanced back and saw a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Yang Jian. Yang Jian? Malgo looked at the doppelganger behind him, and then at the Yang Jian he had just repelled. External avatar. Noticing Malgo's gaze, both Yang Jian figures seemed to possess independent thought as they spoke in unison. This is the technique that both father and red-haired have suffered from? A fleeting thought crossed Malgo's mind, and suddenly his shoulder felt light. With a sharp sound, his wings, aflame with azure fire, were brutally twisted off by Yang Jian's external avatar. Having lost his legs and wings, particularly his legs, which had fallen into the possession of Yang Jian along with his external incarnation, only the trunk and head of Marco remained, plummeting downwards. Yet, as his torso descended a mere 2 or 3 meters, like an imposing mountain, the 3-pointed 2-edged blade, which towered behind Yang Jian, suddenly diminished in size. In an instant, it transformed into a gleaming silver flash and embedded itself into Marco's neck. With a sickening sound, Marco's head was severed cleanly from his body. Thus, the immortal bird was utterly dismembered. Even his head was lifted by the blade's edge, suspended in the air like a trophy for Yang Jian to admire. Yang Jian. After the decapitation, Marco's furious voice emanated from his severed head. Clearly, he was not entirely dead. Unfortunately, with his wings, legs, and head all severed, even with the resurrection flames, Marco could only cling to a fragile existence, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. His wings, legs, and even his head were all under control post-mutilation. Even if he attempted to exert his will to manipulate his dismembered body, he found himself utterly powerless. I have already stated that I am fully aware of all the secrets of your fruitability. Having severed your hands, feet, and head, even if you do not die, you are rendered incapacitated. Yang Jian released Marco's legs, and his external incarnation likewise relinquished Marco's wings. However, before Marco could react, a 3-pointed 2-edged blade surged through the air towards him. A sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced through Marco's head, wings, legs, and torso, pinning him in midair. Jean, restrain the immortal bird. Do not let him continue to entangle Yang Jian. Huh? Have you already dealt with Marco? At this moment, Kaido, who had been shaken by Whitebeard's punch and saw the Moby Dick moving further away, felt a surge of urgency. Yet, before he could finish his words, his peripheral vision caught sight of Marco being skewered by Yang Jian's blade. So swift, this scene left even the strongest creature in the world utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Yang Jian could dispose of the immortal bird in such a brief span of time. Chapter 81, Katakuri Yang Jian. I cannot surpass you. Ha ha ha. Has Marco been dispatched so swiftly? Kaido, your finest creation truly possesses monstrous strength. Even I have no confidence in surpassing him. Charlotte Linlin glanced back, witnessing the formidable Marco, the most troublesome of the vice admirals, being dismembered by Yang Jian in a mere moment, and then skewered like roasted meat with a trident blade. Her reaction mirrored Kaido's, leaving her utterly astonished. After all, during the Great Pirate era, she had faced the Whitebeard pirates numerous times. As one of the vice admirals, She was acutely aware of Marco's tenacity. That unreasonable blue flame endowed Marco with nearly indestructible regenerative abilities, allowing him to navigate confrontations with any powerful foe effortlessly. At the very least, had she been in the fray, she could have only defeated Marco, not killed him, let alone captured him in such a short span of time. You old hag actually think you can compare yourself to my captain? Upon hearing this, Kaido quickly suppressed his astonishment, replacing it with a proud expression. If Yamato was his eternal pain, then Yang Jian was his lifelong pride, surpassing even the joy he felt when he claimed dominion in the New World. Damn it! I have spent the better part of my life raising children, yet they collectively pale in comparison to Kaido's one son. A bunch of useless fools. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin's shock-stricken visage immediately fell. However, as she contemplated her plans, her expression swiftly transformed from gloom to brightness. Yang Jian, I cannot surpass you. On the Queen Mama's song, Charlotte Katakuri observed this scene, his eyes momentarily reflecting shock, which soon turned into a sigh. The immortal bird Marco was not only known to him, but had also been a worthy opponent. Simply put, he could not defeat him, nor outlast him. Yet, witnessing such a vice admiral, who surpassed him in strength, meet such a gruesome fate was indeed shocking for Charlotte's finest creation. Hiss, that fellow is truly a monster. The immortal bird Marco was dismembered without hesitation. Korea and the other ministers aboard the ship gasped in disbelief. In that instant, another name found its way onto their list of individuals to avoid, Yang Jian. Moreover, this name now occupied the top position. Rest assured, I shall keep a close watch on him. As the pirates on the surface were in awe of Yang Jian's terrifying prowess, Jean, who had been previously hurled away by Whitebeard's shockwave, soared back through the air. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Yamato, having recently acquired the moonwalk technique from Admirals Akiji and Akainu, arrived before Yang Jian. There is no need for such trouble. After uttering this, Yamato opened her mouth and exclaimed, Icefong of a no samurai. A torrent of frigid air erupted forth. In an instant, after being dismembered, the head, limbs, and torso of Marco were frozen into blocks of ice, suspended on a three-pronged blade. I wonder how this bird could ever fly again. Once Marco was encased in ice, Yamato clapped her hands, her youthful face alight with excitement and satisfaction. Clearly, after witnessing the grand expanse of the New World and participating in a war that could reshape the very fabric of existence, her spirits were elevated. Are you not going to pursue Whitebeard? Jean inquired, having bound Marco's icy fragments with chains, noticing that Yang Jian lingered, showing no intent to chase after the Moby Dick. Rest assured, though these chains are not forged from sea stone, with Miss Yamato's freezing aura, Marco will not stir for the time being. I will keep a vigilant watch over him, he hastily assured, presuming Yang Jian's hesitation stemmed from concern for Marco. There's no need for that, Yang Jian replied, shaking his head in response to Jin's reassurances. Kaido, what is wrong with you two? Why are you both standing there like statues? If we don't pursue, Whitebeard and Red-Haired will escape. Even before Jean could speak, the urgent, irritable voice of Charlotte Linlin rang out. Having been suppressed by Whitebeard for the better part of her life, she had longed to reach Raftel. Today, having finally seized a golden opportunity to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates, she was unwilling to let them slip away under her very nose. Turning to look, Jean soon realized that aside from Yang Jian, who had not pursued the Whitebeard pirates, even his own master Kaido remained aloft on the flame clouds, no longer tightly pursuing the Moby Dick as he had before. There's no need to chase any longer, Aunt Linlin, Yang Jian called out, halting the furious Charlotte Linlin before Jean could voice his inquiries. Why? Wasn't Red-Haired already gravely wounded? If Kaido and I joined forces, we could easily eliminate Whitebeard. Without Whitebeard and Red-Haired, the remaining captains would be no match for us. On the thundercloud Zeus, while Charlotte Linlin glared menacingly at the Moby Dick, her movements came to an abrupt halt. It was significant that these words came from Yang Jian. Had they been spoken by anyone else, they would have failed to dissuade her. Even her own children would have met a dire fate the moment they attempted to intervene. Chapter 82. Rules are meant for the weak to follow, and the strong to break. It is feared that, in the end, not only the captains may perish, but also Aunt Ling and your children. Faced with Charlotte Lingling's resentment and anxiety, Yang Jian's single statement caused the temperamental harbinger of destruction to relent. What do you mean by that, Yang Jian? Antling was somewhat perplexed. The previously frantic Charlotte Lingling was rendered momentarily speechless upon hearing his words. This vast sea does not belong solely to the four emperors. As Yang Jian spoke, he turned his gaze towards the rear. To ordinary eyes, the surface of the sea appeared shrouded in a dark veil, devoid of anything but inky blackness. What did you say? Charlotte Lingling exclaimed, suddenly turning around, her bloodthirsty and ferocious eyes scanning the surroundings with intensity. Just as she was about to calm her inner turmoil and unleash her observation haki, Yang Jian had already raised his hand to his forehead, resting it above his brow. Oomph! Cunning and elusive creature, a cold snort echoed, and a flash of divine light instantly tore through the night, revealing all illusions. Soon, a rather disheveled visage came into view for all to see. The hidden figure, perhaps caught off guard by being exposed, initially stiffened under Yang Jian's piercing gaze, but then vanished into the darkness with astonishing speed as a golden light flickered. Kizaru. Charlotte Lingling's expression shifted unpredictably. If it were another admiral thwarting her plans, she would not hesitate to engage in battle. However, facing Kizaru, she could only grit her teeth and glare at the direction of his disappearance. How would he be here? ISNT it mandated that at least one admiral must remain at headquarters. Jin's pupils constricted, drenched in cold sweat. Initially, he believed that after Yang Jian severely injured Akiji and Akainu, the Navy's role in this conflict would come to an end. The Navy, one of the three great powers, will be the first to withdraw. Yet unexpectedly, the Navy was the last to emerge. Rules are established for the weak to abide by, and are broken by the strong. After startling Kizaru from his concealment, Yang Jian did not immediately close his celestial eye, but instead gazed further into the distance. As his sight extended, amidst the dimly lit waters, a colossal warship floated upon the surface. Before long, a familiar golden light once again caught his eye. It was Kizaru. Alongside him, an elderly and slightly stooped figure appeared on the deck of the battleship. The Navy indeed possesses capable individuals. Not only could they promptly discern my intentions, but they also dared to deploy the last admiral. Remarkable. As Yang Jian recognized the stooped figure's appearance, he retracted his celestial eye with a sigh. No wonder they dared to deploy the last admiral. No wonder they appeared at such a moment. No wonder they could play the role of the hidden bird. If it is her, then everything becomes perfectly understandable. Capable individual? Charlotte Lingling inquired with curiosity. The moment Kizaru revealed himself, her resentment and fury dissipated. Instead, there was a sense of relief. Had it not been for Yang Jian's timely discovery of Kizaru lurking in the shadows and promptly exposing him, the situation could have escalated severely. The mere thought of Kizaru leisurely emerging after a fierce battle with Whitebeard and red-haired sent chills down her spine. At this moment, she was far more intrigued by the capable individual Yang Jian had mentioned than in pursuing the Whitebeard pirates or the red-hair pirates. Are you suggesting that someone in the Navy has unraveled your scheme? Kaido pondered, considering more than just Charlotte Linlin. It is worth noting that Yang Jian's plan was unbeknownst even to him, the governor and a father. He had assumed that only Ben Beckman could decipher it. But to his astonishment, there was indeed another who could, and this person even managed to do so before Ben Beckman. Suru. Yang Jian uttered a name. So was she. No wonder she dared to mobilize the last admiral, even in the absence of other admirals at headquarters. If one were to identify someone within the Navy capable of seeing through your plan, it could only be Tsuru. A glimmer of understanding crossed Kaido's eyes. Just moments ago, he had only sensed Kizaru's presence, but Tsuru, being further away, remained undetectable. Clearly, this astute naval strategist had been wary of his observation haki. Damn Tsuru, daring to thwart my plans. Charlotte Linlin screamed to the heavens in rage. The piercing sound erupted from her mouth, instantly unleashing a terrifying wave of sound throughout the vicinity. More than that, her extreme emotional turmoil resulted in a single scream that unleashed a terrifying conqueror's haki, filling the surrounding sea with a palpable tension. The sea, which had only just calmed, roiled anew under the force of her cry, waves crashing violently. How infuriating. It was so close. So close to capturing Whitebeard and red-haired. Damn the Navy. Damn Tsuru. After a cacophony of anguished wails, Charlotte Linlin's eyes, now bloodshot, resembled those of a malevolent spirit. Yet her reason gradually returned to a semblance of calm. It drives me mad. Even the nearly cooked emperors managed to escape. Just wait. I will settle this score with you, Navy, sooner or later. As she gasped for breath, she growled softly. Except for Charlotte Katakuri, who maintained an air of composure. The other children of Big Mom were visibly pale, trembling in fear. They dared not approach to offer comfort. Instead, they shrank away, each one wary of attracting Charlotte Linlin's attention and becoming a target for her wrath. Chapter 83 Aunt Ling, who currently holds dominion over the New World. Sooner or later. Your words have left me utterly bewildered, Aunt Ling. Why not now? Just as Charlotte Linling's fury reached its zenith, Yang Jian's voice resonated softly. Now. Charlotte Linling abruptly turned her head, her fierce visage betraying a flicker of doubt and anticipation. At that moment, she fervently wished for Yang Jian to utter the words she most longed to hear. The Navy has strategically placed 5 strongholds in the New World, designated G1 through G5. With G1 now destroyed, Whitebeard is hastily regrouping, and red-haired is nursing his wounds. 2 of the 3 admirals have fallen, and one of the vice admirals has met the same fate. Aunt Ling, who do you believe holds the reins of the New World now? Yang Jian met Charlotte Linling's gaze, enunciating each word with precision. Before she could respond, he preemptively declared those 2 words. Those words fell like divine rain, extinguishing the inferno of Charlotte Linling's wrath and igniting a surge of ecstasy within her. Mamma mia, the Navy. Charlotte Linling turned away, fixated on the G2 stronghold for a moment, before breaking into a sinister grin. Even her offspring would shudder at the sight. Yang Jian, I'm increasingly fond of you. Kaido truly does not comprehend the fortune he possesses. His children are all exceptional. If you were my son, I would gladly entrust the big MOM pirates to you. Having quelled her rage with a mere few words, Charlotte Lingling's tone was tinged with bitterness and jealousy. Her offspring were many, including formidable figures such as Charlotte Katakuri. Renowned as the pinnacle of Charlotte's legacy, a master of the 3 hockey forms. She had always held a sense of pride in Katakuri until she encountered Yang Jian. Mother. Hearing Charlotte Lingling's unabashed admiration for Yang Jian stirred a mix of discomfort among Cracker and the others, evoking feelings of sorrow, envy, and jealousy. Yet none dared voice their discontent. Not only toward Charlotte Lingling, but also towards Yang Jian. They felt powerless to harbor any ill will. Aunt Ling's children are indeed exceptional. Yang Jian cast a glance at Charlotte Katakuri. Mamma mia, you truly possess a way with words, a stark contrast to your boorish father. Charlotte Lingling erupted into laughter before shifting the conversation. Yang Jian, Kaido, let us forge an alliance. She glanced at Yang Jian, then at Kaido. Do not bother me. The current leader of the beasts is not I, but my esteemed superior. Kaido remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Jian. His intent unmistakable. Allow Yang Jian to take the lead. This display left Charlotte Katakuri and the others profoundly astonished. Why is it that, despite being the children of the 4 emperors, their circumstances differ so vastly? The eldest? Before Charlotte Linlin could utter a word, Charlotte Cracker, unable to contain himself, exclaimed in astonishment. The formidable Kaido, known as the world's strongest creature, dares to refer to his own son as the eldest? Foolish child, what mister? Kaido means by eldest is simply a term for his son, akin to second, third, or youngest. Charlotte Kakuri's expression subtly shifted, and he swiftly reprimanded. Charlotte Linlin, observing this, refrained from speaking, yet a flicker of fury surfaced upon her brow, indicating her displeasure at Charlotte Cracker's interruption. Mother. Cracker's countenance paled, and he gazed at Charlotte Linlin with trepidation. Even as one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, he felt as vulnerable as a mouse in the presence of a cat. Mother, please do not be angry. Mr. Kaido, I humbly ask for your understanding as well. Cracker implored. He meant no disrespect. He simply misinterpreted your words, which led to his indiscretion. In this critical moment, Charlotte Katakuri stepped forward, first apologizing on behalf of Charlotte Cracker to Charlotte Linlin, then extending his apologies to Yang Jian and Kaido before elucidating the situation. Throughout the entire exchange, he maintained a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, displaying a balanced approach. "Kid, are you surprised that I, who am both a fifth emperor and a father, would refer to my son as the eldest?" Kaido, having listened to Charlotte Katakuri's explanation, remained unperturbed, his gaze towards Cracker tinged with amusement. "There's no need for such tension. I'm not a monster. Your understanding is not entirely misplaced. After all, I did clarify that the current head of the Beast Pirates is my eldest son, not myself." As he spoke, Kaido patted Cracker on the shoulder. With that single motion, Cracker, already in a state of alarm, collapsed onto the deck. It was not a lack of resolve on his part. Rather, Kaido's words were simply too formidable for a mere sweet commander to bear. Should he falter, he would not just offend Kaido, but 3 fifth emperors in one fell swoop. Chapter 84. The Charlotte family also has its talents. What an embarrassing sight. What are you doing just sitting there? Aren't you ashamed enough? Hurry up and get lost. Charlotte Linlin casually yanked Charlotte Cracker, who was slumped on the ground, and tossed him aside. Throughout the entire process, the once formidable sweet generals appeared dazed, remaining motionless as they were at her mercy. "Are you all right?" Just as Charlotte Cracker's head was about to collide with the wall, a soft cushion silently intervened to prevent the impact. "And no, I'm fine." Charlotte Cracker gasped for breath, expressing his gratitude to Charlotte Katakuri. Once reason regained its foothold, he immediately recalled the supportive words of Charlotte Katakuri. "No matter what you hear later, don't interject. We are different from Yang Jian. In addition to being fellow princes, he holds an additional identity. He is a fifth emperor." Charlotte Katakuri instructed Charlotte Cracker before retreating to stand behind Charlotte Linlin, resuming his role as her aide. "I understand." Charlotte Cracker expressed his gratitude towards Charlotte Katakuri. He realized that if it weren't for Katakuri speaking up for him, being one of the sweet generals wouldn't have spared him for punishment. Simultaneously, Charlotte Cracker became aware that Charlotte Linlin's amiable demeanor was not merely due to Yang Jian being Kaido's son, but because he was one of the 5 emperors, standing at the same height as their mother, not only in fame, status, and power, but also in strength. "Forgive me for the spectacle." On the other side, after a brief smile, Charlotte Linlin immediately revisited an old topic. "Yang Jian, since Kaido has spoken, what are your thoughts on my proposal for an alliance?" With Kaido no longer involved, she wasted no time and turned her attention to Yang Jian. "Aunt Ling, I already mentioned that the New World is too small. The 4 emperors balance is overcrowded, especially now in the age of the 5 emperors. The map of the New World, naturally, needs to be redrawn." In response to Charlotte Linlin's proposal, Yang Jian seemingly replied without a moment's hesitation. "I'm well aware of that. However, my proposal for an alliance is not simply about dividing the New World between us. There is also the Navy to consider." Upon mentioning the Navy, Charlotte Linlin's smile turned noticeably colder and more menacing. Clearly, the Navy, led by Kizaru and Sengoku, had caused her considerable frustration, having allowed even a nearly cooked 4th emperor to escape. "The paradise." Yang Jian, upon hearing this, maintained a composed demeanor. "You truly understand my intentions, Yang Jian. Removing the Navy's few nails embedded in the New World would only provide me with temporary satisfaction, yet the bitterness in my heart remains unresolved. Moreover, today's events have demonstrated that although the Navy wields considerable influence in Paradise, it will not idly observe the division of the New World between our 2 factions." Charlotte Linlin's laughter grew sharper. "So, Yang Jian, what do you mean?" She gazed intently into Yang Jian's eyes, her right hand slowly extending towards him, her heavily made-up visage brimming with anticipation. With a swift movement, Yang Jian glanced at Charlotte Linlin's outstretched hand, refraining from uttering a word as he transformed, his stature surging to match hers, and then he met her palm with a clap. Well, in just half a month, Aunt Linlin will host a tea party for all nations. You must come and show your support. Just between us, I have prepared a special surprise for you." After tentatively forging an alliance, Charlotte Linlin's smile lost some of its ferocity and gained a touch of warmth. Half a month, you say? Yang Jian pondered for a moment before nodding. Since you said so, Aunt Linlin, I shall certainly attend. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin's smile blossomed even more radiantly. It was evident that she held a fondness and admiration for Yang Jian. Thus it is settled. Half a month from now, we shall meet in all nations. After retracting her hand, Charlotte Linlin descended back onto the deck of the Queen Mama's anthem from the Thundercloud Zeus. I anticipate that by the time I return to Wano, I will hear news of your triumphant success, Aunt Linlin. Observing Charlotte Linlin's brisk demeanor, Yang Jian understood she was in a hurry. Ah, you truly understand me. Charlotte Linlin chuckled, her sharp laughter tinged with a menacing aura. As the Queen Mama's anthem, along with the other ships of the big MOM pirates, gradually receded into the vast ocean, Jean held the frozen Marco aloft and flew towards Yang Jian. However, just as he was about to speak, he was met with Yang Jian's icy gaze. Jean was momentarily taken aback, and then, as if grasping the situation, he hastily swallowed the words that had risen to his lips. The Charlotte family indeed possesses remarkable talents. After a brief pause, Yang Jian suddenly murmured a soft commendation into the air. Chapter 85. The usurper must perish, yet family remains unscathed foreseeing the future. Upon hearing Yang Jian commend Charlotte as a person of notable ability, Jin's pupils suddenly constricted. Charlotte Katakuri. At that moment, Jean also grasped the reason behind Yang Jian's earlier gesture, which had silenced him with a mere glance. The very thought that his words could reach Charlotte Katakuri and subsequently be relayed to Charlotte Linlin caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. In the formidable beast pirates, where strength reigned supreme, he did not share the same dread of Charlotte Linlin as Charlotte Cracker did. But he feared that a slip of the tongue could jeopardize Yang Jian's intricate plans. My sincere apologies, esteemed lord. After breaking into a cold sweat, Jean hastily confessed his fault to Yang Jian. You speak of that individual adorned with a white scarf, do you not? Yang Jian, like you, has mastered the art of observation haki to foresee the future. Yamato approached, wielding a kanabo, her interest piqued. The pillar of the Big Mom pirates indeed possesses the ability to predict the future, unlike Charlotte Linlin. Upon realizing that it was Yamato who had interrupted him, Yang Jian displayed an unusual demeanor of warmth instead of anger. Perhaps it was due to Yamato's transformation since their departure to sea, which had not gone unnoticed by him. Although the change was not monumental, her evolving perceptions regarding Kozuki Oden and that fabled logbook had subtly shifted. This was something he welcomed. I surmise that the future you envision may not be as distant or abundant as mine. Yamato chuckled lightly, then swiftly redirected the conversation before Yang Jian could respond. As for us, Auntie Linlin, who currently holds sway in the New World, she laughed softly, this we refers to our family, not the Beast Pirates or Big Mom. Upon hearing Yamato's words, neither Yang Jian nor Kaido displayed any outward reaction, clearly aligned in their thoughts. Friendships aside, the Grand Line is expansive, yet the throne of heaven is singular. It is certainly not meant for Charlotte Linlin. As for the debts Kaido owed in the past, it was merely a matter of finding another opportunity to repay them, especially after recently unearthing the lurking Kizaru. Now it becomes clear. Jin's body was drenched in sweat as he finally comprehended the situation. Yang Jian had not only been preventing him from speaking, but was simultaneously thwarting Yamato's utterances. In comparison to what Yamato had just articulated, the words he had swallowed back were trivial. After all, he merely wished to praise Yang Jian. But in a few casual remarks, he had turned a Yonko into a mere pawn to facilitate Charlotte Linlin's removal of the G2 to G5 naval branches. Just how far does the future he perceives extend? With this thought, Jean could not resist casting a glance at Yang Jian. Observing this youth, who was less than half his age, his eyes reflected a profound sense of reverence and admiration. Yang Jian, may I pose a question to you? Yamato inquired, noting Yang Jian's silence. If you desire to become a king, then go forth. Without waiting for a question from Yamato, Yang Jian had already turned his back. You do not oppose this? Even now, I yearn to be Kozuki Oden liberating Wano country. Are you not afraid that after I set sail, I will establish my own pirate crew and gather a group of comrades to stand against you? Upon hearing this, Yamato immediately realized that the question she intended to ask had already been foreseen by Yang Jian. Faced with such a pointed inquiry, Jian could only silently step aside. The matter between the prince and princess of the beasts was not something a mere calamity like him could interfere with, even if he was Kaido's right-hand man. 26 years. 26 years. Do you know how I've spent these 26 years? This dutiful daughter has devoted herself for a full 26 years. Now, it is finally your turn. Meanwhile, Kaido, with an amused expression, eagerly observed Yang Jian and Yamato, seemingly reveling in the unfolding drama. In fact, he felt a sense of relief and pride. He had long since relinquished control, passing the vast beast pirates to Yang Jian, and had also handed over the responsibility of dealing with the dutiful daughter. What reason could there be to prevent his sister from pursuing the sea? Yang Jian gazed at the magnificent ocean before him and spoke in a calm tone. Sister. At these words, Yamato's expression remained unchanged, yet her heart quivered slightly. Yang Jian, you are truly unlike Kaido. In the face of him, I could mercilessly send that scoundrel flying, but when it comes to you, could I truly do the same? In that moment, Yamato continuously questioned herself within her heart. This introspection persisted for quite some time, and it remained uncertain whether she had found an answer or not. Pirate King, I have come to understand. On the Grand Line, kings are as numerous as the fish crossing the river, yet only one can ascend to the title of Pirate King. Yamato took a deep breath. If I were to claim a throne, how would you respond? Having spoken, she stepped before Yang Jian, fixating her gaze intently upon her brother's eyes. However, in the face of Yamato's piercing stare, Yang Jian did not shy away. Instead, he met her gaze head-on. Those of a different surname may be condemned, but family is different. Yang Jian studied Yamato's gem-like eyes, examining them for a moment before breaking into a slight smile. Clang! As Yamato's thoughts lingered on the notion that those of a different surname may be condemned, yet family is not. Yang Jian had already extended his hand toward the sky of the new world. Whoosh! A flash of silver light tore through the heavens. When the onlookers turned their gaze, they beheld a wolf-fawn club, glimmering ominously in the moonlight, descending slowly into Yang Jian's grasp. Take hold. Chapter 86. Those who offend Yamato will face no mercy. With a swift motion, a spike club was summoned from the heavens by Yang Jian. Startled from her reverie, Yamato was awakened. Is this for me? Gazing at the spike club that Yang Jian offered, an identical replica of the one she had previously wielded, a profound shock coursed through her. In that moment, a myriad of emotions surged within her. A sensation she had never experienced before struck her heart. This was the second time in her life that she had received a gift, the second time from the same person. The first was a miniature spike club, which had bestowed upon her a sense of familial affection she had never known. The second was this formidable weapon, which conveyed an unprecedented sense of familial acceptance. It would be unthinkable for my family to set sail without a proper weapon, Yang Jian remarked, noticing Yamato's dazed expression. Gently, he placed the spike club into her hands. Additionally, he handed her a communication device. When I brought you back from Onigashima, I never intended to send you back. Make sure to visit home often. And if you encounter any bullying outside, do not endure it. Retaliate immediately. If you cannot handle it, call me. Do not hide it away. Yang Jian then affectionately ruffled Yamato's hair, asserting, no one will dare bully my family on the Grand Line. With that, he pulled her close, their foreheads gently touching. Yamato felt the warmth radiating from their foreheads, sending a tremor through not just her body, but also her soul. Let's go. Moments later, Yang Jian released his hand from her head and summoned a fierce wind. In an instant, he soared into the sky, reaching heights of several hundred meters. Kaido cast a deep glance at Yamato, offering no words of concern or persuasion, yet he did not forcibly pull her back. Instead, after a fleeting look at his daughter, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon, treading upon the fiery clouds as he departed. However, despite the departure of both brother and father, the overwhelming, domineering aura they exuded cast a shadow across the sea for thousands of meters. The sheer might altered the very fabric of the atmosphere, hastening the retreat of night and ushering in the dawn, serving as a stark warning to the ocean and all its creatures. Those who offend Yamato shall face no mercy. Miss Yamato, the Grand Line is not like Onigashima. Be vigilant while you are out there. Jian felt an unfamiliar envy towards Yamato as the oppressive aura enveloped the sea. Though he quickly suppressed it, he offered a final admonition to Yamato before transforming into a toothless wyvern, clutching the bound and shackled Marco, and soaring after Yang Jian and Kaido. Though he did not disregard Yamato, as he once might have, he now referred to her by name, a reflection of the respect she commanded. This was not without reason. It was solely because she was Yang Jian's sister. After Yang Jian and the others departed in succession, Yamato finally regained her senses. However, as the people vanished and she gazed upon the vast ocean, devoid of any presence but her own, she did not experience the anticipated joy. Despite having attained long-desired freedom and inhaling the salty air of the sea, the lifestyle she had yearned for, much like Kozuki Oden's, lay before her. Yet her immediate reaction was not elation. Rather, a profound emptiness settled in her heart. Freedom? Liberation in Wano. To become Kozuki Oden, Yamato placed her hand upon her chest, murmuring softly to herself. She had believed that this boundless sea held no answers for her at this moment. Yet unbidden, vivid memories began to surface in her mind, seen from her time with Yang Jian replaying like frames from a film. Is this truly what I desire? Is this genuinely what I crave? Is this indeed my dream? Meanwhile, Jian, with wings unfurling like bullets from a chamber, swiftly caught up with Yang Jian and Kaido. Noticing that both of his superiors remained taciturn, he sensed their spirits were somewhat dampened, perhaps preoccupied with thoughts of Yamato's life after setting sail. Master Kaido, this is Miss Yamato's first voyage, and she is alone. Perhaps I should follow her discreetly? After a moment's hesitation, Jian broke the silence. We have just dealt with Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks in the Navy. Allowing Miss Yamato to sail alone could lead to unwanted attention from certain individuals. As soon as Jian finished speaking, Kaido, riding atop his flaming cloud, suddenly stiffened mid-flight. The dragon, revered above all beasts, was not to be trifled with. Only the bond between father and daughter could prompt such a reflection. Clearly, within Kaido's heart, this dutiful daughter, who had honored him for 26 years, was not as indifferent as she appeared. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed, shaking the brightening sky like a clap of thunder. The Conqueror's haki, far more potent than before, enveloped the world. The dawn's arrival seemed to tremble in fear, cautiously contemplating whether to retreat and draw the night as curtain once more. Chapter 87. The Return of the Great Filial Daughter, True Lord. Mr. Kaido, casting a glance at the cold-eyed Kaido on his right, and then at the stern-faced Yang Jian on his left. The overwhelming murderous intent emanating from both of these emperors was palpable. Even someone as formidable as Enzai felt a constricting sensation in his breath, his limbs turning icy, as if he were but a solitary vessel adrift in a stormy sea. With a mere thought from either emperor, his fate could be sealed. Fortunately, just as Enzai felt he might succumb to the suffocating pressure, a voice echoed softly through the air. Instinctively, he turned his head towards the sound. Whoever dares to harm Yamato, I shall eradicate their entire family. Yang Jian was gazing towards the four emperors and the marines, his tone as sharp as a blade. Feeling the chilling aura of murderous intent wash over him, Enzai shuddered involuntarily. As for following Yamato, perhaps it was best to refrain. Having granted her freedom to pursue her dreams, he resolved not to interfere. Let her race freely along the course she had chosen. While Enzai contemplated whether to discreetly send someone to protect Yamato, Yang Jian, as if foreseeing his thoughts, spoke first. I understand. Enzai nodded in response. He was not surprised by Yang Jian's apparent ability to discern his innermost thoughts. Ever since Yang Jian took command of the Beast Pirates, Queen had often mentioned that Yang Jian's gaze could penetrate the essence of a person. Enzai, inform Queen that Whitebeard is on his way back. If you wish to avoid becoming the punching bag of the world's strongest man, act swiftly. Retrieve the navigational stone tablet from Whitebeard and immediately withdraw to Onigashima. Having quelled his concerns for Yamato, Yang Jian then considered Queen and the others still engaged in battle within Whitebeard's territory, promptly issuing commands to Enzai. This was evidently the reason behind his decision to send forces against Whitebeard's domain. For historical navigational stone tablets exist. One resides with him and Kaido, another with Charlotte Linlin. One more on Zoe, and the last, seemingly on Fishman Island, is actually in the possession of Whitebeard. After all, Fishman Island is part of Whitebeard's territory. True Lord, with you and Mr. Kaido guarding Onigashima, my presence there serves little purpose. It would be more prudent for me to assist Queen and the others. The significance of the historical navigational stones compelled Inzai to volunteer. Swish! Upon hearing his words, Yang Jian did not respond immediately, but transformed before Inzai's eyes into a phoenix. Instantly, reviving azure flames surged forth, enveloping Inzai's wounds. Hiss! As the rejuvenating flames adhered to his injuries, coupled with Inzai's mastery over the toothless pterodactyl fruit, his wounds, inflicted during the fierce battles against figures like Jesus Burgess and Whitebeard, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. All done, having healed the majority of Inzai's injuries. Yang Jian reverted from his phoenix form back to his human guise. True Lord, I shall set off now. Inzai nodded in agreement. Though he did not utter words of gratitude, he silently etched them in his heart. Old man, we should be heading back. Apart from the Black Maria, the Calamities and the 6 flying siblings were all mobilized. The Ghost Island was currently devoid of even a semblance of humanity. After watching Jean soar into the horizon, Yang Jian turned to Kaido, who had remained silent since their departure. Kaido grunted disinterestedly, then prepared to take flight towards Ghost Island, only to suddenly notice Yang Jian standing still beside him. Weren't we supposed to return to Ghost Island? As the words lingered unspoken, he seemed to sense something. The massive dragon form hovering in the air abruptly hesitated, then turned its proud head away, refusing to glance back. Yet those enormous eyes discreetly peered towards the rear, fixated on a figure chasing them through the sky. Clang! Under their watchful gaze, a silhouette resembling a canine or wolf, adorned with 2 horns and sharp fangs, surrounded by frosty air, strode gracefully yet proudly through the sky. With each step, patches of ice materialized beneath her, forming a staircase for her to tread upon. Even in the void of the sky, she moved as if on solid ground. In no time, this wolf-like figure caught up to Yang Jian and Kaido, halting directly before them. Weren't you supposed to become Kozuki Oden? Why have you returned? Set sail. Kaido cast a sidelong glance at the great daughter of the Kozuki clan, then huffed, turning his colossal dragon head away, refusing to spare her another look. What do you think I came back for? To see you jerk? Yamato, true to her title as the great daughter, showed no leniency towards Kaido and immediately fired back. You, Kaido, incensed by her words, nearly transformed into his hybrid form, unleashing a thunderous blast in response. Enough, old man. Why are you babbling so much? If you can't speak properly, then don't try to mimic others. Observing Kaido, who internally reveled in joy while maintaining a facade of a proud dragon, Yang Jian couldn't help but express his irritation. With a true filial child providing an exit, Kaido was reluctant to let his beloved daughter, who had finally returned, be driven away by a momentary fury. Thus he huffed once more, following Yang Jian's lead and falling silent. Chapter 88. Yamato. Yang Jian, do you desire the celestial hound? Yamato asked, her once fierce countenance softening after Kaido's antics. Aren't we setting sail? Yang Jian stepped forward, traversing the void to stand before Yamato, who had transformed into her magnificent dragon form. Let us depart, Yamato declared, casting a glance at Kaido, who had been covertly observing her, and then lifted her chin proudly. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing Yang Jian, the sense of emptiness she had felt moments ago vanished, as if something crucial had been restored. You, Kaido, upon hearing Yamato's intent to set sail, bristled with indignation, ready to unleash his fury. Dragon binding rope. But before he could utter the command, Yang Jian swiftly extended a finger towards him. A flash of golden light erupted, and a shimmering golden rope appeared, coiling around Kaido's immense serpentine form, ensnaring him completely. Ugh! The moment the dragon binding rope ensnared him, Kaido's proud roar was reduced to a muffled whimper. Yamato couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight. However, her laughter caused Kaido, who had been poised to resist, to freeze in place, relinquishing his struggle and allowing himself to be bound by Yang Jian's magic without a hint of defiance. She can smile. The thought struck Kaido, followed by another realization. Is this the first time I have witnessed Yamato smile? Suddenly, he found himself in a state of disbelief. After all these years as a father, he was seeing Yamato smile for the first time. He had even come to believe that she was incapable of such joy, at least not in his presence. Yamato, noticing his reaction, slightly retracted her smile, though it did not entirely fade. This subtle shift eased Kaido's anxious heart. Why not revert to your human form? Yang Jian inquired, sensing a momentary thaw in the dynamic between father and daughter. If I wish for you to accompany me at sea, would you? Yamato countered, her question hanging in the air. Of course. Yang Jian, though puzzled by Yamato's refusal to change back, paid it no mind. He crouched down and affectionately ruffled her hair, expressing the love and acceptance he held for the only sister he had in this world. In truth, his affection and tolerance were reserved solely for two cherished individuals, Yamato and Kaido. I shall wait for you, and for that day to come, Yamato said, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Before Yang Jian could respond, she uttered a statement that took him by surprise. Yang Jian, do you desire the celestial hound? With that, she regarded the young man before her with keen interest. What did you say? Yang Jian replied, momentarily taken aback. Though his celestial eye could pierce through illusions and discern the hearts of men, he had never wielded it against family. Thus, he found himself caught off guard by Yamato's unexpected inquiry. Do you remember the mythological tales you once shared with me? In those stories, Erlang Shen, besides possessing a third eye and wielding a three-pointed double-edged blade, is accompanied by an inseparable companion, the celestial hound. If Erlang Shen in the myths has such a companion, then I wish for one as well. Yamato tilted her head back and, emulating how Yang Jian had once done with her, pressed her forehead against his. Feeling the warmth radiating from their foreheads, Yang Jian's heart swelled with warmth. He said nothing, merely allowed his hand, which had been affectionately stroking Yamato's head, to slide forward and embrace her gently. I no longer wish to be Kozuki Oden, Yamato murmured. In solitude, I have come to a realization. What Kozuki Oden embodies is, in essence, the familial affection and care that I have been unable to receive from Kaido. Thus, the aspiration to become Kozuki Oden was merely a childhood dream. For the first time, she confronted her innermost feelings. It was also the first time she opened her heart and expressed her thoughts. Hearing her softly spoken words, Kaido gradually closed his eyes. His mighty dragon claws, capable of rending mountains, were unknowingly clenched tightly together. Is this the first time? He pondered, questioning whether he had been too harsh on Yamato, or, perhaps, if he had never truly fulfilled the responsibilities and obligations of father. In that moment of clarity, he seemed to grasp a profound truth. His beloved daughter had been shaped by his own hands. Kozuki Oden? It turns out I have not lost to you, but rather to myself, Kaido silently contemplated, until you arrived at Onigashima, when you proposed an alliance to defeat Kaido. Your unconditional and unreasoning love and acceptance for your family began to dawn upon me. Therefore, I no longer wish to become anyone else. I simply desire to be myself, to live as I wish. Yamato exhaled deeply, as if releasing years of pent-up melancholy. Then live, Yang Jian smiled. The entire world may betray you, but your family will only worry for you. He slowly loosened his embrace around Yamato. I hold no attachment to this family, only to you. By the way, it seems you have yet to answer me. Yang Jian, do you want a celestial hound? With that, Yamato let out a light laugh and playfully nipped at Yang Jian's hand. She was well aware that her brother possessed an indestructible physique, so she had no fear of causing him harm. In response to Yamato's inquiry, Yang Jian made no verbal reply. He simply untied the bonds that restrained Kaido and summoned a tempest, lifting the three of them back towards Onigashima. Chapter 89, Another Roger? Or Rocks? In the Marine headquarters of Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku suddenly flung open the door to a hospital ward. His gaze swept across the room, revealing the sight of Akainu and Akiji. As two of the three Marine admirals, they represented the pinnacle of naval power. At that moment, their faces were ashen, their bodies ensconced in blood-stained bandages. "Are you both all right?" After surveying the scene, Sengoku swiftly approached the bedside, prioritizing the well-being of Akainu and Akiji over all else. I should be fine for now." Akiji lay on the bed, arms cradling his head, his pallid countenance betraying a nonchalant demeanor, as if the grievous wounds marring his body were of no concern. "I'm fine, Admiral." Akainu's response was somewhat brusque, yet he felt an unexpected comfort. If the roles were reversed, he surmised that the first inquiry from Sengoku would likely revolve around accountability or the sequence of events, rather than focusing solely on their physical conditions. That's a relief. Sengoku, still anxious, summoned a nearby medical officer to inquire about the two admirals' conditions. Only after receiving repeated assurances of their eventual recovery did he finally relax. "Now, tell me what transpired here. What sort of individual could inflict such grievous injuries upon two admirals, nearly preventing them from returning to Marineford?" Sengoku settled into a chair between them. Though it was somewhat humiliating, he could not deny the remarkable growth of piracy in recent years, with even the younger generation proving to be extraordinarily formidable. Akiji remained quiet, yet his silence spoke volumes. "Yang Jian." Sengoku's eyes gleamed with a sudden realization. Had it not been for the confrontation with Kaido, G1 base would certainly not have fallen. "Are you suggesting that only the two admirals could contend with him?" Sengoku's pupils constricted in apprehension. Akainu's casual remark revealed a chilling insight, as he grasped a terrifying piece of information. Sengoku, I believe you might consider being more audacious." Akiji took a swig of sherry and continued with startling candor. "Only the two admirals could engage him in battle?" Sengoku's countenance darkened, and he stood abruptly from his chair, his feet planted firmly. "Is that truly the case?" "Something like that." Akiji shrugged, seemingly oblivious to the monumental impact of his words on Sengoku and everyone present in the ward. "Another GOLD. Roger? Or Roxd. Zebek?" Sengoku murmured, lost in thought. "It cannot be. Was it not said that no one exists who could defeat two admirals united?" A tendril of white mist rose as Smoker, who had entered alongside Sengoku, bit down on two cigars, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The warring states did not broach this topic, for Smoker's words were indeed not without merit. However, the mention of the admirals did not refer to the bedridden Akainu or Akiji. The assertion that no one could defeat the combined might of two admirals actually alluded to the alliance of Sengoku and Garp. Naturally, even as the fleet admiral, he would refrain from uttering such inflammatory remarks. "Smoker, you have no business here." Yet, even without Sengoku's intervention, Smoker's words still bore significant weight. Even the usually amiable Akiji darkened in countenance and promptly ordered Smoker to return whence he came. The deliberations at hand pertained to the Navy's highest secrets, unsuitable for those of lesser rank than an admiral to overhear. Akainu was even more direct, bluntly confronting Smoker with his lowly status. "Did I say something I shouldn't have?" Oblivious to the offense he had caused three admirals, Smoker was left bewildered. He could overlook Akainu's reaction, as he was not aligned with their faction, but why was even his immediate superior, Akiji, dismissing him? "You should leave now, Smoker." Ultimately, it was Sengoku who intervened, instructing Smoker to step outside. "Damn it, I'm going to be demoted again." With a scowl, Smoker exited. While he was indifferent to rank, being ejected during a hospital visit, coupled with the prospect of demotion, naturally left him feeling disgruntled and frustrated. With Smoker's departure, the door closed behind him, and the spacious hospital room fell into silence once more. After a considerable pause, just as Sengoku prepared to inquire about the unfolding events, a call from a den mushy emanated from his pocket. "Hello, this is Sengoku." "Yes, go ahead." "What?" As the call connected, Sengoku initially maintained his composure, but as Tsuru relayed the events occurring in the New World, the usually unflappable Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically. "Yang Jian proclaims himself emperor. The era of the four emperors has ended, ushering in the age of the five emperors. The five emperors have erupted into war. Jesus Burgess has fallen. Shanks was unable to defeat the true deity, Yang Jian. The world's strongest man was repelled in a direct confrontation with the true deity. Marco, after a desperate attempt, was captured by Yang Jian. As a succession of shocking revelations unfolded, each more astonishing than the last, even Sengoku, alongside Akiji and Akainu in the hospital room, were left speechless, their bodies instinctively rising in disbelief. Clearly, neither admiral anticipated that during their retreat to Marineford, the new world would undergo such a profound transformation. All of it was tied to a single name, Yang Jian. Chapter 90. Ascending the throne amidst two great powers, have the red-haired and Whitebeard truly been vanquished? The demise of Jesus Burgess and the capture of Marco. Surely these two men must be driven to madness. This new emperor is far more formidable than we ever anticipated. He has ascended the throne, standing atop the fallen bodies of Whitebeard, red-haired, and our navy. On the day of his coronation, he deftly subdued two of the three great powers. Confronted with a barrage of shocking news, Sengoku, Akainu, and Akiji exchanged glances, each recognizing a long-forgotten horror reflected in the other's eyes. From a moment, they learned that Yang Jian had taken over the Beast Pirates. The Navy's upper echelons had deemed this formidable figure a subject of paramount concern. Yet, Sengoku and the three admirals remained convinced that amidst the rock-solid structure of the three great powers, no matter how tumultuous Yang Jian's actions, he would never be able to alter the balance of power. However, less than a fortnight later, he boldly proclaimed himself emperor, firmly establishing his dominion atop the throne of the five emperors. The momentum he has generated is nothing short of overwhelming. The equilibrium has been shattered. An era of chaos is upon us. Typically at odds, Akainu and Akiji now found themselves sharing a moment of mutual understanding. This man would never acquiesce to the status quo. His ambitions would undoubtedly propel him beyond these initial victories. Even if Yang Jian were to eliminate the red-haired and capture the son of Whitebeard, the latter would not simply acquiesce. In the hospital room, Sengoku paced back and forth, grappling with the information relayed by Tsuru. The more he contemplated, the more he was gripped by an unsettling dread. The internal conflict among the five emperors seemed to have reached a conclusion, but that was merely an overture, hardly even a prelude. After a brief moment of reflection, the strategist within him had already arrived at a chilling conclusion. An unprecedented war was on the horizon. The recent conflict among the five emperors was merely the warm-up for the impending storm. The new world is too small to accommodate all five sovereigns. Yang Jian will not cease his advance, nor will Whitebeard and Red-Haired simply overlook these events. And then there is Charlotte Linlin, who is allied with the Beast Pirates. Akiji furrowed his brow. Let them clash. After all, they are all pirates. Each death reduces their number. We, the Navy, shall observe from a distance, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate all five emperors in one fell swoop. Akainu slammed his hand against the hospital railing, a tide of icy malice surging forth, instantly permeating the room. This will not do. Yang Jian is unlike any of the previous emperors. His ambitions are vast, and he possesses both courage and cunning. Just consider this latest instance. Who could have foreseen that he would not even need to mobilize the Beast Pirates, but could almost single-handedly consume both Whitebeard and Red-Haired, along with our Navy's five branches in the New World? We should count ourselves fortunate. Had it not been for the timely discernment of the terrifying individual known as Yang Jian by Little Crane, who courageously advocated for taking Admiral Kazuru to the New World, we would not merely be in the era of the five emperors, but rather the world would be unequivocally divided. Thus, our Navy must not remain passive spectators in this fierce conflict. A single moment of negligence may result in Yang Jian devouring three of the five emperors whole. Sengoku cast a glance at Akainu and shook his head. He understood all too well the source of Akainu's fury. As an admiral, the highest combat power of the Navy and the world government, defeats are exceedingly rare. Yet, Akainu had been bested by Yang Jian in the crucial competition for the position of Fleet Admiral, and he owed his survival to the intervention of his rival, Akiji. Consequently, his spirits were understandably low. "What shall we do, Mr. Sengoku?" Akiji inquired, raking his fingers through his hair. He had grasped the gravity of Yang Jian's threat, yet was at a loss on how to respond. It was infuriating. He never imagined he would one day find himself worrying about the safety of scoundrels like Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. Akainu's face was a mask of fury. For now, focus on recuperating. We shall devise a plan upon Little Crane's return. Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of helplessness that he had not experienced in quite some time. He had believed the age of great pirates to be shackled, with the four emperors aging, and that a new era belonging to the Navy was imminent. Little did he anticipate that, at such a critical juncture, a figure like Yang Jian would emerge in the new world. His first display of ferocity nearly devoured two of the four emperor crews. Indeed, both Akainu and Akiji nodded in agreement. As admirals, they were acutely aware of their significance, especially in this volatile moment. Only with their wounds healed could they confront the pressure posed by that man. Dispatch someone to inform Garp. Tell him that his leave is over and he must return to headquarters at once. Sengoku instructed the nearby ghost spider before turning to exit the infirmary. However, just as he opened the door, the shrill call of a transponder snail echoed through the room. Despite not having answered the phone, all senior Navy officials present wore expressions of furrowed brows. Hello. Finally, Sengoku took a deep breath, steadying his restless heart. G2, G3, G4, G5 branches have all been destroyed. This was orchestrated by Charlotte Linlin. However, the CP side has reported that this was Yang Jian's idea. As the call connected, Crane's voice resonated once more. Contrary to the expectations of Sengoku, Akainu, and Akiji, yet another piece of grim news surfaced, this time linked once more to Yang Jian. Chapter 91, The Night Demon. Go to meet the new emperor, I understand. Little Crane, you must return to Marineford immediately. The new world has undergone a significant change. We cannot afford to linger. After a prolonged silence of 10 seconds, Sengoku finally spoke. His tone imbued not only with undeniable authority, but also a faint hint of urgency and unease. Understood. On the other side, upon hearing his words, Crane promptly ordered a return to Marineford. She did not perceive Sengoku's command as an overreaction. As a naval advisor and a witness to the conflict among the four emperors, she was acutely aware of the precariousness of the new world. Once targeted by Yang Jian, even with Admiral Kazuru and several elite vice admirals at her side, survival would be a daunting challenge. Notify Garp that his family visit has concluded. He must return to headquarters immediately. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku issued further instructions to Ghost Spider. His tone markedly changed. Previously, he had urged Garp to hurry. Now, it was an unequivocal demand for immediate action. Yes, Ghost Spider, upon hearing this, swiftly exited the infirmary and used a din-din mushy to relay the message to Garp. Do not worry. The situation has not yet escalated beyond control. Focus on your recovery. That is our immediate priority, Sengoku reassured Akiji and Akainu after taking a deep breath, allowing his past composure and calmness to reclaim their place in his mind. Yang Jian. After watching Sengoku depart, Akainu and Akiji leaned against the hospital bed, their gazes unfocused as they stared at the ceiling. In that moment, the visage of Yang Jian lingered like a persistent shadow, accompanied by an unprecedented sense of pressure and foreboding. Dressrosa Hihi, stepping over the two emperors, the Navy leaders come to pay their respects. What a terrifying man. Indeed, all of Kaido's kin are monsters. On the throne, Don Quixote da Flamingo set down the din-din mushy. Though he wore a smile, the tension in his facial muscles betrayed his unease, and even his hand holding the din-din mushy trembled slightly. Da Flamingo, beside him, Torpal's eyes flickered with trepidation. As a cadre of the Don Quixote family, he understood the complex emotions of his captain all too well. Kaido, ostensibly a trading partner of the Don Quixote family, was in truth Da Flamingo's nightmare. Each transaction required utmost caution. Any misstep could lead to the complete uprooting of the Don Quixote family. Rather than a transaction, it felt more like the Don Quixote family was providing unilateral service to Kaido. Logically, with the Beast Pirates changing their captain, Da Flamingo should have felt elated. However, upon receiving intelligence from the undercover agent Virgo within the Navy, neither Toripol nor Da Flamingo felt any sense of joy. The looming threat of Kaido was ever present. They tread carefully, it still managed to cope. However, with a new emperor who is both younger and more formidable than Kaido, no one can predict the fate of the Don Quixote family. It is only natural for them to feel apprehensive. Doflamingo, what shall we do? Toripole inquired after Don Quixote Doflamingo hung up the phone, remaining silent for a moment before breaking the stillness. Heh, what else is there to do? Don Quixote Doflamingo suddenly rose from his throne, casting a glance at the bounty notice laid upon the table. Black hair, 3 eyes, wielding a dual-edged trident. His gaze lingered for a moment upon the notice for Yang Jian. Then he exhaled deeply, as if to expel the unease that clung to his heart. Bring that item and accompany me to meet the new emperor. Having weathered many storms and earned the title of the King of Night in the New World, Don Quixote Doflamingo regained his composure after a brief silence. Even when facing one who holds the lives of his entire family in their hands, his smile and gait remained as defiant and arrogant as ever. I shall prepare at once. Toripole, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped Doflamingo's intent and exited the room. With Torpole's departure, the vast chamber was left with only Don Quixote Doflamingo standing quietly by the window. Had any of the Don Quixote family's lieutenants entered at that moment, they would have been astonished to see their master's silhouette appear somewhat dimmed and slightly stooped. Yang Jian, Kaido, am I truly destined to be forever subjugated by your family? On Cry Cavana Island, with a flick of his wrist, Dracul Mihawk sent the crimson droplets of blood cascading from his black blade, night before sheathing it once more. At that moment, several gorillas emerged from the forest, 2 of which carried away the lifeless body of a swordsman. Now a mere nameless skeleton sprawled beneath the throne of the world's strongest, its sole purpose to underscore the might of the greatest swordsman. Meanwhile, another gorilla approached Mihawk with a newspaper in hand. What? Dracul Mihawk accepted the paper, glancing down at it. Typically stoic and rarely displaying emotional fluctuations, his pupils contracted, and his cold, proud visage was suddenly marked by a flicker of surprise. Chapter 92. The World's Strongest. Is it you or Whitebeard? Red-haired. You actually lost? Dracul Mihawk stared incredulously at the news published in the newspaper. Initially, he suspected that the media was merely sensationalizing the story. But as he laid eyes on the photograph depicting the demise of Jesus Burgess, his skepticism began to wane. Given his knowledge of red-haired Shanks, it was inconceivable that he would allow his adversary, who had slain one of his crewmates, to depart unscathed, especially when the fallen was the 3rd in command of the red-haired pirates. The man renowned as the world's strongest sniper, was it truly the king, Yang Jian? On the day of the proclamation, he had taken aim not only at the red-haired pirates, but also at the Whitebeard pirates, and even the Navy. Remarkable. Mihawk's keen eyes flickered with a cold glint before that expression faded, replaced by an overwhelming fervor for battle. The black blade, Yuru, resting on his back, seemed to sense its master's shifting emotions, responding instantaneously. Although it remained sheathed and ungrasped by Mihawk, it exuded an aura of sentience, as a fierce bloodlust and an icy sharpness began to emanate from the sword, enveloping the surroundings in a chill of impending violence. The world's strongest. Is it you? Or Whitebeard? I await your answer. Mihawk murmured softly to himself before turning towards his small vessel. The inclination to return home and prepare a meal had vanished. His only desire was to seek out red-haired Shanks. He longed to glean insights from this figure who oscillated between friend and foe, regarding the man capable of defeating Shanks, repelling Whitebeard, capturing Marco, and forcing 2 marine admirals to contemplate fleeing into the sea. Such a person warranted Mihawk's special attention. Alabasta, in the rain. Within an opulently adorned chamber, Crocodile abruptly raised his hand and slammed it down upon the sturdy wooden table before him, with a mere touch from his palm. The table, weighing over 1,000 pounds, impervious even as swords, decayed into a mound of sand. What nonsense is this? You were repelled by someone, and you couldn't even protect your own son, Whitebeard. How could I, Crocodile, ever be defeated by a coward such as you? As he gazed at the newspaper, now obscured beneath a layer of sand, Crocodile's face contorted with rage, his right hand clenched tightly, surrounded by a palpable aura of menace, resembling a fearsome crocodile poised to attack. What has come over Crocodile? In the corner, Nico Robin observed Crocodile and then glanced at the sand-covered newspaper. Is this due to the emergence of the new emperor, Yang Jian? Her keen and analytical mind prompted a thoughtful expression to cross her sun-kissed visage. Whitebeard, Whitebeard, Whitebeard. You can only lose to me. Before this moment, I shall never accept that you could be bested by anyone, not even in retreat. After a period of fury, Crocodile eventually regained his composure. Yet the thought of Whitebeard being repelled by someone else continued to ignite an unquenchable fire within him. He could not fathom why. Upon learning that Whitebeard had been vanquished, and even his second-in-command Marco had been captured by Yang Jian, he experienced such an inexplicable reaction. It was Whitebeard who shattered his dream of becoming the Pirate King. It was Whitebeard who severed his left hand. It was Whitebeard who cast him aside like a stray dog, reducing him to a mere silver medalist in a new world. Logically, he should have felt elated at this news. Yet, he could not comprehend why he felt such vexation. Even more bewildering was the impulse he felt to venture into the new world and challenge Yang Jian for supremacy. Nico Robin, what are you standing there for? Hurry and find the Dark King. He bellowed, his irritation palpable. You should understand this. I do not provide you protection without reason. At that moment, Crocodile noticed Nico Robin in the corner. Mr. Crocodile, I will do so promptly, she replied, aware of the impatience and coldness in his gaze. Though a shiver ran down her spine, she maintained her composure. Realizing the situation, she wondered why she still hesitated to leave. Crocodile glared at her with a fierce intensity, devoid of his usual poise and gravitas, resembling a capricious tyrant. Indeed, recognizing Crocodile's volatility, Nico Robin dared not linger any longer in the office and swiftly turned to depart. However, just before closing the door, her gaze caught a glimpse through the crack, landing on a newspaper half buried under sand. With a thud, her eyes lingered on a photograph within the paper before the door closed. Yang Jian, the youngest and most formidable emperor in history? Then he must be the one most likely to become the Pirate King. Outside the door, Nico Robin leaned against the wall, her mind racing with thoughts. Through years of investigation, she had come to realize one crucial truth. Aside from the world government and the celestial dragons, there existed another individual who could comprehend everything, the Pirate King. Not the late Joel D. Roger, but rather the next person destined to reach Raftel and claim the title of Pirate King. Crocodile. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Nico Robin's eyes. Reflecting on Crocodile's earlier demeanor and his gaze upon her, she felt no further hesitation, turning resolutely to exit the rain-soaked casino. Chapter 93. I will not allow you to have such a powerful son in the eerie, fog-enshrouded realm of the Devil's Triangle. The formidable ship of the warlord, Gecko Moria, languished in its usual opulence, attended by his loyal subordinates, enjoying a life of indulgence and ease. However, this tranquil existence was abruptly shattered when a zombie subordinate presented him with a newspaper. A tempest of rage, resentment, jealousy, and deep-seated malice erupted from him. What nonsense is this? You imbeciles, you only know how to scribble rubbish. He bellowed, his face contorting in disbelief. That damned fellow. How could his son possibly be so formidable? I refuse to accept such absurdity. Gecko Moria's features twisted in agitation, his visage resembling a malevolent specter as he furiously scanned the contents of the newspaper. With each passing moment, his expressions grew increasingly complex, at times filled with terror, at others with fury, and then with a chilling murderous intent, interspersed with anxiety. Gradually, his emotions seemed to spiral out of control. With a resounding thud, the corpulent Gecko Moria leaped from his chair, violently tearing the newspaper to shreds. Kaido, I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat you. I absolutely refuse to accept that even your son can rise above me. I will not allow. I will never permit you to have such a powerful son. With arms outstretched, he unleashed a frigid aura, infused with an overwhelming presence that reverberated throughout the castle. The zombies, sensing this power, shrank away in fear, trembling uncontrollably. The four emperors. Kaido, just wait. Your son will surely become my zombie. Moria's slanted eyes glinted with malicious intent as he gazed at the torn remnants of the newspaper scattered across the floor. What four emperors? I refuse to believe it. Just having Kaido on my back is unbearable enough. I will not tolerate a second. The mere thought of this individual being Kaido's son twisted Moria's lips into a grotesque smile, as if some nefarious and cruel plot was brewing within him. As time passed, and the newsbirds delivered their papers across the seas, it became evident that not only the three major forces but also various other powers, including the Dark Emperor of the New World, Germa 66, and nations across the globe, gradually became aware of the shifting dynamics within the New World. Through newspapers and various channels, the tales of Yang Jian spread far and wide, even reaching the far-flung corners of the Four Seas. Soon, throughout the Grand Line and the Four Seas, an ever-growing number of factions and individuals began to recognize a profound transformation. The tides of the ocean had changed. The era of the Four Emperors had come to an end. With the emergence of a single name, the New World had entered the era of the Five Emperors. Because of this name, the delicate balance that had sustained the world for 2 decades was now irrevocably shaken. Due to the emergence of a name, the title of the world's strongest man has sparked unprecedented controversy. Yang Jian, this name, which stirs the winds of the world and reshapes the global landscape, is becoming increasingly recognized, while a terrifying undercurrent begins to surge within the Great Route, which has remained stable for 2 decades. At this moment, even the most obtuse individuals and the most insular factions are turning their attention to the sea, focusing on that man, especially those who have witnessed the dawn of the great pirate era. They understand that whenever a figure capable of stirring the tides of history appears, the world order is inevitably rewritten. To avoid being crushed by the tempest of the times or engulfed by the undercurrents, whether they choose to remain in a corner or to brave the currents, their gaze must be fixed upon the new world, upon that new sovereign of the seas. Among them, some ambitious kings and heroes, unwilling to settle for mediocrity, have already begun to take action upon sensing the impending upheaval of the era. For instance, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, after receiving information earlier than the news agencies through his spies embedded within the Navy, he set off with several members of the Don Quixote family to visit the new monarch. Is this Onigashima? What stands tall there? A weapon? From this vantage point, it appears to be at least 300 meters high. Treble, do you think yourself amusing? Such a colossal weapon could not even be wielded by the ancient giants. At the Onigashima dock, the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family has just anchored. All members, including Don Quixote da Flamingo, are captivated by an enormous weapon towering majestically on Onigashima. Even from a distance, when that weapon, grander than any mountain, comes into view, the officers of the Don Quixote family are left in awe. Treble, you are not mistaken. It is indeed a weapon. The weapon of the new monarch. Da Flamingo withdrew his gaze from the trident blade. Yet no one could see the terror etched in his eyes behind his sunglasses. The thought of wielding a weapon over 300 meters long in battle is beyond his imagination. Such power is truly formidable. However, upon seeing the imposing trident blade, he immediately recalled the item he had brought with him, and his anxious heart began to settle considerably.